I was walking on a dark dirt road late at night because my difficult mother-in-law insisted I get her eye medicine. To save time, I took a shortcut through the woods behind my house. My flashlight suddenly died, leaving me in total darkness. As I tried to keep walking, I heard voices coming from the trees. I realized I had stumbled upon a secret meeting between a man and a woman. I recognized the woman's voice immediately as Huang Huan Huan, the wife of my neighbor, Zhou Yi. She was saying terrible things about her husband, calling him useless and boring while planning to run away with her lover. I felt awkward and wanted to leave quietly because Huang Huanhuan already disliked me and often gossiped about me to my family. Just as I turned to sneak away, I heard a twig snap behind me. I saw Zhou Yi standing there in the shadows. He had heard everything. He looked furious and was gripping a sharp sickle tightly in his hand. I was terrified he would rush out and kill them, which would cause a huge scandal and drag me into a murder investigation. Without thinking, I rushed over and covered his mouth with my hand to keep him quiet. I pulled him behind a broken wall to hide. The space was very small, so we had to press our bodies close together. I could feel his anger and his racing heart through his clothes. It was extremely uncomfortable for me to be this close to another man, especially while his wife was nearby with someone else. We waited in the dark until the couple finally finished their conversation and left. I was covered in cold sweat from the fear. When silence returned to the woods, I tried to leave quickly, but Zhou Yi blocked my path. He stared at me with cold, sharp eyes that made me shiver. I stepped back until I hit the wall, feeling trapped and terrified of what he might do next. I was terrified when Zhou Yi reached his hand toward me in the darkness. I thought he was going to hurt me to keep me quiet, but he only picked a leaf off my head. I felt foolish and annoyed that he was acting so calm after just hearing his wife cheating on him nearby. He made fun of me for being scared, but then he got angry at my husband for letting me walk alone in the dark to get medicine. I tried to defend my husband, but I just wanted to leave. When I tried to push past him, I stumbled. Zhou Yi caught me, pulling me hard against his chest. It felt like hitting a stone wall, and the impact actually hurt. It was very awkward to be so close to him. He let go quickly and told me how to get home, acting like I didn't know the way even though I have lived here for 10 years. I ran the rest of the way back to my house. When I arrived, my husband, Sun Mingkai, was waiting for me. He told me his mother was already asleep and that the medicine could wait until tomorrow. He mentioned she had been complaining about how slow I was, which was typical. I tried to explain that my flashlight had died, but he didn't listen. He just told me to go wash up and come to the bedroom. He looked at me in a strange way, staring at me from head to toe, which made me feel uneasy. I washed myself very carefully with fragrant soap because I know my husband, Sun Mingkai, likes everything to be clean. After drying my hair, I walked quietly through the courtyard to our room on the west side. It is separate from the main house where my strict mother-in-law lives, so it is usually very quiet and private. When I entered, the room was dimly lit by a small oil lamp. My husband was sitting there reading a book. He had been away working as a teacher in the city for 3 months, and I missed him. I locked the door and stood in the shadows for a moment. He looked up and stared at me with surprise and admiration. It made me feel warm and happy to be looked at with such affection after he had been gone for so long. I noticed he had placed a new pair of glasses on the table. This made me feel excited and hopeful. If he had money for expensive new glasses, maybe it meant he was doing well in his job. I hoped that soon he would finally take me to the city to live with him, away from this village and his difficult mother. He put his book away and reached his hand out to me. He told me gently that he had missed me and wanted to go to sleep early. I walked over and sat beside him on the bed. The room was silent except for our breathing. He pulled me into his arms, and I leaned against him, feeling shy but willing to be close to him. I watched Ruan Baoju leave and felt frustrated, grinding my cigarette into the mud. I had returned to find my lost sickle, but I couldn't seem to walk away. The memory of her voice and presence lingered. I was angry, maybe at myself, maybe at her. I started to leave but found myself outside her courtyard wall. Hearing her voice again, soft and sweet this time, made my chest tight. It felt like she had some power over me. Inside the house, Wan Baozhu was with her husband, Sun Mingkai. The encounter was quick and left her feeling confused and empty. She tried to convince herself it was normal because he was tired from work, but deep down, she compared it to what she had heard in the woods earlier. Pushing those thoughts away, she acted affectionate and asked for water. Sun Mingkai was happy to oblige, and she told herself she should be content with a caring, educated husband. Outside the wall, I stood frozen in the shadows. Hearing her soft cries had stirred a restless heat in me, but then everything went silent far too quickly. It ended abruptly, leaving me feeling mocked by the situation. Such a captivating voice wasted on such a brief moment. I felt a mix of anger and disdain. I laughed quietly to myself, calling the man inside useless, and maybe applying that word to myself too for standing there listening like a fool. I returned to my nearly empty room after pushing open the main door. I didn't bother lighting a lamp. I just threw my sickle aside and dropped onto my hard, creaking bed. Even though I was exhausted from 3 days on the mountain, my mind wouldn't rest. I kept thinking about Wan Baozhu, her startled eyes, her slender figure, and the sounds I heard from her room earlier. I felt frustrated and angry with myself for obsessing over another man's wife, especially when I was already dealing with the humiliation of my own unfaithful wife, Huang. I tried to push thoughts of Baozhu away, remembering her as a shy girl from 10 years ago, but the image of her now kept returning. My thoughts grew darker and more shameful as I imagined what it would be like if I were the one with her instead of her husband. As I drifted into a restless sleep, I dreamt of Baozhu. In the dream, she was close to me and I was reaching out to her. Suddenly, I felt a body press against me in reality. In my half-asleep state, I thought it was her. But as I grabbed the waist, I realized it felt wrong. Too full, not delicate like Baozhu. Disgust replaced my desire instantly. My instincts took over, and I threw the person off the bed. It was Huang. She screamed in pain as she hit the floor. I sat on the edge of the bed, fully awake and furious. She tried to act seductive, claiming she wanted to fulfill her duty as a wife and have a child, but I was repulsed. When she mentioned treating tonight as our wedding night, I couldn't hold back my disdain. I asked her coldly if she hadn't already played the bride in the woods behind the house. Her face went pale as she realized I knew her secret. My wife, Huang, tried to deny what I knew about her meeting in the woods. She pretended to be innocent and used my dead mother to try to make me feel guilty. She claimed she had taken care of my mother while I was away in the army and that I couldn't just abandon her. She acted like a victim, saying she wouldn't agree to a separation. I saw right through her. I told her that my mother was gone and couldn't help her anymore. When she realized her emotional act wasn't working, she switched to demanding money. She complained that I hadn't supported her enough since coming home. I felt disgusted looking at her greedy face. I asked her how much she wanted, just to speed things up, but her calculating attitude only made me angrier. I couldn't stand her presence any longer. I shouted at her to get out, threatening to throw her out physically if she didn't leave. Terrified by my anger, she finally ran out of the room. Left alone, I felt frustrated and dirty. The smell of her cheap perfume lingered in the room, mixing unpleasantly with the memory of the other woman I had been dreaming about. I punched the wall in anger. I deeply regretted marrying Huan. I only did it years ago because my dying mother begged me to. My mother had been tricked into thinking Huan was kind and hardworking. Back then, I didn't care about love or marriage, so I agreed just to give my mother peace. Now, I realized what a huge mistake that was. I was stuck with a greedy woman I despised, while my mind kept wandering to someone else I shouldn't be thinking about. I clenched my jaw, remembering the so-called innocence of my wife, Huan. What innocence? On our wedding day, after I left for the army, I walked back to give her my savings book out of guilt and a desire to care for her. Instead of finding a devoted wife, I stumbled upon her in the cornfield with another man. I heard them mocking me. The man laughed about taking advantage of my absence on my wedding night. Huan complained about having to care for my sick mother, but admitted she only did it because I sent money home. She was using my family while cheating on me with a man who had left her to marry someone else for status. I stood there in the dark, watching them, furious but powerless. I couldn't confront them because I had urgent orders to return to the army. If I caused a scene, I would be delayed. So I walked away in silence, disgusted by her betrayal and my own foolishness for trusting her. Half a year later, I tried to divorce her. But Huan threatened suicide, and the stress caused my mother to faint and nearly die. To keep my mother alive and peaceful, I swallowed my anger and stayed in the marriage. I decided then that I would never trust or love a woman again. Now, remembering how long their affairs lasted, I can only laugh coldly at the mess of it all. I couldn't sleep well because of a strange uneasiness. Suddenly, I heard muffled arguing from the house next door, followed by a loud slam. My heart raced, and I listened carefully, but silence followed. I've always been a light sleeper, trained by years of fear from my stepmother and then caring for my sickly husband and blind mother-in-law. For 20 years, I haven't known what it feels like to sleep peacefully. Worried about the noise next door, I gently woke my husband, Sun Minkai. I told him I heard a fight at the Zhou house and was scared something bad might happen, especially knowing Zhou Ye's fierce temper. I hoped Minkai would give me advice or reassurance. Instead, he woke up irritated and scolded me for worrying about neighbors and messy business when I should just be sleeping. His harsh reaction confused and hurt me. Minkai used to be patient, but lately, he's been distant and secretive, whispering with his mother whenever I enter the room. I tried to explain that I was just concerned because the old lady next door had been kind to me, but Minkai cut me off. He angrily asked why I called Zhou Yi Big Brother, and warned me to stay away from him. He then went on a rant, insulting Zhou Yi, calling him a reckless brute and simple-minded. He mocked Zhou Ye's military service and his inability to manage his household. Minksai's face looked twisted with unexpected hatred as he spoke. I stared at him in shock, feeling like I was seeing a stranger instead of the gentle husband I thought I knew. His cruel words made my heart feel cold. My husband, Sun Minkai, always looked down on manual labor, but I was shocked by his harsh words about our neighbor, Zhou Yi. His criticism felt personal, making me wonder if he also saw me as beneath him because I only do housework. I saw disdain and impatience in his eyes, and strangely, jealousy. Why would he be jealous of a man he considered reckless and foolish? Minkai warned me to stay away from Zhou Yi and the mess of the Zhou family. When I tried to defend Zhou Yi, saying he was filial and generous, Minkai mocked me, saying I didn't understand love or relationships. His words hurt deeply. We grew up together as husband and wife. How could he say I don't understand love? He dismissed me, told me to sleep, and turned his back on me. I couldn't sleep after that. I got up early, hiding my sadness, and started my morning chores. I cooked porridge and decided to fetch water since the jar was low. Minkai rarely did heavy work anymore, leaving it all to me. As I walked to the village well, I saw Zhou Yi there. He was drawing water, looking strong and capable. I wanted to retreat to avoid him, remembering Minksai's warning, but he turned around and saw me. We stood there awkwardly. His gaze lingered on my tired face and the pole I was carrying, and he frowned slightly. I felt nervous and guilty, even though I had done nothing wrong. Trying to break the tension and reassure him that I wouldn't gossip about his wife's affair, I stammered that I keep my word carefully. His face instantly darkened at my comment. Almost as soon as she spoke, Wan Baozhu felt like she was doomed. There was no way around it. The man's expression was terrible. His face looked so bad that she wondered if he thought she was deliberately mocking him. People say men are usually very sensitive about these things. A couple of years ago, Old Stone at the village entrance was half paralyzed and bedridden. His wife, Jean Lian, was involved with an old bachelor named Lu Dagon from the village. Many people saw them together, and he even came out cursing with a crutch. He said that gossipers in the village just couldn't stand him having a good life. that they couldn't stand his wife being kind to him, and sooner or later, they'd go blind from envy. It was all just bitter talk, stirring trouble and disturbing their peace. The insults were really harsh. At first, she thought he trusted his wife. But later, she heard that his wife had taken someone into their west room to do something. The villagers all said Old Stone must have known. So, men care about face. Even if they are cuckolded, they can't admit it. Wan Baoju suddenly wanted to shut her mouth. But once her words were out, she didn't even get a chance to regret. There was a moment of awkward silence, and Wan Baoju really wanted to run away, regardless of face or future encounters. It looked like they were about to become enemies. She opened her mouth, facing the man's intimidating gaze, trying to make amends. "I didn't mean it like that." But before she could finish, Zhou Yi spoke first, his voice deep, hoarse, calm, and emotionless. "Isn't it just fetching water? Why are you just standing there?" His reaction surprised Wan Baoju. She was momentarily stunned and softly responded, "Yes." She didn't care about anything else. She lowered her eyes, tried to avoid his gaze, and dared not look at his expression. She moved her steps, intending to go around him to the well. But the man shifted his 2 buckets aside slightly, yet did not give way at the well's edge. He still stood close to the pulley. Then he just stood there looking at her. Wan Baoju furrowed her brow slightly. What does he mean? Bring it over. The man's cold voice was steady, without any fluctuation, as if his angry face just now was a mistake. But what should she bring? She felt foolish again. Zhou Yi looked at her and couldn't help but shake his head, sighing silently. So stupid. Slow to react. No wonder she had been fooled by that useless Sun Mingsai for so long. He didn't bother with her anymore. He walked straight toward her. Wan Baoju almost ran off with her buckets in fear. "Why are you doing that?" Before she finished speaking, she saw him quickly take the 2 buckets from her shoulder pole and walk straight to the pulley, starting to turn it. Wan Baoju froze in embarrassment. Is he helping her fetch water? But if he's helping, why not say so clearly? She almost misunderstood again and repeated her foolish mistake from yesterday. Thinking about the awkwardness last night, Wan Baoju felt quite helpless. She wasn't really stupid. Why did she keep acting foolish in front of this man? But she couldn't blame him. Who asked him not to speak clearly before doing things, causing misunderstandings? She hesitated and softly said, "Thank you." Her voice was barely audible. The next second, she heard the man faintly chuckle, casually glancing at the lush weeds around the well and at Wan Baoju beside it. "These weeds are a problem. There are flies early in the morning, Wan Baoju." Who does this person think is a fly? The pulley creaked loudly, especially clear in the quiet early morning. Apart from that, there was no other sound. Wan Baoju didn't want to bother with him anymore. She thought her own man was right. This person's temper was really strange. She couldn't afford to offend him. Maybe she should stay away from him in the future. Zhou Yi quickly finished pouring water, much faster than Wan Baoju.
Done.
"Let's go." She clenched her teeth and was about to step forward when her gaze accidentally fell on the 2 water buckets at Zhou Yi's feet. Her movement froze. The water in those 2 buckets seemed not full. No, it wasn't just a feeling. It was obvious that they weren't full. The water level was quite a distance below the rim of the buckets, probably only about 70% full. Looking at his own buckets, they were completely full. With his strength, filling the buckets to the brim was easy. Why did he deliberately leave some water out? Wan Baoju had already decided in her mind to speak less to this person in the future, but as she looked at the buckets, she suddenly felt wronged without reason. She frowned slightly, staring at the 2 buckets that clearly looked like they had been shortchanged, then looked up at Zhou Yi's expressionless face. She couldn't hold back and muttered softly, "Why fill them so little? When we get home, we'll have to make another trip." "I could have filled the buckets myself," Zhou Yi chuckled angrily. "So even when helping, he was being looked down upon? Can you lift 2 buckets of water? I've never seen you so caring about a man. Is he still not up yet? You come early to fetch water. You're a child bride, not his wife. Why are you so protective of him?" Almost instantly, Zhou Yi blurted out these words, and as soon as he said them, he was stunned himself. Wan Baozhu froze completely, her eyes wide like black glass, staring straight at Zhou Yi. Her face turned pale in an instant.
You.
You. Her lips moved a few times, but she couldn't speak clearly. Her eyes quickly turned red, filling with tears. It wasn't just feeling wronged. It was the embarrassment of having old wounds reopened, exposing her most hidden scars. Child bride? Wife. Protecting him? These words were all too familiar. Once, she endured these rumors and whispers, shrinking her neck for many years. Even after 10 years in Bali village, she still had no real friends. Initially, the only person she got along with better was Chun Luiyue, the daughter of the team leader. On the surface, they talked openly, but behind her back, she overheard Chun Luiyue say that she was just a little servant girl for Sun Ming. She was always following him around, wiping his bottom like a little girl, but she couldn't lay eggs like a real mother hen. At that time, she was still young and couldn't understand why Chun Luiyue, who was friendly with her, also spoke about her this way. She jumped out to ask why, but she received even harsher words in reply. From that moment, she realized that in the eyes of most people in Bali village, she, Wan Baozhu, was just a tool bought with 5 pounds of pork to serve Sun Ming and keep the Sun family's lineage going. Most people didn't even see her as a real person. The identity of child bride was the reason she cried silently in the middle of many nights, clutching her blanket. It wasn't until Sun Ming turned 18 and they got married that she officially became his wife. Later, after Sun Ming graduated from technical school and got a job in the county, he became more respectable in the village. She finally used his status to shed that old label. People now called her Mingsai's wife and no longer referred to her as Sun Ming's child bride. But today, damn it, Wan Baozhu silently cursed herself harshly inside, her nails digging into her palm, leaving crescent-shaped red marks. She thought about how last night, lying in bed, she still felt a little sympathy for him. She even thought that her own man's harsh words were unkind. But what about him? It turned out he was just like the gossiping women in the village, like those who spoke nasty words to belittle her, the child bride. He looked down on her deep inside. She widened her eyes and stared hard at the empty space ahead, forcing back the tears that threatened to spill over. Even if her vision blurred, she was determined not to let them fall. She couldn't cry, especially not now, in front of this person. Wan Baozhu had known since she was young that crying in front of people who looked down on her only made them happier, showing her weakness and shame. It was useless. Wan Baozhu has lived for 23 years. She hasn't learned much, only how to swallow her grievances and tears inside. This is her last source of strength. She no longer looks at the disgusting face of the man beside her, nor worries about the 2 buckets that are clearly cutting corners. She takes a deep breath, then bends down, carefully placing the shoulder pole into the handles of the 2 heavy water buckets. The moment her shoulders are pressed down, the weight makes her knees weaken slightly, and her body wobbles a bit. Zhou Yi instinctively reaches out, but she moves quickly, straightening her back, then turns away from him, carrying the water buckets step by step, walking away. From start to finish, she doesn't speak or even glance at Zhou Yi. She walks slowly, the shoulder pole swaying slightly, and her tense, slender neck shows how hard she's working. But she just keeps walking, gradually disappearing around the corner. Zhou Yi stands there, his outstretched hand hanging limply, uncertain. The last look she gave him, even without tears, clearly showed that his rude words had hurt her deeply.
Child bride.
Protecting the kid. How could he say such things? His fist clenched slightly, the knuckles turning white, veins bulging on the back of his hand.
He's so damn mean.
He can't stand Sun Mingkai pretending to be weak all day, acting high and mighty, or how Sun's mother and Sun treat her like a fool. But none of that is her fault. He was just pretending to be indifferent, doing it on purpose because he subconsciously thought she was weak, and that less water would be easier for her. But he didn't expect that one sentence from her would ignite his dirty thoughts. He's furious. Why can't Sun Mingkai, That bastard, openly bully her. He doesn't even help with fetching water? Damn it, he mutters under his breath, bends down, and with a splash, pours the water from the buckets back into the well. Then he quickly spins the pulley again, more forcefully this time, filling the buckets once more until the water level is nearly flush with the rim, causing some to spill over and splash his pants and shoes. Finally, with a loud splash, he pours the water back again. After messing around twice, like a crazy person, when he finally stopped, looking at the empty water bucket, he felt even more angry. Damn it, idiot, is she crazy to fill it so full? He really is crazy too. Why come out for no reason? His restless night, disturbed by someone, had already made him sleepless. Now he was even more furious. At this moment, forget about sleeping. He wished he could slap himself. When he carried the 2 water buckets back, the door to the neighbor's yard was already closed, and he couldn't hear any movement. He glanced over, then turned and went into his own yard. His yard was even quieter now. The main door was still tightly shut. Without thinking, he knew Huang Huanhuan was probably still sleeping inside. Since he returned from the army, this yard has never felt like a warm, happy home. He and Huang Huanhuan, rather than being a married couple living under the same roof, felt more like strangers tied together in a yard. No, they were worse than strangers. They were enemies. On the day he came back, he had already mentioned divorce. His mother had passed away, so he didn't care anymore. But Huang Huanhuan first cried and begged, refusing to listen, then started acting stubborn. She wouldn't argue loudly, but she refused to go to the commune to handle the paperwork. They just dragged it out, wasting time. They each lived their own lives, not bothering each other, and never saying a word. Zhou Yi felt frustrated, but couldn't bring himself to hit her. Instead, he left early and returned late, avoiding her. But now, looking at the closed door of the east room, as if silently confronting him, a cold sneer appeared on his face. Last night, her obvious attempts to seduce and scheme disgusted him completely. However, it also proved one thing: she was getting anxious.
And it made sense.
Over the past 2 years, the noise about young people returning to the city had grown louder. Those who weren't married were doing okay. In the neighboring village, several young people who had gone to the countryside with Huang Huanhuan and married locally were trying every way to get a divorce, get certificates, and rush back to the city. Families with money tried to find ways to get jobs in the city. Those without money tried to take over their parents' positions. Some students with good grades left by taking the opportunity of the college entrance exam. As long as they can return to the city, for those who have endured years in the countryside, it is an irresistible temptation. Huang Huanhuan definitely won't stay here. Last night, she and that troublemaker whispered in the woods, and it was very clear what they said. She is also waiting for a chance to go back to the city. However, as he knows, Huang Huanhuan has an older brother who is married, and his wife is quite strong-willed, controlling the family money. Her parents can't say much, let alone send her food or ration tickets. So initially, she made her own decision. At least, if she married into the family, her clothing and food problems would be solved, and she wouldn't need to work hard for work points. A family that doesn't help her with her needs, how could they arrange a job for her? It's obvious it's impossible. Therefore, she can only rely on that person. But that person is just a son-in-law who came to the house. He depends on his father-in-law for money and support. So how could he help Huang Huanhuan find a job? It's clear there's something suspicious about this. Whether it's finding a job or returning to city life, money is needed. And she's just exploiting her as the unwitting victim. It's hard to believe she's not bothered by this, willing to settle for it and be seduced. Just waiting it out? Let's see who can wait longer. Now, she's more anxious than herself. Zhou Yi glanced at the closed door of the main room, poured water into the basin, and made a splashing sound that was especially clear in the quiet yard. From the main room, there seemed to be a very faint rustling sound of fabric moving, but no one came out. He stood quietly in the yard for a long time, staring at the corner of the wall, then went back inside, tidied up, carried a military green cloth bag, and rode away on his bicycle. In the Yuan family's yard, Wan Baozhu was holding back the frustration that was stuck in her chest, trying to muster her strength to rush back. As soon as she entered the yard, she immediately placed the water bucket on the ground. With a loud clatter, the wooden bucket hit the ground, and because her movements were hurried, the half-full bucket of water spilled out in a large splash. The cool water splash immediately soaked her pants and black cloth shoes, and a chilling sensation quickly spread from her feet. But she didn't care about that. Almost the moment she put down the water bucket, she suddenly turned around, forcefully closed the two lightweight courtyard gates with a loud bang, and firmly inserted the heavy wooden bolt. Click! The sound of the bolt falling was especially clear in the quiet morning yard, which made her feel a lot more at ease. Although she knew deep down that the person was unlikely to come back or have any reason to do so. Still, she needed this thin wooden door to keep that person away. Wan Baozhu leaned against the wooden door, catching her breath. She stood there blankly, not knowing how long she had been standing, until she heard some movement inside the main room. She suddenly shivered and snapped back to reality. She shook her head hard, trying to completely push away that person and those words from her mind. Then she bent down, picked up the two water buckets, which felt much lighter, and carried them to the water jar near the kitchen. With a loud splash, she poured water into the empty jar, the sound much louder than usual, causing a brief echo in the yard. Almost immediately, her grandmother Wang Xuelian's cough came from the east room, followed by her characteristic, drawn-out complaints. Cough, cough, cough.
Baozhu?
Early in the morning, be gentle. You're grown-ups now, so clumsy. Minkai just came back, he's been working hard and sleeping late. Don't wake him up. Wan Baozhu paused for a moment, but didn't respond. She remained silent, but the sounds inside the house didn't stop. Wang Xuelian continued shouting through the door, "Go check the chicken coop, see if any eggs have just been laid. Pick 2 big ones for Minkai to steam into egg custard. Remember, 2 eggs.
Don't be stingy.
He's your man, and his body is weak. You should know to care for him. You're older than him. He teaches in the city, works hard, and needs good nourishment. Whether we eat or not doesn't matter. We rely on him. As a wife, you should always remember that if he's doing well, you'll be happy too." Wang Xuelian often said these kinds of words. Normally, even if she felt upset inside, Wan Baozhu would immediately respond politely, "Yes, I understand, mother. I'll listen to you." Then she would turn around quickly and start working. This was her natural reaction after 10 years in the Sun family. But today, maybe because of what the man by the well said, she felt more sensitive. Hearing her mother-in-law talk about caring for the man made her feel a deep, hidden sadness that she had been ignoring. It suddenly overwhelmed her. It caught her off guard, making her throat feel tight, and she couldn't say her usual reply. She just stood there quietly, her fingers unconsciously gripping the rough edge of the water jar, her mind drifting away.
Baozhu?
Did you hear me? Where are you? It's early in the morning. Are you lost in thought? Wang Xuelian kept talking for a while, but didn't get any response. She looked annoyed and raised her voice a little. Suddenly, Baozhu heard the door to the main room creak open, followed by the sound of a walking stick tapping the ground and unsteady footsteps. She looked up sharply and saw her mother-in-law leaning on her stick, squinting her cloudy eyes as she slowly shuffled out of the house. Wang Xuelian looked in her direction, her face full of confusion. Her voice grew anxious and louder. "Baozhu? Is that you? Are you just standing there like a pillar?" Her eyesight was getting worse. She could barely see clearly during the day and couldn't see anything at night. Baozhu felt a flutter of panic. Seeing her mother-in-law's uncertain gaze, she took a deep breath. She tried to sound normal and quickly stepped forward. "Mother, it's me. I saw a crack in the water jar, so I was worried. I thought I might have bumped into it or something. It's okay now. The jar is fine." She paused, then added, "I was just listening to you. I had just fetched water and was about to check the chicken coop. Don't worry, I'll help you sit down and rest." She reached out to support Wang Xuelian's arm. Wang Xuelian impatiently waved her hand away, feeling annoyed, and groped her way toward the small bench in the yard. She still kept talking. All right. I can find my way slowly. I'm not too old to move around. You go to your work. Oh, I am getting old and useless now. I rely on you for everything, but my hands and feet are so unsteady. Soon you might start to dislike me. I can't let Minkai be caught in the middle and feel uncomfortable. She spoke smoothly and confidently. Without realizing it, she was subtly convincing Wan Baozhu. Wan Baozhu's hand stretched out in midair, then slowly retracted, clenched tightly into a fist. She didn't rush to speak or comfort her, just pressed her lips tightly, which were turning pale. She watched her mother-in-law finally find the stool, trembling as she sat down, still muttering to herself, I'm old now, no use anymore. I need to be aware of that myself, Wan Baozhu. She said nothing, silently walking toward the alley between the courtyard wall and the main house, where she had built a small chicken coop with broken bricks and old wood. She squatted down, reached inside, and felt warm, dry straw and eggs. She picked out 4 eggs still warm, holding them in her palm. But just as she straightened up and was about to leave the alley, she suddenly heard Wang Xuelian's raised voice, full of anger, shouting from the yard. Baozhu! Baozhu! Where are you? Why are you dawdling? Did something burn? Oh no! I smell something burnt. What's going on? Every day, you seem like you've lost your mind. The porridge. It must have burned. Such a waste. That's food, you know. Hearing this, Wan Baozhu froze completely, almost dropping the eggs from her hand. She suddenly remembered the fire in the stove and the millet porridge boiling on the pot. Just now, she was so anxious to come back, busy locking the door, pouring water, and listening to her mother-in-law's scolding, that she completely forgot the millet porridge was still cooking on the stove. The fire probably hadn't gone out completely, and the water in the pot had long since boiled away. Now, she could smell it clearly, a strong, bitter burnt smell drifting from the kitchen. I'll go check now. Wan Baozhu's voice was a little panicked. Without hesitation, clutching the eggs, she rushed toward the kitchen. The kitchen was already filled with smoke. In the iron pot on the earthen stove, the once golden, thick millet porridge had turned into a layer of black, sticky crust, tightly stuck to the bottom of the pot, with faint wisps of blue smoke rising from the edges. The fire in the stove was already burned out, leaving only some dull red embers. Wan Baozhu looked at the mess, and it felt like the tight string in her heart suddenly snapped with a loud pop. In the yard, Wang Xuelian's scolding had turned into a string of words, mixed with the sound of her walking stick hitting the ground, as she moved closer to the kitchen. I told you. I knew you weren't feeling right today. You were throwing things and shouting early in the morning, and you didn't respond. Now you're even burning the porridge. Was the grain blown here by the wind? You just got up a little while ago, and now you're trying to eat? You useless thing, you're really going to make me angry. Thinking your husband is back, are you doing this on purpose? If you don't want to serve me, just say so. There's no need to make things difficult for me or our son. Wang Xuelian's scolding turned into tears the moment the door to the west room opened. Old and worn out, I'm old now. You've got your wings now. I can't control you anymore. The quarrel between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was loud enough to wake Sun Mingcai in the west room. He was already upset, having been disturbed and awakened in the middle of the night by Wan Baozhu. He hadn't slept well and felt a pounding in his temples. Although he didn't fully understand what was happening, he instinctively felt a bit resentful toward Wan Baozhu. Frowning, he put on his shirt without buttoning it properly, slipped on his slippers, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and came out. What's wrong?
Mom.
Wan Baozhu's heart fluttered with anxiety. Sure enough, the next moment, she heard her husband's displeased voice. Baozhu, what are you doing? Mom is getting old. Can't you be a little more understanding? You're causing a fuss early in the morning. Don't you know Mom's health isn't good? Having grown used to her mother-in-law's words, Wan Baozhu's eyes started to water uncontrollably after hearing Sun Mingcai's complaints. Maybe it was the smoke or something else, but her eyes felt hot and sour, hard to bear. She blinked hard, trying to push back the tears deep inside her. Then she took a deep breath of the smoky air, turned around without replying, and silently, almost numb, began to clean up the mess. She stayed silent, but Wang Suelian wouldn't give up. Mingsai, look.
Just look at this.
It's such a waste. What a mess. This morning, your wife seems to have completely lost her mind. She burned through the pot just by cooking porridge. We're not starving, but you're wasting food like this. You're really becoming more and more irresponsible. Sun Mingsai's brow furrowed even more. Seeing his mother trembling and leaning on her cane at the kitchen door, he quickly walked over. He looked past her shoulder and saw what was happening inside. Wan Baozhu was standing with her back to the door, vigorously scrubbing a large black iron pot with the inside of a sponge gourd. Her thin shoulders were slightly hunched, sweat stuck her short hair to her face, and her expression was hard to see. She looked very silent and embarrassed. Baozhu, what's going on? Sun Mingsai's voice was a little hoarse, but Baozhu still heard the blame in it. Her body stiffened, she didn't turn around, and after trying to speak a few times, she finally said, I went to fetch water this morning and forgot. I accidentally burned the porridge in the pot. You're just like that. When can you stop fetching water so early? Look at what you've done to Mom. With just one sentence, Sun Mingkai made Baozhu stop scrubbing the pot so hard. For some reason, she suddenly remembered the harsh words the angry man had said to her. She closed her eyes slightly, trying hard to hold back the tears in her eyes. Then Baozhu slowly turned around, looked at Sun Mingsai's unhappy face, and her lips moved. Her voice was a little dry, I understand. I'll cook again right now. She remained obedient and gentle, but Sun Mingkai frowned. He didn't know why, but he felt strangely irritated. Baozhu, I don't mind working hard outside. I don't expect you to do much. But, at least, you need to take care of the home. Mom's eyesight is getting worse. You need to be more careful about everything. Cooking and lighting the fire are simple tasks, but if you mess up, how can I be at ease outside? Look at you, making Mom so angry and causing chaos in the house early in the morning. What's going on? He frowned and looked again at the wet patch on the ground beside the water jar. Also, you spilled water so badly. The yard and the kitchen are all wet, and you didn't put the bucket away properly. My eyes are already not good. What if you fall? Can you be more careful and steady when you do things? Sun Mingsai's string of scolding and blame was more upsetting to Wan Baozhu than her mother-in-law's harsh words. Wang Chuelian listened to her son's words and felt more confident. She quickly agreed, saying, Baozhu, I'm not blaming you. You used to be careful. What's wrong today? Is it because Mingkai came back and your mind is elsewhere? I've told you many times, Mingkai is a serious person. You shouldn't cause trouble for him. He's busy and he finally took a break to come home. If you act like this, how will he want to come back? All right, mother, stop talking and don't be upset. Baozhu, I'll talk to her. You sit in the main room and rest for a while. I'll bring the food to you later. Sun Mingkai interrupted his mother. Besides, it's smoky here. Not good for your eyes. Wang Chuelian smiled. She was happy that her son cared about her. Okay, I'll listen to you. Go back to your room. Don't be upset. It's too early to argue. Just a few words and it's over. All right, I understand. Baozhu, see, your mother still protects you. The mother and son kept talking back and forth, sounding lively, but Wan Baozhu only responded softly, Okay, I'll be more careful from now on. She was washing the pots faster and faster. Sun Mingkai gently helped his mother back into the main room, making her sit down. He was about to go to the kitchen when Wang Suelian suddenly grabbed his hand. Mingkai, she said softly. She looked at the doorway with cloudy eyes, making sure that the blurry figure of Wan Baozhu was not there. Then she spoke quietly. Listen to your mother. Baozhu can't help you. This marriage should be ended. Mingsai's heart sank. His feelings, which he had been struggling with for days, were suddenly exposed by his mother's words. He couldn't help but feel a little upset inside. Mother. Baozhu's family can't be trusted. Her irresponsible father and stepmother. You know that. If she leaves our family, she won't survive. He was still hesitant deep down because of all the years they had been together. Not to mention, a few years ago when he was very weak, Baoju stayed by his side day and night, bringing soup and water. Later, she became more beautiful, and he started to have feelings for her. Eventually, they got married and became a real couple. She was more gentle in bed than outside. Though shy, she always tried to please him. Sometimes, when he hurt her, she would just look at him with her wet eyes, so gentle that it made his heart soften. That shy, completely trusting tenderness satisfied his pride and desire to control as a man. He enjoyed this feeling very much, even secretly feeling proud. Especially when he saw the young men in the village staring at Baoju with envy, that pride grew even stronger. So, if she really left him, he would feel a bit unwilling. Moreover, if Baoju left, what would happen to his mother? He couldn't just take her to the city to take care of her, could he? Even if he wanted to, probably no one would agree. Minkai stood there, his brows furrowed, eyes flickering, feeling uncomfortable inside. Wang Suilian, though blind, was sharp-minded. Seeing her son silent for a long time, she couldn't help but curse inwardly. Baoju, that sly fox, really has her claws in my son's heart. Even now, she's offering herself, and he still can't let go. She admitted that over the years, Wan Baoju had worked hard in this family, taking care of them both with dedication. But so what? Compared to her son's future, that little, hard work was useless. It was not even worth mentioning, and now only became a burden that hindered her son. She knew her son very well. He was thoughtful, but also indecisive. Especially when it came to women. Facing someone like Wan Baoju with her charming face and alluring figure, he had little willpower. A few years ago, he had feelings for Wan Baoju. Now, his hesitation probably came from still enjoying the comfort of the bed. But he should think, could this woman compare to his future prospects? From now on, whether their old family can go far, or even leave this mountain village depends entirely on this opportunity. Forget it. Since he couldn't let go of this, she, as his mother, would do it for him. For her son's future, she was willing to give up everything, even 10 Wan Baozus if needed. Thinking of this, Wang Suilian's expression immediately changed to one of regret. She sighed deeply and gently touched her son's hand, lowering her voice further.
Minkai.
She looked at him with concern, her voice soft. You are my own son, and I know your thoughts. You're kind-hearted, I understand. And Baoju. She has taken care of us for so many years, which hasn't been easy. I get it if you feel guilty. Sun Mingsai's mind stirred slightly, but he didn't stop her and remained silent. Seeing he didn't oppose, Wang Suilian continued speaking softly. But Sun, didn't you say yourself? That girl from Principal Chen's family is a high school teacher. She's pretty, educated, and if she likes you, that's your luck. Their family is so different from ours. It's like heaven and earth. I know you, and if she didn't treat you well, you wouldn't hesitate like this. Her words hit Mingsai's hidden thoughts, but he couldn't admit it.
Mom.
It's not like that. Wang Suilian patted his hand gently. Of course, I know you're honest, and not someone who relies on women to climb up. But Minkai, everyone thinks she's so good, and they don't mind the trouble at your home. Why would you let her girl feel so disappointed? Moreover, her father is the principal. In the future, you'll see each other often. If he's a narrow-minded person, won't that ruin your future? Mother truly can't bear to see this happen. You've worked so hard all these years to go to school. We've suffered so much just to get an education. Now that a bright future is in sight, I feel so wronged for you. Sun Mingsai's throat moved involuntarily, and his eyes flickered with uncertainty. Mother is right. It really is a promising future.
But
Minkai didn't speak, but Wang Suilian felt more confident. She changed her tone, showing her sadness. It's all my fault. I delayed you. If I had known it would turn out like this, I shouldn't have let you and Baoju get that marriage certificate. Without that certificate, maybe we could have told others that you weren't really married, just siblings or something. She paused, wiped her tears, and said, but now it's too late. The marriage certificate can't be undone, but a divorce is possible. Minkai, You will stay in the county town in the future. You're destined for great things. Once you settle down there, having a wife who was a childhood bride would be embarrassing to reveal. And now, society is different. If people find out and it affects your work, I wouldn't be able to accept it no matter what. Wang Tzuelian held her son's arm tightly, with a firm grip. Minkai, I beg you. I really am not someone who looks down on poverty or seeks to climb up by connections. I only care about you. I just want what's best for you. I feel sorry for you. You're so capable, you deserve better. If there's no chance, then forget it. But the opportunity is right in front of us. It would be such a loss, such a shame. You can blame me. It's all my fault for being so confused back then and delaying your future. At this point, Wang Tzuelian's tears fell fiercely. She was genuinely emotional. This wasn't acting, it was real feelings. She truly regrets it. If she had known earlier, she would never have let her son marry Baozhu or get that certificate. If I had known about this great wealth earlier, I wouldn't have brought back even Wan Baozhu. She cried sincerely, but she tried hard to keep her voice down, afraid that Wan Baozhu in the kitchen would hear. She kept hitting her chest and looked very regretful. Sun Mingsai was already feeling uneasy, and now his mother's tears were touching his deepest feelings. Yes. Who doesn't want a bright future? Wan Baozhu is kind to him, but now there's someone else who also treats him well. She is pretty, but Chen Lijing isn't bad either, just a bit darker and with smaller eyes. In an instant, Sun Mingsai suddenly held his mother's thin, trembling hand and said in a hoarse voice, "Mother, don't say that. It's not your fault. It was my health back then, and you were just trying to do what's best for me. I understand. If anyone's to blame, it's me for not being strong enough." Wang Tzuelian was very happy inside. Sure enough, the next moment, she heard Sun Mingsai continue, "I'll think more about the divorce. Maybe there's a better way. After all, she's not easy to deal with either." His words showed he was easing up. Wang Tzuelian understood this well, but she still felt a bit unwilling. She thought she should act quickly and settle this matter soon. "Mingsai, this can't be delayed. Since you're back, you should handle it as soon as possible." Sun Mingsai understood his mother's urgency, but he had his own considerations. He didn't want to ruin his relationship with Wan Baozhu before things were certain. "Mother, let's wait a bit longer. It's not urgent now. When I confirm things on my side, we'll talk then." His tone was firm, and he didn't seem to want to continue the conversation. He patted her hand comfortingly. "I'm going out first.
Just keep this to yourself.
Usually act like you used to around Baozhu, so she doesn't notice anything." Wang Tzuelian's cloudy eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope. "Mother knows. Mother knows. Don't worry, this won't ruin your plans. You should just focus on preparing to go back to school, visit Principal Chen more often, and show your best side. At home, don't worry." Sun Minkai softly replied, "Yes, I understand, Mother. You rest first. I'll go out and take a look. If I stay too long, Baozhu might feel uneasy. Go ahead, I trust you." Since his son was about to leave for a good journey, Wang Tzuelian was in a very good mood and certainly wouldn't stop him. In the kitchen, Wan Baozhu had already washed the pot and cooked some corn porridge. She also steamed egg custard and made some flatbread. When Sun Minkai came in, Wan Baozhu's eyes were still red. When she saw him, she slightly lifted her eyelids but didn't say anything. She just kept adding fire to the stove. Seeing her like this, Sun Mingsai's guilt immediately disappeared, and he suddenly felt more confident. Mother is right. Baozhu is indeed not as steady as before. Is it because she also feels that she has become more successful? As his wife, she now has more confidence and dares to be impatient with her mother? If that's her real thought, he would be very disappointed. Sun Minkai took a deep breath, suppressed his unhappiness, and said calmly, "Baozhu, what's wrong with you now? Mother was just nagging a little. Why are you giving her the cold shoulder? You weren't like this before." Wan Baozhu paused her action of adding fire to the stove. Since coming to the Sun family, she had been scolded many times. But every time, Sun Minkai, although helping his mother publicly, would secretly comfort her and tell her not to be sad. but this time, right next to the stove, with the fire blazing brightly. In the hot summer, the kitchen should have been filled with heat, but Baoju felt cold all over, her heart feeling icy. She stayed silent, but Sun Mingkai felt even more that he was right. In the past, his mother always said women shouldn't be spoiled. Otherwise, over time, they would become arrogant, think they could take charge, and start to be unreasonable and bossy at home. He also thought her words were wrong, believing Baoju wasn't that kind of woman. But now, he completely agreed with his mother. This woman really shouldn't be spoiled. I don't know what you're thinking, but we are family. Mother is an elder, so there's no need to show such attitude. Think carefully, Baoju. Don't be ungrateful. Your life is much better than many others in the village. So many people envy you, but can't have what you do. Sun Mingkai spoke sincerely. Wan Baoju couldn't hold back anymore. She suddenly looked up, her bright eyes filled with tears, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. She stared straight at Sun Mingkai. There was so much in her eyes that it overwhelmed him for a moment. He quickly looked away from her gaze. Finally, he said indifferently, I'm going to read in my room. No comfort, no sympathy, just left like that. At the moment he turned away, Baoju's tears fell like broken beads, dropping non-stop. She understood in her heart that Mingkai was no longer the same to her. The family's breakfast was tasteless. Except for Wang Xuelian, who looked in a good mood, Baoju said nothing, and Sun Mingkai's words were so bland they could be ignored. But this didn't affect Wang Xuelian's good mood at all. Before they finished eating, she started giving orders for Baoju to go wash clothes in the river later. Mingkai will leave this afternoon. You should quickly wash his blue shirt so he can wear it when he leaves. Baoju didn't argue. She nodded and suddenly remembered that her mother-in-law probably couldn't see well. To avoid her deliberately finding fault again, she softly said, I'll wash the dishes first, then go. But Wang Xuelian was unhappy. She thought her daughter-in-law was too stubborn. She sighed and repeated her usual words, Mingzhu, I don't mean to criticize you, but you really need to prioritize. I told you that the clothes are urgent because Mingkai needs to wear them this afternoon. It's just a few dishes. Why are you in such a rush? You can wash the dishes after you finish washing the clothes. It won't delay anything. Don't you understand? Sun Mingkai still didn't say a word. Baoju slightly raised her eyes, looking at his serious face as he stared at the porridge in front of him. She knew he had no intention of helping her. She felt wronged inside, not knowing exactly what she had done wrong. Why did Mingkai suddenly change so much? Why does he now not only stop caring about her, but also start to look at her unfavorably? She couldn't understand, and her voice choked with emotion. All right, I'll go now. I'll clean up this bowl and chopsticks later. After saying this, she didn't wait for Wang Xuelian to reply. She got up and went to her room to pack her clothes. Soon, she carried a large wooden basin and left the house. As she stepped out, Sun Mingkai looked up slightly, watching her slender figure leave, and was momentarily stunned. Baoju, is she angry with herself? Look at this, look at this. Now, everything is a big deal. Even now, your heart is still soft, still hesitant. Think about it, what can she really do to help you? It's good if she doesn't cause trouble. Mingkai, it's not that I'm harsh, but Baoju really isn't worth it. Listen to your mother. Be a bit more careful over there. Don't delay things. Unlike her earlier strong tone, Wang Xuelian was now speaking gently and earnestly to her son. She had thought her son would be like before, hesitant and protective of Wan Baoju. But unexpectedly, Sun Mingkai was silent for a while, lost in thought. When he finally spoke, his tone was more firm. Mom, I understand what you're saying.
But
About this matter. For now, remember to keep Baoju in the dark. Don't let her suspect anything. If she finds out and causes trouble, it might affect my work. His words almost implied agreement with Wang Xuelian's advice. This made her very happy. Her son finally seemed to be thinking clearly. Feeling pleased, she paid no attention to Mingzai's worries. She secretly rejoiced that her son was about to marry a city girl, the daughter of a school principal, and waved her hand dismissively. You're overthinking. Who does she think she is? She can't cause trouble in the county town. She's never even been to the town much. What are you afraid of? Don't worry. I have everything under control. As long as you listen to me, there won't be any problems.
She can't harm you.
Just watch and see. She had already made her plans in her mind. Wan Baozhu grew up eating her family's food for 10 years. Even if they got divorced, she shouldn't just let her go easily. Thinking of this, Wang Zuelian signaled her son to step forward, then leaned close to his ear and whispered for a long time. Sun Mingsai's eyes widened more and more as he listened, and finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Mother? Is that really possible?" He was a bit doubtful. Even if Wan Baozhu has a good temper, if she really did what her mother suggested, he fears she might get so angry she would do something reckless. Honestly, he still felt a little sorry for her. When Wang Zuelian heard her son doubting her, she thought he was useless and looked down on her. Mother is a woman. Wan Baozhu is also a woman. Do you think I don't understand her? Don't worry. This woman's heart is tied to a man her whole life. She's been following you since she was young, and she's your woman. Her eyes and heart are all about you. Her heart can't bear to leave you, and her body can't either. When everything is settled, even if she doesn't admit it, she'll accept it. You don't need to worry. Focus on your own work first. When Wan Baozhu leaves, just say a few nice words, and she'll be fine again. Women are like that. Their mouths and hearts are both worthless things. She spoke with the attitude of someone experienced, and Sun Mingsai, who was still somewhat doubtful, was completely convinced. After hesitating for a moment, "Then, I'll leave it to you, Mother. Thank you for your trouble." "Why are you saying that?" "I care about my son and future daughter-in-law's feelings. Isn't that what I should do?" Unexpectedly, her son changed his mind so quickly and smoothly. Wang Zuelian couldn't help but smile happily. Sun Mingsai's lips also twitched slightly, secretly making a firm decision in his heart. He wasn't heartless. In the future, he would find a way to make it up to Baozhu. No matter what, the method his mother suggested did help protect her. When Wan Baozhu reached the door next door, the yard door was tightly shut, as if there was no movement at all. Thinking of the contemptuous tone of the man earlier, she felt disgusted and couldn't help but quicken her steps, walking past the door quickly. As she passed by the water well, she almost didn't look at it. There was no choice. Ever since she had some contact with that person, everything had gone wrong. Even Ming's attitude toward her changed. She felt that person was against her. By the river, Wan Baozhu absent-mindedly rubbed the clothes in her hands. It was still early, and there weren't many people by the river. As she washed, tears started to fall again. Thinking about Sun Ming's return, his distance from her, and his constant criticism, she felt very upset inside. She silently held back her tears, but soon she heard some movement behind her. "Oh, Baozhu, why are you here so early? Isn't Ming back? It's been a while, so why are you working so hard? Really, Baozhu, why are you here so early? Is Ming willing? Letting you come out so early?" Hearing the voices of the villagers behind her, Wan Baozhu turned her back to them. She blinked hard, forcing her tears out of her eyes, and pretended not to care as she wiped a non-existent sweat from her forehead. Actually, she was wiping away tears. She said lightly, "Ming is leaving this afternoon, so I wanted to wash the clothes quickly, let them dry in the sun, so he can wear them when he leaves." Her voice was still gentle, but if you listened carefully, you could hear the suppressed choking in her voice. The others didn't suspect anything. They laughed and teased her a bit, then went back to their chores. He Xiaohua, who was a little closer to her, noticed something was wrong. She carried a basin and squatted beside her. When she saw that no one else was paying attention, she lowered her voice and asked, "What's wrong, Baozhu?" "It's so early, I see you're not looking right." Getting closer, it was even more obvious. Her eyes were red. It was impossible to say she was fine. Wan Baozhu had been holding back her tears, but when she heard this, she couldn't help it anymore. Her eyes turned red again. However, worried about the people by the river, she just shook her head. "I'm fine."
Auntie.
Seeing her like this, He Xiaohua guessed what was going on. It seemed her mother-in-law was causing trouble again. That Wang Suelian, she's the kind of daughter-in-law who's gentle and easy to get along with. If she had a more fiery temper, she'd be constantly scolding and criticizing, and she'd never have a moment of peace. Who knows how she'd end up being treated then? But she and Wang Suelian don't speak kindly to each other. So I can't really go and advise Wang Suelian either. And if I try, she might just get even more stubborn and difficult. Try to be more open-minded. All daughters-in-law are like this. When I was young, I also had a hard time with my mother-in-law. You're lucky. Your mother-in-law only has one son, so she can't be too harsh on you. Our family has 4 sons. We're the second, and my parents didn't care much for us. Looking back now, it's hard to believe we survived those days. He Xiaohua remembered those times, and her eyes felt a sting of tears. When her mother-in-law moved their family into their own place, they didn't even have proper pots and bowls. If it weren't for her and Grandma Zhou's family being somewhat related, she called her cousin and borrowed 2 yuan from her, she probably wouldn't have been able to feed her children. Because of that, she and Grandma Zhou had always been on good terms. Over the years, she often visited Grandma Zhou, talked with her, and gradually got to know Wan Baozhu, who was her neighbor. The more she interacted with her, the more she felt sorry for this pretty girl. After all, she was honest and straightforward. She looked charming, but she was much better than her cheap niece-in-law, Huang Huanhuan. Wan Baozhu felt frustrated inside, but was not the type to complain openly. Even though she got along well with He Xiaohua, she hesitated and didn't say much. She just mumbled, "Auntie, it's okay. My mother-in-law is very kind. If it weren't for her, I don't know if I could have made it this far." If Wang Suelian hadn't traded 5 gene of pork from her stepmother, she might have faced more trouble from her stepmother again. She always kept a humble and obedient attitude, but He Xiaohua secretly shook her head. This person. The worst are those who turn on you and repay kindness with betrayal. I'm really worried. If someone uses kindness to trap you, you'll never be able to turn things around in your life. Wang Suelian and her son are very clever. Wan Baoyu's personality is such that, in their hands, she might suffer many more losses in the future. But since it's someone else's matter, she doesn't feel comfortable saying much. Fortunately, right now, son Minkai seems to treat Wan Baoyu pretty well. Maybe someday, life will get better for them. It's just life. Who can really say what will happen? Still, she feels uneasy inside. She looks around and sees others talking happily. As long as no one notices her, she can't help but say a few words. Baoyu, listen to your aunt's advice. Your mother-in-law brought you back to the Sun family with her own plans. You've done enough over the years. The kindness you received has already been repaid. From now on, you should think about yourself. Your husband and you are the most important. You two are about the same age, so you should try to have a baby soon. Also, your husband has a stable job. I heard that teachers at the county high school have places to stay. You should go take care of him. If not, bring your mother-in-law along. It's not good to stay in the countryside for too long. Men, after all, are men. They can't be without women around. If she had said this before, Wan Baoyu would have blushed. But today, she didn't feel shy at all. Instead, her mind started to wander. Is this why Sun Minkai has changed? If so, maybe she should find a way to have a child. She and Minkai have been married for 2 years. Compared to other young couples in the village, she's a bit slow in having children. But this child, Minkai has been away for a few months, and they haven't even shared a bed many times. She thought she had found the reason for her husband's change, and she felt a little better. But suddenly, she became worried again. What if it's really because of the child? They've been together for over 2 years without a child. Could it be a health problem of hers? She felt worried inside, but on her face, she showed a little smile. Since she had no one to ask, she decided to be brave and quietly asked He Xiaohua, "Annie, tell me, do I have some problem? Why haven't I gotten pregnant yet?" The second iron family at the east end of the village got married around the same time as us, and they already have a child. She mumbled and looked embarrassed. He Xiaohua looked at her and didn't know what to say. She shook her head in disappointment and said, "What's wrong with you? If there's a problem, it's someone else's. You have a slim waist, a big butt, and some meat on your chest. That's why you can have children. Don't overthink it. If someone has a problem, it doesn't mean you do. If the land can't grow good crops, do you blame the land? That's nonsense." Her words were straightforward. Wan Baoju's face instantly turned bright red. "Auntie," Wan Baoju instinctively shrank her shoulders, hunched her back, wishing she could hide herself inside her overly loose gray cloth dress. Auntie's blunt words felt like a hot needle stabbing her most sensitive, embarrassing spot. Her chest, heavy and full, and her rounded hips that always stretched her pants tight, had been her shame ever since she started developing. No matter how loose or simple her clothes were, once she wore them, they always looked different on her. Her chest bulged out, and even if she tied her clothes tightly, it couldn't hide the shape. Instead, it made her waist look even thinner, and her pants, made of dull fabric, stretched tight and rounded. When she walked, she felt so embarrassed she wanted to hide. In the past, her mother-in-law's eyes would still light up, and she would sigh and complain, telling her to make her clothes looser and longer. Don't dress like the widow girl next door, who wears flashy clothes and doesn't look like a proper girl. Those words felt like a curse. The more she heard them, the bigger her clothes became each year, and the colors grew duller, as if that could hide her improper body completely. She never thought that her shameful flaw, which made her unable to lift her head and feel ashamed day and night, would today be openly discussed by Aunt He and even called a great advantage. Did she even take away the blame for her inability to have children all this time? "Auntie, this has nothing to do with whether I can have children, right?" Wan Baoju's voice was as soft as a fly. "If I can't get pregnant, I can't blame myself, so who else can I blame? Maybe there's something wrong with my body." "Pfft, nonsense." He Xiehua cut her off firmly, her sharp but clear eyes showing undeniable confidence. "Listen to me, you have no problems. Your health is good. Your figure, in the old days, people would say it's a sign of good fertility, top quality. Whoever marries you will be blessed with good fortune. Having children with someone like you is a sign of great virtue." Wan Baoju. "Really?" Seeing that Wan Baoju still looked confused and doubtful, He Xiehua moved closer, almost pressing her ear to Wan Baoju's hot ear, lowering her voice to share her experience, as someone who had been through it. "As for why you haven't gotten pregnant yet, maybe your husband isn't home often, and your days aren't matching up. Listen to Auntie." She paused, lowering her voice even more but speaking clearly. "About what happens in bed, don't just lie there like a wooden post. You need to attract him a bit, let him stay with you longer. If you linger, the seed will fall into the ground and take root. There's nothing to be shy about. He's your husband, it's natural. Sharing a bed together, what's there to hide?" She looked at Wan Baoju's cheeks flushing with embarrassment and her trembling eyelashes, unable to resist adding a bit of teasing but speaking seriously. "Besides, with your small face and figure, if you just loosen up a little and take the initiative, your husband will probably be so attached to you, he won't want to leave the bed." He Xiehua believed she wasn't exaggerating. With Wan Baoju's delicate features and figure, which strong, energetic man could resist? Maybe during their early days, Sun Ming had to toss and turn every night, making the bed creak loudly.
"Auntie."
"Please, stop talking." Wan Baoju's face was flushed with two bright red clouds spreading across her whole face, even her neck turning pink. She was so shy she couldn't lift her head, wishing she could find a crack to hide in. My heart was pounding because of Annie's bold and straightforward words. A strange, hot feeling quietly passed deep inside me. What's so embarrassing? Auntie is telling the truth. Honest words for your own good. He Xiehua patted her hand gently, her tone becoming serious and caring. Don't always blame yourself for mistakes. Think about what Auntie said. Also, about going to the city, you need to pay attention. When your mother-in-law says something unpleasant, just ignore it. Let it go in one ear and out the other. Your mind should be used wisely. Think of ways to make your husband love you more, so he can't leave you. As long as he's with you, his heart will be with you. Men, you have to be patient and gentle. Don't always agree with everything, but don't be too harsh either. Use your skills, speak up when you're upset, and don't stay silent and suffer in silence. Do you understand? He Xiaohua truly cares for this honest and shy young wife. She wishes she could share all her life experience about how women can stand firm in marriage, tearing it apart, breaking it down, and carefully filling her mind with useful advice, so she won't suffer more unfairness or hurt. Wan Baozhu lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling. Her ears buzzed with a mix of shame, confusion, and a strange, hard-to-explain flutter after her secret was revealed. Auntie's words were like a rusty key, clumsy but strong, prying open some deep-held beliefs she had always trusted. On the way back from the river, Wan Baozhu's mood had clearly improved a lot. Even Sun Mingkai noticed this. His eyes looked deeper and more thoughtful, though he seemed lost in his own thoughts. Because Sun Mingkai had to go to the city in the afternoon and would be gone for a long time, Wang Suelian felt worried for her son. So, after Wan Baozhu finished packing, she gritted her teeth and asked her to kill an old hen to help her son. That old hen is useless. It doesn't lay eggs and just eats for nothing. Baozhu, you should kill it. It's a good way to help Mingkai. And give it a proper end. Wan Baozhu's bright, dark eyes dimmed a little because of Wang Suelian's words, but she didn't show any emotion. She simply nodded softly and went to catch the chicken. Then she boiled water, slaughtered the chicken, drained the blood, and plucked the feathers. The actions were quick and smooth. The bloody scene, Sun Ming only glanced at it briefly, then turned away in disgust and went back inside to read. From start to finish, the young couple didn't say a word. Wang Suelian felt a little relieved. That's good. She was worried that her son might change his mind if he was too soft-hearted. Before her son left, she had to keep a close eye on him. Wan Baozhu cooked a whole chicken. When it was ready, she took out most of the chicken early, let it cool, and waited until Sun Ming left in the afternoon to pack it for him to take away. That was always how they did it. The remaining parts, both the broth and meat, she served in bowls for her mother-in-law and her husband. As for herself, she only had less than half a bowl of chicken soup, which she heated and soaked some small steamed buns in to eat. After dinner, she was about to go back to her room with her husband and say some sweet words, but Wang Suelian called her. Baozhu, go next door and find Huang Jiqing. She borrowed our dustpan earlier. Bring it back, so we can sort out the beans in the house later and make some tofu to eat these days. Wan Baozhu froze. Next door? She really didn't want to go. Before, she only had issues with Huang Huanhuan, but now, she also didn't get along with Huang Huanhuan's husband. So, she didn't want to step foot in that house at all. Wan Baozhu stood stiffly, not moving or answering. Wang Suelian felt a bit annoyed and sighed. If you don't want to go, I'll go myself. Before she finished, Wan Baozhu agreed quickly. Mom, when did I say I didn't want to go? I'll go right now, don't worry. Wang Suelian waved her hand. Then go quickly. Don't let them come out after dinner and find no one at home. Okay. After agreeing, Wan Baozhu hurried out of the yard and headed next door. Knock, knock, knock. She knocked several times, but there was no response from inside. Wan Baozhu was curious. Could it really be true that the neighbors had gone out? She was about to leave when she heard a noise in the yard. Who is it? Coming. It was Huang Huanhuan's voice. Wan Baozhu heard Huang Huanhuan's impatient, drawn-out tone. She paused for a moment, shook her head silently. This person. She really didn't want to deal with her at all, especially after what happened last night. Today, if her mother-in-law hadn't been so urgent and Sun Mingkai was here, Wan Baozhu truly wouldn't want to knock on Huang Huanhuan's door. The yard gate creaked open from inside. She could tell Huang Huanhuan had just woken up. Seeing Wan Baozhu at the door, she paused briefly, then her carefully trimmed eyebrows raised, and a look of surprise and disdain flashed in her eyes. Oh, I wonder who this is. Huang Huanhuan didn't rush to let her in. She blocked the doorway, sizing up Wan Baozhu from top to bottom. Today, Wan Baozhu wore an old, blue floral shirt and faded but clean pants. Although her clothes were simple, they made her look slim and her figure clear, especially her chest. Her hair was loosely tied with a wooden hairpin, revealing a smooth forehead and long neck. Even without makeup, she looked like a quietly blooming lotus flower, fresh and charming. Huang Huan felt a twinge of jealousy rising inside her. Her tone turned sharp. Isn't this Baozhu? Why do you have time to come knocking on my door today? It's like the sun is rising in the west. You're about to become a city wife, and you're not even looking down on our village anymore. She emphasized the words, city, heavily. Wan Baozhu was usually patient and rarely lost her temper with others. But Huang Huan was an exception. Although they were neighbors and had no real conflicts, Huang Huan had always spoken to her with sharp words from the start. Especially after Grandma Zhou left, she often made some vague gossip in front of her mother-in-law, Wang Tsuilian. Wan Baozhu wasn't a complete pushover. She didn't like to argue, but wasn't afraid of trouble. Most of Huang Huan's insinuations were just dirtying her reputation. She usually ignored them, but if she got angry, she could stand her ground and give back just as hard, making Huang Huan regret it. Although they lived just a wall apart, they rarely interacted and only exchanged polite greetings when they met. Today, Sun Ming was at home, and she was worried that her mother-in-law might cause trouble. Wan Baozhu suppressed her unhappiness and forced a polite smile. Sister-in-law, when you talk like that, everyone in town knows you're from the countryside. By the way, have you eaten? My mother-in-law asked me to bring our family's dustpan. She said she lent it to you a few days ago. Dustpan? Huang Huan's eyes flickered briefly. When was that? I don't remember. Maybe you can wait here, and I'll go upstairs to look for it. This meant she had no intention of letting Wan Baozhu into the yard. Wan Baozhu sneered inwardly, but kept a polite face. All right, you look for it. I'll go back first. When you find it, just send it over to our house. She really didn't want to go inside. Although she wasn't sure if the person was there, she didn't want to go in at all. My mother-in-law is in a hurry to make tofu, so I better not bother her. I'll go back now. Tell her I'll pass on your message. When Huang Huan heard she was leaving, her irritation flared up again. Look, I was just about to look for it. Can't you wait a little? It'll be quick. Your husband is home now, and it's not proper for me to come inside. Just wait a bit, I'll find it. After saying this, she didn't care about Wan Baozhu and closed the door to go inside. Once inside, Huang Huan couldn't help but spit on the ground. What was she so proud of? In this village, the people she disliked most, besides Chun Luyu from the brigade leader's family, were Wan Baozhu. Chun Luyu was jealous because she had stolen her sweetheart, which was why she held a grudge. But Wan Baozhu, she simply disliked because she was too eye-catching. She was a country girl, a child bride, with a hidden status she couldn't show openly. Yet, because she had a stunning, fair face and a charming figure, she managed to attract all the men's attention. What made her even more angry was that the man she married, Sun Mingkai, first got into a technical school and now he has become a teacher at a high school in the county town. Soon, he will probably bring that little troublemaker, Wan Baozhu, into the city as well. As for her, a city girl who came to the countryside, she had to dig holes in the ground and work with Zhou Yi, that old rustic, just to get by. She couldn't accept this kind of situation. This gap and jealousy made Huang Huan feel uncomfortable every time she saw Wan Baozhu. She always wanted to find trouble and say some sharp words. Huang Huan deliberately dawdled inside the house for a long time before pretending to pick up a broom and open the yard gate again. Oh, look at me. My memory is getting worse. It takes me a long time to find something. Sister, are you in a hurry? She looked at Wan Baozhu standing quietly at the door with a half-smile, secretly feeling proud. Humph. Rural folks are just rural folks. They said they wouldn't wait, but they still do. Rural people are easy to fool. Wan Baozhu said nothing, silently took the broom, and replied calmly, It's okay. My sister-in-law is 2 years older than me, and she also has a bad memory. I can understand. Otherwise, why do you get along well with my mother-in-law? She often does the same. But my mother-in-law's personality, you know, she's an old lady. She's fond of all kinds of broken stuff. If you use something next time, just return it on the same day. That way, sister-in-law, you won't have to go inside and look for trouble 3 or 4 times. Huang. What does that mean, Wan Baozhu? Is she saying she has a bad memory like Wang Suelian, that old woman? Wan Baozhu.
You.
Huan's foul words were about to come out, but it was as if someone suddenly grabbed her throat, and her voice cut off. She stared straight at Wan Baozhu's back, as if she saw something disturbing. The words she wanted to say got stuck in her throat. Wan Baozhu felt her heart suddenly jump. An invisible pressure came from behind her, making her feel uneasy. She stiffened her neck, slowly, and with some difficulty, turned her head around. Sure enough, just a few steps behind her, there was someone standing quietly. How could it be so coincidental? This person seems a bit hard to shake off, doesn't he? An awkward silence. When Huang saw Zhou Ye's cold, stern face, the embarrassment and fear from being pushed off the bed last night suddenly flooded her mind. She felt angry but couldn't say anything, her face twisting into a strange expression. Wan Baozhu wasn't doing much better either. Seeing this person again, the suffocating awkwardness from last night, his intense gaze, the touch of his fingertips, and Huan's unpleasant words. All these images mixed with the heartbreaking words from this morning at the well, child bride, protecting the child, made her burst with anger she had been holding back for a long time. She couldn't even bother with basic neighborly politeness. Clenching her broom, she quickly mumbled, Sister-in-law, I'll go back first. Before she finished speaking, she hurriedly walked away, almost running back to her own yard, her back showing her desperate attempt to escape. Zhou Ye's eyes were deep, and his gaze seemed to casually glance over her hurried figure, but inside, he silently sneered. Didn't see that coming. In front of Sun Mingkai, who was so weak he could be blown over by the wind, she always acted meek and obedient, as if she had no temper, like a soft clay figure that could be kneaded and shaped at will. But, unexpectedly, she has quite sharp claws. The few words she said to Huan just now weren't loud, and her tone was gentle, but every word seemed to jab into her lungs. That mouth. Not only the faint sobs from her passion at night sounded tempting, but her sharp retorts, hiding a needle in cotton, were even more exciting to listen to. In a moment of distraction, Wan Baozhu had already entered her yard and slammed the gate shut behind her. Huan, holding back a string of dirty words she hadn't managed to say, forced herself to swallow them back, feeling a sharp pain in her chest. She just couldn't swallow this anger. She spat harshly toward the direction Wan Baozhu left, and her sharp voice immediately exploded in the yard. Bah! Who are you? Pretending to be a simple and honest person, but actually just a quiet dog that bites when provoked. Look at her smug attitude, thinking her man is so impressive. She was scolding passionately, trying to vent all the frustration from earlier with Wan Baozhu, when suddenly she felt a cold gaze, like a blade frozen with ice, sharply fixed on her.
It was Zhou Yi.
He was standing there, expressionless, but the coldness in his eyes froze all her harsh words on her tongue, leaving her unable to speak. There was no anger in that look, only a cold, indifferent stare that made her feel like a clown. But she was still unwilling, especially after losing face in front of Zhou Yi. Huan forced herself to act tough, but her voice lowered uncontrollably, with a deliberate taunt. How? Do you really think that little brat Wan Baozhu is a good person? Zhou Yi, didn't you hear how nasty she was just now? Her status has changed now, her man is successful, and she's about to become a city lady. Her tone is so arrogant, she peeked at Zhou Ye's expression, seeing he was still expressionless, which made her hate him even more. She raised her voice intentionally, implying, think about it. She dares to talk to me like that because she looks down on us country folks, thinks we're not good enough to talk to her. She's not really looking down on me. She's looking down on you. And yet, she still tried to flatter herself, pretending to be loyal. But before she finished, Zhou Yi had lost patience with her chatter. He seemed not to hear her at all, turned around, and strode toward the yard. When he passed her, He didn't even bother to spare her a glance. Huang Huan Huan. The feeling of being completely ignored crushed her fragile composure. She watched Zhou Yi walk to the water jar, pick up the gourd ladle, and slowly wash his face. The water splashed loudly, making her look like a foolish person talking to herself. Huang Huan Huan couldn't hold back anymore. She stomped her feet, rushed forward, and blocked the way between Zhou Yi and the water jar. Her chest heaved with excitement, and she shouted sharply, "Zhou Yi, what do you really mean?
Huh?
Are you even a man? Is there anyone like you? Your wife was spoken to badly, and you said nothing. What do you want to do? That dead wife is gone." When Zhou Yi returned from the army, he must have had some settlement money and savings. But he didn't give you a single penny. If it weren't for the savings she left when she died, how could she have money to help you find a job? Last night, she took the initiative to look for him, but he treated her like that. Now he's acting like he's dead. Huang Huan Huan is furious. Zhou Yi is wiping his face and neck with a wet towel. Through the damp towel, he glances at her with a calm, cold look and says 2 words, "Divorce." Huang Huan Huan feels a rush of heat to her head, her vision blurs, and she struggles to breathe. Her finger trembles as she points at Zhou Yi.
You.
"Zhou Yi, you're going too far. You keep mistreating me over and over. Do you think you're so great? You look down on me, but I don't look up to you either." In the past, he rarely came back from the army. Now that he's out, he immediately talks about divorce. She thought maybe he had changed after all this time, but no, he's still the same. He thinks she cares about him. If she could go back to the city, find a job, and had money, would she still tolerate him? "Zhou Yi, you're not a real man. What kind of man leaves his wife at home like a decoration, never touches her? Now, you even have the nerve to talk about divorce? Why should you get to decide to leave? I tell you, I won't leave. If anyone's leaving, it'll be me. Why should you decide? Do I not deserve better? Look at yourself and see if you're worthy." She almost said whatever came to mind, just hoping to provoke Zhou Yi into doing something, so he wouldn't keep coldly ignoring her every day. But she was ultimately disappointed. Zhou Yi just threw the towel into the basin, water dripping from his short, stiff hair. He looked at Huang Huan Huan, who was red-faced from anger. His eyes were full of disgust, even mockery. Then he said, "I don't touch you, but you're not idle either. Do I need to remind you again? Last night you were with that person in the small woods doing what?" When Zhou Yi said this, he showed no emotion at all. However, his words felt like a bucket of icy water poured directly onto Huang Huan Huan's face, making her gasp in shock. "What are you talking about?" "The little woods." Her rebuttal was weak and trembling, her voice barely steady. This was the second time Zhou Yi mentioned the little woods. Last night, after being frightened and sent home, she kept thinking about it. It couldn't be true. Absolutely impossible. If Zhou Yi had really seen it, with his temper, how could he just watch her and that person finish what they were doing without saying a word? He didn't react immediately afterward. It was only when she climbed into his bed that he... This made no sense at all. What man could tolerate such a shameful insult? So, she had been holding on to hope, thinking Zhou Yi was just pretending or had heard some rumors. Besides, in that dark place, why would he think it was him? Yes, it was impossible. He was just pretending. What's wrong? No memory of the little woods? Then, do you remember the cornfield on the night of our wedding? Zhou Yi's cold voice sounded again. Like a thunderclap, it struck Huang Huan Huan's head, making her almost lose her balance. Her face turned deathly pale. If she had managed to pretend to be calm earlier, now she was truly frightened out of her wits. She never expected this. Zhou Yi actually knew about the night of their wedding, about her being with someone in the cornfield. But how is that possible? How could he know? That day, she clearly saw him leave. She watched him turn onto the main road to town before heading back. Could it be that he turned back again? Huang Huan Huan stood there in a daze, staring at Zhou Yi's cold, confident eyes. She opened her mouth several times, but didn't dare ask. Did he really turn back that night and see everything? Was that why he hadn't touched her all this time? This thought made her feel like she was falling into an icy pit, her whole body freezing. If this is the real reason Zhou Yi doesn't want to be with her, then hoping he'll give her money is probably impossible. Zhou Yi looked at her face turning pale and her panicked eyes. He felt nothing inside anymore. After so long, when he brought it up again, only disgust and annoyance remained. He no longer felt the betrayal he once did. He bypassed Huan, who was standing stiffly, and casually placed the towel from the basin on the rope. Then he headed straight to the main room, not bothering to pay her any attention. As he entered, he coldly left a final remark: "Agree to the divorce, for your own good. For his, too. Otherwise, I promise you, and he will never have a chance to leave together in this life." After saying that, he forcefully shut the door of the main room. In the past, he didn't care. Her clinging and refusal to leave were just a matter of time. Sooner or later, she would leave. Now, every time he saw her, he felt sick and disgusted. So, he decided he wouldn't be a part of this anymore. A loud bang made Huan tremble suddenly. She stood there blankly, not daring to move. It was summer, but she felt no warmth anywhere. Zhou Yi knew. He was threatening himself. Divorce? She definitely wanted to leave this marriage.
But not now.
She couldn't just be driven out without anything. She needed money to handle her work and her life in the city.
But
if she disagreed, Zhou Yi's intention was to expose everything. Damn it, she was the one who was wronged. She had sacrificed to take care of the late Zhou Laopa just for survival and money. Why was Zhou Yi treating her like this? She was not wrong. She was not wrong. She and Zheng Jianxi were truly in love. It was this cursed mountain village that ruined them, destroyed their love. Now, Zhou Yi still wanted to ruin their reputation? With the day of returning to the city approaching, how could she let Zhou Yi expose everything at this moment? After extreme fear and feeling trapped, a twisted wave of resentment suddenly surged in her heart. Huan would never admit she was wrong. She kept blaming Zhou Yi for being too harsh.
how could he treat her like that?
Now that they're divorced, she can't go back to the city. Does she have to spend her whole life in this village? But if she doesn't agree to the divorce, will it affect Zheng Jianxi and his side? No way. She can't delay going back to the city any longer. Huan felt confused and looked angrily at the tightly closed wooden door of the main room. After thinking for a while, she finally glared fiercely and hurriedly left the house, quickly calculating in her mind how to persuade that person to let her leave first. The sound of hurried footsteps from that person leaving the yard reached her ears, even the faint noise of the door not being closed properly. Soon, the yard was silent again. Zhou Yi was lazily lying on his simple wooden bed, hands behind his head, staring straight at the ceiling beams, with no emotion at all. His father had died, and his mother was gone too. He had no place to stay in this village. Originally, he didn't plan to stay here for long. After solving the messy marriage with Huan, he was going to leave. But unexpectedly, he delayed and delayed until now. Today, when everything is clear, Huan will probably agree to the divorce soon. Once divorced, he can finally leave this place for good. Huan was right about one thing. This broken place has nothing good. Especially that person. So stupid it's almost unbelievable. In the open space behind the commune team, there's usually little activity except for some old farming tools piled up. In the corner, an old tractor tire has been removed and leans to the side. Zheng Jianxi, wearing a faded gray cloth shirt with patches on the elbows, squatted on the ground, focused on fixing a torn tire. The afternoon sun was harsh, making beads of sweat shine on his yellowish neck. This broken thing. When did he ever do this kind of work before? But now, he had no choice but to force himself to handle it. My father-in-law from my hometown said that the job opening at the county's agricultural machinery factory requires a high school diploma and skills in repairing tractors. Otherwise, no matter how much money is spent, it won't help. He told me to learn properly. I have a high school diploma, but I have never actually repaired a tractor before. Right now, going back to the city seems like the best and easiest option. Anyway, I need to get a formal job at the machinery factory and leave the village. Only then will I have other opportunities. If I hadn't failed to get into college earlier, I could have left already. Thinking about today's morning, my father-in-law, who is the team leader, looked at me with disdain and said, "If I don't want to learn, then I should stay honest here. There's no need to think about going to the city or not. Wherever I live, it's just daily life. It also saves my daughter from constantly watching me like a guard. It's exhausting to watch. Having a son early is the real priority. I know that Chenluyu has been acting strange lately, always watching me, probably worried I might get involved with Huang Wanwan again. So, she keeps testing me, showing jealousy and suspicion. It's really annoying, because my father-in-law isn't familiar with me. He naturally doesn't like me much. Not knowing this, I hold a rough file in my hand, repeatedly trying to smooth it. I've been working on it for a long time, trying several times without success. Now, I'm getting impatient. My brows are tightly furrowed, as if I have a grudge against the rubber piece I'm working on. Every scrape of the file feels like a release of frustration. Suddenly, I hear faint footsteps approaching from the side, timidly coming this way. For some reason, I feel nervous and immediately look up. Sure enough, in the next second, I see Huang Wanwan looking nervous and standing in front of me. When I see her, I quickly scan around to make sure no one else is nearby. Only then do I breathe a little easier. My heart, which was tight, relaxes a bit. I ask in a dry voice, "What are you doing? Why are you here now? Aren't you afraid of being seen?" At this moment, her coldness and distance were completely different from the urgency she showed last night when pulling him into the small woods. This made Huang Huan, who was already overwhelmed with fear from Zhou Yi, finally lose control. No longer cautious, she ignored whether anyone might see her and directly rushed at him, hitting his back hard. "You're so unkind. Is this how you treat me? Last night, who said it was worth dying for me? Pulling me close? And now, during the day, I put on pants and come to find you, and you treat me like this." Huang Huan felt so wronged, she almost burst. She had sacrificed almost everything for Zheng Jianxi, her reputation, her marriage, even her body for him. Although he didn't accept her. Now, she was finally looking forward to returning to the city, but because of last night when he insisted on taking her into that small woods, she was caught by Zhou Yi. Now they were arguing about divorce, and she had lost everything. How could he speak to her with such impatience and even disdain? The more she thought about it, the more she felt hurt. She couldn't hold back anymore. Tears flooded out like a broken dam, unstoppable. She wasn't crying softly but was sobbing loudly, crying and hitting Zheng Jianxi's chest with her hands. Her strikes were gentle but full of resentment and breakdown. "You've ruined me, Zheng Jianxi. You unkind man. You've caused me so much pain." She cried so hard she was gasping for breath, her words incoherent. Zheng Jianxi was caught off guard by her sudden breakdown. He jumped up from the ground in shock, ignoring the grease on his hands. He quickly grabbed her wild, swinging wrists and shouted in frustration and worry, "What are you doing? Can't you speak properly? Wasn't everything fine yesterday? What are you playing at now?" He was truly confused and a little annoyed. What was wrong with this woman? Wasn't she half-willing and quite enthusiastic in the small woods yesterday? How come she looked like this after just one night? He had already been humiliated by his father-in-law today, and now she was causing trouble for him at this time? Huang Huan forcefully pulled her hand away, tears and emotion making her voice sharp and piercing. In the quiet corner, her words sounded especially harsh. "How can you still ask? It's all your fault. All your fault." She pointed at Zheng Jianxi's nose, tears covering her face. "If it weren't for you, last night, insisting on dragging me to that terrible place, saying it would be exciting. How could I have been so unlucky, bumped into Zhou Yi, that troublemaker? Now he knows. He must know. Just now, he was using words to threaten me. He wants a divorce. He won't give me a single cent, and wants to kick me out. I'm finished. Zheng Jianxi, I'm completely finished. It's all your fault. Zheng Jianxi was stunned by her series of accusations and crying. Then, instead of showing panic, he smirked slightly, showing a look of indifference. Huh, I wonder what you're so worried about. He impatiently clapped his hands, making sure no one else was around, then said, What are you imagining? How could he know? Last night, in the dark, there was no one else around, not even a shadow. He believed Huang Huanhuan was feeling guilty, just scaring herself. I told you, that someone's sound was me trying to scare you on purpose. Just to see you panic. Exciting, right? No one else. Zheng Jianxi thought his explanation made sense, his tone relaxed, even a bit impatient as he comforted her. So, calm down. He probably just heard some rumors or noticed you acting strange and is teasing you. Don't lose your head over it. Seeing Huang Huanhuan still crying hard, he moved closer and added, Besides, divorce is fine. Isn't that good? Didn't you agree long ago? Once you get Zhou Ye's military settlement money, you plan to divorce him, right? Then we. He lowered his voice, eyes gleaming with greed. Now that he's the one asking for a divorce, isn't that saving us a lot of trouble? No need to find ways to get his agreement later. After the divorce, you get the money and regain your freedom. Isn't that better? Getting the money might help him make some better plans or find a better job. That's nonsense. Huang Huanhuan suddenly interrupted him. Zheng Jianxi, do you think Zhou Yi is stupid? He already knows I was unfaithful, and yet he still gives me money with a brave face? No way. His attitude is very firm. He's pushing me to divorce and leave. He might really have some leverage over us. He said that if I don't agree. Thinking about Zhou Ye's cold, confident look when he mentioned the small forest twice, Huang Huanhuan felt a chill run through her. She was truly scared. She was afraid of making a fool of herself, and even more afraid of being unable to leave this place. Remember, Zheng Jianxi's father-in-law, Chen Tiekue, is the village leader. If she wants to leave, she must get past him. If something goes wrong, Zheng Jianxi might be in trouble, but she would definitely be finished. He said that if she didn't agree, they would be stuck in Bali village forever. He's crazy and lonely, and if he really did something, it could happen. She almost shouted in despair, staring at Zheng Jianxi, I can't get anything. No money. I'll be branded as a troublemaker and abandoned. Zheng, you promised to help me. You said you had a way to get me a job. And now? No job, and if I get divorced, what do I do? Are you going to leave your wife and marry me? Her voice was almost hysterical at the end. Zheng Jianxi's face immediately darkened. Marry Huang Huanhuan? No way. Especially not now. If he dared to talk about divorce with Qin Luyu, his father-in-law and mother-in-law would be ready to attack him with sickles. Thinking of this, he frowned deeply and asked seriously, Don't worry yet. Are you sure he really thinks that? Or is he just pretending because he heard some gossip in the village? You said before that he values you a lot. How could he be so impulsive to want a divorce? Listen to me, don't panic. I'll be honest with you. I didn't mean to be harsh earlier. It's just that Chen Luyu is driving me crazy today. She's acting like she's lost her mind, asking if I secretly saw you or not. My father-in-law is not easy to talk to, so I just saw you come over and was so nervous, worried someone might see us. But think about it. Chen Luyu causing trouble now, and you say Zhou Yue threatened you with divorce. I suspect that maybe we were seen when we met, and some rumors got spread, so people overheard us. Otherwise, it's too much of a coincidence. Don't scare yourself. Huang Huanhuan froze and looked at him with some suspicion. Really? She didn't quite believe it. After all, Zheng Jianxi didn't know the details about Zhou Ye's threat of divorce, but she knew the truth herself. Zhou Yi really wants a divorce. Because back then, she and Zhou Yi didn't tell the truth to Zheng Jianxi about their relationship. At first, to make him regret leaving her and marrying Chen Luyu, she deliberately told Zheng Jianxi many good things about Zhou Yi. Seeing that she finally calmed down a bit and was no longer causing trouble, Zheng Jianxi firmly said, Of course. Do you think I'd lie to you? Think about it. Today's trouble might just be because we were talking together and someone saw us, spreading rumors. Or maybe Chen Luyu was saying bad things about Zhou Yi in front of him, making him so angry. Don't panic just because something happens. And anyway, if they want a divorce, let them. Once it's done, it'll be easier when we go back to the city. My work will be ready soon. I'll go to the city first, find a chance, spend some money to get you a job, and after a while, we'll get married. Then we can be together forever. Huan's anxious heart was soothed by his words. But just as her lips were about to turn into a smile, she frowned slightly again. No. This is just your guess, and it might not be right. I always feel, Zhou, you know something. Or maybe you should find a way to let me go back to the city first.
I'm afraid.
Just in case, if he really does something, neither you nor I will be able to leave. The money I gave you before, think of a way to handle it. The job in the city is too risky to consider, but maybe I can arrange something in the county town. Zhang Jianxi suddenly looked at her with a blank expression. Seeing that he didn't speak, Huan became a little anxious. Zhang Jianxi, you promised me that you would help me find a job with that money. Now, you can't just ignore me. I'm really worried that Zhou Yi might do something reckless. Huan, how could I not care about you? But you're in such a hurry, and finding a job isn't something that can be done overnight. Besides, most jobs in the county town prefer to hire unmarried young people from the countryside.
You see.
Zhang Jianxi looked a bit uncomfortable. Huan heard this and immediately refused to accept it. Her previously calmed emotions flared up again. Zhang Jianxi, what do you mean? Zhang Jianxi looked at her, worried she might get too upset and cause trouble by shouting for help. Although few people come here normally, we still need to be careful. All right, I said it's difficult, but I never said it's impossible. If you don't trust others, that's fine, but don't you trust me? I will think of a way to handle your job situation. Rest assured. He said this while glancing around to make sure no one was nearby, then secretly took Huan's hand. Since you're in such a rush, the job will probably cost a lot of money. Think of a way to get some more from Zhou Yi. More money? Huan was unhappy. She had already given Zhang Jianxi quite a lot, over 200, almost 300. And now she still needs more? Zhang Jianxi frowned. You know how hard it is to get a job in this area. My father-in-law has been working on it for a long time, and I still haven't even gotten into that agricultural machinery factory. I'm just trying to be safe and prepare some extra money so you can get rid of Zhou Yi as soon as possible. Do you still doubt that I would hide your money? As long as the money is there, I can get you a good job, whether it's a factory, temporary work, or manual jobs at the street office. I can handle it all. Anyway, as long as I get a job offer, I can leave here first, and then slowly work on my career later. Although Huan felt sad about the money, she also knew Zhang Jianxi was right. After hesitating for a moment, she clenched her teeth, raised her eyebrows, and glared at Zhang Jianxi. You better keep your word. Don't lie to me. Quickly help me find a way to get a job. As for the money, I don't have much left. I'll think of a way and save up. Since I've spent money, you should get me a better position. Don't give me some dirty, exhausting work. I've moved to the city, and I don't want to do hard labor all day long. All right, you hurry up and save some. I happen to be going to the city in a couple of days. I'll ask around then. There must be a way. By the way, don't stay here too long. If someone sees you, it'll be hard to explain. Just leave quickly. Zhang Jianxi felt uneasy and kept urging Huan to leave. Huan rolled her eyes at him. Humph. Look at your pathetic attitude. Afraid of being seen? I think you're really just afraid your old tiger of a mother will see you. I tell you, until I get the job sorted out, don't even think about touching me again. I've figured out men. No matter how sweet they talk in bed, it's all empty talk. Zhang Jianxi. He and Huan had been together for many years. He knew her temper well and was afraid she might cause trouble if she got angry. So, after much persuasion, promises, and vows, he finally managed to coax Huan away. After she left, Zhang Jianxi let out a long sigh. A good job? It sounds simple, but he had no money and no connections. How could he find a good opportunity? If there really was such a good job, he would want it too. Keep this household registration book safe. When you're ready, Just take it and go directly to the town's commune to see your uncle Wang Dakian. He's now a civil affairs officer at the People's Commune, responsible for marriage and divorce matters. Ask him to help you think of a way. How should we handle this marriage? What documents are needed? At that time, you should handle everything quickly. Once Baozhu finds out, there's nothing you can do. Wang Xuelian handed her household registration book to her son, repeatedly reminding him, worried she might forget something. Mom, this matter isn't certain yet. There's no rush. When I need it, I'll take it then. Son Mingkai felt his mother was a bit too anxious. This divorce issue isn't something that can be decided overnight. There's no need to rush. Wang Xuelian frowned but stubbornly pushed the household registration book into her son's hand. What's not urgent? This is a big matter. Delay even one day, and there could be changes. Do you think the principal's daughter is a fool? She can't get married? She's just waiting around for you? Don't be ungrateful. You two should get serious and settle down. Then you should hurry and get divorced. That's your uncle. No need for Wan Baozhu to step in. He has plenty of ways to handle this divorce. She was a woman, so she understood women's feelings. When her son came back and mentioned that Principal Chen's daughter, Chen Lijing, brought him food and bought clothes and glasses, she knew right away. As long as her son was promising, that girl was definitely a catch. She had already made plans in her mind. So, this matter couldn't be delayed. It had to be settled quickly to prevent complications. And she was also worried that if they kept delaying, Wan Baozhu, who couldn't have children, might really get lucky and become pregnant. That would be the end of everything.
Mom.
Son Mingkai wanted to say more, but just then, Baozhu's clear voice came from outside. Mom, the beans are all picked. Do you want to make tofu now? Wang Xuelian and Son Mingkai both stiffened unconsciously. Then, before Wang Xuelian could urge him, Son Mingkai quickly shoved the household registration book into his pants pocket. Fortunately, Baozhu didn't come in. Wang Xuelian secretly cursed in her heart, frowned slightly, and rolled her eyes with her blind eyes that couldn't see clearly. She shouted loudly. At this time, Mingkai still wants to leave early. What's with making tofu? Hurry up and pack the food for him. Later, pack his clothes and everything else. Don't forget anything. As a wife, you should do things without me having to remind you. You're not paying attention at all. With this attitude, how can I trust you to take care of Mingkai? In the yard, Wan Baozhu listened to her mother-in-law's impatient scolding. She wanted to defend herself, but closed her mouth before speaking. Forget it. Even if her mother-in-law suggested making tofu, so what? If she asked her to pick beans, so what? She didn't say they were making it today. If she tried to explain, she was afraid she'd get scolded again for being forgetful. Since her mother-in-law often complained, there was no point arguing. So, Wan Baozhu stayed quiet and obediently responded, all the clothes are packed, and I'm packing the food now. It will be done quickly. Good, then hurry up. Wang Xuelian shouted loudly outside, then softly said to her son, listen to what your mother says and think carefully on the way. This is a rare chance. If you miss it, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Son Mingkai. A chance? It was 3:30 in the afternoon. The sun wasn't so strong anymore. Son Mingkai pushed his bicycle out of the yard, followed by Wan Baozhu and Wang Xuelian, who was leaning on her cane. Wan Baozhu carefully tied a green cloth bag and a mesh basket filled with food onto the back of Son Mingkai's bicycle. Then she placed 2 old aluminum lunchboxes, each with 2 boiled eggs and half a chicken, into the bike basket and warned, eat quickly when you get there. It's hot, don't spoil the food. Okay, I got it. Son Mingkai's voice was calm. Wan Baozhu wanted to say more, but worried about her mother-in-law being nearby, she hesitated and didn't speak. Ride slowly on the road. Take breaks now and then. Don't worry, it's a late night and very dark. As long as you arrive safely tonight, that's enough. My son's health has always been poor since he was young. After a few years of careful care, Wang Chuelian was still worried, afraid that riding all this way might tire him out. Mom, I understand. You stay safe at home. When I go, it might be 2 or 3 months before I come back.
Don't worry about me.
I'll return as soon as I finish my work. When Sun Mingkai said this, his eyes briefly glanced at Wan Baozhu. Sure enough, hearing that he might be away for 2 or 3 months again, Wan Baozhu looked even more sad. This made him feel a bit guilty, but after thinking for a moment, he didn't say anything. Since he had made up his mind, he could only leave Baozhu behind. In the past, Wang Chuelian would have wanted her son to come back more often, but this time, when she heard he might not return for 2 or 3 months, she didn't worry. Instead, she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, "It's okay. It's okay. Work is important. Important things come first. Listen to your mother. Think carefully. Don't be confused. As long as you get better and leave this poor mountain village, I feel like I could die happily right now." Wan Baozhu was confused. Why was her mother-in-law suddenly talking about death? Wasn't she the one who hated talking about such things? But she didn't think too much about it. Maybe her mother-in-law was just hoping her son would succeed and move to the city to enjoy life, so she spoke more seriously. After all, she thought the same way herself. Once they moved to the city and left this mountain village behind, no one would know that she and Sun Mingkai used to be child brides. She had finally endured through all these years and was about to see some hope. Sun Mingkai looked at his mother and couldn't help but glance at Wan Baozhu, worried she might notice something strange. Seeing she had no big reaction, he forced a small smile and said, "Mom, what are you talking about? You're healthy. Don't think too much. I understand what you mean. I will work hard. When the time comes, I will make sure you and Baozhu enjoy a good life." His words made Wan Baozhu's bright eyes suddenly shine. She looked at him with tears in her eyes, feeling deeply touched. In her heart, she still cared about him. If that is the case, next time when he comes back, I will make sure to be good and not let other messy people make him angry. Then, I should listen to Aunt He, comfort him in bed, and remind myself to go to the city to take care of him. If I could get pregnant, that would be the best. Thinking of these things, Wan Baozhu's face unconsciously flushed with a light blush. She looked up at Sun Mingkai, then immediately lowered her eyes, looking shy. Wang Xuelian couldn't see her shy look, but Sun Mingkai could clearly see it, and his heart warmed unexpectedly. He couldn't help but glance at Wan Baozhu again. Even though she was wearing a faded, tacky blue floral cloth dress, it was undeniable that Wan Baozhu still looked much prettier than Chen Lijing, who wore fashionable clothes. Especially now, her cheeks had a healthy glow, and her bright eyes looked at him with pure, open concern and affection. For a moment, the little hope and guilt that his mother had painted about a bright future and opportunities seemed to loosen slightly in Sun Mingkai's heart. This woman in front of him truly took good care of him, and was indeed very beautiful. If possible, he really didn't want to leave her just like that. But just as this slight looseness was about to open a crack, Wang Xuelian's timely sigh interrupted him. "Sigh, after this trip it will be several days. You stay well there. Don't let mother worry. Eat well. Don't be stingy with food. Your body isn't good. Don't be tight with the ration tickets." Sun Mingkai immediately gathered his thoughts, nodded and said, "Yes, I understand, mother. Don't worry, I won't let myself down." After saying that, he looked at Wan Baozhu again. Because of guilt, his voice softened quite a bit. "Home. Thank you for your hard work. Mother has poor eyesight, so take care of yourself. I will, don't worry. You focus on your work, and don't worry," Wan Baozhu quickly responded, her voice as gentle and firm as always. When Zhouya carried his bright, polished machete and a bundle of rough grass ropes out of his yard, what caught his eye was the scene of a family of 3 saying a reluctant goodbye next door. His steps stopped outside his own door threshold. His brows unconsciously furrowed into a knot. Looking at the woman not far away, she appeared very cautious, as if she was the only person left in the world facing the man in front of her. A strange, dark anger suddenly rose in his heart, making him feel uncomfortable. He couldn't help but glance at Sun Mingkai again, feeling sneering inside. That young man still looked fragile, like a reed that would fall with the slightest breeze. His face was full of his usual, pretentious politeness, just like before, completely unchanged. He was neither good-looking nor useful. Sure enough, some people's eyes aren't blind, but they almost are. They've never seen anything good. Otherwise, how could such nonsense fool them? Zhou pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, a strange mix of irritation and mockery swirling in his chest. Feeling disdainful, Zhou's gaze on the family of three grew darker and darker. Wan Baozhu reacted quickly, sensing something was wrong right away. She slightly raised her head and turned her face to look, just in time to meet that man's strange gaze. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. The shy smile on her lips disappeared instantly when she made eye contact with him, leaving no attempt to hide her feelings. Seeing this, Zhou felt even angrier inside and couldn't help but sneer. Did she dislike him that much? Wan Baozhu's reaction was very obvious. Sun Mingkai, who was watching her, immediately noticed. His heart moved inexplicably, and he couldn't help but follow her gaze. Not far away, at the entrance of the neighboring yard, a tall, straight figure was standing still. It was Zhou Yi. Sun Mingzai's heart skipped a beat when he saw that person clearly. Zhou Yi was wearing an old, faded military green outfit, with muddy spots on the pant legs. He casually carried a shiny machete and a bundle of rough grass rope on his shoulder, typical gear for a farmer working in the mountains. But, strangely, that coldness from deep inside him still radiated out, even from 10 steps away, pressing directly towards Sun Mingkai. His eyes, as always, were pitch black and bottomless. Sun Mingkai froze in place, a chill running down his back. Although they are neighbors who often see each other without greeting, they have not been close since childhood. When Zhou joined the army many years ago, Sun Mingkai also left home to study, so they rarely met again. Suddenly meeting like this, the atmosphere is very awkward. Even though I know this person has returned from the army and heard that he hasn't been given a new job, now he's just an ordinary worker, Sun Mingkai still feels uneasy when looking at him. He can't quite explain this feeling, but he just feels unlucky. This person, just like before, standing there alone makes others feel uncomfortable and very annoyed. However, having taught high school in the county for 2 years, Sun Mingzai's innate sense of dignity and manners quickly made him change his expression, showing a perfectly timed, surprised smile. He even carefully studied the bicycle he was pushing, then nodded slightly toward Zhou Yi's house and said loudly, "Brother Zhou Yi, you're at home. Look, I came back this time, but didn't see you. I thought maybe you're busy working in the fields and not at home. I'm about to return to the city soon, so I didn't get a chance to talk to you." When he said this, he unconsciously straightened his somewhat thin chest, trying to appear more confident. But his act only made Zhou Yi find it amusing, even more contemptuous. Zhou Yi's gaze was indifferent as he looked over Sun Mingkai. This kid was wearing a fine white shirt, black pants, his hair neatly combed, even wearing leather shoes and gold-rimmed glasses, giving him a scholarly look. This kind of appearance was really different from before.
Pretending. Zoe siniret inyardli.
His gaze almost uncontrollably swept over the woman standing beside Sun Mingkai. Seeing her, he felt even more annoyed. Sun Mingkai was dressed very well, with shiny leather shoes. But the woman next to him was wearing a loose, somewhat old blue cloth shirt, with heavily worn cuffs, and her pants' knees looked worn out and puffed up. She was wearing plain gray cloth shoes. This morning, she was still sharp-tongued and lively, waving her little hands at Huang. Now, she slightly bowed her head and quietly stood beside Sun Ming, looking out of place and very cautious. Zhou Yi felt a surge of anger inside. He really cares about his man. With his current salary, could he even afford such clothes? No wonder she dressed like that, wasting her good figure. Zhou Yi didn't respond immediately to Sun Ming's words. Instead, he looked up and down at his outfit. Sun Ming felt uncomfortable under his gaze, and his smile stiffened. Just as he was about to say something to ease the awkwardness, Zhou Yi finally moved. But Zhou Yi didn't reply to Sun Ming's words or exchange pleasantries like good job or reading is useful, which villagers often said. He just slightly, almost without any expression, tugged at the corner of his mouth. The smile had no warmth. Then he nodded faintly at Sun Ming. It was more like a dismissive gesture than a response. After that, Zhou Yi didn't stop. He turned around, shoulder carrying his load, and strode toward the back mountain. Sun Ming was left standing there, frozen, watching him walk away. The forced smile on his face disappeared completely. He stared angrily at Zhou Ye's distant figure. Zhou Yi, what right does he have? What does he mean? Right now, he was just a country bumpkin. He was a city teacher, and soon he would be a proper city person. Why did Zhou Yi treat him like that? One day, he would climb even higher. Wan Baozhu also saw Sun Ming's anger. She looked down at her muddy shoes. For some reason, her mind kept replaying the look Zhou Yi had given her and Sun Ming just now. She looked at Sun Ming's leather shoes and then at her own. Suddenly, her heart felt all mixed up. Does he also look down on her, thinking she's not good enough for Sun Ming? Zhou Ye's sudden appearance and departure somehow made her heart, which had just been lifted by her husband's kindness, suddenly feel heavy and hard to understand. Although Wang Xuelian couldn't see clearly, she could still sense something subtle from her son's words just now. However, she silently cursed Zhou Yi for being reckless, but didn't say anything. Instead, she urged her son, "That's enough. Minkai, those people don't matter. Don't waste time. Hurry up and go. If it gets dark, I won't feel at ease." Only then did Sun Minkai seem to wake up from his daze. He no longer appeared calm and said to his mother and Wan Baozhu, "I'm leaving," then quickly pedaled away on his bicycle. At the entrance of the Sun family, it was quiet and empty again because of Minksai's departure. Wan Baozhu watched her husband ride farther and farther without looking back. She didn't know why, but she felt her heart pounding painfully. Life goes on, and meals must be eaten. When the man is not at home, the burden called livelihood on his shoulders doesn't lighten at all. The Sun family situation is a bit special in the village. Minkai is now a government worker, and his household registration is no longer in the village, so he naturally doesn't get a share of the collective grain fields. Wang Xuelian used to be able to work half a labor's capacity, but now her eyes are bad. She can't go to the fields, and even walking around her yard requires leaning on a cane. As for Wan Baozhu, a girl brought in as a foster daughter from outside, she is technically part of the Sun family, but her household registration is still pending. Being a woman, according to village rules, she usually can't get the best land, fertile, close to home, easy to take care of. In previous years, when the team assigned work, she mostly got small, tedious tasks that took a lot of effort but didn't earn many work points. However, recently, there was a new wind blowing through the village. News about the upcoming land distribution policy spread quickly across the area, causing excitement and worry among the people. The land would be divided among each household. They could farm it themselves, harvest it themselves, pay enough to the state, keep enough for the collective, and the rest would be theirs. Some were excited, some hesitant and watching, and others like Wan Baozhu, worried about not having a strong, capable family member to work the land, fearing they might ruin the good land they received. They were even more afraid that they might get assigned poor land. The commune team leader, Chen Tiekue, was a man who had worked his way up from the muddy fields. He is a brave person, capable of handling responsibilities and good at planning. He often considers his own little schemes. Seeing how the trend of large-scale land sharing was tightening, each family was busy clearing their own front yard and the unused, neglected land on the outskirts of the village, which no one wanted to touch, was becoming more abandoned. The rocky hillside at the back of the mountain, the low-lying areas along the river that flooded during the rainy season, and the barren, rocky land at the west end of the village where even grass struggled to grow, these places were likely to become completely wild and ignored. This cannot happen. Unused land is a waste, and it also shows that the team leader is not capable. Our village doesn't have much land. When it comes time to divide it, our farmland will definitely be at the bottom of the list, and that wouldn't look good for him. While the policies from above were still being decided, the villagers' minds were shifting, and the team still had some labor force that could be mobilized. Chun Tiekwe held a meeting at the commune's grain-drying yard and announced a new decision with a loudspeaker. The land is going to be divided soon. I know everyone's little thoughts. Everyone wants good land, nearby land, and no one wants to lose out. He looked over the crowd below, then suddenly changed his tone and straightforwardly said, "But our commune can't just focus on the few pieces of good land in front of us. The abandoned land at the back of the mountain, along the river, and on the rocky slope at the west, how many years have they been left unused? That's a waste. It's a shame for us farmers." He raised his voice sharply. "Starting tomorrow, the team will organize land reclamation. Volunteers only, no forced labor. Those willing to work hard and sweat will earn extra points. Twice the usual points. The land reclaimed will be measured and recorded by the team, and when it's time to divide the land, those who put in the most effort and worked hardest will be given priority." Chun Tiekwe stared with bright, ringing eyes, and his voice echoed across the open space. "Who is this opportunity for?" "For families with fewer able-bodied members, hoping to get more land. For those who are not afraid of hard work and willing to put in effort. Is anyone willing to do it? Dare to take on this tough job?" This speech was like a splash of water into an oil pan, causing an immediate explosion. At the grain-drying yard, everyone burst into discussion. Extra points? Really? Priority for land? What can be grown on those broken-up places? Better than nothing, I guess. I'm the only half-labor in my family, so I probably won't get good land. There are wild boars at the back of the mountain. They even dug up the new sweet potato patch last year. The riverbank land is useless once it gets waterlogged. All that effort is wasted. But if I could just get a piece of land, even a small part, it would be mine. Voices of discussion, doubt, and planning mixed together, buzzing around. Some people felt hopeful, some hesitated, and most just watched quietly. Wan Baoju stood near the back of the crowd, unconsciously twisting the faded edge of her clothes, her knuckles turning white. All she could think about was those words, priority for high-quality land, first come, first served. Her family's rice jar was almost empty, and her mother-in-law sighed every day, complaining that the food was running out quickly. Sun Mingkai was a teacher in the city, speaking nicely, but his small salary and ration tickets barely covered his own needs, let alone supporting her and her mother-in-law. Sometimes, they even had to use their own food to help him. She knew what farming meant. It meant fighting against rocks, bushes, and hard, compacted soil, using all her strength, squeezing out blood blisters, and tiring her back. There were wild animals in the back hills, and the riverbank land was at risk of flooding. But the promise that the barren land will be given first to those who farm it was like a hook with barbs, deeply hooking her deepest hopes. She needed land. Land that could grow real food. More land, just a little more, enough to fill her family's stomachs, to reduce her mother-in-law's complaints, and to give her some hope. That she wouldn't have to rely so much on Sun Mingcai's distant help. Even if that land was poor, it was something she could hold in her hand, something she earned with her own strength, without needing to look at anyone's face. Having her own land meant having her own food. Having food meant the possibility of earning money. And with money, she wouldn't have to depend on others all the time. She'd have a little more confidence to speak for herself. She wouldn't have to be looked down on or disliked for her poor clothes. She even thought that, even if she later moved to the city with Sun Mingcai, she wouldn't want to give up that land completely. It was her roots in Bali village, her backup plan. At worst, she'd work harder, come back now, and then to tend it. She couldn't bear to part with either her man or her land. Right now, she couldn't count on her husband. She wanted to fight for this land. After thinking all the way home, Wan Baoju, exhausted, poured a cup of cold water. Just as she was about to drink, Wang Suelian, sitting on the doorstep of the main hall, spoke softly. Her eyes were blind, but her ears were sharp. She listened carefully to every word from the loudspeaker in the village. "You're back? Tilling the land? Humph, sounds better than it is." Wang Suelian's voice was dry and carried a lingering resentment. "That land? The foot of the back mountain? The rocky slope? The riverbank? Are those proper fields for farming? How much grain can you get from those?" Not even enough to compare to a small part of good farmland. She paused. It seems Chun Tiekue just wants to make a good name for himself in town, showing he's capable. She took a deep breath. And about this land division, they say it's based on work points. With just your share of work points, can you even get a spot in the team? Our family is in a tough spot. In the end, the land will probably go to others, leaving us with the leftover, the least useful bits. Giving us some wasteland is just wasting time. Wang Suelian sighed long, her sigh full of self-pity and hidden sharpness. Ah, people are really different. Same as being someone's wife. Some men are not around, but look at Ho Hot over east. She earns half the work points of a strong laborer all by herself. Her strength and energy are unmatched. But I blame myself. My blindness has held you back. I can't help much, and I need you to take care of me. This family depends on you alone. It's really hard on you. Her words were jumbled, sounding like she was trying to understand her daughter-in-law's difficulties. But the underlying meaning was like tiny needles, stabbing into Wan Baoju's heart. Wang Suelian's message was simple. She was blaming her for being less capable than others, resenting her for earning fewer work points, and implying that the family's current hardship was because Wan Baoju was useless. Wan Baoju froze, her hand holding the water. The cold well water slid down her throat, but it couldn't suppress the bitter and suffocating feeling rising inside her. She knew what her mother-in-law meant. She had always known. They looked down on her frail body, saying she couldn't do heavy work. They criticized her for being slow and not earning enough work points. In the eyes of her mother-in-law and many villagers, Wan Baoju is just a pretty face, beautiful but useless, a burden to the Sun family. Sometimes she finds this amusing herself. She was born in a mountain village and grew up in the soil, so why does she have such a weak body? When working in the fields, others can finish in half a day, but she struggles all day and still can't finish. She often feels so tired that her vision blacks out, and she has fainted in the furrows more than once. Because of this, she has heard many gossiping remarks from the villagers and seen looks of either sympathy or disdain. But what can she do? This weak body isn't something she can choose. She has secretly shed many tears, but her body just won't get stronger. At night, Wan Baoju lies on the Kong bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Her mind is a jumble of thoughts. Finally, in the late hours, she drifts into a half-sleep. In her dreams, sometimes she sees Sun Mingkai speaking gently to her, and other times she sees him looking at her with dislike. In her hazy mind, she also imagines the neighbor man giving her and Sun Mingkai a contemptuous look, even though she knows it's just a dream. For a moment, Wan Baoju really doesn't want to care about old-fashioned rules. She feels that once she wakes up, she should secretly burn some incense to dispel bad luck. For 2 days straight, Zhou Yi stayed hidden in the remote old forest behind the mountain. He wasn't just hunting. Since returning from the army, he felt frustrated and upset about the messy situation with Huang Huan, and he needed an outlet to vent. The mountain forest was the best place. Here, he could regain the feeling he had in the army. Since coming back, he knew this part of the mountain very well, setting trap after trap. Just recently, while setting a trap, he also used a stone to knock out a silly rabbit. He had no intention of going down the mountain at night. Instead, he went straight to his secret base on the mountain. He had a temporary shelter in a small cave on a cliff. Usually, no one passed by there, and inside, he even kept an old, torn blanket. Whenever he didn't want to go home, he just stayed there. Compared to staying in the same room as Huang Huan, he would rather hide in a cave and be free, since he couldn't stay there for long anyway. As night fell, Zhou Yi built a small fire and slowly roasted a cleaned, skinned wild rabbit. The fat dripped into the fire, making a sizzling sound that was very tempting. Soon, the smell of cooked meat spread through the air. Zhou Yi ate quietly, then put out the fire and carefully buried the traces with dirt. He wrapped his clothes tightly and lay down to rest. Before dawn, Zhou Yi suddenly woke up. He looked around the dark cave and saw no other figures. Suddenly, he punched the mountain wall hard. This is really cursed. He wondered how he hadn't realized before how terrible he was. Since meeting that person, he felt himself becoming more and more of a bad person. Thinking about the inappropriate scene in his dream and recalling how that person's wet clothes looked when fetching water, Zhou Yi felt he was truly doomed. He couldn't stay in this broken cave for a second longer. He got up and went to check the traps. Luckily, he was successful. One snare caught two struggling mountain chickens, their feathers bright and flapping wildly. Another hidden snare caught a fairly large badger, which had already died. Zhou Yi quickly processed the prey. The mountain chickens had their necks broken, and the badger was skinned and gutted. Badger oil was good for treating burns and frostbite, and the skin and meat could be sold for some money. Plus, the nearby trap caught 3 rabbits, so the harvest was quite good. He packed these animals into a large bag he brought, then gathered all the wild yam roots he had picked earlier. Before leaving the mountain, he silently looked at the villages and fields below, his gaze deep. Zhou Yi first went to the town, then took a tractor to the county seat. Like usual, he didn't meet anyone he knew along the way. The county was much livelier than the town. He paid the tractor driver 2 dimes and got off quickly, carrying his heavy bag and half a basket of herbs into a quiet alley. He looked around to make sure no one was following, then headed into a relatively quiet back street and knocked on an unremarkable wooden door. A man in his 40s, thin and dark-skinned, opened the door. When he saw Zhou Yi, he looked at the item in his hand and on his shoulder, and a clear understanding flashed in his eyes. He immediately smiled and stepped aside to make space. "You're here.
Come in.
You're early today." This man was Chun Ermin, a cousin of one of Zhou Ye's comrades. On the surface, he worked at a farm machinery factory, but secretly, he also bought mountain goods, wild game, herbs, and other items to make extra money. Zhou Yi had met him a few times before and thought he was a decent person. The prices he offered weren't much lower than the black market, so Zhou Yi sold him the mountain products he collected. Without wasting words, Zhou Yi went inside, put down the sack, and let Chun Ermin check the goods. They weren't strangers anymore, and Chun Ermin was good at judging quality. After inspecting, he quickly offered a fair price. Zhou Yi didn't haggle and simply took the 150 yuan handed to him. Seeing Zhou Yi so straightforward, Chun Ermin felt a bit embarrassed. He looked at Zhou Yi's face but didn't see anything wrong. Still, he felt uneasy inside. After thinking for a moment, he took out 3 cloth tickets from his pocket, totaling 3 feet of cloth. "Brother Zhou, lately the black market has been very strict. Sometimes they loosen up, sometimes they crack down. No one knows what will happen. I'm worried that if something happens, I won't be able to sell and I'll lose money. So,
Don't mind the low price.
it's not easy for me either." Chun Ermin wanted to explain more, but Zhou Yi shook his head and said casually, "It's okay, I understand. No need for the cloth tickets." As a grown man, Zhou Yi just needed to stay clothed. What use would he have for cloth tickets? He didn't accept the items he sold, but Chun Ermin felt more nervous. Recently, because of Zhou Yi, he had earned quite a bit. If Zhou Yi said it was fine but secretly cared, wouldn't that ruin his business? Thinking quickly, Chun Ermin took out 3 more cloth tickets from his pocket. Together with the previous ones, they added up to 6 feet of cloth, enough to make a shirt. This time, regardless of whether Zhou Yi wanted them or not, he forcefully handed them over.
Take them. You have to take them.
If not, I, your older brother, won't feel at ease. I can see you're capable. In the future, I'll still be counting on you, he spoke sincerely, holding Zhou Ye's hand tightly, afraid he would refuse. Seeing this, Zhou Yi thought for a moment and decided to accept. "Okay, I'll take it. Thanks, Brother Chun. No need to thank me. It's mutual. Without you, I wouldn't make any money either." Chun Ermin felt relieved when Zhou Yi accepted. They exchanged a few more words, and Zhou Yi left. Everything went smoothly, and it was still early. He was so busy that he hadn't eaten yet. Not wanting to waste money, Zhou Yi bought a few meat buns and ate them as he headed to the state-owned grocery store. He wasn't there to buy household items, he just needed cigarettes. He knew that recently because of that person his craving for cigarettes had become much worse. The store had everything, but it was crowded with noise and pushing. Fortunately, Zhou Yi was tall and stood out in the crowd, but he didn't like the noise and just wanted to buy his cigarettes quickly and leave. To avoid the crowd, Zhou Yi moved to the fabric counter nearby. His eyes immediately fixed on a piece of fabric with a white background and red floral pattern. For some reason, seeing that fabric made his mind flash with the image of a woman's face and her loose, worn-out clothes. He stopped in his tracks and unconsciously touched the cloth ticket in his pocket. That thing was of no real use to him, anyway. Feeling inexplicably compelled, he was about to approach the staff to ask about it when he heard a woman's affected voice nearby. "Minkai, look at this dress. Do you think it suits me?" It looks good." The man's voice was gentle and polite. "Minkai?" Zhou Yi squinted slightly and couldn't help but turn his head to look. Not far from the clothing counter, two young people, a man and a woman, stood close together, both looking down at the clothes on the rack. They were standing very close. But beside him, the young woman who was almost pressed against his arm and smiling happily was not Wan Baozhu. She was a young girl, probably in her early 20s, wearing a fashionable floral blouse and neat blue pants, with her hair tied high in a ponytail. She tilted her head slightly, pointing at a red long dress inside the display case, her eyes raised slightly, signaling to Sun Minkai to look. Her gaze on Sun Minkai was full of reliance and affection, without hiding it. Sun Minkai leaned slightly, listening carefully, nodding now and then, speaking softly in response. He seemed to have a very good temper. Who was a proper man, in broad daylight, walking so close with a young woman who was not his wife, shopping in a department store and laughing and talking about a dress. Zhou Yi stood still, his eyes cold as he watched the two figures through the crowd and noise.
Ha!
He silently sneered in his mind, a mocking smile curling at his lips. What a model teacher, with a bright future, Sun Laosher. He studied for a few days, got a government job, and already thought he was someone important? Beneath that polite appearance, he was just a hypocrite, pretending to be upright while secretly greedy and selfish. Enjoying the attentive care and dependence of his foolish wife at home, yet outside, he was happily shopping with other young women, smiling like a flower. The key was, that girl was not even half as good as Wan Baozhu, just a bit more fashionable. If Sun Minkai wasn't after something, Zhou Yi wouldn't believe a word. With such a character, he still dares to teach and educate others? That foolish woman. Zhou Yi thought bitterly, involuntarily recalling Wan Baozhu at the door of the Sun family, her tender white face raised, full of dependence and reluctance for Sun Minkai, eagerly saying goodbye. Being ordered around like a servant, her heart completely devoted to this useless man, unaware of what he was doing outside. Isn't she foolish? She deserves it. Finally, he cast a cold glance at the couple still immersed in their flirtation. His eyes showed clear disgust, as if he saw something disgusting and dirty. He quickly looked away, a surge of anger rising in his chest, making him feel restless. He couldn't stay any longer. Suddenly, he turned around with a cold, distant aura that kept others at bay. Without hesitation, he pushed through the crowded grocery store, even forgetting his original plan to buy cigarettes. On the way back, Zhou Yi's mind was in turmoil, unable to find peace. Sun Minksai's fake smile and the young woman's friendly laughter kept flashing in his mind. But what stayed even more stubbornly was Wan Baozhu's face, the gentle, dependent look when they said goodbye, and her pale, stubborn face after he hurt her with his words by the water tank. Thinking about her dark, glassy eyes, possibly forever filled with blind, foolish trust in Sun Minkai, made his anger burn hotter and feel more suffocating. Stupid. Damn it, he's a hopeless fool. He cursed bitterly in his heart, unsure whether he was insulting Wan Baozhu's foolishness or the rotten world. But in the next second, his frustration turned inward. Why was he so angry here? It's none of his business. Whether Wan Baozhu lives or dies, whether she's smart or foolish, has nothing to do with him. Mind your own business. He kept cursing silently, but his steps unconsciously quickened. In the county town, he didn't buy cigarettes. While handling some affairs in the town, Zhou Yi bought 2 packs of cigarettes at the supply and marketing cooperative, then bought some food. After eating and drinking enough and buying some dried meat, he headed back to the village. As he approached the village entrance, it was getting dark. To save a few steps and avoid talking to villagers, Zhou Yi took a shortcut along the rough, gravelly land beside the village instead of the main road. This area was rarely traveled, overgrown with weeds, but he could faintly see a narrow goat trail. However, just as he stepped into the wasteland, a slow-moving figure appeared on the path ahead. It was a woman. She carried a long-handled hoe on her shoulder, with a large bamboo basket hanging from it. Whether because of the weight or something else, she moved very slowly, her figure swaying in the growing darkness, looking exhausted. Zhou Yi paused slightly, his sharp eyes quickly locking onto that figure. In just one glance, he recognized her. Is that person, the one he's been angrily calling silly woman, in his mind, Wan Baozhu? His eyebrows immediately furrowed. Knowing that woman didn't like him, he had no interest in approaching her and making things worse. Looking at the darkening sky, he decided to just walk on. He was too lazy to take a detour. So, he slowed down his steps, keeping a quiet distance of about 10 steps behind Wan Baozhu. As night deepened, the quiet on this deserted land was startling. The two of them walked silently, one after the other, in perfect harmony. But after a while, Zhou Yi's brow furrowed even tighter. Something was wrong. This woman's way of walking was too strange. It wasn't just slow and unsteady. Her steps were shaky, uneven, with her shoulders rising and falling. Carrying the hoe and basket looked awkward, even stiff. Several times, she nearly tripped over a protruding stone, almost falling. She barely steadied herself by grabbing the hoe handle. She was slow, unsteady, making people feel annoyed and uneasy. Zhou Yi's growing irritation flared up again. What was she doing? She was just a woman, in this place where no one else was around. Why was she here? What if she ran into some trouble? She'd be crying for help. He was thinking about whether to just pass her by and ignore her when Wan Baozhu suddenly staggered again. This time her fall was bigger. She let out a muffled cry and tilted toward the weeds by the roadside, about to fall. Her hoe and basket looked like they would drop at any moment. Zhou Yi's eyes sharpened. His body moved faster than his mind. He took several big steps forward and caught her arm just as she was about to fall. With quick hands, he also grabbed the falling hoe and heavy bamboo basket. Her arms were surprisingly slender. Through her thin clothes, he could feel her trembling.
You.
Zhou Yi just wanted to ask what was wrong, but when he looked down and saw Wan Baozhu's face, all his words got stuck in his throat. In the darkness of night, Wan Baozhu's face was so pale that there was no blood, and her forehead was covered with tiny beads of cold sweat. A few damp strands of hair clung messily to her cheeks and neck. Her lips were pressed tightly, trembling slightly. Her black eyes, usually filled with complex emotions, looked hazy at this moment. She clearly didn't expect someone to suddenly support her from behind. Startled, she looked up and met Zhou Yi's deep, bottomless eyes. Her body stiffened instinctively, and she tried to break free, but because she was weak all over, she wobbled unsteadily and completely fell into Zhou Yi's arms. Wan Baozhu's face turned red with embarrassment. She was afraid that the person in front of her might misunderstand. "Let go," she said softly and hoarsely, full of resistance. Zhou Yi didn't loosen his grip. Instead, he held her tightly, worried she might fall. His sharp gaze swept over her body and finally fixed on her left leg. Near her calf, on the old, torn pant leg, there was a dark stain that was clearly deeper than the surrounding fabric, looking like mud or perhaps dried blood. Moreover, her leg was positioned unnaturally when standing, with her toes barely touching the ground, as if afraid to put weight on it. "What happened to your left leg?" Zhou Yi asked quietly, his voice low and emotionless. But to Wan Baozhu, it sounded unusually stern. She quickly looked away, not wanting to meet his eyes, and forcefully tugged at her arm. It's nothing. Nothing serious. Let go of me. I can walk by myself, she said, trying to free herself from his hold. She attempted to stand, but as soon as she moved, her left leg went weak, and she sank down again. At this moment, Wan Baozhu felt like crying her heart out. Why did her body have to embarrass her at this moment? She struggled to hold back her feelings all day, but now she simply couldn't anymore. Tears started falling one after another. Zhou Yi had been watching her closely as she sank, but he didn't reach out. Wasn't she trying to act tough? He decided to let her go, but as he did, she lost her balance and was about to fall flat on her backside. And she, unexpectedly, started crying. Zhou Yi felt an inexplicable irritation inside. His body reacts faster than his mind. Before Zhou Yi could react, his strong arms quickly pulled her into his embrace, steadying her. His irritation grew when he saw her weak, stubborn look, and he felt a strange, hard-to-explain feeling. Since she couldn't say what she wanted to, Zhou Yi decided not to ask anymore. Instead, he reached out and carefully lifted her horizontally. Ah, Wan Baozhu gasped, but in the next moment, she saw the man gently place her on the ground. Then, without asking, he roughly rolled up her pant leg, avoiding touching her lower leg too much, though his actions were a bit rough. Under the faint last bit of daylight above, Zhou Yi saw clearly. On the outside of Wan Baozhu's lower leg, there was a long, deep cut, with torn flesh and skin. It was roughly bandaged with a torn cloth from somewhere, but the bandage was sloppy, soaked with blood and mud, sticking to the wound. The edges were swollen and red, and some parts looked like they might be infected. The wound was deep, clearly caused by a sharp stone or blade.
No wonder.
No wonder she was walking so slowly and looking so miserable. Zhou Yi's lips pressed into a cold, straight line. How did you get hurt? Wan Baozhu didn't answer. Seeing her silent, Zhou Yi sneered. What? Did you do something you're ashamed of, and now you can't even speak? Wan Baozhu suddenly looked up, her dark eyes full of dissatisfaction as she glared at him. Stop talking nonsense. I was just responding to the captain's call and came here to clear the land. Clear the land? Zhou Yi frowned. Why? Wan Baozhu hesitated, realizing he really didn't know about this. She explained softly. The captain said that the land in this village will be divided again. Every family can get some land, some must be handed over to the government, and the rest can be kept by ourselves. Our village doesn't have much land, so if we join the land clearing now, we might get a bigger share when the land is divided later. As she spoke, she noticed Zhou Yi's face darkening with anger. She couldn't continue talking. So, you came to this deserted land no one wants to work on, just to earn a little more money to support your man and your mother-in-law? Wan Baozhu. You. Why do you say that? My leg isn't serious, just a bit dirty and looks scary. She spoke quickly, nervously pulling up her pant leg to avoid him seeing it again. Zhou Yi looked at her. If he could, he really wanted to open this foolish woman's head to see what kind of nonsense was inside. Did she really work herself into this state? Does Sun's blind wife know?
Does Sun Minkai,
that good husband, who spends time shopping with other women in the town, know his wife's leg is almost rotting? A wave of unnamed anger, mixed with a restless feeling he didn't even realize he had, suddenly overwhelmed him. Is this what you call nothing serious? His voice was cold as ice, but his eyes burned with anger, locking onto Wan Baozhu's pale, evasive face. With your leg like this, don't you want to go home and get it bandaged and rest? Why are you still here? If you keep delaying, do you want to lose your leg? Or do you think a limp looks better? Or maybe you'd rather faint here in this dark place, and when the wild boars come down from the mountain, they'll just eat you? Wan Baozhu was frightened by his stern words and fiery eyes. Maybe she was just too exhausted, her struggling weakened. She tilted her head, biting her lip tightly, her eyes reddening uncontrollably, but she stubbornly refused to let tears fall. If she stubbornly refused to admit her pain, Zhou Yi was even prepared to ignore her and give her a good scare. But now, she said nothing. Only tears kept falling. Seeing her helpless state, Zhou Ye's anger grew even hotter. However, he decided not to scold her anymore. He let out a restless breath, his gaze sweeping over her badly injured, barely covered leg. The next second, he started unbuttoning his shirt. Ruan Baozhu didn't understand what he was doing and looked at him in shock, terrified and incredulous, ready to run away. What was he trying to do?
Zhou Ye.
You. Before she could finish her threat, he suddenly pulled hard and tore off a strip of white cotton cloth. She looked at what he was holding with surprise and couldn't help but glance again at his open shirt, revealing a torn piece of cloth on his undershirt. She froze. While she was stunned, Zhou Yi had already taken the water bottle from her bamboo basket, then roughly rolled up her pant leg and rinsed it briefly. Then, in her shocked eyes, he used his own shirt to wipe it clean, carefully wrapping the cloth around her leg afterward. His movements were smooth and confident, leaving no room for refusal. Ruan Baozhu was caught off guard. Before she could react, he had already bandaged her leg and carefully lowered her pant leg back down. Then, he turned around, facing away from her, crouched slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Get on. I'll carry you back." As he spoke, he placed her hoe and bamboo basket nearby, then tossed his own belongings into the basket. Ruan Baozhu was completely stunned. She looked at the man's broad back, forgetting how to respond. She didn't refuse, nor did she move. "Are you deaf?" Zhou Ye's voice was impatient. "Or, do you want to crawl back yourself, so everyone in the village can see your broken leg? If you get tired halfway, a wild boar might come and take you away for dinner." Ruan Baozhu's cheeks instantly flushed red. She didn't know if she was angry or embarrassed. Does this person have to talk like that? Can he speak nicely? A grown man, yet every sentence is full of sharp words, not a single one that sounds kind. Who is he trying to scare? Besides winter, how many times can wild boars come down the mountain? Why is she so unlucky? Just injured her leg, and now a wild boar might take her. Does he think he's a 3-year-old? And besides, he's a grown man. She's just a woman. How can he carry her? If the villagers saw, they might drown her in their spit. Not to mention her mother-in-law, she probably wouldn't pass that test. What's more frightening than wild boars is the villagers' sharp tongues. I can walk by myself. She struggled futilely to stand up. "Stop talking nonsense." Zhou Yi lost patience completely. Without waiting for her to hesitate further, he quickly reached out and grabbed her. His arm went through her legs, and his other hand steadied her back. With a little effort, he easily lifted this surprisingly light woman onto his back. Suddenly, she was lifted into the air. Ruan Baozhu gasped in fear and instinctively clutched his shoulder with her hand. The warmth from his back came through his thin clothes, hard, hot, and mixed with a faint smell of sweat. Her mind went blank, and she forgot to struggle. How could he do this? Zhou Yi felt the lightness of her weight on his back and furrowed his brows even more. Is this woman made of paper? He stopped speaking. With one hand supporting her and the other holding a hoe with a bamboo basket hanging from it, he took steady steps toward the village. It was already completely dark. On the lonely path, only the sound of his firm footsteps could be heard. After the initial tension and nervousness, Ruan Baozhu was now holding herself up, afraid to touch his back. But even so, she could clearly feel the muscles moving on his back and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Her leg wound still throbbed painfully, but a new, complicated feeling was quietly replacing her fear and sadness. She secretly looked up at his cold, sharp side profile close to her, feeling suddenly anxious. So, the man's strength could be so great. Today, several villagers came to work on this abandoned land. They worked quickly, dividing the land into equal parts. Before sunset, they finished and went home early. Only she was slow, and she fell while trying to clear stones from the land. She also got cut by a sharp stone. At that time, no one was around to help her. She had no choice but to bandage herself roughly. It was truly unfair. She even imagined that if her man was at home. But she quickly stopped herself. Even if he was home, his health wasn't good, and he couldn't handle the work in the fields. Feeling tired and in pain, all her emotions mixed together, making her feel overwhelmed and tangled up inside while she was on Zhou Ye's back. Zhou Ye carried her on his back as they walked into the deepening night. His heart was not at peace. The light weight of the woman on his back annoyed him, and the injury on his leg made things worse. Sun Mingkai was in the county town, happily with another woman, which made the scene in front of him seem even more miserable. It was like a thorn in his heart, making him very angry. He still thought Wan Baozhu was too foolish. For a man like that, for a broken family, she had made herself like this. Wasn't that foolish? But he had no right to say anything. Feeling angry inside, he walked silently without saying a word. Luckily, the road was deserted, and there were no other people around. The two of them walked all the way without meeting anyone. But Wan Baozhu was nervous. As they approached the edge of the village, she hurriedly spoke. "Don't go east, go through the small woods behind." Because their two families lived on the west side of the village, next to the small woods, that was the shortest way and wouldn't meet anyone from other villages. However, as soon as she finished speaking, her face suddenly turned red. She realized she had said the wrong thing again. She instinctively looked at the man carrying her. She couldn't see his face clearly, but his steps didn't stop, and she didn't know how he was reacting. Wan Baozhu felt like crying but had no tears. How could she be so stupid? Last time she mentioned this, he got angry. Why was he angry again now? She wanted to explain, but was afraid that the more she explained, the more confusing it would become. So she stayed silent, feeling anxious, and tightened her body, afraid of upsetting the man. His steps remained calm and steady. After a while, Wan Baozhu noticed that he was heading toward the small woods. Was he not angry? An awkward silence lasted. The sky had completely darkened. Apart from the rustling sound of footsteps, there was no other noise. As they neared home, Wan Baozhu finally felt relieved. She hesitated whether to get off now. But then, something embarrassing happened. Her stomach suddenly growled loudly. The sound was so clear that she could even feel Zhou Ye's footsteps pause briefly. "Wan Baozhu, are you hungry?" Zhou Ye's cold voice sounded, and his steps had returned to normal. Wan Baozhu was feeling shy. When he suddenly asked her so directly, she felt even more embarrassed and mumbled, "A little." She paused, then said, "But it's okay. We'll be home soon. Once we get home, I can cook. I haven't been home all day, and I wonder if my mother-in-law is okay alone at home. I left her some steamed buns in the morning. That should be enough for her to eat." To avoid feeling awkward, Wan Baozhu started rambling, not even sure what she was saying. Anyway, she just hoped Zhou Ye wouldn't mention her stomach growling again. Zhou Ye's expression, which had softened a bit earlier, stiffened again when she mentioned her blind mother-in-law. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Haha, your mother-in-law is quite lucky.
You
Really are tightly controlled by that family." Wan Baozhu, although she didn't understand what he was upset about, she could hear the sarcasm in his tone. It seemed like he had some opinions about her mother-in-law and her family. "My mother-in-law. Her eyes aren't very good, and my husband isn't home. It's right for me to take care of her. Before, she was pretty nice to me. Anyway, we're almost there. Let me get off now, or people might talk if they see us." Wan Baozhu tried to make up for it and struggled a little to get off Zhou Ye's back. Zhou Ye stopped walking. Just when Wan Baozhu thought he was going to say something else, he suddenly bent down. She was startled and quickly slid down from his back. Once she was steady, in the next second, Zhou Ye turned around, took something out of his basket, and then, not knowing what kind of paper package he pulled out, he threw it in. "This thing is useless. Here, take it." His tone was unusually sharp. Even late at night, Wan Baozhu could see his dark, serious face. After speaking, he didn't wait for Wan Baozhu to reply. He shoved the hoe and bamboo basket into her hands, took his own belongings, and strode away. Wan Baozhu stared blankly at the bamboo basket in her hands, then looked at the person who had already walked far away. She wanted to refuse, but she had no chance to speak. More importantly, she couldn't catch up with him. So, she hobbled along, leaning on her hoe, slowly heading home. Fortunately, it wasn't far now. Zhou Yi didn't go straight home. Instead, he stood in the shadow across from the two courtyards like a silent statue, watching that slender figure stumble and almost fall as she entered Sun's house. The wooden door creaked and slammed shut behind her, blocking her view, but not completely stopping the sound. In Sun's yard, Wang Xuelian's complaints immediately rang out, especially clear in the quiet night.
Baozhu?
You're finally back. What time is it? It's already dark. I thought a wolf from the back mountain had taken you away. If I weren't blind, I would have gone to find you. Then came Wan Baozhu's soft, gentle voice. Mother, I was a bit slow because I had more work. Sorry for the delay. You can't finish your work and come back early?
You just have to dawdle until now.
My old eyes are blind, but my stomach isn't. I'm starving, pressed against my back. I've already eaten the 3 small cornbreads in the pot. Now I'm just burning with hunger. Sigh, as I get older, I become useless. If only I could see, I'd have cooked the meal already. I wouldn't be waiting here with such longing. It's my fault. I have no skills and can't help you. That voice sounded caring, but it was actually complaining. Humph. Zhou Yi stood in the darkness by the wall, silently sneering. The curve at the corner of his mouth was cold and mocking. He didn't know whether he was laughing at the helpless, obedient woman in Sun's yard who dared not even cry out when hurt, or at himself. Damn it, he was hiding here like a shadow that couldn't see the light, eavesdropping behind someone else's wall, feeling suffocated inside. He thought he was simply sick. The anger that had been suppressed whenever Sun Ming was seen close to other women in town now boiled over as he forcibly pushed down his irritation on the way back with Wan Baozhu. At this moment, Wang Xuelian's hypocritical complaints ignited him completely, making his temples throb fiercely. He had planned to stay overnight at that home tonight, but now, hearing the noise from next door, his anger surged uncontrollably. To hell with it! Zhou Yi suddenly turned around and didn't hesitate anymore. He bent down and grabbed the thing he had casually placed by the wall, his movements full of frustration and anger. Then, without looking back, he took long strides toward the back mountain, quickly disappearing into the dark night. Better to see nothing. The mountain was quiet. At least it looked better than this messy scene. In the Sun family's yard, Wan Baozhu endured the sharp, stabbing pain from her left leg wound, listening to her mother-in-law Wang Xuelian sitting on a small stool at the door of the main hall, complaining endlessly. You too. Clearing land is a man's hard work. You, a woman, insist on doing that. If you can't finish, why don't you come back earlier? It's so late now, what's going on? Look at this home, cold pots and cold stoves. I'm starving and anxious. If I could cook, I'd do it myself. But this old body, my eyes aren't good anymore. I really can't do much. I have to rely on you. Don't complain about me nagging. I just worry about you. Wang Xuelian pounded her leg and sighed deeply, pretending to look pitiful, but secretly, she had some suspicions. Her son wasn't home, so she had to watch her carefully. If her daughter-in-law was charming outside and secretly seeing other men, it would ruin her son's reputation. She wouldn't allow that. Tomorrow, don't come back so late.
Come home early.
If you can't finish, so be it. Do you hear me? Okay, mother. I understand. Don't worry, sit and rest for a bit. Wan Baozhu tried to keep her voice steady and gentle. I'll go cook now. It'll be ready soon. Please bear with it a little longer. As she spoke, she struggled to move her steps toward the kitchen. Every step made her left calf feel like it was cut by a dull knife, pain making her vision black out, her teeth clenched tightly. But she didn't want to tell her mother-in-law, or let her notice anything was wrong. What could she do if she told her? It wouldn't help her, only make her seem useless. She has a simple mind, but isn't stupid. She can tell from her mother-in-law's words that she doesn't like her. She isn't deaf to the hints, but she has no other skills. She only wants what she desires, money. She moved into the small, dark kitchen, lit a kerosene lamp, and instinctively reached into the water jar to wash rice. She picked up the gourd scoop and dipped it into the water. The bottom of the scoop only touched a little cold liquid, making a hollow sound. Her heart sank. She stood on tiptoe, and looked into the jar. Sure enough, the water was almost gone. Just a thin layer of muddy water with some sediment at the bottom, barely enough to wet her hand, let alone cook with. Yes, the water she drew last night was used for cooking, washing, and laundry this morning. Her mother-in-law probably used some again in the afternoon. There was almost nothing left. Usually, she could go to the field and fetch water without trouble.
But today, now.
What should she do? She stood by the stove, staring at the empty water jar. A wave of exhaustion and helplessness washed over her like a tide. Her legs hurt so much she could hardly stand. She was tired and thirsty, and her wound was throbbing with pain. She truly had no strength left. But if no one did anything, she couldn't cook, and her mother-in-law would go hungry. She supported herself on the cold edge of the stove, slowly sat down on a small stool. In the dim light, she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and suppressed the almost overwhelming feeling of grievance. She couldn't cry. Hadn't she known this all along? Crying wouldn't help. She couldn't fall apart. Not now, at least. She held onto the stove and stood up again. First, she had to solve the water problem. Going to fetch water was impossible now. Her eyes searched the kitchen and finally landed on the water jug on the stove. When she saw it, she smiled. What a relief. Inside the jug was some water she had boiled in the morning and left to cool, prepared for when she returned from the field. Now, looking inside, there was still half a bucket left. It wasn't much, but it was enough to cook some porridge or similar. Definitely enough. Carefully pouring water from the kettle into the pot, she then scooped a small amount of coarse rice from the rice jar, rinsed it briefly, and added it to the pot. She also placed a few leftover steamed buns from yesterday into the steaming basket. Then, she sat in front of the stove and started a fire. She used larger pieces of firewood, as she was too lazy to gather leaves, which made it a bit difficult to start. She struggled to light several matches before finally igniting a handful of dry grass. She carefully stuffed it into the stove and gently blew on it to keep the fire going. The smoke was thick and made her cough repeatedly, tears streaming from her eyes. Fortunately, the fire finally caught. The pot began to make faint boiling sounds, and the smell of rice slowly spread. At the entrance of the main room, Wang Suelian seemed to smell the aroma. Her complaints paused briefly but soon resumed, turning into urging words. Baozhu, hurry up. When will this porridge be ready? I'm so hungry I feel anxious, and my stomach is sour. I know, almost done, mother. It'll be ready very soon. While responding, Wan Baozhu carefully prodded the fire in the stove with a stick to keep the flames steady. But as she watched the flickering flames, for some reason, her mind unconsciously began to picture that person's figure. When he left, it seemed like he was angry. Does he also think he's useless? Wan Baozhu felt very uncomfortable during this dinner. After serving Wang Xuelian a bowl of porridge, so thin it reflected her face, she listened to her complain for a while about not enough rice, no oil, and even in the city, I don't know how the food is. Only then did Wan Baozhu finish cleaning the dishes and put them in the kitchen. Since there was no water, she couldn't wash the dishes, so she simply left them there for now, planning to deal with them tomorrow. After everything was tidied up, night had fallen deeply. Wang Xuelian groped her way back to the east room of the main house and soon fell into a steady snore. Wan Baozhu, with her aching and numb leg, slowly walked toward her own room. The yard was completely dark, with only the faint glow of a kerosene lamp from the west window, casting a small yellowish circle of light. She habitually wanted to check if the door was locked, but as her eyes swept over the cluttered corner of the wall, she paused slightly. There was a bamboo basket placed there, the one Zhou Yi had helped her carry back before. That's when she remembered what Zhou Yi had thrown in earlier. A small, square package wrapped neatly in dark oil paper, about the size of a palm. Wan Baozhu frowned, reached out, and picked up the oil paper package. It felt heavy and solid, with a firm, strip-like shape inside that she could feel through the paper. It also faintly emitted a salty, unique smell. Zhou Yi said he didn't need it, so what could this be? She pinched the package as if holding a piece of hot coal, standing quietly in the yard for a few seconds. It couldn't stay here. If her mother-in-law found it tomorrow morning and asked about it, she should take it back inside first and wait for a chance to return it to him. She carried the oil paper package back to the West Room, gently locked the door behind her. Looking at what she held, she couldn't help feeling curious. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to open it. The oil paper was wrapped carefully, with neat, sharp folds at the edges, and tied with a thin hemp string in a simple knot. Her fingers were stiff, and it took several tries to untie it. The oil paper unfolded layer by layer. Inside, the contents were exposed under the dim, yellow light. What is this? Juan Baoju looked at the carefully sliced, evenly cut strips of dried meat, which had been well-preserved and sun-dried. The meat was dark brown, firm, shiny with oil, and smelled strongly salty with a hint of a mysterious spice aroma. There were quite a few, more than a dozen strips. If she ate sparingly, it could last her many days. She was completely stunned, staring at the small pile of dried meat on the Kong, a traditional heated bed, as if it wasn't food but some strange creature that could bite.
Meat.
Such a precious thing in every household. Even the meat coupons Sun Mingkai occasionally brought back were mostly exchanged for longer-lasting fat for cooking oil. Now, with so much dried meat, it must be worth a lot of money. And Joey had casually thrown it to her. Juan Baoju's mind was a mess, her heart pounding wildly. He said it was something he didn't need, but how could that be impossible to use? Who wouldn't want to eat meat? What did he mean? She couldn't keep this. She had to return it. But how to do that? Late at night, if she went over now, not only would Huang Huanhuan be angry enough to lose her temper, but her mother-in-law might also be upset and find it hard to explain. During the day, under everyone's watch, that's even less possible. She stared at the package of dried meat, as if it were a hot potato she didn't want to hold or throw away. Her mind was full of worries, uneasy and restless. Finally, she clenched her teeth, carefully wrapped the dried meat with oil paper again, restoring it to its original shape. Then, she looked around the small western room, and her eyes fell on an old wooden box stacked at the end of the Kong bed. It was where she kept her few pieces of clean clothes and some sewing supplies. It was a bit high, so she wasn't worried about her mother-in-law touching it. She moved over, opened the box, placed the oil paper-wrapped meat inside, and pressed the lid down tightly, as if sealing a secret. After finishing, she slumped onto the edge of the Kong. The wound on her leg, after all this fuss, hurt even more, making her sweat coldly on her forehead. She was both in pain and exhausted, with no strength left to move, so she simply leaned back and lay on the Kong. Her mind was a jumble of thoughts, sometimes about that strong, silent man, sometimes about his mocking gaze, and sometimes about the hidden dried meat. Juan Baoju felt like she was trapped under an invisible net. She couldn't understand it, and she didn't dare to think about it. Since she was a child, she knew that Sun Mingkai was her sky, her man. She hadn't even spoken to other men. Now, she realized too late that she shouldn't have gotten so close to that man, and she shouldn't have let him carry her back in the afternoon. Night deepened, and everything was silent. Juan Baoju fell asleep unknowingly, not noticing the kerosene lamp, which was extinguished by the evening breeze coming through the window. In the neighboring Zhou family's yard, it was dark. Huang Huanhuan lay on the east bed, tossing and turning like a pancake, feeling hot all over, with her heart burning like fire. She knew that Zhou Ye, that bastard, probably wouldn't come back again. Since she secretly entered his room and was caught, then was forced to divorce after he used the little forest incident to threaten her, he had been less and less at home. She didn't know where he was wandering off to. However, she didn't care whether he would come back or not. If he didn't come back, that was even better, so she wouldn't have to face his gloomy face all day, scaring people. But she couldn't sleep. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. The angrier she became, the more restless she felt, and she didn't know why her heart was burning with discomfort. She simply rolled out of bed, lit the kerosene lamp, and slowly tiptoed to the kitchen. She picked up a water scoop, filled it with cold water from the water tank, tilted her head back, and gulped it down with a loud gulp. The icy well water slid down her throat into her stomach, temporarily calming her fiery feelings. She wiped her mouth, roughly threw the water scoop back into the tank, making a loud clink sound that was especially sharp in the quiet night. She was startled herself. Steadying herself, she groped her way to the back door of the main room, locked the latch, and turned around to go back to her own room. But after taking just 2 steps, her feet seemed nailed to the ground, and she suddenly stopped. In the dim light, her eyes fixed on the opposite side, on the tightly closed wooden door of Zhou Ye's room. A thought suddenly arose. Zhou Ye wasn't home. Tonight, he definitely wasn't here. Last time. She took the opportunity when Zhou Ye was away to look for the money he kept at home, but no one expected that just as she reached the cabinet, Zhou Ye appeared silently behind her like a ghost. His cold gaze almost froze her to death, scaring her nearly out of her wits. But now he wasn't here. His discharge settlement money, allowances, wages, and so on. Surely he didn't leave all of it at home, right? Once this thought appeared, she couldn't suppress it anymore. Like claws scratching her heart, it made her itch and burning away the last bit of hesitation caused by fear. She didn't believe it. Since they've already torn apart their relationship, could it be worse than now? Huang Huanhuan took a deep breath, clenched the kerosene lamp tightly in her hand, and tiptoed toward Zhou Ye's room. Even knowing he wasn't home, she still quietly pressed her ear against the wooden door and listened for a while. When she confirmed there was no sound or movement, she slowly pushed the door open. With a creak, she was so frightened her heart almost jumped out of her chest. After a moment of stunned silence, confirming Zhou Ye was not inside, she gained a little more courage. She carried the lamp carefully and stepped into the room. The furnishings were very simple, almost bare, and everything was clearly visible. It was far different from her current living place. She had a clear goal and went straight to the old wooden cabinet with peeling paint. The cabinet door was not locked. She took a deep breath and suddenly pulled it open. Inside, there were only a few worn, washed-out old clothes folded neatly, along with some rough cloth garments. Other than that, it was empty. Huang Huanhuan paused, unwilling, and reached inside to shake out each piece of clothing, feeling around both inside and outside. Nothing. Not even a coin. She frowned, closed the cabinet door, and quickly walked to the wooden bed. She lifted the pillow. Underneath was only a flattened straw mat. Bending down, with her hips pushed out, she brought the kerosene lamp close and carefully looked under the bed. Nothing but dust and 2 old, worn shoes. She wasn't even willing to give up. She lifted a corner of the quilt and touched behind the old newspaper pasted on the wall, tapped the edge of the bed and the table legs. She searched every possible hiding spot she could think of. Still, she found nothing. Huang Huanhuan was stunned. She stood in the middle of the room, holding the kerosene lamp, staring blankly. How could this be? Not a single penny? Zhou Ye had returned from the army, and even if some settlement money was spent, there should be some left, right? Where was the money? Did he not eat or drink? But soon, a cold chill ran up her spine. She understood. It wasn't that there was no money. It was that Zhou Ye had been guarding against her all along. He never kept the money in this home. Or rather, he never kept it where she might find it. This realization hit her like a bucket of ice water, completely extinguishing her faint hope and greed. Instead, she felt exposed, like a thief, full of shame and anger. This heartless beast. He really. Huang Huanhuan cursed through clenched teeth, her chest rising and falling violently with anger. He treats me like a thief. Won't give me a single chance. She trembled with rage, yet still, she refused to give up. With a sense of venting her frustration, she rummaged through the few belongings in the room again, making a mess. Of course, it was all in vain. At this point, could she still be clueless? Jean was determined to cut ties with her completely and wouldn't let her take even a penny cheaply. Should she wait? Besides staying in this cold, empty house, Seeing his cold face and being threatened with his manipulations, what else could she gain?
No.
She couldn't wait any longer. She had to find a job quickly. With a job and a town household registration, she could finally leave this suffocating, broken village. Yesterday, she overheard villagers gossiping and clearly heard Chen Luya proudly bragging in front of several women that her husband, Zheng Jianshu, was about to start working at the county's agricultural machinery factory as a formal employee. This meant Zheng Jianshu's job was secure. He had promised to help her get a city registration. Huang Huanhuan no longer cared about tidying up her messy house or whether her actions would leave traces that Zhou Yi might notice. So, what if he found out? They had already torn their relationship apart. That night felt especially long and hard for Huang Huanhuan. She lay awake, staring at the dark ceiling, her mind filled with thoughts of money, work, and Zhou Ye's cold face. Before dawn, she got up quickly, wiped her face with water, and didn't bother to comb her hair. She threw on a coat, quietly opened the courtyard door, and slipped out like a ghost. What she didn't know was that Zhou Yi saw her leave. They went in opposite directions. She went out. He came back. Once inside his room, Zhou Yi immediately saw the messy, disturbed traces in the house. He looked silently for a few seconds, with no expression on his face, only his eyes growing colder. Then, as if he saw nothing, he walked straight to the water basin, scooped water, and started washing. He secretly sneered. Looks like he's really anxious. If things don't work out, maybe he should find a way to help her. Ruan Baozhu was awakened by a sudden pain in her leg. It was already dawn, and the grayish light seeped through the window covered with old newspaper, dimly illuminating the room. She struggled to sit up and immediately checked her leg. The swelling was still obvious, and moving it caused sharp pain. She sighed, endured the discomfort, and prepared to get up to fetch water. The pot was still a mess. If she didn't fetch water soon, she would probably be scolded again later. As she moved to sit by the bed and was about to put on her shoes, her gaze unintentionally swept over the ground beneath the window. There, on the table next to the wall, lay a small, old newspaper-folded pouch, only half the size of her palm, lying quietly as if someone had slipped it through the window crack. Wan Baozhu's heart suddenly jumped. She remembered clearly that last night before sleeping, there was definitely no such thing there. She hurriedly skipped putting on shoes, jumped on one foot, and carefully picked up the small paper pouch. The pouch was light. She pinched it and felt a fine powder inside. She hesitated for a moment, then slowly opened it. Inside was some finely ground, grayish-brown medicinal powder, giving off a faint, herbal scent. She looked at it with suspicion, then examined the outside of the paper pouch and saw two crooked but forcefully written characters. Wound medicine. No signature, no extra words. But Wan Baozhu almost immediately knew who had left it. Besides Zhou Yi, no one else. She held the small pouch and the note, standing there with a complex, hard-to-express mood. The heavy, startling dried meat she found in the bottom of the box last night was still there, and now another pouch of medicinal powder meant for treating wounds. What exactly was he trying to do? A strange, sour yet warm feeling quietly rose in her heart. That man she feared, resented, and thought was difficult to understand, kept reaching out to help her when she was at her most helpless and vulnerable. Even if his way was rough, his words harsh, and sometimes made her feel embarrassed. Honestly, this small pouch of medicine made her more unsettled than the dried meat last night. What are you doing inside? Haven't woken up yet? Wang Suilian didn't hear a response. Her voice grew louder, with clear annoyance.
Hey.
Mom, I'm here. Wan Baozhu quickly raised her voice, trying to sound calm. I'm just tidying up the room. It's still early, not even dawn. You can lie down a bit longer. I'll call you when the food is ready. As she spoke, she hurriedly packed the medicine powder and quickly grabbed it.
Sigh.
Well, I'm getting old. I sleep less, and I get confused more easily. Wang Suilian muttered, her voice gradually lowering, as if she had laid back down again. Wan Baozhu let out a breath of relief and leaned against the bedpost to rest. Pain from the wound on her leg struck her in waves, sharper than when she bandaged it last night. She looked down at the small packet of medicine in her hand. For a moment, she hesitated. Then she seemed to make a decision. She sat carefully on the edge of the bed, gently rolled up her left pant leg. The wound, wrapped in white cloth, was still swollen and red around the edges. She held her breath, carefully untied the bandage from last night, revealing the wound. Then she opened the small paper packet. She pinched some of the powder with her fingers and carefully applied it to the wound, spreading it evenly. The powder felt cool and slightly prickly on her skin, easing the sharp pain almost instantly. After applying the medicine, she carefully rewrapped the wound with a clean white cloth. Though slow because of the pain, her movements were firm.
She understood now.
She had to use this medicine. If her leg didn't heal well, she couldn't do anything, only make herself more of a burden and be more easily criticized by her mother-in-law. As for this favor, she would consider it borrowed. Later, when she had a little more money or a chance, she would find a way to repay him. Even a few eggs or something else valuable she could give. After applying the powder, the burning pain in her wound seemed to lessen, replaced by a cool, herbal bitterness that was soothing. She carefully moved her ankle. It still hurt, but much less than before, when every movement felt sharp. This medicine really seemed to work well. A faint, genuine feeling of gratitude grew in Wan Baoju's complicated heart. She couldn't delay any longer. She took a deep breath, supported herself on the bed frame, and slowly stood up, limping out of the west room. The kitchen was a mess. The water jar was almost empty, and the pots and bowls used last night hadn't been washed. The stove was cold and empty. The rice in the jar was nearly gone. Looking at the empty water jar and the cluttered room, Wan Baoju couldn't help but let out a long, silent sigh. Once again, she felt tired and weak. But what could she do? She had to eat, and life had to go on. Resigned, she walked to the corner of the wall, picked up a pole and 2 empty water buckets. The moment she put the pole on her shoulder, the injured left leg bore weight again, causing a sharp pain that made her sway. But she clenched her teeth and moved forward step by step, only able to go outside. It was just dawn, and the village was still very quiet. The gate made a faint squeak as it opened, clearly audible in the morning silence. The sound wasn't loud, but just a wall away, inside Zhou Ye's west room, Zhou Yi, who had just gone to bed and closed his eyes to rest, twitched as if pricked by a needle, and his eyes suddenly opened. That woman. What was she doing now? At this hour, she shouldn't be trying to work. Could it be that her leg injury was so serious that she was risking her life to farm? The thought instantly ignited Zhou Ye's long-suppressed irritation and a strange, uncontrollable anger. He almost jumped out of bed immediately, moving so quickly he seemed to be swept by the wind. His body reacted faster than his mind. He didn't even have time to think about why he was meddling. He had already strode out of the house, crossed the main hall, and suddenly pulled open his own courtyard gate. Clang! The loud noise of the gate being forcefully opened sounded especially loud in the quiet morning. Wan Baoju was just carrying the empty buckets, staggering slightly, passing by Zhou's courtyard gate. Startled by the sudden loud noise, she froze and turned around. She saw Zhou Ye's tall figure standing straight at the door, the old wooden gate slightly ajar. He had no expression on his face, but his dark eyes showed obvious displeasure and anger. He stared directly at her, especially at the pole on her shoulder and the water buckets in her hands. Wan Baoju's heart jumped to her throat. Her feet froze in place, unable to move. It's him again. Why is he coming out at this time? And looking like he's about to eat someone? Zhou Ye's gaze swept over her pale face, her obviously injured left leg, and her water-carrying outfit. His anger suddenly surged to the top of his head. Sure enough, this woman is really quite industrious. Her leg is like that, yet she still dares to carry water? He didn't bother to say a word, not even giving Wan Baoju a chance to react. He took several big steps forward with a commanding presence. In Wan Baoju's frightened, wide-eyed state, he reached out and grabbed the pole on her shoulder. What are you doing? Wan Baoju's voice trembled with fear. She instinctively held tightly to the other end of the pole, refusing to let go. If someone saw this, fighting at the door early in the morning, someone might see. Let go. Zhou Ye's voice was low, cold, and commanding. He applied a little force to his hand. If you're afraid of being seen, let go immediately. Otherwise, I don't mind letting everyone see. He sounded like a scoundrel when he said this. Wan Baoju was both embarrassed and angry. She knew she couldn't fight him. When she momentarily lost focus, she felt an irresistible force, and the pole slipped from her grasp. Then, the empty water buckets in her hands were snatched away by him. The whole process was so quick, so forceful, that she couldn't resist. Brother Zhou. I can do it myself, really. Wan Baoju panicked, anxious and scared. She looked around nervously to make sure no one else was around, then hurriedly tried to take back the water buckets. She didn't dare to get close to him, only whispering her excuses in vain, her face losing all color. Please don't do this. Zhou Yi held the pole and the water buckets in one hand, while his other hand instinctively reached out to steady her unsteady body. But just as he was about to touch her arm, he was startled by her frightened eyes. He froze, pulled back, and looked at her with a stern face, his voice very low. If you're afraid of being seen, just stand still and don't move, Wan Baoju. After Zhou Ye finished speaking, he didn't look at her at all. He turned around directly, carrying the yoke and water bucket that belonged to Wan Baoju, and strode toward the well platform. His back was tall and straight, and his steps were quick and steady. Wan Baoju stood frozen in place, stunned by a shout. She watched his figure quickly walk away, her mind blank and her heart a mess. Is he going to fetch water for her?
But why?
Just because her leg was hurt? He gave her dried meat and medicine, so why is he still concerned? And his look just now. It was so scary. He was clearly helping her, but his eyes and tone made it seem like she had done something terrible. Her leg still hurt, and she leaned weakly against the earthen wall, feeling confused and helpless. For a moment, she didn't know whether to stay or go. She couldn't help but glance at Zhou's courtyard, afraid that Huang Juju might come out at any moment. How would she explain then? And if her mother-in-law came out, she couldn't see her, but if she knew about Zhou Ye and her, she could guess what she would say, probably something harsh. Wan Baoju endured it, grateful that their homes were far apart. If not, she was really afraid she might faint from fear. Fortunately, Zhou Ye moved quickly. Not far away, he carried 2 full buckets of water toward her. He still had no expression. Wan Baoju watched him set the yoke and buckets at her courtyard gate. Bring it inside, he said simply. His voice was a little softer than before, but still cold. Until your leg heals, do less heavy work. After saying that, he seemed too lazy to look at her again. He didn't wait for her response, turned around, and went back to his own yard. Then, with a loud bang, he shut the gate. Wan Baoju didn't say a word. She was left outside the door. She looked at the 2 heavy buckets of well water at her feet, then at Zhou's tightly closed courtyard gate. Her tangled thoughts felt even more chaotic. Huang Juju was worried that if she was seen by villagers coming to find Zheng Jianqing before dawn, the news would reach Qinliyue. So, I secretly hid in the empty yard behind the commune for a long time, but I didn't see Zheng Jianqi's figure. She curled up in a corner and sat there, not knowing how much time passed. As dawn approached, Zheng Jianqi casually walked over toward the tractor. Once he was sure no one else was around, Huang Huanhuan slowly stood up. Jianqi. Her voice was a little hoarse. Zheng Jianqi was clearly surprised to see someone there and flinched in shock. He instinctively looked around to confirm no one else was present, then quickly approached her. Without saying a word, he grabbed her arm and pulled her into the broken grass shed behind the tractor. Huanhuan, why did you come so early? Didn't we agree to meet less often recently? Don't worry about work for now. He lowered his voice, looking nervous. Work is really busy for me right now, and I can't let Qinliyue see me. He truly liked Huang Huanhuan, but he was also genuinely afraid. Getting his job settled in the city was hard enough. If that troublemaker Qinliyue found out anything, it would definitely cause trouble. He knew what was more important. The next moment, Huang Huanhuan collapsed into his arms, clutching his shirt tightly. Tears fell freely, full of grievance.
Jianxi, please help me.
I really can't stay here anymore. I want to divorce Zhou Yi. He's very cautious around me now. I can't access his money at all, and he always speaks coldly to me. I can't take it anymore. If things don't change before you help me find a job, I won't be able to hold on. You can't just watch me suffer. Her gentle body pressed tightly against Zheng Jianxi, making his heart soften involuntarily. In the past few days, busy with work and cautious of Chen Luyu causing trouble, they hadn't seen each other for several days. So naturally, they hadn't had a chance to be close. Now, seeing her crying so sadly, Zheng Jianxi's feelings of pity suddenly surfaced quietly. He reached out and embraced her. Don't cry. I told you, once my work stabilizes, your move to the city will be no problem at all. He reached out to wipe her tears, lightly touched her lips, and lowered his voice to threaten. Keep crying and I might not be able to hold back. Even in the daytime, I might do something to you. Although it sounded like a teasing joke to Huang Huanhuan, it only made her feel proud. She believed Zheng Jianxi couldn't live without her and liked her. She slightly lifted her tearful eyes and gave him a shy yet angry look. You're such a mess. I'm telling you serious stuff, and you're talking nonsense. Aren't you worried about being seen now? That look of hers immediately stirred Zheng Jianxi's long-held thoughts, and he couldn't help but nibble her lips. Who's the one acting so unruly? Isn't it because you're so good at flirting with me? My heart is with you every day. It's not up to you how things go. He moved closer, almost burying his face in her neck. Huang Huanhuan, breathless from his embrace, still managed to push him away. You're crazy. I'm really just talking about serious stuff. Seeing her serious expression, Zheng Jianxi regained some reason and spoke softly. Okay.
I'm listening.
Though he said that, he didn't loosen his hold and kept holding her tightly. Huang Huanhuan buried her face in his chest and muttered, I know your family is strict, but my heart only belongs to you. I married Zhou Yi because of pressure from your side. I had no choice. Zheng Jianxi, you promised to take me away. Now that your work is settled, I can't wait any longer. I want to divorce Zhou Yi. Let's do it now. After the divorce, I'll secretly follow you into the city. You said those wages couldn't make me a formal worker? Well, temporary work is fine. I just want to leave here immediately. If you leave, don't leave me behind. Wherever you go, I'll go too. I won't be separated from you anymore. Feeling her full dependence, Zheng Jianxi secretly felt a bit of pride, making him more confident and bold. All right, we'll never be apart again. Since Zhou Yi doesn't want to be the Green King, you should divorce him. Then we'll go to the city together. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Huang Huanhuan raised her face, her eyes full of hope. When have I ever lied to you? Zheng Jianxi held her face, wiped her tears with his thumb, and spoke confidently. For you, I have to make this happen. You go talk to him about the divorce first. I'll think of a way to handle the temporary job and get it done quickly. But you must not let others find out about this. Even after the divorce, say it's a job arranged by your family. Be sure not to slip up. Don't worry. I'm not that stupid. Huang Huanhuan's voice was softer than before. She quickly wrapped her arms around Zheng Jianxi's neck and kissed him. Early in the morning, Zheng Jianxi was stirred by her, feeling a bit mischievous, but he couldn't let it out. He was afraid someone might see them during the day. Frustrated, he pinched her full chest. You little devil. Tonight, you have to find a way to come out. Huang Huanhuan rolled her eyes at him. Aren't you afraid now? Zheng Jianxi grinned and said, I'm afraid, but I want you even more. Shameless. They flirted and cuddled for a long time, agreeing on a place to meet that evening. Huang Huanhuan then quietly slipped away when no one was looking. In the following days, life was dull and uneventful. Even though they lived just behind a wall, closer than villagers, they never crossed paths. Wan Baozhu deliberately avoided the times she might meet him. She also didn't go early to fetch water. Zhou Yi seemed busy too, leaving early and returning late, always mysterious. Sometimes she heard Huang Huanhuan scolding loudly from next door, but she never heard any sound from that person. Wan Baozhu even suspected that he might not be living at home at all. Her wound on her leg had almost healed. The frightening red swelling had started to scab over. Occasionally it itched and felt uncomfortable, but walking was no longer a problem. The dried meat wrapped in oil paper was still hidden at the bottom of her box, like a secret that burned her fingers. She couldn't bring herself to say it out loud. Every time she looked at it, she felt guilty. She felt like a turtle hiding inside its shell, telling herself she wasn't not returning because she didn't want to, but because she hadn't met that person yet and had no chance. She didn't mention that she was deliberately hiding her true feelings. Because her leg injury kept her from working for a few days, although Wan Baozhu still went to the field every day, her assigned plot of land was far behind schedule. Her daily work points were very low. If she kept delaying like this, when the total points were finally counted, she wouldn't be able to get a good share of the land, and she might end up working for nothing these days. Wan Baozhu was not willing to accept this. So once her legs started to heal a bit, she worked even harder. However, the land was not only full of weeds, but also had many small and large stones underneath, making it very hard to clear. Pulling out weeds and digging up roots was easy enough, but the stones she removed piled up into a small hill nearby. The current problem was that she had to move the stones away quickly, or she wouldn't be able to plow the land later. The team's cart was available, but she couldn't move the stones with it. So, she had no choice but to use an old bamboo basket. After work each day, before it got completely dark, she would carry the stones in baskets to a dry ditch not far from the wasteland. It was a slow and tiring method, but it was the only way she could think of. In the evening, Wan Baozhu ate half a steamed bun she kept in her pocket, which helped her regain some strength. Then she picked up the bamboo basket again and continued working. Fortunately, she had told her mother-in-law she would be late returning home that night, and her mother-in-law had left her some food in the pot at noon. Although she couldn't see, she could feel her way around and still manage to fill her stomach. Wang Tsuelian, her mother-in-law, was naturally unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. The family's grain was running out day by day. Even if she didn't care about getting a better piece of land, earning more work points was still beneficial. So, no matter how reluctant she felt inside, she held back and didn't say anything unpleasant. Night fell gradually. The entire wasteland was now empty except for Wan Baozhu. She threw her hoe aside, placed the bamboo basket next to a pile of stones, and bent over, slowly tossing stones into the basket. After filling more than half of the basket, she struggled to lift it and carefully walked about 100 meters to the dry ditch. She repeated this process 5 or 6 times. Sweat soaked her forehead and back, and her arms ached from the continuous effort. Her injured leg also started to ache faintly. However, Yuan Baozhu didn't dare to stop. She held her breath and tried to see clearly for a little longer, hoping to carry a few more baskets. As she carried another basket toward the dry ditch, it was almost completely dark. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Only her heavy breathing and footsteps could be heard. She was usually very timid. Seeing the tall weeds beside the ditch, she felt uneasy and started to regret coming. If she had known, she wouldn't have come at all. Never mind, she thought, just finish quickly. She hurried to finish, quickening her steps. But just as she reached the ditch and hadn't yet turned the basket in her hand, she heard rustling sounds from the bushes nearby. Startled, Yuan Baozhu turned her head quickly. She saw 2 dark figures staggering out of the bushes, smelling strongly of alcohol, approaching her. In the faint light, she recognized them as 2 troublemakers from the east end of the village, Lu Matzi and Wang Liuzi. Both were known for being lazy and often stole chickens or caused trouble. They also liked teasing young women. Yuan Baozhu's heart raced. She forgot about the basket, dropped it on the ground, and was about to run. But Wang Liuzi, quick and sharp, reached out and stopped her. "Hey, I wonder who this is? Isn't this the beautiful young maid from the Sun family? What's going on? Late at night, you're alone. Can't sleep, huh?" Wang Liuzi grinned, breath smelling of alcohol, and looked her up and down with ill intent. Because she was working, her loose clothes were soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her body, showing her slim waist and full chest, making Wang Liuzi feel uncomfortable and itchy inside. Lu Motzi also chuckled strangely. Baozhu girl, look at this late hour. What are you busy with? Such hard work, can your small body handle it? Come on, call out to your good brother and we'll help you. They moved to surround her from both sides, trapping her tightly. Yuan Baozhu was so frightened she felt her soul leave her body. She tried to hide but couldn't escape, run but couldn't get away. She was so scared her voice changed. What are you trying to do? Don't come closer. I will shout for help. Please go away. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. He made no sound at all, as if he had fainted, and was completely silent. Everything happened so quickly. Lu Motzi grabbed Yuan Baozhu's hand and froze in place. His face still wore a lewd smile, not yet wiped away, as he saw the person who should have been in front of him, but somehow had moved behind him. In the next moment, a large iron clamp-like hand grabbed his neck, and then everything spun around. Lu Motzi let out a short, sharp cry. He was thrown to the ground by an unstoppable force, his face hitting the hard, broken stones. Blood flowed from his nose, and his front teeth were loose. He felt dizzy and blurred, unable to see clearly who was coming. Suddenly, a big foot in sturdy shoes kicked him over effortlessly. The next second, that foot ruthlessly pressed down on his chest, with such force that he thought his ribs might break. Cough, cough. Who the hell are you? Are you crazy? How dare you hit me? Lu Motzi struggled to turn and see who was stepping on him, still cursing stubbornly. The moonlight broke through the clouds, shining brightly on the person in front. A tall figure, with a sharp face and no expression. Only those cold, dark eyes staring at him. It was Zhou Yi. Lu Motzi's whole body seemed to freeze, his blood almost stopping. He was mostly sober now. It's not that he was cowardly. Zhou Yi's fierce reputation was well known. Everyone knew how dangerous he was. When he was a kid, he fought without caring about his life. Anyone who dared to provoke him would face revenge anytime, day or night. Lu Motzi remembered once stealing his family's sweet potatoes. That winter, Zhou Yi caught him and forced him into the river, almost drowning him. If Zhou Yi's father hadn't stopped him, Lu Motzi might have lost his life. Now, after returning from the army, Zhou Yi looked even more fierce. Lu Motzi had no doubt that this man definitely had people who could kill. He was just involved in some petty theft and sneaky tricks, but he couldn't afford to offend Zhou Yi.
Zhou Yi.
Brother.
Please spare me.
I really didn't mean it. Lu Motzi was so scared he couldn't speak properly. The pressure on his chest almost made him vomit blood. Zhou Yi stepped on his foot and pressed down slightly. The sound was quiet but sharp, like ice shards hitting Lu Sanga's ear. Which hand touched him? Didn't touch. Lu Motzi wanted to argue, but Zhou Yi suddenly pressed harder with his foot. Lu immediately yelled like a pig being slaughtered. Right hand. I just pulled his arm. Brother Zhou Yi, we drank too much and got confused. We won't dare again. Please forgive us. Zhou Yi didn't bother to listen to his excuses. He bent down and grabbed Lu Motzi's right wrist. He was so scared he felt like his soul was leaving his body.
Don't.
Brother Zhou Yi, I was wrong. I really was. Snap. A sharp, unpleasant sound. Lu Motzi's right wrist bent at a strange angle. He let out a loud, painful scream, trembling all over, with tears and mucus covering his face. Zhou Yi let go and threw him aside like trash. Then, his cold eyes looked toward Wang Liuzi, who had just woken up and was trying to get up from the grass nearby. Wang Liuzi had just stood up and looked up at him, terrified. He tried to run, crawling away. Zhou Yi took a few steps forward and kicked him in the lower back. Wang Liuzi fell to the ground again, landing on his face like a dog. Spare me, brother Zhou Yi. We were blind. We won't dare again. I was wrong. Wang Liuzi cried loudly, kowtowing and begging. Zhou Yi looked down at him coldly and pressed his foot firmly on his hand. You have 6 fingers, right? Well, today I'll help you. I'll make sure everything's right, so no one will call you six-fingered anymore. After saying that, he suddenly pressed down hard, crushing the last finger. Wang Liuzi was in terrible pain but couldn't move. It wasn't just about destroying his 6th finger. It seemed Zhou Yi was about to ruin his hand entirely. It hurts. It hurts. I don't know how long passed, but Zhou Yi finally lifted his foot. By then, Wang Liuzi's hand was covered in blood and looked very blurry. Zhou Yi looked at him, then at Lu Mozi, who was crying and clutching his wrist nearby. His voice was cold and sharp. If you dare to move him again, or if I hear a single word from you, that's not just your hand that will be broken. His cold gaze swept between their legs. Get out. Yes, yes. We won't dare again. Rest assured, we won't. We're leaving right now. Right now. Wang Liuzi felt as if a great mercy had been granted, and he ignored his pain. He and Lu Mozi, who was half dead nearby, helped each other and hurried away into the darkness, not daring to look back. Once everything was quiet again, Wan Baoju's suppressed sobs became very noticeable. When Zhou Yi turned around, he saw her sitting on the ground, her clothes messy, her hair disheveled, her face full of uncontrollable fear, trembling uncontrollably, clearly very frightened. Seeing her like this, Zhou Yi suddenly felt he had been too soft earlier. He took a step forward, stopped in front of her, and cast her in shadow. Wan Baoju was startled by his approach. She instinctively shrank back, then, only afterward, covered her torn clothes at her chest and pulled them tighter. Zhou Yi said nothing. He slowly took off his gray coat, bent down, and gently draped it over her. Before she could react, he roughly adjusted it, a bit impatient, but it effectively covered her exposed chest. His fingers inevitably touched her neck skin, cold and calloused, making Wan Baoju shiver again. Zhou Yi stood up, looked down at her with lowered eyes. Can you get up? Wan Baoju nodded, hurriedly wiped her tears, bit her lip, and tried to stand. But her legs were uncooperative. She tried twice but couldn't get up. Zhou Yi frowned, didn't ask more, and simply reached out his hand, signaling her to take it. Wan Baoju looked at the large hand suddenly appearing before her, hesitated for a moment, then resigned herself and placed her hand on it. Forget it. She wasn't new to feeling this embarrassed in front of him. But as soon as her hand touched his, Zhou Ye's brow furrowed tightly. He clenched the other hand that was hanging on his thigh, barely suppressing the ripples in his heart. It turned out her hand could be so soft. Because of Zhou Ye's support, Wan Baoju finally managed to stand up from the ground. However, when she got up, her legs felt weak, and her body wobbled backward. Fortunately, Zhou Yi reacted quickly and caught her. His movement was not gentle, but it was steady enough. Wan Baoju held onto his strong arm, feeling the tight muscles beneath the fabric clearly. Once she was steady, she immediately let go and took 2 steps back, keeping her distance from him. She looked down, her face flushed with embarrassment, partly from shame, partly from fear. Her voice was soft and trembling, with a hint of tears, like a mosquito buzzing, but clearly heard in the quiet night. Thank you, Brother Zhou. The soft, cold touch of his hands, with slight trembling, still lingered on Zhou Ye's palm and forearm. It even felt like an electric current, tingling deep inside her heart. But this woman, as if fleeing from a flood or beast, hurriedly pushed him away, stepping back far, lowering her head, as if eager to draw a clear boundary immediately. Such an attitude was really uncomfortable. So, even though this woman had just been frightened and was now softly and pitifully thanking him, Zhou Ye's inexplicable anger and irritation did not calm down at all. His face grew darker, and his eyes looked deep and intimidating. He stared at her bowed head and the faintly red, delicate neck, and his Adam's apple moved involuntarily. Suddenly, he tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a clearly malicious smile. His voice was very low, but every word was clear. Why are you thanking me? He paused, his gaze like a knife sweeping over her thin shoulders. How do you know? I don't have the same thoughts as those two scoundrels just now. This sentence hit her like a thunderbolt, catching her completely off guard. She suddenly looked up, only to see him staring directly at her with a complex expression in his eyes. The color on Wan Baoju's face instantly faded. The relief she felt after surviving the danger just now was gone, replaced by shock and disbelief. She widened her dark, tear-filled eyes, staring at Zhou Yi with a fixed gaze. Her lips trembled, but she couldn't say a word. The next moment, contrary to Zhou Ye's expectations, Wan Baozhu suddenly took a few steps back, stumbling but not stopping, and seeing Zhou Yi standing still without chasing her, she couldn't help but start to run. Her eyes were full of fear and suspicion, completely gone from the earlier gratitude. Zhou Yi sneered with annoyance.
Good.
She knows how to run now. Then why did she stand there like a wooden doll just a moment ago, almost letting someone take advantage of her? It turns out she was thinking about herself all along. Wan Baozhu ran a few steps and couldn't help but look back. Seeing him standing still, she was about to breathe a sigh of relief when her foot suddenly caught on something. Ah! Wan Baozhu screamed sharply, and in the next second, she fell to the ground in a mess. This time, she was truly out of strength. She barely managed to sit up but couldn't find the energy to stand again. Zhou Yi naturally saw her fall but calmly took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and held it in his hand, watching the sparks burn little by little. Then he threw it on the ground and stepped on it to extinguish. He picked up a bamboo basket that Wan Baozhu had dropped nearby and slowly approached her step by step. In just a few big steps, he was in front of her. Looking at her pale face full of fear and suspicion, Zhou Yi only felt annoyed. His gaze darkened as he looked down and said, "Now, do you understand fear?" The night wind blew, stirring up dust on the ground, making Wan Baozhu's thin clothes cling tightly to her body, outlining her trembling figure. She reached out to adjust her clothes and suddenly noticed that the person's clothes were still draped over her. If he had bad intentions, he probably wouldn't have first put his clothes on her. So he was deliberately trying to scare her. And she believed it. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. Wan Baozhu couldn't quite understand what she was feeling inside. "Next time, do you still dare to stay alone here late at night?" Zhou Yi asked coldly. Wan Baozhu. Did he think she wanted to? But, seeing how the little bit of land they divided was almost used up, she was also getting anxious. She didn't speak, and Zhou Yi understood her meaning. He irritably wiped his face and looked at Wan Baozhu, who was still sitting stiffly on the ground, motionless and silent. He spoke harshly. "Sit here." It was not a tone of negotiation, but rather one of impatience. After saying this, he ignored Wan Baozhu's reaction, grabbed the bamboo basket, and strode toward the nearby wasteland. It was obvious that others had only a few scattered small stones, but Wan Baozhu's pile looked like a small hill. He began to bend down, moving quickly and forcefully, picking up the scattered stones of all sizes and tossing them into the bamboo basket. His movements were full of a kind of venting anger, as if he hated those stones. His arm muscles bulged, drawing powerful arcs in the moonlight. Wan Baozhu stared at him blankly, watching him silently and quickly clean up the mess. Seeing his broad back cast a long shadow in the moonlight, her fear gradually faded. An inexplicable feeling of sadness grew in her heart. Why did he have to scare her? He clearly wanted to help her, so why did he have to scare her on purpose? His previous attitude was really fierce. Wan Baozhu bit her lip, unconsciously pinching the corner of her clothes, watching him walk past her repeatedly. Soon, the task that had seemed difficult to her was quickly finished by him. With a loud clatter, the last basket of stones was dumped into the dry ditch. Zhou Yi strode back, threw the empty basket at her feet, and then, without stopping, walked toward the wasteland again. He took the hoe she had left there and threw it in front of her as well. After doing all this, he looked at her again. Under the moonlight, his face still looked cold and stern, but the fierce anger in his eyes seemed to have faded somewhat, leaving only a faint sense of helplessness. Can you walk back by yourself? He asked, his tone much better than before, but still without warmth. Wan Baoju looked at the bamboo basket and hoe at her feet, then hesitated, looked up at him softly, and nodded gently, her voice barely audible. Yes. Zhou Yi didn't say anything more. He simply turned aside, making it clear that he wouldn't help her this time. Wan Baoju hesitated for a moment, then slowly got up from the ground and stood steadily. She reached for the hoe and basket, but the man beside her took them first, holding them in his hands. His voice was low and dull. Let's go. Wan Baoju was stunned for a moment. She clenched her teeth and, with a tough attitude, began to walk. Zhou Yi followed behind her, at a close but not too close distance, walking very lightly. If Wan Baoju didn't know he was right behind her, she might think she was walking alone in the silent night. His quiet presence made her more nervous than the sound of footsteps. Sometimes, their shadows briefly overlapped under the moonlight, then quickly separated as their steps lengthened, like two parallel lines that could never truly meet. In the darkness, only her own rapid heartbeat remained, making her feel uneasy. They didn't speak during the walk. Finally, they reached a fork near the back wall of the Sun family's yard, where the familiar gray brick wall was faintly visible. Wan Baoju stopped, took a deep breath, and turned to face the tall, silent figure a few steps away. She still didn't dare to look into his eyes. She kept her head down, her gaze fixed on her shadow cast on the ground by the moonlight. Her voice was so soft it was barely audible. Thank you, she paused, instinctively clutching the coat that didn't belong to her, which carried a man scent. And this? Clothes. She wanted to take off the clothes and return them to him, but as she thought about it, she realized her own clothes had been torn during her struggle earlier. If she now took off his clothes, wouldn't that reveal everything? Her face instantly flushed hot. Her words caught in her throat, shy and unsure of what to do. Keep the clothes for now. Zhou Ye's voice suddenly sounded deep and hoarse. Let's talk about it later. He understood. He saw her embarrassment and awkwardness. Wan Baoju was stunned. She didn't expect him to say this voluntarily, and a small relief eased the tension in her heart. She pursed her lips and spoke softly. Thank you, Brother Zhou. I know you're a good person. If it weren't for you today, the way she called him, Brother Zhou, was no longer distant or polite. It sounded gentle and soft, like her own name. Zhou Yi didn't reply. He simply took a few silent steps forward and handed her the hoe and the bamboo basket he had been holding. Wan Baoju quickly reached out to take them. Her fingertips touched the cold handle of the hoe and the rough bamboo handle of the basket, and inevitably, she also brushed against his fingers, which had not yet fully loosened their grip. His hand was warm and dry, with rough, hard calluses on the fingertips and palm. This feeling was very different from his cold, tough appearance. It felt much more real. This sudden touch was like a faint electric shock, unexpectedly rushing through Wan Baoju's fingertips and straight to her heart. She suddenly felt nervous and, almost instinctively, her fingers trembled and wanted to pull back. But just as her fingers were about to slip away, his large hand suddenly clenched tightly, like iron tongs, holding her cool, delicate hand firmly, without letting go. The grip was strong, leaving no room for escape. Wan Baoju froze completely, her breathing stopping in an instant. She looked up in surprise and finally met Zhou Ye's eyes. The moonlight was not bright enough to clearly show his emotions. She could only see a deep, dark shadow. His eyes held her tightly, swirling with things she couldn't understand but instinctively felt were dangerous. His face was sharply outlined in the shadows, his jaw tight, lips pressed into a cold, hard line. You. Wan Baoju's voice trembled with fear. She wanted to pull her hand away, but couldn't move it at all. The aggressive aura of a man, mixed with darkness, surrounded her, making her heart pound like a drum. Zhou Yi held her hand tightly. The cool, soft, slightly trembling feeling contrasted sharply with the roughness of his palm. It was a temperature he had never experienced before. He had already been somewhat distracted before, but now he couldn't hold back anymore. A strange, Intense heat surged through him, accompanied by the delicate sensation in his palm, suddenly and fiercely crashing into his chest, burning away all his remaining reason in an instant. He looked at her panicked eyes, her pale face, and her slightly parted, bloodless lips. His mind was roaring. What nonsense about neighbors? What the hell about Sun Mingxai's wife? What damn avoidance of suspicion? At this moment, all of it was crushed by this sudden surge of desire. All he knew was that this woman in front of him, who always kept her head down and endured silently, this woman he had scolded, saved, and betrayed, who was now looking at him with frightened, deer-like eyes, made him feel restless and lose control. Made him want to become a beast again in countless quiet nights. To hell with it. Almost instinctively, driven by that overwhelming emotion, Zhou Yi suddenly stepped forward. The distance between them instantly shrank to a breath. Yuan Baozhu was so scared by his sudden approach that she leaned back, but she couldn't retreat because he held her tightly. Her home was nearby, but she lacked the courage to run or shout. "You." Her eyes widened, lips slightly parted, as if she wanted to say something. In the next second, Zhou Yi suddenly lowered his head, carrying the cool night breeze and his own hot, fiery breath. He pressed down heavily and unreasonably on her slightly open lips from her shock. Then, Yuan Baozhu was pushed against the half-collapsed wall. Ugh, her eyes widened to the extreme, full of disbelief and horror. Her mind went blank instantly. All sounds and thoughts were stolen and shattered by this rough, passionate kiss. This was a feeling Yuan Baozhu had never experienced before. His lips were dry, grinding gently on her cold, soft lips, then suddenly invading like a bandit. Yuan Baozhu froze completely, forgetting to struggle. Or rather, in the face of his absolute strength and dominance, her faint resistance was insignificant. She passively endured his actions, unable to move, her eyes wide, reflecting his wild, close-up features. The Hoenn basket had long fallen to the ground, and his large hand was tightly gripping her slender waist. Who knew how long it had been? The man's body suddenly stiffened. He slowly pulled away from her warm lips, fixing his gaze on the woman in front of him. Tears streamed down her face, large and uncontrollable. At last, some of his remaining reason returned. He suddenly released her tightly clenched hand, breathing heavily. In the quiet night, his breath sounded especially clear. He looked at her, his eyes still deep and frightening, filled with lingering desire, frustration, and a complex emotion he couldn't fully understand himself. Yuan Baozhu lost her support, her back pressed against the cold earthen wall. She slowly slid down, sitting on the ground. She raised her hand, trembling as she covered her swollen, sore lips. Tears rolled down her pale cheeks, shining coldly in the moonlight. Zhou Yi looked at her fragile, tear-streaked face. His heart suddenly felt like it was squeezed tightly by an invisible hand, heavy and suffocating, making it hard for him to breathe. Unfortunately, that unbearable longing inside him hadn't cooled because of her pitiful appearance. In fact, it burned even more fiercely, making him feel restless and uncomfortable. He knew he should say something. Explain? Say he didn't mean to, that he lost his head for a moment? Nonsense. Zhou Yi harshly despised himself in his mind. He didn't want to lie to himself, nor did he want to say those hypocritical, pretentious words. Honestly, the moment he kissed her, that soft, sweet touch, the trembling so close, almost ignited all the violence and possessiveness in his blood. At that moment, he truly felt like he wanted her here and now, to take her fiercely, to make her completely his. Regret? Damn it. I swear, I can't even say the word, regret. But seeing her cry, without a single reproach, just silently shedding tears, more than any protest or curse, it made his chest feel tight, even. Evoked a strange, self-disgusting, fake tenderness within him. Get up. He finally couldn't bear the suffocating silence anymore. His voice was hoarse and strained, yet tense as well. I'll take you back. Yuan Baozhu still curled up against the wall, her shoulders trembling slightly. Only her suppressed sobs responded to him. She remained silent, standing still. Zhou looked at her submissive and silent attitude, and a wicked fire in his heart seemed to flare up again. He took a step closer. His tall figure cast a shadow under the moonlight. His voice was low, like a temptation or a threat. "If you don't want to go back." He paused, his gaze sweeping over her tear-wet eyelashes and swollen lips. His Adam's apple moved sharply, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. "Then shall we continue?" The last two words he spoke softly and slowly, but they felt like hot iron brands burning into Yuan Baozhu's ears. Originally lost in her own emotions, Yuan Baozhu suddenly stiffened, forgetting to cry. She suddenly raised her head, her black eyes, washed by tears, wide with shock and disbelief. She looked straight at Zhou Yi. It seemed to ask, how could he? How could he still speak so confidently, even shamelessly, after doing such things? Zhou Yi met her shocked gaze, without hiding anything. The deed was done. Even if he despised himself deep down, he had no intention of letting go. Tonight was impulsive, but wasn't it also something he had been tempted by for a long time? The fiery desire in his eyes was openly exposed in front of Yuan Baozhu. He even tilted his head slightly, a strange smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Go back," he repeated, his voice even lower and hoarser, full of pressure. Yuan Baozhu was frightened by the unhidden desire and danger in his eyes. Her heart thumped heavily, sinking to the bottom, and all her confusion and helplessness suddenly overwhelmed her. There was no time to think, and she dared not question whether his words were true or false. She scrambled to get up from the ground, her movements frantic and unsteady. Her back pressed tightly against the cold, rough wall, as if that rough surface could give her a final sense of safety. She looked at him warily, her whole body tense like a frightened animal. Zhou Yi watched her like this, her frightened expression complex and hard to read. He knew he had scared her again, using the most reckless and direct way. He no longer pressed her. He took a step back, creating some distance, giving her a moment to breathe. But his gaze remained fixed on her, and his tone returned to its usual cold and firm manner, with an unmistakable tone of authority. "Take your things," he said. He nodded toward the hoe and bamboo basket that had fallen on the ground. "Go straight home. Lock the door." Yuan Baozhu looked at the tools on the ground following his gaze, then quickly glanced at him. Seeing he didn't seem to be coming closer, she hesitated, slowly bent down and picked up the hoe and basket, clutching them tightly. Zhou Yi watched her cautious movements and continued speaking, his eyes dark as he looked toward the wasteland. "Tomorrow, you don't need to worry about the stones in the field. After work, go back with others. Don't walk alone." He paused, the moonlight illuminating his sharp side profile. His voice was steady, leaving no room for her to refuse. "Tonight, I will handle it." These words made a shiver run through her again. "Tonight, I will handle it." Was he trying to make up for something? What does he think of himself? After Zhou Yi finished speaking, he turned away, sidestepping to clear the path to Sun's house. Yuan Baozhu clenched her fists around her belongings, cast one last look at him. The man stood at the boundary between moonlight and shadow, expressionless, only his deep eyes like an unfathomable cold pond, swirling with emotions she couldn't understand or dare to face. "Don't think that just because of this, I will forgive you for tonight," Yuan Baozhu snapped, her voice sharp and angry, then lowered her head and ran off without looking back. She hurried straight to her home. When the thin wooden door slammed shut behind her, locked with a latch, and she leaned against it, listening to her pounding heart and the quiet outside, she finally felt exhausted and sank slowly to the ground. At the fork in the road, Zhou Yi didn't leave immediately. He stood there, even able to hear the clear sound of the door closing. Soon after, he heard Wang Tsuelian muttering from the yard. The strange fire in his chest hadn't cooled with her departure. Instead, it burned hotter, making him feel uncomfortable. He raised his hand, unable to resist, gently wiping his lower lip with his fingertips. "Forgive?
Huh.
She thinks he's so kind-hearted." There, It seems she can still be felt through her softness and salty tears. Just thinking about it made his breathing unconsciously grow heavier. Is it dirty? He asked himself silently. Yes, it is. Liking another person's wife, having such thoughts, and doing such things. What else could it be but dirty? But Zhou Yi couldn't control himself. And he didn't regret it. Actually, since that night he met her, that wicked fire in his heart never went out. He didn't like seeing her carefully working as a servant in the Sun family. He also disliked her defending herself in front of Sun Minkai. When he saw her hurt or bullied, he felt like killing. Before, he was fooling himself, but after what just happened, he realized things more clearly. His idea was simple. He wanted her to belong to him, to only see him, and even to hear her make those broken sounds under him. These thoughts, like wild grass, grew wildly in his heart, uncontrolled. Thinking about it made him want to act. Right now, Zhou Yu was already planning how to make her divorce Sun Minkai. That blind old woman and the hypocrite in the Sun family seemed to be scheming something. Maybe he could push them a little?
Or
be more direct? Zhou Ye's eyes turned deep and sharp, shining with a determined light. The night was still long. That night, both of them were destined to not sleep. Their minds, in the darkness, headed in completely different but strangely intertwined directions, rushing forward. In the next few days, for Wan Baozhu, that night seemed like it never happened. Except when it was late at night and she was alone lying on the bed, she sometimes felt dazed, unable to help but wonder if that night was just a bad dream. Other times, she got up early as usual to cook, serve her mother-in-law, and then work. She still went to the barren land assigned to her, but only to pull weeds, dig up roots, and break stones. As for the pile of stones she had gathered, she ignored it. When others finished work and walked away, she immediately packed up her tools and went home, not daring to stay even a moment longer. She became especially cautious and even a little nervous. At night, any slight noise would wake her up. She would hold her breath and listen carefully to the wall, waiting until she was sure everything was quiet before she could barely fall asleep again. That sudden kiss and the man's warm breath became a nightmare she couldn't forget. They also made her feel something complicated about Zhou Yi, a feeling she had never experienced before. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi seemed to have disappeared quietly as well. However, every morning when she went to the wasteland, she would find that the pile of broken stones had vanished. Of course, others noticed this too, but the villagers kept it simple in their thoughts. They thought she was just like before, secretly working alone after everyone finished their work, working overtime quietly. She didn't explain the misunderstanding to everyone. She just nodded vaguely, and no one seemed to notice anything strange. This kind of understanding strangely connected two people who had never met. After several busy days, the work on the wasteland was finally finished. Since there was no new task assigned for now, early in the morning, Wan Baozhu took the dirty clothes she had collected over the past few days to wash in the river. By the river, the blue stone slabs were lively early in the morning. The women's chatter was very lively. As soon as Wan Baozhu approached, He Xiuhua waved her over and moved aside to make space. Wan Baozhu smiled and said a few words to He Xiuhua, then lowered her head and started washing her clothes quietly. Occasionally, she responded when He Xiuhua asked questions, but most of the time, she just listened silently. However, as she listened, she realized that the person's name kept appearing in everyone's conversations. Hey, did you hear? Chen Luyu and Jing Jian got into a fight. Aunt Air Pang from the east end of the village raised her voice excitedly. What happened? Why did they fight? Just a few days ago, everything was fine. Chen Luyu was so proud, saying his husband's work at the farm machinery factory was settled, and he was about to start work in 10 or 15 days. Why did they fight again? Someone immediately responded. There was no other entertainment in the village, so the only fun was gossiping about others. No family was free of trouble. Whenever something happened, it would be talked about in the village for days. The work was done well, but I think Chen Luyu might not be willing to let her husband go this time. The family's pots and bowls are almost broken, and the head of the team is almost worried to death. Second fat auntie pretends to be mysterious. What do you mean? He Xiaohua teases and urges. Second fat's family, your two houses are close. If you have any news, just say it. Why are you hiding things from us all? Exactly. What happened? Tell us clearly. It's making us all anxious. Someone supports He Xiaohua. Why? Do you want to know why? It's just that Chen Liu heard somewhere that Zheng Jianshi was involved with someone outside. Got caught with some evidence and then it all blew up. Second fat auntie looks mysterious. Guess how we found out? How did you find out? Zheng Jianshi probably isn't that careless, right? Everyone stares eagerly at second fat auntie, like they're watching a show. No one notices that nearby. Wan Baozhu looks embarrassed. Really? Did Chen Liu find out about Huang and that person? I tell you, this man is just clueless. Think about it, sneaking around outside and not wiping his mouth afterward. You all probably didn't notice, but Zheng Jianshi had a bite mark on his arm. Second fat auntie pauses, looking at everyone's surprised faces, and continues. Imagine, he was just minding his own business, and if he had kept it a secret, it would be fine. But he was caught by Chen Liu while taking a shower. That was a big problem. Can't explain it clearly now, and I don't know how it all started, but the couple ended up fighting. Oh my goodness. Is this real? Zheng Jianshi is brave enough. Doesn't he wipe his mouth after eating? Isn't he afraid his father-in-law will cause trouble for him? Come on, can that be fake? I personally heard Chen Liu crying and complaining to the team leader's family. The team leader's face was as dark as a pot. Anyway, after they closed the door, I couldn't hear clearly, but I guess Zheng Jianshi's situation isn't easy to explain. Second fat auntie looks regretful. Honestly, she thinks Zheng Jianshi is just too unwise. Who doesn't know why he married Chen Liu? Since he married her, he should live a good life. What is really going on here? TSK, now this will be interesting. I guess Zheng Jianshi's job at the farm machinery factory is in trouble. Not just his job, he might even lose everything. Captain Chen has only one precious daughter. How could her husband be so bullied? The women chattered excitedly, discussing eagerly. Their tone was full of excitement about the gossip. Someone asked, "Do you know who that person is?" As soon as the question was asked, everyone fell silent, each one smiling strangely.
Oh.
You're asking that? It's unnecessary. Everyone in the village knows about Zheng Jianshi.
Who else could it be?
It's that woman from Zhou Ye's family. Haha. Exactly, everyone knows. It's obvious. It's definitely her. These two have always been up to no good. This time it was just an accident. I think so too. Look, Zhou Yi is a rough guy, back from the army. He doesn't seem like the kind to tolerate this. Could he be okay with it? Who says he's okay with it? Maybe he doesn't even know. If he did, would he let Huang act so proud? She's living better than us, not even doing farm work every day. Look at the young women in the village. None of them are as comfortable as she is. TSK. It's very possible. Zhou Yi is often away from home. He just came back recently. Even if he doesn't know, it's normal. Haha, you can't hide the truth forever. This will come out sooner or later. Captain Chen isn't someone easy to deal with. Wan Baozhu's hammer paused in her hand.
How could he not know?
He must have already found out, right? For some reason, a sudden thought popped into Wan Baozhu's mind. She had never thought about this before. Even though Huang treated Zhou Yi badly, and he knew about it, why was it that they still had no problems between them? Does Zhou Yi really like Huang that much? Liking her so much that even if he was cheated on, he would endure it silently? But as soon as this thought appeared, she despised herself and spat out her own doubts. What is wrong with me? Huang is a young woman from the city. She is pretty, literate, and educated. Who wouldn't like her? Zhou Yi probably really likes her. Otherwise, what man could stand it? While she was lost in her thoughts, she heard the nearby people start talking again. Hey, do you guys think, what is Huang really thinking? Isn't she afraid? What if Zhou Yi doesn't want her anymore? What will she do then? People are never satisfied. They have good days, but they still cause trouble. An older woman sighed, glancing subtly at Wan Baozhu. Besides, men can be so fickle. No matter how tasty the food at home is, they still think about outside things. Not satisfied with just the simple life, her words were crude, but they made a few women giggle quietly. Someone suddenly said, Baozhu, we've all been through this. You're young, and you haven't experienced much with your man. Listen, it's good for you to know this. Your brother Minkai is doing well now, but he's often away from home. You need to be careful. Don't let city temptations or other distractions take over your mind. Ha ha ha, don't scare Baozhu like that. They've been together since they were kids, and they love each other. Everything's fine, He Shihua quickly spoke up, knowing Baozhu was shy. We're not trying to be mean, just worried about Baozhu. It's better to be cautious with men. Exactly. Suddenly, the topic shifted from Huang Huanhuan's flirtatious behavior to whether Sun Minkai might be tempted outside. Wan Baozhu, who is usually shy, felt her face burning hot. All those well-meaning but crude comments made her feel uneasy and insecure inside. She really wanted to shout that she and Minkai weren't like that. They grew up together, had a good relationship, and Minkai wasn't that kind of person. But when she looked at everyone's confident eyes, she swallowed her words. What's the point of arguing? And besides, was she really that sure in her heart? Initially, Yuan Baozhu was lost to her thoughts about Huang Huanhuan and Zhou Yi, but suddenly her mind was diverted, and she felt uneasy about Sun Minkai. Yes, now Minkai is a high school teacher in the county town, earning a government salary. His way of speaking and dressing now seemed distant from her as a rural wife. And he comes back only rarely. She often doesn't see him for 2 or 3 months. She doesn't really know what he's doing in the county town. Hey, look at you all, talking and drifting off topic. He Shihua saw Yuan Baozhu almost lowering her head to her chest, her face turning red, and quickly tried to change the subject. Baozhu is shy, and you scared her enough to make her cry? Okay, Baozhu, you're finished washing, right? Let's go, we'll walk together. Yuan Baozhu felt relieved and quickly got up, almost running to leave that place of gossip. Behind her, she could still hear the women's laughter and chatter. Look at her, so shy. Xiao Hua is just protecting her. Young wives are shy, you know. But it's true. Sun Minkai is doing well now, but who knows what will happen in the future. Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear. So, what if they hear? I'm just speaking the truth. Men are all the same. Even after walking away, Yuan Baozhu could still clearly hear their voices, and her face darkened as she began to overthink. He Xiaohua linked her arm and looked at her, sighing. Baozhu, don't take it to heart. They're just gossiping, always talking about others, used to finding trouble. Yes, I understand, and Yuan Baozhu replied softly, but she didn't feel so at ease inside. He Xiaohua walked a bit further, then lowered her voice and became serious. But, Baozhu, although they're just gossiping and speaking harshly, some of what they say might not be completely wrong. Yuan Baozhu's heart tightened. She looked up at He Xiaohua. And do you really think so too? Her voice trembled slightly. He Xiaohua gently patted her hand and spoke earnestly. Baozhu, I'm not saying that Minkai from your family is not good. He is very knowledgeable. But, she paused, choosing her words carefully. Men, especially those who have some talent and have seen a bit of the world, tend to become restless. I'm not saying they will definitely do something wrong, but the temptations outside are real and hard to ignore. She looked into Yuan Baozhu's confused and nervous eyes and continued, if a man is truly determined, or if there's someone outside who can easily attract him, even a good wife and a beautiful home might not be enough to keep him. Zhang Jianxi hasn't done much wrong, yet he dares to have affairs behind Chen Liuyue's back. You're Minkai, I told you last time, you should be more careful. If possible, you should think of a way to go to the city soon. Otherwise, if something happens, it will be too late to regret. Do you understand what I mean? This wasn't the first time He Xiaohua had talked to her about moving to the city. Yuan Baozhu's heart sank little by little. Minkai is now a high school teacher. That's a place full of educated people. He's young, has a job, and doesn't look bad. Those female students and colleagues, their knowledge and manners are probably different from ours, who work in the fields and cook at home. He Xiaohua's tone carried a faint, almost unnoticed worry. I'm not saying he will definitely do something wrong, but you need to be careful. Don't be like before or when you first got married, only thinking about taking care of the home and serving him. So, what should I do? Wan Baozhu was truly panicked. What do you do? He Xiaohua thought for a moment, then said, First, you need to take care of yourself. Don't always look so tired and worn out. You're still young, wear some bright clothes. When he comes back next time, don't just ask what he ate and drank. Ask about his work at school, see if there's anything unusual. And also, hurry up and have a child. Once you have a child, it's easier to keep a man's heart. You've been married for a while, it's time to have one. He Xiaohua spoke sincerely and with good intentions. In her view, Wan Baozhu was a good girl, but she always wore rough clothes. Although such women seemed honest in the village, it didn't look good in front of her husband. She was really worried that Sun Mingkai might disappoint Wan Baozhu in the future. After all, this kind of thing was quite common in the village. Not to mention, there were several young people who went to college or returned from the city, and some even divorced. This world is so strange. Good women can't find good men. Good men can't find good women. For example, her nephew Zhou Yi was ruined by that flirtatious and mean woman, Huang Huan. Such a good person, and look at what people are saying behind his back. When talking about children, Wan Baozhu blushed and felt a bit sad inside. Did she not want children? But this matter wasn't just up to her. I understand, and Wan Baozhu said gratefully, looking at He Xiaohua. There's no need to thank me. We're family, what's there to thank for? Just common sense. He Xiaohua smiled and reminded her. Don't be too tense, or you'll seem suspicious and make Mingkai annoyed. You need to know when to be soft and when to be firm. Men are sometimes like children, they need to be coaxed but also managed. This can't be rushed. Take your time to think it over. Next time he comes back, you should be prepared. About that thing in bed. You know what I mean, right? Wan Baozhu blushed again. After a moment, she nodded stubbornly and agreed. Yes, I understand. Zhou Yi stayed in the county seat for 3 days. He wasn't in a hurry, acting like a patient leopard, quietly waiting. 3 days was enough for him to figure out Sun Mingcai's little secrets. He also learned when Principal Chen Lijing's daughter finished classes, which supply and marketing cooperative she liked to visit, and what color hairband she preferred. Sun Mingcai was quite capable. He knew how to charm women. At first, he thought Chen Lijing's daughter didn't know Sun Mingcai was married, so they were still secretly involved. But he didn't expect. Sun Mingcai is a dishonest person. On the surface, he appears polite and refined, but in reality, his relationship with Wan Baozhu is just a case of mistaken circumstances. He claims that when he was young, he was naive and unhealthy, and his mother was superstitious. He doesn't know where he got the idea, but she said that having a child bride to bring good luck might improve his health. That's why he married his wife from his hometown. They are like siblings, with no real feelings for each other. He married her mainly for reputation reasons, feeling helpless and resigned. In short, he married Wan Baozhu out of pity, and he is completely innocent in this. Chen Lijing liked the gentle and refined Sun Mingcai, and after hearing him talk like that, she couldn't hold back anymore. She immediately threw herself into his arms. They did almost everything they shouldn't have, except for the final step. So, although they pretended to be struggling in front of others, many people at school already knew about their relationship. Everyone was jealous of Sun Mingcai, who is expected to be the future principal's son-in-law. However, no one knew about his marriage in the countryside. Zhou Yi watched coldly, unable to hide his amusement. Sun Mingcai is shameless, especially around women. He's eyeing what's in the bowl and looking at what's in the pot. But at the same time, a secret thrill, like a snake, hissed in his heart. He knew the opportunity had come. Sun Mingcai wants to be the principal's son-in-law, right? Then he might as well give him a little push. Zhou Yi always likes to strike at the root of the problem quickly and ruthlessly. He spent only 1 yuan to find a few local thugs, then casually spread the rumor that Sun Mingcai, a teacher at the county high school, has a child bride at home. Soon, this news spread not only among the teachers at school, but also affected how students looked at Sun Mingcai. Remember, Sun Mingcai's marriage was also secretly talked about at school before. Before long, Chen Lijing, with tears in her eyes, called Sun Mingkai out for a talk. I only know that at noon that day, Sun Mingkai took a sudden day off, claiming he needed to go back to his hometown to see his sick mother, without mentioning anything about the child bride at home. It turns out that Chen Lijing had given Sun Mingkai an ultimatum. He must quickly deal with a family problem. Divorce cannot be delayed for a moment, or they will be finished. Sun Mingkai was panicked, and his already thin hesitation was instantly crushed. How could he refuse? How could he refuse? Recently, his relationship with Chen Lijing had been developing very quickly. They were seen walking together on campus, whispering in the office, and some even saw them planning outings together. Rumors had already spread widely. The school leaders looked at him with more meaningful appreciation, and colleagues' attitudes also became subtle. Those senior teachers who used to be equal to him now showed subtle signs of flattery and caution in their eyes. Even the cafeteria staff were more polite to him. This feeling of being the center of attention, with his future suddenly brightening, was like aged wine, making him feel a bit dizzy. So, he absolutely could not let all this be ruined by Wan Baozhu. He dared not delay any longer, fearing that the situation might get worse overnight. While the situation was still manageable, he had to quickly give Chen Lijing a promise to avoid failing Principal Chen's test later. Thus, Zhou Yi saw Sun Mingkai return from the county town, not going back to Bali village, but directly heading to the town commune to meet his uncle Wang Daqian, who worked as a civil affairs officer. The two secretly whispered for a long time. Sun Mingkai even handed him 2 meet tickets and exchanged for a square, firm paper certificate. After finishing these urgent matters, Sun Mingkai finally relaxed a little. Although his face still looked bad, it was clear that his mood had improved quite a bit. Watching Sun Mingkai's figure riding away gradually, Zhou Yi sneered, knowing it was time for him to go back to the village. But before returning, he still had something to do. He looked at the counter at the supply and marketing cooperative for a long time, finally choosing a piece of dark blue cotton fabric with tiny white flowers. The color was not flashy, but it was easy on the eyes and soft to the touch. He imagined how this fabric would look on Wan Baozhu. It would probably be better than her current dull, faded old clothes. He didn't hesitate. He let the staff from the supply and marketing cooperative pull out 6 feet of fabric, carefully roll it up, and stuff it into his canvas bag on his back. Only then did Zhou Yi slowly prepare to leave. Now, the fire on Sun Mingkai's side had been started by him, and the backyard was about to catch fire. He also needed to free his hands to give Huang Huanhuan a big gift. Zheng Jianxi, isn't he fond of giving himself a hard time? Then he would give him a chance. Zheng Jianxi hadn't gone home these days. Since a few days ago, when Qin Luyu caught him with bite marks on his arm, he had been causing trouble at home every day. Even though he swore he had done everything, she didn't believe him. The house was filled with chaos, and even his father-in-law and mother-in-law looked at him with suspicion. He was fed up and decided to give up. These days, he hid in the miscellaneous room of the production team to stay out of trouble. He was drowsy, about to fall asleep, when suddenly he sensed something moving in front of him. Because the room was dark, when he opened his eyes, Zheng Jianxi only saw a shadow flicker in front of him. He didn't even see clearly who was there, only felt a heavy blow to his neck, as if struck by a hammer. Ugh! A short, muffled groan escaped from Zheng Jianxi's throat. He didn't even have time to feel the pain. Everything went black and he fainted. Zhou Yi stood beside him, looking down with a blank expression at Zheng Jianxi, who was unconscious on the ground. His eyes showed no emotion, as if he had just casually knocked down a bag of grain. He didn't leave immediately, but waited patiently for a moment. He kicked him once to confirm there was no response. Then he bent down, grabbed Zheng Jianxi by the back of his collar, and effortlessly lifted him halfway up and dragged him. His steps were steady, almost silent. Even with the burden, his tall figure quickly blended into the night. Soon, he threw the person in the familiar spot from that night. Then he headed straight home. For him, sneaking into his own house quietly was very easy. Inside, Huang Huanhuan was already asleep. Zhou Yi walked to the bedside without hesitation, precisely pressing a point behind Huang Huanhuan's neck with just the right amount of force. Huang Huanhuan didn't even grunt. Like Zheng Jianxi, she fell into unconsciousness. He rolled her up with the blanket and carried her on his shoulder. The blanket partly concealed her figure and prevented direct contact. The whole process was quick and efficient, taking less than a minute from entering to leaving the room. Carrying the unconscious Huang Huanhuan, Zhou Yi disappeared into the night again, heading toward the small grove. The moonlight was cold and clear. Zhou Yi's silent figure cast a long, twisted shadow on the ground. He stood in the small grove, expressionless, looking down at Zheng Jianxi and Huang Huanhuan, who were lying in the grass, clothes disheveled and still unconscious. Then, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but there was no real happiness in it. He reached into his pocket and took out a small, dark brown glass bottle. The bottle had no label, and inside, half a bottle of murky liquid with a slight spicy smell swayed. He unscrewed the cap without hesitation or pity. First, he went to Zheng Jianxi, pressed his knee against his clenched jaw, held his chin, and forcefully poured half the bottle of spicy liquid into his mouth. Zheng Jianxi coughed faintly in his sleep, his Adam's apple moving as he swallowed involuntarily. Then, Zhou Yi went to Huang Huanhuan and did the same, pouring the remaining liquid into her. After finishing, he casually put the empty bottle back into his pocket, with a look full of mockery. This stuff was really good. It was given to him by Chun Ermin, who bought medicinal herbs in the county town. He said it was a special tonic made by an old Chinese doctor, effective even in small doses. Many people bought it secretly, and it wasn't cheap. In short, the product was good, but the effects were a bit strong. He gave Zheng Jianxi more, considering it a small favor and maybe a little boost for him. The moonlight seemed even colder. Zhou Yi didn't stay any longer. Like when he arrived, he quietly slipped away. Soon, a small pile of wheat straw in the backyard of the production team started to smoke. Chen Liujie was lying alone on the Kong bed, tossing and turning as if she were making pancakes, with her anger rising inside her. Zheng Jianxi, that unkind man, hadn't come home for days. He kept hiding in the backyard of the production team and didn't want to come back. Clearly, he was the one who did something wrong first, but he acted as if he was innocent, saying she was making trouble and falsely accusing him. He really thought she was a fool. The bite mark on his arm was still visible, but he refused to admit it. No wonder he didn't even touch her those days, sleeping in his shirt. He was afraid she'd find out. Thinking about him and Huang Huanhuan secretly doing things behind her back, she felt like chopping that woman into pieces. Now Zheng Jianxi hadn't even gone to the city to work, yet he dared to act so arrogantly. He hadn't shown up for days and didn't apologize or soften his attitude. When he finally went to the city, could she still control him? Thinking of this, Chen Liujie felt as uncomfortable as a cat scratching her heart. Just then, suddenly, loud and heavy knocking came from outside.
Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang.
The sound was urgent and loud, making the door shake as if it might fall, especially startling in the deep night. Chen Liujie was stunned at first, then suddenly felt a surge of joy. The blocked-up anger found an outlet. Good. Zheng Jianxi. Finally, he knew to come back? Not mad at her anymore? Humph. She deliberately sat up slowly, listening to the increasingly urgent knocking outside, feeling a bit proud and in control. Where was her stubbornness when she was angry with him a few days ago? Now he was knocking on the door? She refused to open it. Let him be anxious. Let him see that without this home, without Chen Liujie, Zheng Jianxi was nothing. He still wanted to go to the city to work. Dream on. He couldn't even keep the warm bed at home, and he still wanted to rely on her. If she kept being stubborn, she could ruin his job too. At worst, she'd stay in this mountain village with him for the rest of her life. She decided to let him wait and see, to make him understand who was in charge of this home. So, she didn't open the door but lay back down again, pulled the blanket over her head and thought angrily, knock if you want. If you have the guts, break the door down. Break your hand if you must, and I won't open for you this time. However, the knocking outside didn't stop. It grew more urgent, accompanied by the anxious, hoarse voice of a middle-aged woman, piercing through the door and the night, clearly heard. June. June. Please open the door. It's your mother. Something's happened. Please open the door. It's not Jung Jianxi. It's her mother. Chun Jun's heart skipped a beat, and her stubborn thoughts instantly vanished. She suddenly threw off the blanket and sat up, her heart pounding. Why did her mother come so late at night? And so hurried? Did something happen? She quickly put on her shoes, forgot about putting on a coat, and hurriedly ran to the yard. She yanked open the latch and opened the gate. Outside, it was indeed her mother, Gua Meiying. Gua Meiying's hair was a bit messy, her eyes full of panic, panting heavily, looking extremely anxious. Mom? What's wrong? Why are you here now? Did something happen at home? Jun asked hurriedly, grabbing her mother's arm. No, it's not our house. Gua Meiying tightly held her daughter's wrist with surprising strength, her voice trembling. It's the production team. The wheat straw pile caught fire. Your father has already gone there with others. When I heard, I immediately thought of Jianxi. Jianxi has been angry with you these days, and he's been staying in the production team yard, right? The wheat straw pile is not far from that broken-down yard.
I'm afraid.
I'm afraid the fire will spread, and something worse might happen. I rushed to call you. Hurry. Go see if Jianxi is there. Don't let anything happen. The wheat straw pile at the production team caught fire? Chun Jun's mind went blank with a loud bang, her face turning as pale as paper. All her recent anger and stubbornness towards Zhang Jianxi were swept away by overwhelming fear. That dry wheat straw caught fire easily, and the flames spread quickly. The broken yard of the production team was right next to the wheat field, wasn't it? Jun Chen's voice started to tremble. Oh no, don't ask. Quickly, let's go see what's happening. Gua Meiying hurriedly stomped her foot in worry and pushed her daughter. Okay. Only then did Jun Chen seem to wake up from her shock. She forgot about grabbing her clothes and rushed outside immediately. At this moment, her own man was in danger. Nothing else mattered, no matter what Huang Huanhuan said or what arguments they had. As long as Zheng Jianxi was safe, she could endure anything. If needed, she would keep a closer watch in the future. From afar, she saw a small patch of fire in the direction of the production team. It sounded lively, with many people helping, and the air was filled with smoke. Jun Chen's heart sank, her legs felt weak, but she clenched her teeth and ran desperately toward the fire. She first reached the broken gate of the production team's yard. Jianxi! Zheng Jianxi! She rushed into the yard, shouting loudly with tears in her voice. No one responded. She carefully looked around but didn't hear anyone answer her. He wasn't here. Where could he have gone? But since Zheng Jianxi wasn't here, that was good news. He was probably safe. Thinking of this, Jun Chen finally relaxed a little. Could he have gone to help put out the fire? She didn't stop and quickly headed toward the fire. By now, the fire was mostly out. Luckily, the wheat straw pile was isolated, and the nearby area was clean and free of other clutter. The fire was quickly extinguished, but there was still a lot of smoke, making it hard to breathe. Her father, Chen Tiekue, the team leader, was covered in soot, with a hoarse voice, directing a few people to clear the scene and prevent reignition. He turned his head and saw his daughter, with messy hair and wearing thin clothes, running over. He was immediately angry and shouted, June, what are you doing here? The fire just went out, and there's so much smoke and ash. Go back quickly, but Jun Chen didn't listen. Her anxious eyes quickly scanned the faces around her, all covered in soot, trying to find that familiar figure. But she saw no one.
No Seng Jianxi. Dad.
Did you see Jianxi? Did he come to help with the fire? She asked urgently, grabbing her father's arm. Chun Tiekue was momentarily stunned, and instinctively looked around at the villagers who were packing up tools and greeting each other. His brow furrowed gradually. Construction? I didn't see him. Isn't that? He didn't finish his sentence, recalling that a few days ago, his daughter argued with her husband, and her husband, upset, stayed at the production team. Has he been staying in the production team yard these days? When the fire started, did anyone go to call him? A man nearby, who had just put down a water bucket, wiped his face and replied, "Captain, during the fire, everything was chaotic. Who had the time to specifically call someone? Everyone just saw the flames and ran to help. I think. I didn't see construction." Another woman added, "Yeah, I didn't see construction at all. He probably is still sleeping in that broken yard, right? He sleeps so deeply that he didn't wake up even with all the noise." "That's not right." Chenlu's heart suddenly tightened and he exclaimed, "I just came from the production team yard. No one is inside. Construction isn't there." As soon as he said that, a few villagers who hadn't left yet looked stunned and exchanged glances. "Not in the yard? And didn't come to help with the fire?" Chen Tiekue's face darkened, realizing something was wrong. In the middle of the night, where could her husband go? The production team yard was not far from the fire scene. With such a big commotion, unless he was drunk or unconscious, he wouldn't miss it or stay hidden. Could he have gone somewhere else? Someone muttered softly, but didn't finish, and their eyes carried a different meaning. That late at night, a man who had argued with his wife and hadn't returned for days, not in the yard, didn't come to help with the fire. Where could he go? And he was involved in some scandal with another woman. The possibility suddenly seemed more likely. Everyone present had the same thought, but no one dared to say it openly in front of Captain Chen and Chenlu. Chenlu wasn't stupid. He saw the flickering eyes and hesitant expressions of those around him. The relief he felt earlier, thinking that Zheng Construction might not have been caught in the fire, was instantly replaced by suspicion. Not in the yard, didn't come to help with the fire. In this dark night, where could he be? Could he have gone to find Huang, that troublemaker? "Dad." Her voice was hoarse, and she looked at Chen Tiekue with a face full of grievance and anger. Chen Tiekue's face turned pale, and the muscles in his cheeks twitched slightly. He clearly also thought of the worst and most likely answer. He looked at his daughter's angry face, feeling both angry and hurt inside. But family matters should not be made public, especially scandals involving morals. Once confirmed, it would shame the Chen family. He hesitated for a moment, planning to say some polite words like, maybe he drank too much and fell asleep somewhere, to distract the people in front of him. Then, tomorrow, he would close the door and carefully investigate and settle the matter. Just then, several villagers with flashlights approached, whispering among themselves. When they saw Chen Tiekue and Chen Luyue, their expressions immediately became more strange and awkward. Their eyes quickly scanned Chen Luyue's face, and then quickly looked away. Captain, one man stammered, rubbing his hands nervously. "Maybe you should go see?" Something happened over there. As he spoke, a few others' eyes couldn't help but drift toward Chen Luyue. Their gazes were very complicated. Chen Tiekue's heart sank. His thick eyebrows furrowed tightly, and he had a bad feeling. "What's going on? It's late. The fire just went out. What could happen? Just tell me. Why are you hesitating and stammering?" He was impatient and had no interest in guessing nonsense. "Captain, we did go call people. It's just over there in the small woods in front." The man lowered his voice, but enough for those nearby to hear clearly. "When we went over, someone was making a lot of noise. It seems it's the yellow youth from Zhou Ye's family. And Zheng Jianxi. They too." He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was very clear. "What?" Chen Tiekue's head buzzed. "That's nonsense. How can you say such things, Captain? It's really not nonsense." Another woman who came along couldn't help but interrupt, her voice sharp with excitement. "We just wanted to fetch water from there, closer to the small woods." Who knew? As soon as he Xiuhua and the others went over, they ran into trouble. Many people went to watch. It was very lively. "You should go and take care of it. Those two are really into it. Now everyone is watching." "Oh dear, it's so embarrassing." He Xiuhua already went to find Zhou Yi. If Zhou Yi finds out that he went to watch, with such a big misunderstanding, it could cause serious trouble. Chen Tiekue hadn't yet figured out how to explain what happened. Suddenly, Chen Liuji rushed madly toward the small woods. Zhang Jianxi, you bastard. Right now, she felt like she was the biggest joke in the world. She was worried he might get hurt or caught in a fire or face some danger. But what did he do? He sneaked off with that woman into the small woods. Chen Liuji ran so fast she even fell halfway, but she immediately got up and kept running without caring. Her eyes were red with anger, and her heart burned with fury, making her chest ache. Seeing this, Chen Tiekue cursed silently. You wicked child. Shameful. He was angry at his son-in-law for being useless and at his daughter for losing her temper so recklessly. But despite his anger, he was more worried. She might do something irreversible or dangerous, even cause someone to get hurt, which would ruin the family forever. He stomped his foot hard and quickly followed her, shouting at the villagers who were just standing around watching and laughing, "Don't just stand there and make noise. Quickly clear this area thoroughly, check carefully, and make sure no sparks are left to start another fire." After saying that, he hurried after them. Usually, his words as the village leader still had some authority and people listened. But now, who could still pay attention? The fire was out, the biggest danger was gone, and this lively, catching cheaters scene was much more interesting than cleaning up ashes. Everyone hurriedly spread out the charred straw, poured a few buckets of water to make sure it wouldn't reignite, then dropped their tools and rushed after Chen Tiekue, flooding into the small woods behind the village. Watching a spectacle is human nature, especially such an exciting one. It had been many years since such a big commotion. The once dark and quiet small woods was soon lit up like daytime, with noisy voices, footsteps, and chatter filling the air. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. Her nails were sharp and pointed, filled with anger. She scratched several bloody marks on Huang Huanhuan's delicate face and neck in just a few moments. Her hair was pulled out in handfuls, causing Huang Huanhuan to scream painfully. Even Zheng Jianxi, standing nearby, was knocked off balance by Chen Lu's sudden rush and fell awkwardly into the grass. A tearing pain from his groin made it hard for him to get up immediately.
Help! Help me! Jianxi! Jianxi, please save me.
Huang Huanhuan was beaten without any way to fight back. She had just gone through 2 intense moments, her body weak and soft. She was acting cute and coquettish with Zheng Jianxi when she was suddenly caught, feeling scared and shocked, almost losing her soul. She was no match for Chen Lu, who was furious and full of strength. She could only try to protect her head with her arms and cry out desperately, begging Zheng Jianxi for help.
Huan. No, Chen Liu.
Stop. Chen Lu, are you crazy? Stop right now. Zheng Jianxi was anxious and scared. He wanted to step forward and stop her, but seeing Chen Lu's wild, tiger-like look and fierce eyes, he felt afraid. He was trembling with fear, his pants not fully adjusted, looking clumsy and hesitant. Help you? You still dare to ask him to help you? You shameless woman. In front of me, you still flirt so openly with my man. Do you think I'm a fool? Huan, you deserve to die. Chen Lu, already angry, was pushed to the limit by Huang Huanhuan's plea. She became even more ruthless, grabbing her hair tightly with one hand and slapping her fiercely with the other.
Slap. Slap.
Slap. The crisp, loud slaps echoed through the woods, each hit full of force. Huang Huanhuan was knocked dizzy, her face quickly swelling and turning red. Her lips were cut and bleeding. She cried out painfully, tears and mucus covering her face. Her once delicate face was now swollen like a pig's head, covered with scratches and finger marks. She no longer looked like her usual refined self. Stop. June, stop it right now. Chen Tiekue finally pushed through the crowd and rushed in. Seeing his daughter's wild behavior, he was both angry and worried. He quickly grabbed Chen Lu's arm. Stop hitting her. If you keep going, someone might get seriously hurt. In her furious state, Chen Luyu was incredibly strong and couldn't be stopped. She suddenly swung her arm, causing Chen Tiekue to stumble backward. Dad, don't interfere. I will beat this shameless scoundrel to death today. She dares to steal my man, and I will make her regret it, While cursing, she continued to punch and kick Huang Huanhuan, targeting her vulnerable spots and face. Huang Huanhuan's screams grew weaker, almost just painful moans and twitching. The villagers around watched in shock. Some women turned away in sympathy, but most pointed and whispered excitedly. No one stepped forward to stop her forcefully. In this simple, strict village, catching someone stealing a man and beating them half to death was considered normal and unspoken rule. Seeing Huang Huanhuan about to be badly hurt, Zheng Jianxi became anxious. He casually pulled up his pants and, despite the chaos, bravely hugged the angry Chen Luyu from behind. Enough.
Stop.
Don't hit anymore. If you keep going, someone might get seriously hurt. His mind was a mess. He didn't understand what was happening. Earlier, when he faintly woke up, he was holding someone in his arms. It was dark, but under the moonlight, he saw it was Huang Huanhuan and thought he was dreaming. Then, that rising, restless feeling overwhelmed him. In the small woods, things were heated. But suddenly, someone saw them and caused a commotion. Now, he felt completely confused. Chen Luyu felt Zheng Jianxi approaching and, furious, turned around and slapped him, leaving a few bloody scratches on his face. Get away, you bastard. I'll settle with you later. The scene was chaotic. Chen Tiekue was also at his wit's end. Just then, a commotion outside the crowd. Someone shouted, "Zhou Yi is here! Zhou Yi is here!" Meanwhile, not far away, at Sun's small courtyard, another scene was unfolding. The noise from the small woods, the sounds of fighting and crying, drifted into the quiet house. The warm glow of the kerosene lamp cast a long shadow of Sun Minkai sitting at the table, reading. The shadow stretched on the earthen wall, making the scene look very calm, even a bit cold and out of place. Wan Baozhu sat on the edge of the kong, a traditional heated bed, unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. She listened to the growing noise outside, feeling anxious and uneasy. She couldn't help but lift her head and look at Sun Minksai's calm, scholarly side profile under the lamp. She whispered cautiously, Minkai, listen, there's a lot of noise outside. It seems like there was a fire earlier, and now it sounds like a fight. Could something serious be happening? Her husband had just returned unexpectedly, and she was actually quite happy about it, thinking about what Aunt He had said about having children. But the commotion outside was really loud. Sun Mingsai's eyebrows twitched slightly, almost unnoticeably. He slightly raised his eyelids, shifting his gaze from the book to Baozhu's worried and tender face, which was pale and slightly red from tension. His expression was indifferent, with just a hint of impatience at being disturbed. The villagers, they're always fussing over trivial things or causing trouble, he said softly. Big or small, they make a fuss and want everyone to know. You shouldn't get involved or listen to those gossiping women. I really dislike people like that. He paused, his eyes lingering for a moment on Baozhu's cheeks, which were flushed from nervousness, and her clear but timid eyes. A ripple of emotion crossed his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. He pushed his glasses up his nose and spoke more coldly, even with a hint of sarcasm. If there really was a fire, what could you do? Are you planning to rush out and help pour water? With your strength, just not causing trouble is enough. Or, do you want to see which house is on fire or who is fighting, then come back and gossip like those busybody women in the village? His words were cold and harsh, instantly turning Baozhu's worry into feeling like she was meddling in others' affairs. Baozhu was speechless, her face burning with embarrassment and sadness. She lowered her head and said nothing, her hands nervously twisting her clothes. Yes, what could she do? Seeing her silent, Sun Minkai couldn't help but glance at her again. Seeing her submissive and obedient look, as if she regarded herself as the center of the world, timid and afraid to ask more, a small flicker of doubt and a certain kind of regret quietly appeared in his heart because of what he was about to do. Under the dim yellow light of the kerosene lamp, Wan Baozhu's cheeks slightly reddened, her eyelashes drooped, casting a gentle shadow below her eyes. Since it was nighttime, and she had already washed up, her clothes were no longer the dull, patched cloth she wore during the day. She was wearing a slightly better-fitting floral dress, which made her look more balanced in figure. Although still simple and plain, her fair and delicate face, along with her charming eyes and eyebrows, gave her a natural, unpolished beauty like a fine jade. Her appearance was completely different from Chen Lijing, who dressed carefully but had only gentle features. Wan Baozhu didn't know what Sun Mingkai was thinking. She simply felt that no matter what she did, she couldn't make him happy. Feeling a bit wronged inside, but remembering Aunt He's words about having children, she suppressed her feelings of sadness, smiled slightly, and looked up at Sun Mingkai. Mingkai, don't be angry. I was just curious, and asked. I listened to you, isn't that enough? She was naturally pretty, with a sweet and soft voice. Now, with a hint of grievance and dependence, she looked at Sun Mingkai, which made his throat feel dry. Suddenly, he remembered when they first got married. Wan Baozhu was the same then, looking at him with admiration and shyness. She believed everything he said and listened carefully. At that time, he thought that although she was uneducated, she was obedient and good-looking. He even had the idea of spending his life with her. But later, after seeing a different kind of life, looking back at the woman at home who only knew how to cook, he felt increasingly bored and even secretly resented her. If it weren't for her, maybe he could have chosen a different path. Sun Mingkai couldn't help but reach into the drawer. There was the thing he planned to reveal to Wan Baozhu tonight. He knew he shouldn't have any more ties with her. Chen Lijing was not someone easy to fool. But seeing Baozhu so defenseless and still trusting him as her support, a possessive feeling that belonged to men grew uncontrollably in his heart. He knew that after tonight, this gentle woman who once belonged to him would be pushed away by his own hands. He forced himself not to look at Wan Baozhu anymore, afraid of being influenced by her. Baozhu, sometimes a quick pain is better than a long one. Sun Mingkai decided to be honest and face the truth directly. But in the next moment, Wan Baozhu, who was sitting on the kong, a traditional bed, stood up slowly and walked toward him, looking sad. Mingkai, what's wrong with you? I feel like you are starting to dislike me more and more. As she spoke, she reached out and hugged Sun Mingkai's neck, whispering in his ear. Her soft body pressed close to him. Even though Sun Mingkai felt he no longer had feelings for Baozhu, he couldn't help but stiffen a little. He took a deep breath, closed his book, and made a soft, snap sound. This sound was very clear in the quiet room, and it made Baozhu, who was pressed close to him, instinctively lift her head and stare into his eyes with her bright, charming eyes. Baozhu, Sun Mingkai's voice became hoarse without him realizing. His Adam's apple moved, and his gaze seemed glued to Baozhu's face. Looking at her face, a mean, mixed feeling of possessiveness and frustration suddenly surged in his heart. He suddenly wondered, why? Why rush to take out that cold divorce certificate now? Baozhu is his wife. Even if they part ways in the future, they can't deny their past intimacy. So, before everything is completely cut off, why can't he exercise his rights as a husband one last time? As long as Baozhu doesn't find out. Baozhu, he whispered softly, his voice even hoarser. His eyes suddenly became deep and cloudy, as if covered with a thin fog of desire. Mingkai? You. Baozhu felt shy when he called her, her face turning redder and redder, which made Sun Mingkai even more eager. But he wasn't one to let himself down. Since he had this thought, he stood up directly and pulled Baozhu toward the kong. In the small woods, Zhou walked over with a serious face, walking quickly. Behind him, He Xiuhua lowered her voice and warned, "Since everything is already out in the open, you should vent your anger. Just don't cause any serious harm. It's not worth it for those two troublemakers." She was afraid that her distant niece might act impulsively and cause a big problem. "Yes, I understand," Zhou Yi replied softly. He knew that He Xiuhua was only trying to protect him. The crowd around automatically made way. Zhou Yi was clearly called from home in a hurry, wearing only a thin tank top that showed his strong arm muscles. His face was blank, and his intimidating presence made people instinctively step back, afraid he might get angry. Zhou Yi quickly looked over everyone. He saw Huang Huan lying on the ground, badly beaten and covered in blood, Chen Luyu, looking wild and disheveled, Zhang Jianxi, with a hurt face, disheveled clothes, and a panicked look, and Chen Tiekue, furious, but unable to stop his daughter. His gaze briefly lingered on Huang Huan's miserable face, showing no emotion. Then, his cold eyes shot like arrows at Zhang Jianxi. Zhang Jianxi felt a chill in his heart from that look. It was so cold and heavy that for a moment, he thought Zhou Yi wanted to hurt him badly. He couldn't help but step back. Before anyone could react, Zhou Yi walked straight to Zhang Jianxi and suddenly grabbed his shirt collar, which was not yet buttoned.
Zhou Yi.
What are you doing? Zhang Jianxi's voice trembled with fear. Zhou Yi didn't speak. Instead, he responded with a heavy punch, like a hammer hitting. Bang! A sharp, clean punch hit Zhang Jianxi's cheek. The force was so strong that Zhang Jianxi heard his teeth loosen, and he staggered several steps to the side, seeing stars and tasting a salty, metallic flavor in his mouth. Zhang Jianxi cried out in pain and hadn't even steadied himself when Zhou Yi was right behind him again, grabbing his collar with his left hand and throwing another punch. Then came the continuous sound of fists hitting.
Bang! Bang!
Bang! Every punch was fierce and relentless. The dull sound was so loud it hurt my teeth. Zhou Quan's fists were fast and fierce. He didn't just hit his face, he also struck his chest, stomach, and ribs anywhere it hurt. He just hit wherever it hurt the most. He still had no expression on his face, but the cold light in his eyes and the bulging muscles on his arms clearly showed he was venting his deep anger.
Ugh.
Cough, cough.
Stop hitting me.
I was wrong. Zhou Yi. Zhang Jianxi was beaten so badly, he couldn't fight back. He curled up and could only cry out in pain and beg for mercy. It's not that he's cowardly. He just felt like his internal organs had been shifted, his bones might be broken, and even breathing hurt. He couldn't take it anymore. The villagers around were stunned by Zhou Yi's sudden, fierce attack. For a moment, everything was silent except for the sounds of fists hitting flesh and Zhang Jianxi's screams. Even Chen Luyu, who was originally angry, stopped hitting Huang Huan. She gasped for air and looked at Zhou Yi beating Zhang Jianxi with a dazed expression. She was angry, but if it kept going like this... Chen Tiekue opened his mouth several times, wanting to step in and stop it. But seeing Zhou Yi's ruthless and fierce attack, he was afraid he might get hit by an unintentional punch. He's not young anymore, and he couldn't handle such a punch. And thinking about the terrible things Zhang Jianxi had done, Zhou Yi was also a victim. Who wouldn't be angry if their partner was unfaithful? Forget it. He opened his mouth but swallowed his words again. Let Zhou Yi vent his anger. Zhang Jianxi deserved a good beating. As a father-in-law, he shouldn't have intervened, but someone had to teach Zhang Jianxi a lesson. Zhou Yi kept hitting for more than 20 punches until Zhang Jianxi, like a broken rag doll, collapsed to the ground, only exhaling, no longer breathing, and then he stopped. He loosened his grip on Zhang Jianxi and let him slump to the ground. Then he slowly stood up, disdainfully glancing at his blood-stained fists. His gaze swept over Zhang Jianxi, lying there like a dead dog, then looked at Huang Huan, who was trembling and covered in blood a short distance away. Finally, his eyes settled on Chen Tiekue. His voice was quiet but very clear. Captain, everyone saw what happened. He slightly raised his hand to indicate the undeniable scene before them. Zhang Jianxi, involved in inappropriate relationships in front of everyone, with clear evidence. He paused, then looked again at Zhang Jianxi and Huang Huan. His tone grew heavier, each word hitting the quiet night. And this isn't just a matter of moral conduct. His actions, frankly, amount to hooliganism. Call the police. The words hooliganism caused everyone present, including Chen Liuju, who is still angry and sad, to shiver involuntarily and gasp in shock. Everyone knew what hooliganism meant at that moment. It wasn't just a minor village reprimand or a small punishment. It was a serious criminal offense. It meant facing strict legal punishment from the state. In recent years, authorities have paid special attention to this issue, cracking down hard on behaviors that corrupt morals and disrupt social order. Even on the radio and in newspapers, news about tough crackdowns and public trials of people caught acting out or being hooligans was common, sometimes even involving gunfire. Although Zheng Jianxi and Huang Huanhuan's situation could be called an affair, making it public and trying to label it as hooliganism was a sure way to go. No way, no way. Chen Liujie suddenly raised her head, tears still on her face, eyes wide with determination and hoarse as she shouted, "Don't call the police." Her shout drew everyone's attention. Even Zheng Jianxi, lying on the ground, looked at her in disbelief, full of pleading. Chen Tiekue also frowned, looking at his daughter, silently cursing himself for her impulsiveness. Zhou Ye's cold gaze swept over her, emotionless, as if he had expected her reaction. Chen Liujie felt nervous under his stare but forced herself to hold her ground and meet his gaze.
No.
Absolutely not. She hated Zheng Jianxi, wanted to tear him apart, and curse him to death. But if Zheng Jianxi was labeled a hooligan and sent to jail, everything would change completely. Zheng Jianxi's life would be over. Maybe even his life itself. Where is she, Chen Luyu? She has become a prisoner's wife. How can she lift her head in the village now? Zheng Jianxi is no longer a good person, but he is still my man. As long as he is doing well, our family is still here. There is hope for the future. Why should Zhou Yi report to the police? I am Zheng Jianxi's wife. She is just blaming him for not controlling her own troublemaker. If Zhou Yi wasn't useless and couldn't control her, would Huang Huanhuan be able to flirt with Zheng Jianxi? Thinking of this, she suddenly felt more confident. She stepped forward a few steps, pointing at Huang Huanhuan, who was nearby with torn clothes, exposing most of her body, and couldn't hide her shame. Her voice was sharp and full of anger and hatred. Why report to the police? If anyone should be caught, it's that shameless fox. A complete tramp. A troublemaker. It's definitely her who seduced my man. She wanted to blame everything on Huang Huanhuan. I heard before that she was flirting with men in a flirtatious way. I didn't think she would do it with my family. She must have seen that Zheng Jianxi is honest and used shady tricks to seduce him. My man. He was just confused for a moment. He was deceived by this fox. It's her fault. Zhou Yi, even if you wear a green hat, it's not just my man. If you have the ability, find other men too. She became more and more excited, even believing her own words. Yes, that's definitely it. It's her who took the initiative. If you want to report to the police, go ahead and catch her. Don't catch my man. Although Huang Huanhuan was badly beaten, she still tried to defend herself when she heard Chen Luyu blame her in front of everyone. I didn't. Zhou Yi, I didn't. Her face was swollen from the beating, and her words were unclear. But she still tried to argue back. Chen Luyu didn't listen to her. After insulting Huang Huanhuan, she was still not satisfied. She turned her head and directed her anger at Zhou Yi. She was so angry she lost her mind. Plus, Zhou Yi said he wanted to report to the police. To protect Zheng Jianxi, she started shouting at Zhou Yi. And you,
Zhou Yi,
what are you doing here pointing around and shouting? I think you're just good at fighting. If you have the ability, focus on your own troublemaker at home. Unable to control his own woman and letting her flirt outside, now he's blaming my family's efforts. What kind of man are you? If you have the ability, take care of Huang Huanhuan. Tell her not to cause trouble outside. Your own head is full of green, and you still have the nerve to act important here, trying to send others to jail? I spit on that. These words are really harsh, and they were spoken in front of the whole village, directly damaging Zhou Ye's reputation as a man. Suddenly, the atmosphere became very quiet and a little scary. Everyone took a deep breath, surprised to see Chen Luyu speak like that. She dared to say such things? That's just too much. Chen Luyu wasn't afraid of making honest people angry or provoking any trouble. Chen Tiekuen's face changed drastically. He grabbed Chen Luyu and shouted sternly, "Luyu,
what are you talking about?
Shut up and step aside." He was really worried that his daughter's reckless words would completely anger Zhou Yi, and the consequences would be terrible. His daughter was also a stubborn girl. And Zheng Jianxi, that scoundrel, was not worth her defending so fiercely. Zhou Yi sneered, looking coldly at Chen Luyu, who was shouting loudly, and said, I may not be capable, but you, it seems, are not much better. Otherwise, why are they together?
Chen Liu, Zhou Yi.
You. Shut up. Chen Tiekuan couldn't stand it anymore. He pulled Chen Luyu behind him, afraid she would keep talking nonsense. Then he turned to Zhou Yi and said, Zhou Yi, look at this matter. It's just a village issue. If it gets too big, you'll be embarrassed. Why don't we handle it privately? If we can avoid involving the police, let's do that. If the police come, it'll be embarrassing for you too. Isn't that embarrassing for everyone? Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. I'm not afraid of embarrassment. I'm all alone. What's there to be afraid of? Seeing that he wouldn't listen, Chen Tiekuan didn't know what else to say.
Zhou Yi.
Let's discuss this slowly. Don't be impulsive. Chen Tiekuan's face showed mixed emotions, and his chest rose and fell with complex feelings. No matter how bad Zheng Jianxi was or how shameful his actions, he was still the man Chen Luyu chose. He was officially married, with a wedding banquet. As long as June doesn't stubbornly say, these days are over, I want a divorce, I, as a father, can't just watch my son-in-law be taken to the police station and be branded as a troublemaker. That would ruin my daughter's life forever, and also make the old Qin family lose face. Thinking of this, Chen Tiekue took a deep breath, forced down his anger and embarrassment, and looked at Zhou Yi with a serious gaze. His tone slowed down and even carried a bit of a respectful plea. Zhou Yi, listen to what uncle has to say. He stepped forward, slightly lowering his posture. Just as an older relative, I'm putting aside my pride and asking you sincerely. Can we discuss this matter again? He paused, glanced at the villagers watching nearby, then changed his tone to one of sincere concern. Look, you'll still be living in this village in the future. The neighbors and relatives, you'll see them often. Huang Jiqing, he pointed to Huang Huanhuan, who was lying on the ground, looking lost. She is your wife. A few years ago, your mother wasn't feeling well, and she took care of her. She's been thoughtful. Even if you don't care about my face, think about your mother. A few years ago, you weren't home. You were in the army. I've taken care of your family a lot too. Leave some room for future kindness so we can still get along. Don't make things too harsh, okay? His words were emotionally charged, but in reality, they were a threat or something else. It's hard to say. Seeing Zhou Yi expressionless and unmoved, Chen Tiekue took a bold step, cleared his throat, and raised his voice a little. Not only was he speaking to Zhou Yi but also to the villagers around. Moreover, everyone, don't forget. The land division is about to happen. The higher authorities have already given the go-ahead. Household responsibility system. This is a big deal that affects how each family will live and dress for decades to come. As soon as he said this, the villagers immediately paid attention, some confused about how these two things were related. Seeing he had caught their attention, Chen Tiekue continued with a stronger tone. Our village has been a model village of the commune these years, the Red Flag Brigade. The leaders above pay close attention. They hope we can set a good example, handle the land division smoothly, and serve as a model for other villages at this critical moment. Honestly, I have to tell everyone that over the years, our village has grown more and more. The higher-ups want us to take over the forest land at the foot of the back mountain to plant fruit trees, which is the only one of its kind in our village. None of the nearby production teams have such a good opportunity. He deliberately paused, looked at Zhou Yi, then at everyone. If our village suddenly gets involved in a rogue incident, that even alarms the police, causing a big fuss in town and chaos everywhere. Think about how the town leaders would see us. How about the county leaders? Would they think our village has bad manners, poor management, or instability? He waved his hand and sighed deeply. If this affects how the leaders see us, and if, just if, they think our village isn't suitable to be advanced or to get land first, or if they try to make things difficult for us during land division, giving us less land or corner plots. Who would lose? The whole village, young and old. Every family's livelihood. This really hit everyone hard. It must be said, Chen Tiekue truly has the skills of a long-time village leader. His mind is sharp, very precise. Land division is a huge matter related to the future of our children and grandchildren. Who doesn't want more land? No one wants others' problems to affect their own land benefits. Land division is a big deal, affecting future generations' livelihoods. No one wants others' scandals to impact their own land rights. So, the villagers looked at each other and started to think. Even though they knew Chen Tiekue's words seemed to help his son-in-law Zheng Jianxi, some people still spoke first, especially the older villagers. Zhou kid, this village chief Chen makes sense. Land division is important. Yeah, Zhou Yi, maybe we should think again? Family matters shouldn't be made public. If it really gets to the police, our village's good reputation might be ruined, and land division could be affected. Zheng Jianxi did something wrong. He should be punished. But for the sake of the village, maybe. We should handle it privately? Right, handle it privately. Fine him some work points, make him apologize to Zhou Yi, and give him a good lesson. If things really can't be helped, just pay some money, or maybe give him a good beating. As long as no one gets hurt, it's fine. Yes, Huang Jiqing is your wife after all. After so many years, no one is stopping you from scolding or hitting her. Everyone was talking back and forth, making quite a fuss. At first, they were all criticizing Zheng Jianxi and Huang Huanhuan for being unfaithful, but in just a little while, because of Chen Tiekue's few words, everyone's attitude changed. He Xiuhua, standing not far from Zhou Yi, looked at the group with disgust at how they were forcing Zhou Yi to swallow his anger. She couldn't stand it anymore. Hey, do you all feel okay about this? What's wrong? Isn't it your own family matter? Why is it so easy to talk about? I don't believe that dividing the land can be stopped just because of this. All this nonsense, bringing unrelated things together, isn't that funny? Humph. All this talk is just because Chen Tiekue, that old fox, is protecting Zheng Jianxi, that scoundrel. What about planting orchards on the back mountain? Why didn't they mention this before? Why bring it up now? If it really was true, why didn't they say anything earlier? What are they sneaking around for? Now, she even suspects that Chen Tiekue's words might just be a lie to fool everyone. No one expected He Xiuhua to be the first to call him out, especially Chen Tiekue, who frowned and spoke with a harsher tone. He said, He Xiuhua, what do you mean? Do you think I would lie about this? In the past 2 years, our village has had less land, but the land clearing, harvests, and work points have all been way ahead. Aren't the town leaders aware? They considered the empty land at the foot of the back mountain, which is flat and close to our village. They even said they would invite experts to guide us and try to make it a pilot orchard. If you're saying this now and it really affects our land division, can you take responsibility for that? After saying this, he deliberately looked at everyone's reactions. Sure enough, as soon as he finished, some people started to agree. Yes, this is a big matter. Can the team leader say anything he wants? He Xiuhua, this isn't just your business. Don't cause trouble. Exactly, this matter depends on what Zhou Yi says. Why are you so anxious? Anyway, the mistake was made, but dividing the land isn't necessarily a bad thing. Exactly. He Xiuhua, you can't take responsibility for this. Don't stand up for others. One by one, everyone started criticizing He Xiuhua. She was so angry she almost couldn't breathe. You're all just talking without understanding the full story. Even though some people were unhappy with team leader Chen Tiekue, they saw this as a good chance to criticize him. But with the village elders protecting him strongly and the land division issue involved, no one dared to speak up for Zhou Yi. It's because Chen Tiekue is too powerful. No wonder they call him Old Fox. No one can match his cunning. Many villagers looked at Zhou Yi with more understanding. After all, fighting over petty personal matters shouldn't affect the big land division that everyone has been hoping for, or the apple orchard project. Chen Tiekue saw everyone's reactions and felt a little more at ease. He thought, He Xiuhua can't cause much trouble alone, so he stopped paying attention to her. Then he turned to Zhou Yi, who had been silent all along, and spoke sincerely, as if discussing, but with no room for argument. Zhou Yi, this isn't just my idea. Everyone agrees on this. You're a smart young man and you served in the army. Serving the people isn't just talk. Zheng Jianxi really is no good. How to handle him? I trust your judgment. Or maybe you can have him apologize publicly and write a promise not to interfere with you and your wife again. If he does anything else in the future, don't worry. I'll be the first to send him to the police. As for Huang Jiqing and your wife, we won't stop you. As long as it doesn't involve reporting to the police, anything is fine. We must not let this affect our village's reputation. How about that? Can we just end it here? No more trouble. Everyone looked at Zhou Yi, waiting for his response. Even Chen Liuji didn't dare to cause trouble anymore, nervously watching Zhou Yi. Zheng Jianxian felt very frustrated when he was told to kneel and apologize to Zhou Yi, but at this moment, he had no right to speak. He clenched his loose back teeth and dared not say a word. He knew clearly what was more important, his reputation or his safety. Huang Huanhuan curled up in the corner, her eyes swollen and red, watching Zhou Yi anxiously. She couldn't call the police. If she did, her life would be over. She silently prayed. As long as Zhou Yi didn't call the police, she promised to live well with him in the future. As for Zheng Jianxian, she was prepared to cut ties completely. In the night, Zhou Yi's expression remained calm and unreadable. Listening to Chen Tiekui's words and observing the reactions and gossip of the people around, his dark eyes looked even deeper and harder to understand. A hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. He slightly curved his thin lips and spoke, his voice steady but cold and firm. Captain Chen, for the sake of the village's land division, I can temporarily hold back from calling the police. As for the punishment of Zheng Jianxian, I will follow your instructions. By the way, his work at the farm machinery factory isn't suitable anymore.
And
He looked disdainfully at Huang Huanhuan, who was hiding in the corner, and coldly added, Huang Huanhuan and I are getting a divorce, and it's happening tomorrow. Please prepare the divorce papers. I'll go to the town office tomorrow to handle it. Divorce? When Chen Tiekue heard Zhou Yi wanted a divorce, he was truly stunned and felt a bit troubled. It's true that such scandals had happened in the village before, but getting married was not easy. Usually people would grit their teeth and accept it. After all, getting divorced after being betrayed and humiliated wasn't something to be proud of. There was another thing. If Zhou Yi and Huang Huanhuan divorced, and considering Huang Huanhuan's current situation, she wouldn't be able to return to the city. She would have to stay in the village. If she stayed, wouldn't that make things even more complicated with Zheng Jianxian? After thinking for a moment, Chen Tiekue still tried to persuade him. Zhou Yi, divorce is a big deal. You shouldn't rush into it. He looked at his daughter, who was frowning, and continued, Huang Jiqing, she made mistakes, but it's been a few years now. Maybe you two should think about this again. His words were interrupted by Zhou Yi's sharp and sneering gaze. There's nothing to think about. Zhou Yi cut him off directly with a firm tone. I must divorce her. No other options. If this divorce makes Captain Chen so uncomfortable, then sorry, don't blame me for not considering you and the villagers. Just report it to the police. Chen Luyu listened nearby, feeling a little nervous. She hated Huang Huanhuan calling her a fox spirit and wished she would be disliked by everyone. But she knew that as long as Huang Huanhuan was still with Zhou Yi, he would have to watch over her somewhat, which would prevent her from bothering Zheng Jianxi later. If they really divorced, Huang Huanhuan would become a person with no one to control her, and if she got reckless and kept bothering Zheng Jianxi, it would be even more trouble. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but tug at her father Chen Tiekue's sleeve and whisper, after the divorce, wouldn't she be even more unruly? And the village still has to take care of her, and there are land issues too. Chen Tiekue glared at her. You're still talking, Chen Luyu. The father and daughter's whispering was heard clearly by Zhou Yi. He shot them a cold, mocking look. If you're so worried, you could just divorce Zheng Jianxi and let him marry her. Then you wouldn't have to worry. Chen Luyu. Zhou Yi, what are you talking about? Zhou Yi sneered. I'm just giving you advice to help you get out of trouble. Chen Luyu glared at him fiercely, showing no gratitude. Pfft. You're useless yourself, can't control your wild wife, and you can't stand to see others do well, right? Since Huang Huan is so openly cheating, it must be because you can't do it yourself. I thought so. Huang Huan is so eager to flirt with my man. Zhou Yi shot her a cold look, silencing her words. Chen Luyu, don't be ungrateful. Zhang Jianxi and your family only protects you as a treasure. Your protective attitude is so strong that you might be bitten back by that untrustworthy person in the future. Junyu's words were very harsh, and He Xiuhua couldn't bear to listen anymore. Exactly, Junyu, this isn't about not supporting you. Don't speak so harshly. Yes. Those two are shameless. Why are you involving Zhou Yi? Ugh. Truly shameless, and they think they're right. If you say that, then maybe they can say you can't control your own man. That's right. He Xiuhua started, and soon others in the village joined in, making Qinjun almost lose her breath. None of you understand. Qinjun was so angry she wanted to argue, but Chen Tiekue pulled her back, looking disgusted. Enough. Are you still trying to make a fool of yourself? Did they say something wrong? You talk without thinking, and now you're causing trouble for others. Go stand aside. If you keep talking nonsense, your man might end up in jail. I won't interfere anymore. Chen Jun was frightened by her father. Father, it's them. Chen Tiekue cut her off. Shut up. In the corner, Huang Huan trembled violently when she heard Zhou Yi mention divorce. She looked at Zhou Yi with panic. How could he want to divorce her now? If they divorced, how could she live in this village? Qin Jun and her father definitely wouldn't let her go. As a woman, her future would be very hard. Zhou Yi knew this well. He was pushing her to the limit. She wanted to say something, to beg Zhou Yi to save her. But just as she opened her mouth, she saw Zhou Yi's cold, decisive eyes sweep over her. Seeing the villagers' contempt, indifference, or mocking looks, she couldn't speak anymore, only filled with despair and fear. She couldn't afford to offend Zhou Yi. If he really decided to send her and Zhang Jianxi to jail, she would be completely finished. Zhou Yi didn't want to argue with them. He looked at Chen Tiekue with a calm tone, but with a commanding presence. Captain Chen, I've listened to you once. If you hesitate again, I will change my mind. I, together with Huang Huan, must get a divorce tomorrow. Please prepare the proof. Thank you for your hard work. Write it now. He paused, glancing at the pale Huang Huan. She is a young worker from the countryside. I believe you will give her a proper arrangement. Zhou Yi and Chen Tiekue looked at each other, showing no sign of retreat.
Chen Tiekue hesitated.
We don't have paper and pen now, and we need to stamp it with our production team seal. Zhou Yi spoke. I can wait here. Please, team leader, have someone bring it. It's not far. Chen Tiekue. At this point, Zhou Yi couldn't delay any longer, even if he wanted to. Forget it, just go ahead and get it over with.
That's settled then.
Unable to do anything else, Chen Tiekue asked Liu, the accountant from the production team, to fetch the items. In about 10 minutes, Zhou Yi got the proof issued by the production team. With this, he could get the divorce certificate tomorrow. Once he had what he needed, Zhou Yi didn't stay any longer. He didn't bother with polite words and simply turned to leave. As he left, others who had been watching also prepared to disperse. After all, it was late at night. If it weren't for this incident, who would still be wandering outside? Soon, most of the people in the small woods had gone. However, as the villagers left, they looked at the dazed Zhang Jianxi and the terrified, hopeless Huang Huan, feeling a mix of emotions. These two. Their days are probably going to be tough. But they kind of deserved it.
Bah.
Getting caught cheating for so many years, and everyone in the village knows about it. This is the first time in many years. The noise outside was quite loud, but Wan Baozhu in the west room of the Sun family knew nothing about it. She was completely immersed in Sun Mingsai's rare gentle and caring attitude. Maybe it was her imagination, but she felt that Sun Mingkai was a bit different tonight compared to before. He even took the initiative to kiss her. And kissed her for a long time. You should know, the only time he kissed her was when they first got married. Back then, on their wedding night, Sun Mingkai only lightly touched her lips, and he blushed all over. Later, it seemed he also kissed her again. Over time, Sun Mingkai lost interest in that matter. Even when they did it, it was over quickly. She almost forgot how it felt to be kissed by him. But tonight was different. Tonight, when Sun Mingkai looked at her, his eyes seemed to burn with fire, making her feel nervous inside. Especially when he kissed her, he was urgent and fierce, like a hungry wolf cub finally finding prey, eager to swallow her whole. For some reason, even though she knew she shouldn't think this way now, Wan Baozhu couldn't help but remember that night, when someone pressed her down. He was even rougher than Sun Mingkai. Wan Baozhu was pushed onto the bed, her floral dress buttons torn off, and Sun Mingkai's hands moved constantly. "Mingkai," she whispered, her voice trembling, feeling a bit of pain in her chest. Sun Mingkai didn't answer. He just buried his face in her neck, breathing heavily. Wan Baozhu didn't understand what was wrong with him, but she felt something was off. He had never been like this before. Usually their intimacy ended quickly, but today was different. She felt like Sun Mingkai had become someone else. He was more playful, kissing her until her lips felt sore. He kept tossing her around, but strangely, he wouldn't take the final step. Wan Baozhu felt that even though they hadn't gone all the way, it was more exhausting than before. Still, she didn't want to push him away. Sun Mingkai's behavior made her feel more at ease. Maybe he still cared about her. Perhaps he was just tired from work. Thinking this, Wan Baozhu's heart softened. She reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck, awkwardly responding to his movements. Her initiative made Sun Mingkai even more passionate. Finally, Sun Mingkai managed to press down on her, ready to do what they intended. Wan Baozhu felt shy, but also happy. This time, she wanted to please him and hoped to get pregnant. She also wanted to ask if Mingkai's school had a place for her to stay and when she could move to the city with him. Thinking about what Aunt He said about easy ways to conceive made her face turn red with embarrassment. Thinking about it, having a baby is the most important thing, so I should just face it and try to please him. Having a child gives life hope. But at that moment, Sun Mingkai's body suddenly stiffened. Before Wan Baozhu could react, she felt him relax and lie still on top of her. Here we go again. In an instant, the familiar, suffocating feeling of disappointment flooded Wan Baozhu's heart. The man was still, resting on her neck, only breathing heavily. Wan Baozhu unconsciously closed her eyes, feeling a strange, teary sensation. If this happens every time, when will she be able to have a baby? But soon, she calmed herself. No need to rush, no need to worry. As long as Mingkai's heart was with her, having a baby would happen sooner or later. Thinking of this, she gently patted Sun Mingkai's back, softly whispering like soothing a child, "Mingkai, your weight hurts my back." Hearing this, Sun Mingkai slowly sat up on the bed, the kerosene lamp on the table flickering and casting his complicated expression. Even though he and Chen Lijing had done almost everything except the final step, he still felt that Baozhu's body was softer than he expected, especially her full chest. Thinking about the alluring woman in front of him, and that in the future, she would no longer be involved with him openly, Sun Mingkai felt a strange, uncomfortable pain in his heart. "Mingkai," Wan Baozhu didn't understand what was wrong with him. She rubbed her sore waist, slowly sat up, and asked with a puzzled look, "What's wrong? Is work not going well? Why do you look so unhappy?" Even though they had just been very close, why did his face look darker and darker? Sun Mingkai ignored her, silently lying back on the bed. Then he grabbed the ceramic jar on the table, gulped down a few big sips of water, and finally eased the uncomfortable feeling inside. Seeing this, Wan Baozhu understood that he didn't plan to say anything. She awkwardly adjusted her open collar and softly asked, "Are you still thirsty? Should I pour you some more water?" Sun Mingkai didn't turn around. He put down the ceramic jar with a dull sound, facing away from her. Seeing him not move, Wan Baozhu had already started buttoning her coat, ready to get off the bed and pour him some water. But in the next moment, Sun Mingkai suddenly opened the drawer in front of him and took out a piece of thick paper. He turned and walked toward her. Wan Baozhu watched his actions, froze for a moment, feeling confused. She looked at what he was handing her, hesitated, then slowly took it. Under the faint light of the kerosene lamp, she struggled to read the words at the top. Divorce certificate. Although Wan Baoju never went to school, Sun Mingkai used to teach her a few words when he had free time, just for fun. Sometimes, he even gave her what he called homework, which she would secretly practice on the ground with burnt firewood. Of course, all this was done without her mother-in-law knowing. Wang Suilian didn't like her learning to read with Sun Mingkai. But to make Sun Mingkai think she wasn't so stupid, she paid close attention to every word he taught, even secretly copying them repeatedly on the ground with burnt wood. So, although she couldn't write many characters, she could recognize some. Now, she doubted herself. Was she really able to read? Divorce certificate. The 4 big characters were dark and heavy on the paper, pressing down on her heart. Holding that light piece of paper, Wan Baoju's hands started trembling. She raised her head, looking at Sun Mingkai in disbelief. Mingkai, what is this? Did I read the wrong words again? As soon as she asked, her beautiful, shining eyes filled with tears. Her once pink and fair face suddenly turned pale. She looked like a lotus flower battered by wind and rain, beautiful but pitiful. Seeing her like this, Sun Mingkai instinctively avoided her gaze, afraid to look at her. His voice was dry and tense.
Baoju.
Let's get a divorce. With a loud bang, Wan Baoju felt as if she couldn't hear anything anymore. She wanted to ask Sun Mingkai why, just moments ago, they were so close. Didn't he dislike her too? Why was he divorcing her? No, they had already divorced. The divorce certificate was right in her hand. She looked at what was in her hand and then at Sun Mingkai, wanting to ask why, but she opened her mouth several times without making a sound. She didn't know how much time had passed. Just as Sun Mingkai was about to say more, Wan Baoju spoke up. Why?
Why?
Did I do something wrong? Did I upset you? Did I make a mistake? Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Sun Mingkai felt a bit sorry for her, but when he thought of Chen Lijing and what he could gain as the future principal's son-in-law, he hardened his heart and slowly spoke. You didn't do anything wrong. But, Baoju, I am different now. You can't help me anymore, Baoju. Life in the city isn't as simple as you think. I'm doing this for your own good. Don't blame me. A moment ago, Baoju wanted to ask if she had done something wrong to upset him. But the next moment, hearing that she couldn't help him anymore, she suddenly wanted to laugh. It turns out she was useless. In the past, he had said he would never leave her and would give her a real home. He even said that once he was successful, he would bring her to the city to live a good life. But now, she hadn't done anything wrong, so why was she getting divorced? And it happened right after they had been so close. It wasn't a divorce, but a divorce certificate was handed over directly. When did Mingkai change? Does mother-in-law know? Seeing her silent and staring, Sun Mingkai sat beside her, reached out to hold her hand, but she avoided him. He looked awkwardly at his stiff right hand, then at Baoju, who had moved back to keep her distance and finally decided to be straightforward. Baoju, he said, staring at her closely, you're just a village girl. You can't live in the city. From now on, just pretend to be my sister and take care of our mother at home. Our mother has poor eyesight, you look after her well, and I won't treat you badly, sister. Forget about being a real sister. Baoju really wanted to laugh. First a child bride, then a wife, now a sister. Who knows what her identity would be in a few years? She found it increasingly funny and couldn't help but laugh out loud. But as she laughed, tears started to fall. Her laughter sounded strange and sad in the quiet room. Sun Mingkai's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but look at the woman who had grown up with him. However, the woman who was full of his image in her eyes now had tears in her eyes, and he was no longer there. Big sister. Wan Baoju repeated these 2 words softly, but each word was filled with pain. Mingkai, you used to call me sister before. But you said you wanted to marry me, to make me your wife. Sun Mingkai was stunned. Wan Baoju didn't look at him. She simply dressed quickly, got off the bed, and stood steadily in front of Sun Mingkai. I came to your house when I was 10, she said coldly. Back then, your mother said I was a child bride meant to take care of you for life. You blushed and looked down on me, saying I was embarrassing and telling me not to dream, just to be your sister honestly. Sun Ming's throat tightened. Baozhu, mother agreed, saying I should be your sister. That's what I thought too. I treated you like my own brother. Wan Mingzhu interrupted him and continued. But when you were 16, you had a high fever that wouldn't go away. I stayed with you for 3 days and nights without sleep. That's when your eyes started to go bad. When you woke up, you held my hand and said I shouldn't be your sister anymore. That when you grew up, you wanted to marry me. Do you remember? Sun Mingkai. He remembered, but now things were different. Wan Baozhu looked at his panicked, avoiding eyes and smiled sadly. Look at you. You clearly remember. That was your own words. I refused you then. I said I was your sister and I would take care of you for life.
She paused.
But you said that when you grew up, you would take care of me and marry me. You begged me. To agree, she turned away from Sun Mingkai, no longer looking at him. I'm not very clever, but I haven't forgotten any of this. So why did you change? When I was at school, I did all the chores at home. During the day, I farmed to earn work points. At night, I mended clothes and did small tasks. Back then, you came home and stayed with me, talking to me and caring for me. You said that once you became successful, I would live a good life. You said that after you graduate, you would marry me. You clearly said it yourself, so why are you breaking your promise? I am a person, not a beast or a farmhand. If something isn't right, we can start over. What do you think I am? I remember all of this. That's why I said you should stay at home.
Ha!
So, I deserve this? Wan Baozhu's voice suddenly rose. I deserve to take care of my mother and this broken house, waiting for your so-called kindness that you might give me someday? She paused, then turned to look at Sun Mingkai.
Or
maybe soon, you'll have a new wife? In the future, I will not only have to watch your face and my mother's, but also look at your new wife's face. Is that right? Sun Mingkai opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words to argue. Wan Baozhu went to the chest at the foot of the bed, picked up the new coat she had sewn over several nights. The stitches were tight, the fabric carefully chosen, and every button sewn firmly. She gently touched the fabric, then suddenly squeezed it with force. With a ripping sound, the coat was torn in half at the collar. Sun Mingkai was startled by her action and stood up quickly, looking at her and asking sharply, "What are you doing?" "Nothing." Wan Baozhu looked at him, threw the torn clothes on the ground with a sad look. "You care about one piece of clothing, but you can just abandon me like a living person. Do you really think I believe you won't mistreat me, that you'll treat me well? Do you think that's possible? How stupid am I to believe your lies?" Sun Mingkai was stunned, not expecting her to say this. "Baozhu, don't do this. Stay at home. I will send my wages regularly. I will take care of you and mother. Please believe me, okay? Don't do this." "No need." Wan Baozhu no longer looked at him. With her hair loose, she walked straight out the door without taking anything. "Where are you going?" Sun Mingkai was panicked. He had never seen Wan Baozhu like this. In his memory, she was always gentle, always putting him first, never refused him. But now, she was cold, as if she was about to leave him forever. "None of your business." Wan Baozhu walked straight outside. "It's already dark now. You, a married woman. Where can you go?" "Baozhu, don't be angry. No matter how much you cause trouble, I won't change my mind about the divorce. This matter is already decided. I said I would take care of you, and I will. Why do you have to make a fuss?" Sun Mingkai stood at the gate of the yard, thinking he was protecting himself by blocking her. But she didn't understand that there was no room for negotiation in this matter. No amount of fussing would change anything. "Move aside," Wan Baozhu said coldly. Sun Mingkai didn't move. In the next moment, "Mingkai, step aside and let her go." "I don't believe it. After all these years feeding you, you've only made her stubborn." "Wan Baozhu, don't forget, if I hadn't brought you back, you might be dead by now, caught by some old bachelor. Mingkai has a conscience. He's speaking kindly, worried about your feelings. Don't be ungrateful." At some point, Wang Suelian appeared silently at the door of the main hall, holding a kerosene lamp, watching them quietly. Wang Suelian couldn't see, but Wan Baozhu clearly saw the disgust and dislike in her cloudy eyes. So, did her mother-in-law already know? Suddenly, Wan Baozhu felt she was so foolish. It turned out that after all this fuss, the mother and son had already given up. She was still trying to have a child with son Mingkai and follow him to the city to enjoy life. How wonderful! Really wonderful. So, you already knew, didn't you? Wan Baozhu asked through clenched teeth, almost biting each word. Even knowing the outcome, she still wanted to hear the answer from her own mouth. Wang Suelian snorted coldly. Knowing or not, what does it matter? Wan Baozhu, don't come crying and making a scene. Your marriage with Mingkai is over. You need to be good, and this home will still have a place for you. If you keep being ungrateful and seek death here, then from now on, you'll be kicked out of this house. I want to see how a woman can survive in this village. If you want to leave and come back later, it won't be so easy. Wan Baozhu looked at her steadily, silent. Son Mingkai didn't want to let go. He was really worried about Wan Baozhu. She was acting very strange. Let her go. Wang Suelian suddenly raised her voice. If you still think I'm your mother, listen to me. Don't stop her. Let her leave. I want to see where she can go. Mother, Mingkai, are you trying to force me to die? If you keep blocking her, I will run into a wall and hurt myself right now. In the dark, Wang Suelian moved closer, her voice full of anger. She absolutely couldn't allow that little troublemaker, Wan Baozhu, to control her son. This marriage was already decided. No matter what trick she played, it wouldn't work. Don't think you can fool my son with that kind of act and change his mind. Son Mingkai hesitated for a moment. He looked at the stubborn Wan Baozhu and then at his mother. In the end, he slowly loosened his grip. Baozhu, stop causing trouble. Before he finished speaking, Wan Baozhu directly pulled open the gate latch and, without hesitation, turned and walked into the night without looking back. Son Mingkai couldn't help but chase after her. He watched her thin figure walk farther and farther away until he couldn't see her anymore. He saw clearly that Wan Baozhu never looked back. After hesitating for a moment, Son Mingkai stepped forward to follow her. No matter what, he couldn't let anything happen to Wan Baozhu. Just as he was about to go after her, he heard his mother's voice behind him. Mingkai, are you going to be led away by that troublemaker? Son Mingkai froze. He turned around and looked at Wang Suelian, who had also come out. He worriedly said, Mother, you can't see clearly. Why did you come out? What if you get hurt? He spoke while trying to help her. But as soon as he reached out to hold her arm, she grabbed his hand tightly. Mingkai, listen to your mother and go back. Don't go after her. The marriage is already over. She needs to accept it properly. If she does, our family can still take her in. If she keeps causing trouble, she's ruining your future. You can't be fooled. Women, they cry, make a fuss, and threaten to hurt themselves. Don't worry, her family has no one left. She has nowhere to go. She might be hiding somewhere crying. If you chase after her and get caught up in her tricks, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. She almost used all her strength to pull Sun Mingzai's arm, making it impossible for him to break free. She kept urging him, Mother, I won't change my mind. I just came to take a look.
I'm afraid.
Afraid she might do something reckless, in case something happens. There's no need to worry. She's usually gentle and weak. When has she ever been so angry? She's just acting on purpose. As a woman, I understand her ways very well. Listen to me, come home with me. Wait and see. She won't really hurt herself. If she really did try to hurt herself, I would think even less of her. Wang Suelian didn't believe that the timid little girl, Wan Baozhu, would be willing to do something so drastic. Mom. Son Mingkai hesitated. Wang Suelian didn't give him a chance to change his mind. She tightly held his hand and led him into the yard. Don't worry, I won't lie to you. Just wait and see, Sun Mingkai. Is everything really okay? Soon, the door of the Sun family's yard was locked again. Then, everything returned to silence. In the dark night, Wan Baoju walked hesitantly, step by step, until she reached the old locust tree at the foot of the back mountain. Suddenly, she stopped. She couldn't help but hesitate again, then looked back. The moonlight, once blocked by clouds, slowly spilled onto the ground, illuminating the dark dirt road behind her. It was empty, not a single shadow in sight. Even the Sun family's yard was faintly visible in the distant night. Sun Mingkai didn't come after her. He really didn't chase her. This discovery completely shattered the last bit of hope in Wan Baoju's heart. Hope she didn't want to admit she still held. Hope she thought was shameful to cling to. She thought he would at least come after her, say some empty words, show some concern. But it turned out, from beginning to end, she had overthought everything. All her stubborn strength suddenly collapsed. She felt her legs go weak and sank down under the tree. Tears she had been holding back, one after another, burst out like a flood. Her shoulders trembled violently. At first, she just silently cried, then her sobs became muffled, and finally, she couldn't hold back and cried out loud. 12 years. A full 12 years. She had given everything to that family, to that man. She thought he was her lifelong support, the only bit of sweetness in her bitter days. She often sighed that heaven had not been too harsh on her. But in the end, she was still the burden everyone disliked, just like when she was 10 and her biological father and stepmother sent her away to the Sun family. Her crying echoed in the quiet night wind, but no one responded. She didn't know how long she had been standing there, leaning on a tree trunk, her eyes empty as she looked at the faint outline of the Sun family house on the edge of the village. She couldn't go back there. Her family? Ha! She no longer had a family. Going back would just mean being sold again. In this vast world, she had nowhere to stay. Instead of being constantly rejected, why bother? It might be better to just die peacefully. At first, this thought was just a fleeting idea, but soon it took root and spread wildly. Yes, dying would be a complete relief. No longer having to face Sun Minksai's coldness, her mother-in-law's harshness, or the gossip from the villagers about her being abandoned. Wan Baoju wiped her tears, turned around, and decisively headed toward the back mountain behind her. Even if she had to die, she wanted to find a quiet, uninhabited place, preferably one no one could find. The mountain path was rugged, difficult to walk during the day, let alone at night. But today, Wan Baoju, usually so fragile, walked steadily and even a bit hurriedly. She kept walking. She didn't know how long she had been going. Finally, she stopped. The moonlight was blocked by dense branches, and since it was night, strange sounds occasionally came from the woods, making the place seem even more eerie. Normally, Wan Baoju would have been scared out of her wits. But now, she wasn't afraid at all. Her mind was empty, unable to hold anything, including fear. She looked at the crooked old tree near a protruding cliff not far away and finally let out a breath of relief. This was the place. In the past, she often came here to gather herbs for Sun Mingkai. This place was her secret hideout. But later, Sun Mingsai's health improved a lot, and he didn't like her going up the mountain alone, so she didn't have many chances to come here anymore. Looking at that crooked old tree, it seemed even thicker than she remembered. Wan Baoju stood under the tree, looking up at the trunk with a frown. She found the place where she wanted to die, but there was no rope. She looked down at herself, thinking she couldn't possibly tear her clothes to make a noose. She glanced around, feeling hopeless at first, but suddenly, she saw a piece of grass rope thrown nearby. It seemed that even heaven was watching and decided to help her. Wan Baoju quickly stepped forward and picked up the rope. She pulled it hard to check if it was strong enough, then started tying a knot. Soon the knot was secure. She tiptoed and threw it over a horizontal branch, pulling it tight to test. It was firm enough. She then moved some stones together to make a small step. Standing on the stones, she made sure she could reach the noose, then slipped the rope around her neck. The rough grass rope rubbed her skin, causing a slight sting. But this pain was nothing compared to the pain in her heart. Finally, she looked at the faint village below the mountain, closed her eyes, and decided to go through with it. If she died, everything would be over and she would be free. She pushed off the stones with her foot, kicking them away, and suddenly fell. The grass rope tightened instantly, causing sharp pain and a feeling of suffocation in her throat. Wan Baoju instinctively struggled, her hands grabbing at the rope around her neck, her legs kicking weakly in the air. She realized that living was painful, and even death was full of pain. Her consciousness began to blur. The pain made her ears ring, as if countless voices were shouting in her ears. Wan Baoju. Suddenly, a loud, angry shout rang clearly in her ears, making her momentarily more alert. Was it a hallucination? Why did that voice sound so familiar? But before she could think more, she felt her body lighten, and the pressure around her neck suddenly disappeared. Fresh air rushed into her throat, causing her to cough violently. She almost thought she would die from hanging, but instead, she coughed herself free. Cough, cough, cough. Then, strong hands steadied her in their arms, and a low, trembling voice said, Wan Baoju. Wan Baoju. Blurred and hazy, Wan Baoju struggled to open her eyes. She looked at the cold, deep face in front of her, filled with fear, and suddenly felt overwhelmed and confused. How could it be him?
You.
Why did you save me? Wan Baoju's voice was hoarse and weak. She had no strength at all, but still tried to struggle out of his embrace. Of course, her efforts were useless. Her weak struggling only made the man hold her tighter. Wan Baoju, are you crazy? Do you know that if I had arrived a moment later, you would really be done? Finished, Zhou Yi said, his face tense but slightly calmer now that she was awake. Still, his eyes showed fear. He couldn't help but touch the deep red mark around her neck, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Fortunately, he arrived just in time, so close, so close. He had been dozing off when he heard some rustling sounds in the nearby cave. At first, he didn't plan to pay attention, thinking it was just some wild rabbit or similar animal. But in the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, heart pounding wildly. Without thinking, he rushed out. After a few steps, he saw Wan Baoju hanging from a tree. He was very glad his eyesight was good enough to recognize the foolish woman immediately. Let me go, she begged. Wan Baoju couldn't move, but she was still alive. The man kept touching her neck, where the red marks were, holding her tightly. This kind of action looked like something inappropriate had happened. She reached out to pull his hand away, but he grabbed her wrist and pressed it to his lips. Are you crazy? Why are you trying to die? His voice was urgent and angry, mixed with fear and hatred. She loved Sun Minkai so much that when he divorced her, she wanted to hang herself in this wild mountain. At this moment, he hated himself deeply. If he had known it would come to this, he shouldn't have pushed so hard. He should have. He should have first made her jealous, made Sun Minkai jealous, and then asked for a divorce. Maybe then she wouldn't be so sad. Wan Baoju didn't know about his wicked thoughts inside. She just stared at him blankly, watching him gently place her hand near his lips, seeing his worried expression, and feeling his frustration. In an instant, all her sadness, pain, and despair flooded her heart, as if she suddenly found a place to release her feelings. She uncontrollably burst into tears, not the quiet, restrained crying before, but loud, tearful sobs like a child, with no attempt to hide her emotions. I can't go on. He doesn't want me. My man doesn't want me. He doesn't want me. No one cares about me. I have no home. No home anymore. She cried incoherently, tears flooding her face instantly. Zhou Yi looked at the woman crying loudly in front of him, feeling heartache beyond words. He wished he could immediately get rid of that terrible man, Sun Minkai. He gently patted her trembling back, trying awkwardly to comfort her, whispering, "It's not true. You have a home, and in the future, you will have a big, beautiful home. I promise." Trust me, Wan Baoju didn't really listen to what he was saying. She was completely immersed in her deep sorrow, crying with all her might. At first, Zhou Yi patiently stroked her back, hoping she would calm down quickly. But as her crying grew more intense, she even soaked her own clothes with tears. Zhou Yi couldn't hold back anymore. His pure concern mixed with other feelings. That terrible man, Sun Minkai, was it worth her crying so desperately? A bitter, hot feeling rose from his heart. Why? Stop crying. Zhou Ye's voice was a little hoarse. He tried to sound gentle, but couldn't hide his impatience. He's not worth your tears. Wan Baozhu seemed not to hear him. She was almost out of breath from crying so hard, clutching Zhou Ye's shirt tightly with her fingers, her fingertips turning white. Zhou Ye's breathing grew rapid. Looking at the woman crying in his arms, his heart felt sour and bitter. Even now, was her heart still only with the man who abandoned her? Wan Baozhu's hair was messy, sticking to her cheeks and neck, some strands wet with tears and clinging to her fair skin. Her thin top was soaked with tears, tightly pressed against her body, outlining her delicate, gentle curves. Zhou Yi only then noticed that Wan Baozhu was missing 2 buttons on her chest. Because of her movements, from his angle, her slightly open collar revealed a patch of white skin. His Adam's apple involuntarily moved. He remembered clearly the soft, rounded part there. Look at me. Suppressing his unspoken thoughts, Zhou Yi suddenly spoke in a low, restrained voice. He reached out and gently lifted her chin. His movement was a bit rough, but it was the gentlest he could be. He carefully wiped away her tears. Listen, Sun Minkai, he's not worth it. You crying for him is enough. From now on, don't shed another tear for him. He doesn't deserve it. Because of Zhou Ye's actions, Wan Baozhu was forced to lift her head, her eyes full of tears as she looked at him. Her eyes were red and swollen, her lashes wet and stuck together, her face covered with tears, her lips trembling slightly, so fragile, so vulnerable. Although he was trying to comfort her, seeing her like this, heartbroken over another man, Zhou Ye's suppressed anger grew even stronger. He doesn't want you anymore, Zhou Yi said each word clearly, as if trying to crush her last hope inside. That bastard has already found someone else outside. He left you for someone else, for climbing higher. It's not your fault. There's something wrong with him. Do you understand? His words made Wan Baozhu's previously stopped tears start flowing again. Her lips trembled. Who? Is that person? Her reaction made Zhou Yi sneer. Ha ha.
What?
You know who that person is, and what are you going to do? His voice suddenly rose, and the hand holding her chin tightened slightly. Are you planning to let Sun Mingcai's family have one person inside and another outside? No longer a child bride, but the big wife of the family, Wan Baozhu. Are you so eager to cling on? You're really something. So virtuous and considerate. His words were harsh and cruel. If it had been before, Wan Baozhu would have snapped back. But now, hearing his cold words, she only felt more ashamed. She was ashamed, but I've been loyal to him for 12 years. I never thought I would.
Get divorced.
He said he would be good to me for a lifetime. So what if it's been 12 years? You raise a dog, and are you only allowed that dog to beg for scraps with a wagging tail? He's a dog, and he can't change his habit of eating poop. Even if you know who that person is, you can't stop it. So, for a dog that eats poop, what's the point of crying? Zhou Yi thinks this woman's mind is really strange. At this point, she still wants to ask who that person is. Who cares about that person?
You.
Originally, Yuan Baozhu was choking on her tears, but he suddenly changed the subject, making her hesitate. What does a dog can't change its habit of eating poop mean? Is he insulting Sun Minkai or himself? But when she thought about how that person's appearance made Sun Minkai be willing to divorce her, she felt very wronged and unwilling. Why do they treat her like this? Just thinking about it, Yuan Baozhu's tears started falling again, like broken beads. I can't control it. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow, looking at her pitiful crying face. His forehead pressed gently against hers, their breaths close together. Do you want me to help you?
What?
His breath was unusually hot, blowing on Yuan Baozhu's face, making her realize how close they were. She tried to step back, but in the next second, Zhou Ye's hand held her face firmly, stopping her from retreating.
Zoe.
Let go. She spoke softly, sounding helpless. This was the first time she called him Zhou Yi. Before, she always called him Big Brother Zhou. This change made Zhou Ye's heart tremble suddenly. What's wrong? Not calling Big Brother Zhou anymore? Why are you hiding? Since you're not afraid of dying, what are you afraid of? Afraid I'll bully you? Zhou Ye's tone was full of sarcasm, and his eyes looked at her face, which he loved and hated, especially her red lips. They were so close that Yuan Baozhu was frightened by the intense emotion in his eyes. It's not about fear, but she felt that Zhou Ye's eyes were burning with fire, as if he wanted to swallow her. She's not stupid. She knows what this man thinks of her. But she can't. I know you're not that kind of person. She didn't know what to say, so she tried to step back, hoping that by saying this, Zhou Yi wouldn't be confused anymore. But she was wrong. Zhou Yi looked at her pretending to be clever, but inside, his anger grew stronger. She thought that by saying this, he would let her go like before, right? Right now, he didn't want anything else. He just wanted her not to cry for that jerk and to see clearly who was really holding her. He wanted Yuan Baozhu to be his woman. This thought hit him hard and fast. Without waiting, he said, "You're wrong." Yuan Baozhu was stunned, not quite understanding what he meant. I said, "You're wrong," Zhou Yi repeated. Yuan Baozhu. What was wrong? Zhou Yi didn't explain clearly. Before she could fully understand, she saw the man in front suddenly lower his head and directly kiss her slightly parted lips. Just like that night, it was not a gentle kiss. Zhou Ye's lips pressed heavily on hers, biting and gnawing, not like a kiss but more like seeking revenge with fierce intensity. Yuan Baozhu froze in disbelief. Her big, dark eyes widened, tears hanging on her eyelashes, ready to fall. Maybe because she was overwhelmed tonight, her mind went blank. She couldn't understand why this was happening. Wasn't she trying to die? What is going on now? Why was Zhou Yi kissing her at this moment? Is he crazy? Does he think that being abandoned by Sun Mingkai means she is a shameless, reckless woman who can be bullied and mistreated at will? What does he think of himself? This realization made her shiver with cold, and she suddenly started to struggle fiercely. She pushed hard against his chest, but when her hands touched his firm muscles, he grabbed her tightly with one big hand. His strength was too much, making her unable to move her hands, only able to turn her head to avoid his kiss, but he held her firmly and kept kissing her. Yuan Baozhu was scared. She couldn't help but let out a muffled whimper, tears falling one by one. She thought Zhou Yi would realize she was crying like last time and let her go. But Zhou Ye's arms held her waist tightly, like iron bands, and his other hand pressed her hand against his chest, feeling his strong heartbeat. She was completely held in his embrace and couldn't move. In the next moment, his kiss deepened, even forcing her mouth open, going straight in without mercy. Yuan Baozhu's struggles gradually became weak. She was so tired. She was truly exhausted, both physically and emotionally. She couldn't die, but she didn't know how to live. Now, she was being forced into something she didn't want, and Yuan Baozhu felt her life was really unlucky. It seemed as if heaven had sent her into this world just to suffer. Her tears flowed more fiercely. The depth of the kiss matched the strength of her tears. Turbulent, hot, salty, and a little bitter. Zhou Yi tasted her tears, and his movements paused suddenly, but he didn't stop. However, it seemed her tears had no end, flowing silently and endlessly. Finally, he slightly pulled back, looking at her tightly closed eyes and the continuous tears, feeling a sudden sharp pain in his heart. Does she hate him that much? Even though Sun Mingkai treated her like that, could she still not let go of him? This thought was like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, and Zhou Ye's previously restless body suddenly cooled down a bit. He slowly released his hold on her waist, then looked down at her swollen, red lips and spoke softly, "Yuan Baozhu, I like you. I want to spend my life with you. Tonight, no matter what, I won't let you go." His voice was hoarse and rough. He wouldn't regret this. Tonight, no matter what, he would make Yuan Baozhu his woman. He admitted he was mean. But given Wan Baoju's personality, if he didn't take advantage of the moment, she might rather die than stay with Sun Mingkai. He wanted her to know that he truly wanted to treat her well for a lifetime, and really would. Wan Baoju listened to him, without looking up or responding. She simply turned her head to the side and showed no sign of paying attention to him. Living a normal life?
Impossible.
The moonlight flickered and cast shadows, clearly showing that tears were still flowing from the corner of her eye. Zhouya felt heartache, but her stubbornness deepened his obsession. He reached out and gently touched her shoulder, urging her to face him, staring intently at her. Are you angry with me? Want to call me shameless? Blame me for taking advantage of you? Is that it? Wan Baoju said nothing. Zhouya continued. Go ahead and scold me. It's true anyway. Sun Mingcai doesn't want you, but I do. I want you so badly. I'm almost crazy. You know that. If you choose me, I promise to help you get revenge on Sun Mingcai, make him and his blind old wife regret everything. Trust me. Or I could break his leg. Or maybe you want him to lose his job in the county town. Pick one, and I'll do it. Silence fell. Wan Baoju looked at him for a long time. Finally, she mustered the courage to speak, her voice hoarse but clear. I don't want to choose anything. Whatever they want to do, do it. I just want to be left alone to quietly die. Nothing else matters. It has nothing to do with me. Whatever you want to do, it's none of my business. Zhouya's brows furrowed as he stared at her tightly. So, even after what just happened, you still want to cut ties with me? Is that it? Wan Baoju said nothing. But her meaning was clear. Yes, they were nothing to each other. Zhouya looked at her steadily and sneered. You're right. We really are nothing. Don't blame you, blame me. I haven't done enough. If you want to die, you need to see if I agree. Once you become mine, I'll see if you still dare to say such things. After saying this, he suddenly reached out and, before Wan Baoju could react, he scooped her up horizontally with quick, decisive movements, giving her no chance to refuse. He carried her calmly through the mountain path. What are you doing? Put me down. Wan Baoju, who had been indifferent at first, finally panicked and started struggling violently. She punched his chest, kicked her legs wildly, even trying to jump down, but she couldn't move him. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. Suddenly, it felt like her chest was about to burst out with her heartbeat. Thinking that the noise was caused by her, for some reason, Wan Baoju felt a shiver in her heart. Her body couldn't help but grow weak. She knew this was wrong, but at this moment, for some reason, she couldn't control her rapidly beating heart, as if it had been infected by Zhouya. Noticing her sudden lack of resistance, Zhouya was stunned and propped himself up, looking at her lying beneath him. Wan Baoju's top was open, revealing her fair shoulders and delicate collarbones. That area was faintly visible, looking vulnerable. Zhouya couldn't hold back anymore. Baoju, trust me. I will treat you well. Let's get married. Married? Those two words suddenly exploded in Wan Baoju's mind, shocking her. Her pupils constricted, and she looked at Zhouya with a face full of fear. The next second, she pushed away Zhouya, who was pressing down on her, struggling to get up. Let go of me, Zhouya. Let go. If you dare to touch me again, even if you succeed, I will find a chance to fight back, even if it costs me my life. Zhouya was stunned by her words. In a daze, she actually managed to break free from his embrace. Then, she grabbed her clothes with one hand and picked up the knife he had casually thrown on the bedside table with the other, pressing it directly against her neck. Zhouya's eyebrows furrowed in disbelief. Wan Baoju, put that down. Are you crazy? Do you want to die? He immediately stepped forward to try to stop her, but Wan Baoju took a step back, pressed tightly against the cave wall, and tightened her grip on the knife, causing a trickle of blood to appear. Wan Baoju, stop right now. Seeing that streak of blood, Zhouya was truly frightened. His dark eyes stared tightly at the knife in her hand. That knife was sharpened by him himself. No one knew how sharp it was, but he was the most aware.
Why?
Just now, he thought she was about to agree to him. Why did she suddenly start trying to end her life again? Huan Baozhu had no way to retreat. She looked at Zhou Ye, who was approaching step by step, frowned, and with a hoarse voice, she hardened her heart and said, Zhou Ye, Suan Mingxai looks down on me, and you do too. Otherwise, why do you think I am so easy to deceive? I am foolish, easily fooled by my own man. But you, after saying so much, isn't it just because you want my body? And marriage? Do you think I am stupid? Huan and others are like that. You haven't divorced her, and now you tell me you want to marry me? All men are the same. Don't they think this body, which costs nothing, is free to take? You're just like Huan. She wore a green hat for you, and now you want to use me to get back at her? What do you think of me? Huan Baozhu's last words almost came out as a scream. Why do I always meet such people? Now, before anyone even knows that Sun Mingkai has divorced her, Zhou Yi is already openly bullying her. When everyone finds out she was abandoned by Sun Mingkai, she will truly have no way out. She knows deep down that, as a young woman in the village, living without a man is very hard. Thinking of this, her hand holding the machete trembled uncontrollably. Maybe she should just die like this? Either way, it's death. So, what if she bleeds a little more? Every move of her hand felt like she was stabbing Zhou Ye's heart, scaring him into lowering his voice quickly. Huan Baozhu, I'm not lying to you. I really want to marry you. I'll go get a divorce from Huan first thing tomorrow morning. Then, we'll get married. Trust me, I'll marry you openly and proudly, and I will never let anyone bully you again. He spoke confidently, even showing disdain when mentioning Huan. He sounded so sure, but Huan Baozhu didn't believe a word. To her, Zhou Yu was just trying to trick her into giving him her body, saying anything to do so. And he said they'd divorce tomorrow morning. Does he think she's a 3-year-old? Huan Baozhu glared at him fiercely. Why? Zhou Ye's eyes darkened slightly, and he said softly, Why? Because I like you. I want to marry you. And that's it. Huan Baozhu was overwhelmed by his shamelessness. She couldn't understand how someone could say such embarrassing things so openly. Doesn't he feel awkward hearing himself? I didn't ask you that. I want to know why you divorced Huan. Don't tell me it was to marry me. I don't believe a word of it. If you're getting a divorce, it must be because she was with another man. Huan Baozhu paused, feeling embarrassed and unable to speak further. Zhou Yi saw her reaction and could tell what she was thinking. His mind moved and he had other ideas. At first, he didn't plan to let anyone know certain things. But now, he suddenly felt that, for Huan Baozhu, the more she knew, the more she would trust him. It might even be better if she felt sorry for him. Thinking of this, he lowered his head as if hurt by her words, but his eyes stayed half-closed, watching her closely. His voice was deep. Do you think I like Huan so I don't care about her cheating on me? That I tolerate her? Huan Baozhu was stunned for a moment and didn't speak, but she didn't argue either. Is that not true? After that night in the woods, weren't he and Huan still getting along well? For Huan Baozhu, if they didn't fight or cause trouble, that meant the issue was over. If it could be forgotten, it showed Zhou Yi cared about Huan. Because he cared, he could endure this. She didn't think she was wrong to believe what she did. Huan and Zheng Jianxi were dating before they went to the countryside. You didn't know that, right? Zhou Yi said lightly. Before Huan Baozhu could reply, he continued, Do you think during my 2 years in the army, she and Zheng Jianxi were innocent? I guess. Even if you don't talk much with the villagers, you've probably heard plenty of rumors about them, right? Getting caught by someone like you, who rarely leaves the house, isn't that the first time? Huan Baozhu still didn't speak, but her body relaxed a little as she leaned against the stone wall, no longer as tense as before. Zhou Yi saw this, and secretly felt he had made the right move. He sighed, You can see what kind of person I am. I don't care about anyone else. Only my mother. When she was alive, I was worried about her even while I was in the army. Later, Huan took the initiative to help take care of him. Although it was mainly because of the small food subsidy he gave her, he still felt very grateful. Moreover, his mother really liked her. He was a bad person and had no conscience. His mother liked her and urged him to get married and settle down, saying that it wasn't easy for a young woman to be a rural youth in the village. Thinking about it, marriage was just marriage. If he married someone his mother approved of, she would be happy too. So he just went along and married her. He slightly looked up and observed Ruan Baoju's reaction. Seeing that she was listening carefully, he felt a bit relieved. Not bad. It wasn't a complete failure. She was quite interested in hearing about his glorious past of being cheated on. About the day we got married, you know that too, right? On the wedding day, I received an urgent telegram from the army, and that afternoon I left the village. Huang Huanhuan saw me off. Back then, I didn't like her very much, but I still had some conscience. I thought she was working hard to take care of my mother, so I gave her all the cash and cloth tickets I had. She cried loudly and promised to take good care of my mother, so I could rest assured. Zhou Yi spoke softly, without any emotion, as if he was talking about someone else. But Ruan Baoju couldn't help but think back to those days. She remembered the day Zhou Yi and Huang Huanhuan got married. She recalled that many people said Zhou Ye's face looked cold, not like someone happy to marry, but more like he was going to fight a battle. Some even thought he didn't like Huang Huanhuan. She hesitated for a moment and tentatively asked, "Isn't that a good thing?" "She's taking care of Aunt Zhou. You're in the army. Why did things turn out like that later?" As soon as she spoke, Zhou Ye's heart finally felt a little lighter, but his face remained calm. He looked at her and deliberately teased, "Guess why?" Ruan Baoju. She wasn't a mind reader. How would she know why? She chose not to say anything and turned her head away from him. Zhou Yi was annoyed by her action, but felt helpless. So, all her temper was directed at him. Huh? Why wasn't she so tough in front of Sun Mingkai, that useless guy? "Sorry, I can't assist with that request." Ruan Baoju suddenly struggled hard, but Zhou Yi held her tighter. His eyes were complicated, and he softly muttered, "Do as I say, you." Ruan Baoju felt both hate and anger. This shameless bully. How could he speak so confidently? After the shock, she realized what was happening and secretly regretted it. She understood that the man in front of her was probably just teasing her, stalling for time, waiting for the chance to grab the knife from her hand and then bully her. "Zhou Ye, you're so shameless. Don't think you can succeed just like this. I won't let you." She hadn't finished speaking when she noticed something was wrong. She looked down and was completely stunned. Zhou Ye, that bastard, had actually used a belt to tie her hands. "Zhou Ye, let me go. Let me go." She was furious. Her hands couldn't move, and after struggling a few times without strength, she tried to kick him. But as soon as she lifted her foot, he reached out and caught her, lifting her into his arms. In just a few steps, Ruan Baoju found herself back where she started. She was thrown onto the wooden bed again. The next second, she thought he was going to humiliate her again, but she saw him holding a small white bottle. He sat beside her, pinched her chin, and said coldly, "Don't move." Ruan Baoju was forced to tilt her head up, revealing the wound on her neck that was still bleeding. The knife was sharp, so although the cut didn't look very long, blood was still oozing out. Zhou Ye looked at the wound with a serious expression, then opened the small white bottle. "Don't move," he repeated, his voice deep, but his movements surprisingly gentle. As the powder was sprinkled onto the wound, Ruan Baoju trembled with pain and instinctively tried to dodge. He pressed her shoulders and said mockingly, "Hold on. Are you afraid of a little pain? Where did you get the courage to hold a knife to your neck just now?" Ruan Baoju was furious. Does he still have the nerve to say that? The powder touched the wound, causing a sharp pain at first, but then a strange coolness spread, easing the pain a little. Ruan Baoju was not a masochist. At this moment, she naturally knew the medicine was good. She bit her lip tightly, dared not move, and let Zhou Yi carefully sprinkle the powder evenly over her wound. The cave was very quiet, only the sound of two people's breathing. Every time Zhou Ye's fingers touched her healthy skin on her neck, she couldn't help tensing her body. She couldn't tell if it was because the cave was too cold or for some other reason. The medicine caused not only Ruan Baoju to suffer, but Zhou Yi as well. He frowned, his lips pressed into a straight line, looking at the obedient woman beneath him with a complex mix of restraint and passion. He was more tense than her, feeling worse than her. Fortunately, the medicine was finally applied. Zhou Yi released the hand that was holding her chin and stared at her steadily, not moving. Done. Seeing his expression, Wan Baozhu suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. Thank you, almost slipped from her mouth, but it rolled around in her throat and she couldn't say it. She must not be soft-hearted. She must not be fooled by him again. This person had just been so cruel to her. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have gotten hurt. Now, who knew what kind of mind he had while doing these things? He was a beast. Are you insulting me? Zhou Yi suddenly asked. Wan Baozhu's eyes widened sharply, and she instinctively pressed her lips together. That action was obvious. If her hands weren't tied, she might have covered her mouth directly. She didn't say anything. Zhou Yi was amused by her foolish action. No wonder she was always manipulated by Sun's family, running around like a horse. He slightly curled his lips and said self-deprecatingly, "Don't be afraid. After all, you didn't say anything wrong. I've been bullying you, which is indeed shameless." He paused and added, "Honestly, I've scolded myself a lot late at night too, Wan Baozhu." She didn't understand what he meant. Why would he scold himself late at night? Does that mean he only reflect on himself at night? Her face showed confusion. Looking into Zhou Ye's eyes, she seemed to have discovered a treasure. Damn it! How could she be so stupid to match his expectations? His gaze flicked over her face, then finally settled on her swollen, red lips from his kiss, and his eyes darkened a little more. He had not moved for a while. Wan Baozhu was about to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that this person was not completely heartless and still had some conscience. She thought that his action of applying medicine was his way of apologizing. But in the next second, Zhou Yi suddenly leaned over again, and it was not the restraining she had expected. His kiss was even more urgent and deep than before, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Wan Baozhu struggled softly, but he held her tightly, making it hard for her to make any sound. Her hands were tied with a belt and couldn't move, so she tried to kick him with her feet. But Zhou Yi was prepared this time, pressing her down with his body, and her legs were pinned so she couldn't move.
Ugh.
Let me go. Wan Baozhu kept twisting her body, unwilling to give up. Zhou Yi furrowed his brows at her movements, a mix of torment and pleasure. He slowly pulled away from her lips, his eyes deep and cold. Can't let go. Never in this life. His hand moved down, touching her thin shoulder and then her full chest. Wan Baozhu, I tell you, if you dare to die today, I will cut down that useless Sun Mingsai and feed him to the dogs tomorrow. Then I will come down to be with you. So you can't escape me even in death. Wan Baozhu stiffened all over, looking at him in disbelief. Is this person a madman? Don't believe me? Zhou Yi smiled, his expression almost obsessive and crazy. Do you want to try? Don't rush to die. Just see if Sun Mingsai can still survive tomorrow. See if, after you die, I will let everyone in the village know you are my woman. His hands kept moving, and his words made Wan Baozhu tremble all over. You really are a madman. She had nothing to do with this person. She didn't provoke him intentionally. Why is he so obsessed with her? And now, he even wants her to die peacefully. Wan Baozhu shook her head. That's not true. How could she have done it just for Sun Ming? Even if she did before, she would now. In her whole life, she never thought she could do that with another man. She always believed that a woman should stay loyal to one man until the end. Not for him. Zhou Yi paused his movements, looked up, and in the dim light, he studied Wan Baozhu's face, still moving his hand. Then why don't you want me to touch you? His hand slowly moved, causing a shiver wherever it went, making Wan Baozhu's body feel weak. She could hear her heart pounding loudly. It wasn't just fear, at least not entirely. She didn't speak. Zhou Yi's gaze slowly lowered, then he lowered his head to the place she longed for, causing Wan Baozhu to gasp. Have you decided? Do you still want to stay loyal to him? Zhou Yi looked up at the woman beneath him, his eyes full of passion and questioning. Under his intense stare, Wan Baozhu dared not lie. She opened her mouth, her voice dry and hoarse. I haven't thought about it. This kind of thing. Besides him, I can't be with anyone else.
I'm scared.
I don't want to cheat. My mother-in-law said, women who cheat are doomed to drown in a pig cage. They don't deserve to live in this world. She came to Bali village when she was 10. A woman can only be with one man in her life, and her body can't be touched by others. That was the rule she was taught from childhood by Wang Zuilian. So, even if Sun Mingsai no longer wanted her, her deep-down thought was that she couldn't go on living, not that she wanted to remarry. She knew well how hard it was for a woman to live without a man. Rather than being gossiped about in the village, pointed at and judged, she thought it was better to die cleanly. That was her true reason for wanting to end her life. Because of her words, Zhou Ye's eyes darkened. He looked into her moist eyes and said firmly, "Why do you think like that?" He felt a bit of pity. Sun Mingsai doesn't want you anymore. That's his loss. That fool has gone blind. It has nothing to do with you. I'm not trying to cause trouble. I care about you, and you don't dislike me.
We are.
Zhou Yi paused, feeling his face flush unexpectedly, even though he had already done some reckless things. Ahem. We are in a relationship. After your divorce, you will be free. From now on, you don't have to serve the mean-spirited mother and son from the Sun family. You can live the life you want. You can also choose a good man for yourself, like me. No, you can only choose me. I will treat you well and help you have a good life. Yes, we are in a relationship. Zhou Yi secretly reassured himself. At the same time, he cursed the old, greedy woman from the Sun family in his mind. That blind, selfish old woman only knows how to deceive someone like Wan Baozhu, who is so naive. Wan Baozhu was stunned. In a relationship? Freedom? Do these words have anything to do with her? Since she was a child, she has been powerless to choose her life. She was a child bride of the Sun family and never thought she could choose her life, let alone choose another man. Being in a relationship, Wan Baozhu mumbled, her eyes a bit confused. That's not right. Although she didn't know how to argue with Zhou Yi, she could feel that what he said seemed a little off. I married Sun Mingkai. She was already married, so how could she be in a relationship with another man? Zhou Yi frowned as he looked at her innocent expression. His anger slowly cooled, replaced by careful planning. His voice became low and tempting as he gently kissed her slightly parted lips. If you divorce Sun Mingkai, then you can be in a relationship. After the divorce, I will be your boyfriend. So we're going to get married. What we are doing now is what married people do, not causing trouble. He reached out gently, softly stroking her face. His hands were rougher than Sun Mingsai's, but his gentle touch made Wan Baozhu feel unexpectedly cherished. You are only 22. Even younger than me. Why would you die for that ungrateful Sun Mingkai? Zhou Ye's voice became even softer. Don't think about dying. Live well. Good days are ahead. Trust me. I won't lie to you. He paused, looked at Wan Baozhu, who unconsciously looked back at him, and gently stroked her hand before continuing. You're delicate, and your hands are weak. You shouldn't do the rough work in the fields. I'm tall and strong. I can handle it. Or, if you don't want to stay in the village, we can go to the city. I'll find a job, and you can rest at home. I'll earn money to support you. Whatever you want, we can do it. As long as you marry me, I promise to wash your clothes, cook your meals, and you won't have to do anything. Wan Baozhu's eyes widened. How is that possible? How could there be a woman who doesn't have to do anything? She admitted she was delicate, and Zhou Ye's words sounded impressive at first, but how could it be true? Even when Sun Mingsai was the nicest to her, he never said she didn't have to do anything. In fact, when she returned from the fields, she still did the laundry, washed the dishes, and fetched water. In her mind, women were naturally supposed to do these things. How could she do nothing? Wouldn't that make her man dislike her to death? She felt Zhou Ye was really just trying to flatter her and was willing to say anything. Such a poor lie. No man would like a woman like that. Wan Baozhu didn't believe it. Zhou Ye immediately rebutted, his tone firm. Why not? I like you, and just want to treat you well and let you live like this. Besides, there's nothing to do in the fields. After a whole year, you can't even get a few plain steamed buns to eat peacefully. You can leave Bali village if you want. I'll go with you wherever you want. You can learn anything you want. Sun Mingsai said you can't leave him. That's nonsense. Bullshit. Without you, what's he? Going behind his blind old mother's back to work. Don't worry. Without him, you'll live better and more comfortably. As for him, tough times are ahead. If it weren't for you, do you think he could have become a teacher in the county? He'd have died from illness long ago. These words, like a key, suddenly unlocked a thought in Wan Baoju's mind she'd never had before. Could she really leave Bali village? Could she live the kind of life Zhou Ye described? After saying this, Zhou Ye kept staring at Wan Baoju, wanting to see her reaction. I don't know how much time has passed. Just when he was about to lose control and was secretly clenching his fists, Wan Baoju looked up, tears in her eyes, and looked at Zhou Ye. Really? I can really live a better life. Yes. Zhou Ye was very happy inside and answered without hesitation, definitely, I promise. He couldn't say much, but he was completely confident about supporting Wan Baoju. Although she had previously tried to hurt him in many ways, now, when they looked at each other, Wan Baoju felt that he was serious and committed in his eyes, for some reason. Suddenly, it felt like something in the air was quietly changing. She had a new idea. Instead of dying like this, maybe she should try a different way to live, see if she also had a choice, and maybe things could get better. Because she had this new thought, when she looked at Zhou Ye again, she felt a strange sensation. She was afraid, but not completely afraid. She was resisting, but it didn't seem right either. In short, even though it was still the same person because of his promise, she found the courage to look into his eyes. My hand hurts. I don't know how long it took, but Wan Baoju spoke softly. Her voice was trembling, very different from before, when it was hoarse. Zhou Ye was stunned for a moment. He immediately looked down at her tied hands, hesitating.
What does she mean by this?
He stared at her wrists, tightly bound with a belt. The once delicate and fair skin had red marks from the tightness, even showing faint purple bruises. He was angry and anxious earlier, and he didn't hold back, so he knew she must have been in pain. Now, although Wan Baoju looked expressionless and said her hand hurt, without any strong emotion, Zhou Ye felt a sudden pang in his heart. He instinctively wanted to loosen her bonds. But when he reached out, he hesitated again. Is this her way of buying time? Did she really listen to what he said? Zhou Ye's gaze shifted from her wrists to her face. But this time, Wan Baoju didn't avoid him. She just looked at him. Tears still hung on her eyelashes, but her determination had faded, replaced by a complex emotion he couldn't understand. You, Zhou Ye's voice was a little hoarse and dry. Is it really just your hand hurting? Nothing else. Wan Baoju nodded and shook her head. My hand hurts, and I'm hungry. And thirsty too. She now understood that since she no longer planned to seek death, she had to live well. At least, she shouldn't make Zhou Yesheng angry, to avoid him losing his temper and causing her trouble. She admits she's quite timid. But this is the best way she can protect herself. Hearing her say she's hungry and thirsty, Zhou Yesheng let out a sigh of relief. If she's hungry, it means she's really come to her senses. He took a deep breath, slowly loosened her legs, and carefully reached out to undo the belt on her wrist. His movements were gentle, afraid of hurting her again. When the belt buckle came undone with a soft click, her wrists finally set free. Without waiting to move her fingers, she immediately stood up and tightly pulled her disheveled clothes back together over her chest. Zhou Yesheng watched her move and instinctively felt he had been tricked. This woman really still wants to hide from him. He was angry, feeling it wasn't her stupidity, but his own.
I'm thirsty.
And hungry. Wan Baoju's soft, gentle voice sounded at the same time as Zhou Yesheng's questioning. The cave suddenly became quiet. Zhou Yesheng looked at the woman in front of him, feeling confused. Was she really playing him? You said you would be good to me, right? Just as Zhou Yesheng regretted it, thinking he should have just ignored everything and slept with her first, so she wouldn't keep causing trouble. Unexpectedly, Wan Baozhu took the initiative to ask timidly. Her voice was full of doubt, but also with a hint of worry and sadness, which immediately made Zhou Yexing forget his messy thoughts. His mind was filled with surprise.
She
Agreed? He reached out his hand, this time not roughly, but gently holding hers. Wan Baozhu's small, cold hand trembled slightly in his rough palm, but she didn't pull away. Wan Baozhu. Zhou Yexing looked at her obedient little hand in his palm and gazed into her eyes. Are you really sure? Have you made up your mind?
no regrets?
Wan Baozhu looked at him, feeling a sudden rush of panic, but quickly regained her composure and nodded. I want to try. If she had simply agreed outright, Zhou Ye might still have doubts. But she said she wanted to try. For Zhou Ye, her being usually timid and saying this matched her personality. Zhou Ye slightly smiled, feeling much better. I know your mind is confused, but promise me 2 things. I guarantee, whatever you do, I won't stop you. Otherwise, even if you die, you can't escape from me. Wan Baozhu obediently nodded. Zhou Ye was satisfied and slowly spoke, setting some conditions. First, don't think about dying. Your life is 1,000 times more precious than that useless Sun Mingcai. Second, you can't refuse my closeness, Wan Baozhu. What kind of conditions are these? The first one was okay, but the second, if she agreed, wouldn't that be like a sheep walking into a tiger's den?
But
She looked at Zhou Ye. He looked sincere, as if he didn't realize how shameless his words were. His bright eyes were full of her image. Wan Baozhu panicked. Could she refuse? Even knowing she wasn't Zhou Ye's match, she convinced herself to try his way. But to just accept his closeness without rejecting him, she simply couldn't do it. She didn't want to agree, but she knew she couldn't refuse him outright. Otherwise, he might go crazy again someday. Thinking quickly, Wan Baozhu had a new idea. She tilted her head to look at Zhou Ye. Just as Zhou Ye looked confused, she suddenly spoke. I agree. But how do I know you won't lie to me? You said you would divorce Huang Juju, you said you'd treat me well, and we'd be together. But right now, you haven't divorced yet. I agree. But how do I know you're not just lying to me? Lying about us being together? What if I follow you and something happens and you don't want me anymore? What do I do then? Her tone was low, as if she was truly hurt by this possibility. Suddenly, the situation turned around. To say, Wan Baozhu's words unexpectedly struck Zhou Ye's restless heart. He was stunned, trying to process what she had just said. This is not rejection. Is she thinking about what happens after being with him? She is negotiating conditions with him, weighing the pros and cons, and worrying about the future. What does this mean? Zhou Ye's Adam's apple moved sharply. He forcibly suppressed the almost uncontrollable joy rising in him, but his eyes shone brightly. Baozhu, his voice was a bit hoarse from holding back his emotions, but he spoke clearly and seriously. I, Zhou Yi, have never said many serious words to anyone in my life, but every word I say to you is true. If I say I will divorce, I will divorce. If you're worried, I won't touch you until we get the divorce certificate. Wan Baozhu looked up at him suddenly, her eyes flickering slightly. Zhou Yi stared into her eyes, not giving her a chance to hide or avoid. As for lying about your feelings, he suddenly smiled mischievously. Although his words sounded like flirtatious teasing, he looked completely honest. Honestly, with your delicate nature, if I wanted to do something to you, could I let you escape? I have 100 ways to do it right now. But I haven't done anything because I don't lack you. I want you so badly that it hurts, but I want you to want it willingly. I want you to remember later and not feel disgusted by it. I want you to call out happily. He wanted her to make sweet, happy sounds under him, not the sounds of being forced. Just thinking about that night, listening to the sounds behind the wall, Zhou Yi felt his whole body tense and uncomfortable. But he was right in front of her, and he couldn't do anything. Wan Baozhu's face turned red from his blunt words. What nonsense are you talking about? She couldn't possibly call out. Seeing her like this, Zhou Yi really wished he could just press her down and do whatever he wanted. But thinking about how perfect their relationship was just a moment ago, he could only grit his teeth and say, "Fine, fine, I was talking nonsense. Your calls don't sound good at all." Okay, Wan Baoju was both shy and angry. What is this person thinking? Does he have no serious thoughts in his mind? Does he always think about those things? Seeing her blushing and embarrassed, Zhou Yi forced down his restless feelings and kept calming himself. He told himself not to rush and not to scare her. He stood up and handed her a military green water bottle. "There is water inside. Are you thirsty? Drink a little first. Then sit and rest. I'll go out for a bit and get you some food." His voice was very gentle. Hearing this, Wan Baoju nodded obediently and watched his tall figure walk toward the cave entrance. Once he left, Wan Baoju took a few sips of water and then put the bottle down. She wasn't really thirsty or hungry. She just said that on purpose, afraid he might do something to her. Normally, when he left, she should have felt relieved, at least not worried about him acting badly. But looking at the empty cave alone, Wan Baoju felt a little nervous again. She couldn't help but stare at the cave entrance, curious about how long it would take for him to come back. Fortunately, Zhou Yu was quick. It only took about 10 minutes before he returned. She watched him as he carried something and placed it on a nearby stone. Then he gathered some dry leaves and twigs and lit a small fire at the cave entrance. The flames caught the dry leaves and twigs, spreading quickly with a crackling sound. Soon, the fire was steady and the cave became brighter. After finishing, Zhou Yi stood up and looked back at Wan Baoju. She was sitting on a wooden bed nearby, clutching her clothes tightly and staring at the flickering flames. The firelight reflected on her fair face, flickering softly. Her eyes, swollen from crying, were now quiet. Her long eyelashes cast small shadows under her eyes, making her look both innocent and pitiful. Zhou Ye's heart softened suddenly. He softly asked her, "Are you cold? Come over here and sit." In the middle of the night, the cave still felt quite cold. Of course, he wasn't afraid, but it was clear she was probably feeling cold now. Wan Baoju shook her head, hesitated for a moment, then felt it wasn't good to act that way. Softly, she said, "I'm not cold." All her buttons on her clothes had come off. It was okay when she covered herself, but if she sat down carelessly, a large patch of her fair skin on her chest might be exposed. Who knew if he would suddenly become aggressive again? She didn't dare to take that risk. So, she decided to sit like this. Zhou Yi looked at her and clearly understood she was lying. He glanced at her but said nothing. He walked over quickly, took his coat from a big rock in the corner, and approached Wan Baoju. She watched him quietly as he came closer. Her body stiffened a little, but she didn't move away. She saw him drape the loose coat over her, then button it up, one button after another. After finishing, he half smiled and said, "Now, you can sit comfortably over there. Later, I'll roast some rabbit meat for you. It smells good and tastes great. I'm good at cooking. Plus, sitting there will keep you warm." When he said this, his gentle tone made Wan Baoju feel like he was treating her like a child who wanted candy. Suddenly, the man in front of her reached out his hand and chuckled softly. "Either I hold your hand and walk you over, or I carry you. Pick one, Wan Baoju." She retracted her words from just now. This man was never gentle. Even if he pretended, his true nature would soon show. She stood up but didn't reach out. She quickly walked toward the fire at the cave entrance. Zhou Yi watched that stubborn little person cross her arms and walk straight toward the fire. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile helplessly.
All right.
His temper was getting better and better, but this playful attitude felt pretty good. Zhou Yi sat back down by the fire, skillfully skewering the rabbit meat with a sharpened stick and placing it on the simple stone stove he had built. Wan Baoju only then noticed that the thing he casually set aside was actually a peeled rabbit, and it looked quite fat. So, he caught a rabbit so quickly? He was so skilled. Neither of them spoke, only the crackling sounds from the fire. Rabbit meat slowly turns over the flames, fat gradually seeps out and drips into the fire, making a sizzling sound. The rich smell of meat quickly fills the entire cave. Perhaps because the aroma is so tempting and delicious, Wan Baoju's stomach, which hadn't felt hungry before, suddenly growled loudly. She blushed and quickly looked down. Zhouya seemed not to hear, still focused on flipping the rabbit meat. Only then did Wan Baozhu relax, thinking he probably didn't hear it. Zhouya took out a small, broken jar from somewhere, pinched some salt from inside, and evenly sprinkled it over the brown meat. His movements were steady and skillful. The firelight outlined his side profile more sharply, his jaw tight, but his expression was unusually gentle. Wan Baozhu secretly glanced at him again and again, feeling a little more relaxed inside. It turned out that men could also do these kinds of things. Time passed slowly, with the smell of roasted meat filling the air. Before she knew it, her stomach let out another loud growl. At that moment, Zhouya said in a deep voice, "Done." He wrapped the hot end of a branch with a leaf, took down the roasted rabbit, and placed it on another clean leaf. Then he carefully cut it into bite-sized pieces with a small knife. The roasted rabbit had a golden, crispy skin and tender meat inside. Seeing this, Wan Baozhu felt even hungrier. Zhouya cut off a rabbit leg, blew on it, and then brought it to Wan Baozhu's mouth. "Be careful, it's hot. Take a small bite first to taste." Wan Baozhu looked at the fragrant meat being offered, then at Zhouya's bright eyes lit by the fire, her face turning even redder. She hesitated, reaching out to take it, but he moved it away.
Just eat it like this.
"It's hot, you can't handle it." His tone was firm, even closer now. Wan Baozhu only needed to lower her head slightly to take a bite. The meat was indeed a little hot, but the crispy, fragrant crust combined with just the right amount of salt filled her mouth instantly, making her eyes light up with delight. It was really delicious. The last time she ate meat was when Sun Ming returned to the city. Her mother-in-law asked her to kill a chicken, but she didn't get to eat the meat. She was reluctant and only drank half a bowl of chicken soup. At that time, she was already quite satisfied. After all, meat was rare then. Not only in Sun's family, but even in others' homes, people would buy some fatty pork to make oil residue, and they treasured it very much. The chickens raised at home were expected to lay eggs, so no one dared to eat the meat. Only Wang Xuelian, who loved her son, was willing to let Wan Baozhu kill a chicken for her son to eat. So, Wan Baozhu never really got to eat the meat herself. She took another bite, this time a bit bigger than before, and her face lit up with a smile. Then, leaning on Zhouya's hand, she ate quickly, almost choking herself. "Eat slowly, no one is fighting you. This whole rabbit is yours." Zhouya's voice came from beside her, filled with gentle affection. He didn't speak earlier, but now that he did, Wan Baozhu's face turned even redder. Looking at the rabbit leg she had almost finished biting, she shyly said, "You also eat." "I can't finish it all." This made Zhou Yi very happy.
Oh.
He knew she cared about him. He smiled and said, "I already ate earlier tonight. You eat first. When you're full, we can talk. I like watching you eat." Wan Baozhu. She still found his occasional flirtatious words a bit hard to accept, but she knew he was showing concern for her. She reached out and took the rabbit meat from his hand, her voice soft and gentle. "It's not hot anymore. I'll take it myself. You eat quickly too.
Don't keep staring at me."
If she kept looking, how could she feel comfortable eating? Seeing her like that, Zhou Yi didn't refuse. He casually picked up a piece nearby and took a big bite, but his gaze kept drifting toward her, always smiling at her. Wan Baozhu felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. She slightly turned aside and ate small bites quietly. Her stomach was filled with the fragrant rabbit meat, and her body gradually warmed up. Even her tense nerves seemed to relax a bit. Zhou Yi ate several pieces of rabbit meat in a row. Wan Baozhu finally finished gnawing on the rabbit leg in her hand. Seeing this, Zhou Yi immediately picked up his small knife again and peeled off another rabbit leg, handing it to her. Wan Baozhu looked at the rabbit leg suddenly placed in front of her and hesitated. I've had enough. One is enough." She didn't have much of an appetite. After eating one rabbit leg, she already felt full. "Just this little? No wonder you're so thin. You have no meat on your waist.
Eat more.
He said it naturally, even got up to fetch a water jar nearby. Drink some water and eat a little more. Wan Baozhu. This person, how does he manage to be both a rogue and caring at the same time, in such a way that leaves people speechless? Wan Baozhu took the water and sipped it quietly. After a few small drinks, she put it down. Zhou Yi saw this and asked, "Not drinking anymore?" Wan Baozhu nodded. The man didn't say anything. He simply reached out and took the water jar from her hand, then naturally brought it to his lips and drank a large gulp of water. Wan Baozhu was startled by his action and didn't know how to react. That water, she had already drunk from it. But then she thought again and felt she was being overly sensitive. The water jar was his. Why didn't she think of that before she drank? Now, saying anything might seem a bit pretentious. She decided not to say anything and silently continued gnawing on the new rabbit leg Zhou Yi had just handed her. She couldn't help but secretly glance at him. At this moment, he was busy pulling out twigs from the small fire, pressing them down with a stone, his side profile focused. The firelight cast a small shadow on his high-nosed bridge. The scene had a strange sense of calm, even
Warmth.
She had never imagined that she would be so cared for and so close to a man in the mountains. He was so different from Sun Mingkai in many ways. "Are you full?" Zhou Yi suddenly looked up, catching her stealing a glance. Wan Baozhu hurriedly looked away and nodded.
Yes.
Zhou Yi looked at her slightly reddened ears, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. "It's good to be full." He casually stuck the unfinished rabbit into a crack in the stone wall, then poured a little water from the bamboo tube he had stored in his hand to wash her hands. Of course, he washed his own hands too. After everything was done, Zhou Yi used a stone to completely extinguish the flames. Now, the cave was dimmer again, with only the torch providing light. Neither of them spoke or moved for a moment. "Are you tired? Want to go to sleep?" Zhou Yi suddenly asked, his voice sounding especially deep in the silence. Wan Baozhu stiffened slightly and shook her head. "I'm not tired." "Not tired? That's good." Zhou Yi's voice carried a relaxed sigh, but his words made Wan Baozhu feel even more confused. What does he mean? Zhou Yi was silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on her with a strong, almost aggressive look that was hot and intimidating. Wan Baozhu's heart started pounding again because of his stare. She wanted to look away, but felt like she was frozen, unable to escape. "You, sit over there. It's too cold here at the cave entrance." Both of them spoke at the same time. Zhou Yi's words cut off Wan Baozhu before she could speak. He stood up and pulled her toward the wooden bed. Wan Baozhu sat down stiffly, afraid that he might do something again at any moment. Seeing her nervousness, the firelight flickered in Zhou Yi's eyes. He was right. He did want to do something, but since he had promised not to pressure her, he decided to keep his word. What if he scared her again?
But this was clearly not easy to do.
Looking at her lowered, reddening neck and the slight trembling of her eyelashes, his throat moved. He clenched his fists and then relaxed, as if fighting with himself. After a while, he seemed to make a firm decision and spoke casually. "Wan Baozhu. Do you not trust me at all?" Wan Baozhu. Seeing her hesitant and unable to admit it, a faint smile deepened on Zhou Yi's face. He looked a little mischievous but also cautious, testing the waters. "Look, I promise not to do anything to you, and I also said we'll divorce tomorrow. Can you be a little kind and give me some benefit?" "Benefit?" Wan Baozhu looked up and met his burning gaze. She was no naive girl. She could tell that, although controlled, his eyes still held a hot, longing desire. Wan Baozhu's face suddenly turned bright red. Even her ears blushed with a pink hue. She immediately understood his meaning, her heart pounding like a drum, and instinctively wanted to step back. "Why you? Don't do anything reckless. You promised today nothing would happen between us." "I never said I would do anything to you." Zhou Yi tilted his head, pretending to be innocent. "You." Wan Baozhu was both anxious and shy. "You said before your divorce, you wouldn't touch me." "Yes, I did say that." Zhou Yi nodded, happily admitting it. But instead of pulling back, He leaned slightly forward, forcing her to lean back in surprise, his eyes burning as he looked at her. I meant I wouldn't hurt you. But I didn't say I wouldn't kiss you. You. Yuan Baozhu was speechless from his shameless argument, feeling both angry and shy. Her eyes widened, shining like they were lit by fire, full of water and emotion. Seeing her like this, Zhouye felt a strong urge, like a hook pulling at his heart. His throat went dry, and his voice became a little hoarse. Just a kiss. I promise, just one kiss. After that, I'll let you sleep peacefully, and I won't do anything else. I swear, I really won't do anything else. He raised 3 fingers, swearing confidently, but his eyes looked like a wolf eyeing its prey, eager and determined, not at all negotiating. Baozhu, he softly called her, his voice like a hook. If you agree to try, if you don't refuse me to get close, then I think this request isn't too much, right? I need a little hope, some reward, to coax you. Isn't that right? I promise, I really won't do anything excessive, just a kiss. Yuan Baozhu was so embarrassed by his words, she couldn't open her eyes. She couldn't help but want to avoid his gaze and reached out to push him. You. But before she could finish, Zhouye eagerly said, I knew it. Baozhu is the best girl. She'll definitely listen. After saying this, he no longer hesitated. He suddenly lowered his head and precisely kissed her lips, blocking her unspoken refusal. Even because of her touch, he kissed her more passionately. What made her more scared was that the man, who had just sworn to only kiss her once, had already pressed her down on the wooden bed. Then, in the next moment, he directly pulled off the piece of clothing she was wearing, buttons flying everywhere. His hand also moved to places it shouldn't, with surprising force. Yuan Baozhu was completely panicked. He was lying to her again. Ugh ugh ugh.
No.
I can't. Her voice was broken by the kiss. She barely managed to say no, but it was swallowed by Zhouye. Not only that, he shamelessly pressed his lips close to hers and whispered, I knew Baozhu is the best girl caring for me. If you say yes, I won't hold back. When he said this, he even deliberately bit her lip, causing her pain and making her open her mouth. In the next second, he took advantage of the moment, his tongue invading her mouth with force, swallowing all her whimpers and protests. Yuan Baozhu's mind was completely confused, a total mess. Zhouye's kisses were deep and urgent, almost trying to take her breath and her reason away. He held her tightly by the back of her head, leaving her no room to escape, while his other arm wrapped around her waist, feeling her trembling through her clothes. Ugh ugh ugh. Yuan Baozhu was made weak by the kiss. Her hands, which had been resting on his shoulders, had somehow moved and now wrapped around his neck. The intense suffocation made her vision darken. The strange, trembling feeling made her confused, and she only increased her grip on his neck. Zhouye sensed her change and kissed her even more deeply. Everything about her fascinated him, and the fire in his heart burned even brighter. His hand had already removed all her clothes. Precious pearl. Zhouye slightly leaned back, his forehead touching hers. Their noses brushed, and their heavy, hot breaths intertwined. As he looked at the woman beneath him, her revealing beauty, his voice was hoarse and unsteady. Precious pearl. You are so beautiful. You like this too. Yuan Baozhu's eyes were hazy, her gaze unfocused. Seizing the moment, she took deep breaths, her lips swollen and shiny with moisture. She couldn't really argue with him, or even think clearly anymore, lost in the moment. Zhouye watched her dazed and exhausted state, his dark eyes deep and intense. He gently wiped her moist lips with his finger. Was it exciting just now? He whispered close to her ear, his warm breath brushing her sensitive skin. He felt her tremble slightly and asked, No, you lied to me. You said it was just a kiss. Yuan Baozhu finally found her voice, weakly denying. Her face was flushed with embarrassment, and she didn't want to talk about these inappropriate topics. I didn't lie to you. Zhouye chuckled softly. His laugh was deep and made her heart race. Later, I said kiss, and you didn't refuse. I'm kissing you now. Once, twice, 3 times. This is just the beginning. As he spoke, he moved closer again, more boldly this time. It was no longer just a kiss. His actions became more daring, and she didn't realize when he had already removed his shirt. Stop, Wan Baoju's voice cracked with tears.
Zoe.
Don't do this. If it continued, she wouldn't be able to stop him.
Ugh.
You promised me. You promised you'd be good to me. Be good to me.
Please.
Don't let me regret trusting you. She didn't know how to stop his increasingly reckless actions. All she could do was cry and plead repeatedly. Her trembling, frightened pleas made Zhou Ye's heart race even faster. For a moment, he really wanted to just do this with her. At worst, she might scold him afterward. At worst, he could apologize and bow to admit his mistake. At worst, she might be angry with him for a few days. But just thinking this way, the fear of losing her in his heart still made his movements slow down. Right now, her eyes, filled with fear, had already lost much of their haze, replaced by full feelings of hurt. Her cheeks still had a blush, her lips were slightly swollen, and she was trembling a little in his arms. Yet, Zhou Yi clearly felt that her heart had shrunk back and she was pulling away from him again. Zhou Yi closed his eyes, his throat moving violently, and he almost gritted his teeth as he spoke. Don't be afraid. I said it's just a kiss. Really just a kiss. I won't do what you're worried about. Trust me. Help me. Help me and I'll let you go. He was really about to lose control. He lowered his head, gently pressed his forehead against her shoulder, took a deep breath, and then, without caring that Wan Baoju was stunned, he leaned in and kissed her. It wasn't just a kiss, more like biting and nibbling, as if he wanted to swallow her whole, leaving no bones behind. Wan Baoju froze completely, not daring to move. She just let him do as he pleased. His heavy breathing was close, growing louder and louder. For a moment, Wan Baoju even thought he might break his promise. Because even she couldn't resist anymore. She couldn't quite explain what was happening to her, but her arms around Zhou Ye's neck tightened more and more, making her heart pound wildly. She bit her lip tightly, afraid that a moan might slip out and make him lose control even more. Time passed like this, and she didn't know how long she had been tortured. Just when Wan Baoju felt her whole body was soaked with his sweaty heat, he suddenly stopped, holding her tightly in his arms, gasping heavily. His heavy breathing and pounding heart made Wan Baoju completely relax and sink into his embrace. He was finally done. If he kept going, even though nothing truly happened, she felt like she was about to lose half her life. I'm sorry. After a while, he muttered softly against her shoulder, his voice tinged with regret and frustration. Was it because their time was too short? Although I didn't really do that thing, he was acting strange so quickly, which wasn't normal. Wan Baoju had already been hurt by Sun Mingkai before. She wondered if he thought she was useless too. Do you think I am just as useless as that loser Sun Mingkai? Trust me. This time, I really couldn't hold back. Next time, no. Tomorrow, after we get married, I will make it up to you. I will make you feel good. I swear I won't be like Sun Mingkai, who was so useless in bed, making you uncomfortable. This is my first time. Wan Baoju's heart, which she had just relaxed, almost jumped out when she heard his messy words. What was he even talking about? And how did he know about what happened with Sun Mingkai in bed? How do you know that? Wan Baoju's voice trembled a little as she couldn't help but look at Zhou Yi, who was still lying on her. Just a second ago, Zhou Yi was feeling guilty about not being good enough, worried that Wan Baoju might think he was just as useless as Sun Mingkai. But then he heard her question. His body stiffened, and he suddenly realized what stupid thing he had just said. He had been criticizing Wan Baoju for being foolish, and now he had done the same. He didn't dare look at her. He cleared his throat and slowly sat up, then adjusted her clothes and covered her with the blanket he had thrown aside. He casually picked up some clothes from the side of the bed and spoke in a low voice. What? You misheard me, right? I didn't say anything just now. I need to go out for a bit. I'll be back soon. You must be tired, so rest for a while. After saying that, he quickly left the cave.
Zoe.
You. Wan Baoju's shout was left hanging behind him as he hurried away. He practically ran out of the cave, his steps unsteady. He walked a long way before stopping. Damn it! I'm such a fool! He cursed himself silently. He spent all day calling others stupid, and now, at the most tender moment, in a confusing, passionate situation, he lost his mind and said the worst thing he could. Thinking about that night, through the not-so-thick courtyard wall, Ruan Baoju's deliberate heavy breathing, moans, and even sobs kept him rooted in place, unable to move. His body, which had just begun to cool down, suddenly felt hot again. Maybe from that night on, something started to get out of control. But how could he explain this to Ruan Baoju? Should he say he's a shameless beast, hiding like a shadow in the dark, listening to her and Sun Mingkai in the corner? Or should he admit that since that night, he's been jealous and remembers every soft sound she made? Zhou Yi fidgeted irritably, unwilling to think more, and quickly walked toward the nearby waterfall by the stone wall. He walked quickly and reached it soon. He rinsed himself casually, wiped his face with his hand, and water droplets slid down his strong jawline. Although the water was cold, his heart still felt hot and uncomfortable, like holding a burning coal. He bent down and rinsed a bit longer. The cold sensation made him feel a little clearer. Then he washed his pants thoroughly, ignoring the wetness, and walked back topless, wearing only his damp pants. Ruan Baoju was alone in the cave, and he still felt a bit uneasy about her, even though she was not far away. Forget it. She had seen his worst side, and he had already said the most reckless words. What more harm could there be? At worst, she would just call him a rogue again. He lingered at the cave entrance for a while, making sure there was no movement inside, then slowly stepped in. He thought Ruan Baoju was asleep, but as soon as he entered, he saw her hugging a blanket, leaning diagonally against the stone wall, her shiny black eyes fixed on him without blinking. Zhou Yi was stunned for a moment, feeling a bit guilty. Cough, cough. You. He wanted to ask why Ruan Baoju wasn't asleep yet, but she spoke first, her voice light and airy. You. She paused. When did you hear that? Zhou Yi's eyes flickered, and he quickly came up with an idea. Hear what? I didn't hear anything. Isn't that just denying it? He's familiar with this tactic, just refused to admit it. Ruan Baoju's face turned even paler. She wasn't stupid. After thinking carefully, she understood. Since her first encounter with Zhou Yi, Sun Ming has only come back twice. Last night was definitely not possible, so it was the first time. That was the night she and Zhou Yi first met in the small woods. So when she and Sun Ming were in the room doing that, he was outside listening. Thinking about this possibility, a strong feeling of shame and anger flooded over Ruan Baoju. She couldn't help trembling all over. So, this person, was it because of that matter that he had such thoughts about her? Ruan Baoju closed her eyes slightly, feeling as if all her strength had been drained.
No wonder.
No wonder Zhou Yi looked at her differently the next morning. No wonder he said those words. No wonder he called Sun Ming a loser. It turns out he knew everything. What did he think of her in his heart?
Why?
Did you listen? She asked, her mouth trembling, feeling a kind of unfairness she didn't even realize. She couldn't clearly describe what she felt inside, but she always felt especially disgusted. Zhou Yi, feeling guilty, was now stimulated by her look of disgust. He decided not to hide anymore and just blurted out, "Didn't know, just happened to pass by, just happened to hear you calling out seductively, so I listened for a few moments." He panted heavily, chest rising and falling, staring intensely at her. "Aren't you going to scold me again?" "Forget it, do whatever you want. Anyway, if you're going to scold, it's justified. I'm not a gentleman. From the beginning to the end, I planned this long ago. I like you as a person, like your body, and I like the sound of your voice when you call out. Anyway," he frowned, quickly walked over to Ruan Baoju, and embraced her with a blanket and all. "Anyway, you can't run away. For the rest of your life, you will only be mine. I am a rogue, a scoundrel, a beast. If you want to say more, go ahead, I'll add it for you. Baoju, I know what I did was shameful. If you call me vulgar or shameless, I accept it. But I tell you, I don't regret it at all. I only regret that my mother didn't think things through back then. Otherwise, I would have taken you away from that useless son Minkai directly, secretly punished him, and fed him to the dogs, so you wouldn't be bullied by him later. I almost lost my life because of this. Yes, he regrets that he didn't realize this sooner. He wasted so much time. Otherwise, the woman in his arms would have been as long ago. Wan Baoju was stunned by his sudden outburst. This. He clearly did something shameless, but how could he be so confident about it? He admitted to doing something disgraceful, and for her, was she angry? Yes. Was she ashamed? Also. But strangely, besides these feelings, a part of her that had just felt wronged suddenly felt a lot better. His words just now seemed more shocking than any sweet talk, and more confusing. Let go, she finally spoke softly. Not letting go, Zhou Yi stubbornly refused. Wan Baoju. This person? She sighed, looking at his wet pants and the blanket, then softly said, You've soaked the blanket with your clothes. How am I supposed to sleep now? Zhou Yi suddenly looked up, almost unable to believe his ears. You want to sleep? But in the next second, he quickly realized how stupid his question was. Okay. I'll find a shirt to change. He immediately stood up neatly, rummaged from somewhere, and pulled out a pair of pants whose color she couldn't see. Then, right in front of Wan Baoju, he started to take them off.
Zoe.
You scoundrel. You're shameless. Wan Baoju quickly turned her head and closed her eyes, but she still saw some things she shouldn't have. She rolled over and turned her back to him, pulling the blanket tightly around herself. Zhou Yi was amused by her reaction. Anyway, it's something that will happen sooner or later. Whether you see it now or later. You're just shy. Shut up, Wan Baoju snapped angrily through the blanket, but her words had no real power. All right, I won't tease you anymore.
Sleep well.
We have important things to do tomorrow. Zhou Yi quickly got into bed, then without hesitation, pulled both himself and the blanket into his arms, feeling very satisfied.
Baoju, you promised me
that you'll be with me tomorrow. In the morning, wait for me on the mountain. I'll go to the county town first to tear up the divorce papers. I'll be back early so you can prepare some rabbit meat for breakfast. We'll have lunch together when I return. He kept talking nonstop. Wan Baoju didn't say a word. When she heard him say she should stay alone on the mountain tomorrow, her pupils constricted slightly, and she gently closed her eyes. Just as dawn was breaking, Zhou Yi woke up. That night, he hardly slept. After confirming Wan Baoju was asleep, he slowly opened his eyes and kept watching her, feeling a bit of admiration. Of course, he also took a little advantage. But as a result, he couldn't sleep anymore because of his little secret. He had been sneaking around all night, daring to do small things but not brave enough to go too far. It was a self-inflicted hardship. His nerves were tense all night, making him uncomfortable. Seeing that it was still early, he slowly got out of the wooden bed, carefully adjusted his torn shirt to cover the bright white skin that had been exposed all night, then tiptoed out of the bed. He looked at the sleeping woman on the bed, then reluctantly got up, took the green water bottle, and left. He didn't go out for long. When he returned, he was carrying a peeled rabbit and some wild fruits. He rekindled the small fire from last night and quietly started roasting the rabbit. As the sky brightened more and more, the cave gradually became lighter. Wan Baoju was awakened by the strong aroma in this peaceful atmosphere. No nightmares, no sudden awakenings, and unlike the tense moments back at the Sun family, she slept soundly until dawn. She even felt it was incredible how deeply she had slept. Holding the blanket that still carried Zhou Yi's scent, she slowly sat up, still a bit drowsy and lazy. The cave was still dim, but her gaze naturally fell on the busy figure at the entrance of the cave. Zhou Yi was turned away from her, crouching beside the rekindled campfire, unaware of what he was roasting. His upper body was bare. Because they were near the cave entrance, the bright and dark areas were very obvious. The cool morning light suddenly fell on his bronze, broad, and strong back, gently highlighting the curves of his muscles with a soft golden glow. He was tall by nature, with very wide shoulders, and his shoulder blades moved slightly as he fiddled with the firewood. The deep groove along his spine extended down to his slim waist. His arms were smooth and powerful, with tense muscles on his forearms that slightly bulged with his movements. The flames flickered and made a soft crackling sound. The dancing firelight flickered on Zhouye's upper body, sometimes making his muscles look clear and other times hiding them in warm shadows. He was busy and focused, seemingly unaware of the gaze behind him. The morning light, firelight, sweat, and his tense muscles created a striking, wild scene. Wan Baozhu stared blankly, forgetting to look away. During her years in the Sun family, she was used to Sun Minxai's delicate, pale, scholarly appearance, thin and fragile. She never imagined that a man's body could be like this. Even just looking at it made her heart race nervously. This feeling was very unfamiliar to her, and soon her cheeks started to flush without reason. A strange, shy, and secretly excited warmth spread from her heart to her limbs. Wan Baozhu didn't know what was happening to her. She instinctively clutched the blanket in her arms, her fingertips curling slightly, and her mind began to feel chaotic. Last night, his uncontrolled kisses, hot touches, and husky restraint. Now, because of what she saw, all those feelings surged uncontrollably. She couldn't quite describe what she felt.
But
it definitely wasn't fear. It was a strange emotion she dared not think about further. She looked at his strong, broad back, at his careful, gentle movements, and a new feeling quietly grew in her heart.
so,
Men could be like this too. Moreover, the busy man's back can make people just look at it and feel at ease. This thought flashed through her mind so quickly that she was surprised herself, and her cheeks suddenly felt even warmer. She hurriedly looked away, afraid to look again. He had been busy for a long time, and it was a bit inappropriate for her to keep pretending to be unconscious. She couldn't rely on him for everything. She shifted slightly, feeling a bit sore and weak, but she could still bear it. However, the area on her chest was a little sore from rubbing against her clothes. She felt a bit embarrassed, thinking it might have been caused by the man pulling her around yesterday when he was being playful. She awkwardly adjusted her clothes and was about to slowly move to the edge of the bed. Suddenly, Zhouye heard some movement. "You're awake? Why did you wake up so early?" He turned to look at her, his eyes full of affection and a gentle smile. "Are you still tired? I roasted a rabbit again, but it needs a little more time. Why don't you lie down and rest a bit longer?" Wan Baozhu sat up and shook her head, saying nothing. Zhouye kept a close eye on her, worried that she might show some signs of discomfort. But although she wasn't smiling, she didn't seem angry either, so he finally relaxed. Last night, after she fell asleep, he had done some foolish things. She probably didn't notice, right? Feeling guilty, Zhouye didn't say anything inappropriate for a while. They sat quietly for a long time. After a while, the roasted rabbit in his hand was ready. He sprinkled some salt on it, roasted it a bit more, and the aroma became even more tempting. Zhouye handed the roasted rabbit and wild fruits to her, looking caring as he said, "Be careful. The rabbit is hot. The fruits are sweet and sour. I just picked them this morning. Try one first. If you like it, you can eat more. If not, I'll handle it." He said this naturally, holding the wild fruit close to her lips. Wan Baozhu looked up at him, but her eyes met his gentle gaze. For a moment, she didn't dare to look at him directly, so she quickly looked down and silently took a bite of the fruit. It was sweet and sour, just as he said, very tasty. She nodded, saying, "It's very good." Hearing her say it was delicious, Zhouye smiled even more happily and sat beside her. "That's good. I'll save some for you. They're all yours. Tomorrow I'll go pick more for you." Tomorrow? Wan Baozhu suddenly felt a heavy weight in her heart. Last night, she impulsively agreed to this person, but now she wondered, do they really get to do whatever they want? Her mind started to feel uncontrollable and chaotic. She didn't eat much, not finishing even a rabbit leg, and shook her head to stop eating. But she kept eating the sweet and sour fruit, finishing 4 of them in a row. Zhouye didn't urge her to eat more. He casually took the half-eaten rabbit leg from her and started eating it himself. Then, he didn't eat the rabbit he baked this morning. He set it aside and finished the half of the rabbit left from last night. After eating, Zhou Yi tidied up and prepared to leave the mountain. If possible, he would have liked to take this woman down the mountain and get a marriage certificate right away. But when he thought about how he wasn't officially divorced yet and that they needed proof from the village to get married, he gave up on the idea of taking her to the town together. Still, he felt uneasy inside. Before leaving, Zhou Yi solemnly warned Wan Baozhu, "Baozhu, I need to go down the mountain today." He spoke directly. "What I said yesterday isn't just to comfort you." He looked at her intently, with a firm gaze. Last night, Huang Huan and Zheng Jianxi were caught in the small woods behind the village by some villagers. It caused a big fuss. So, I already got the proof from Captain Chen's side, and I can get a divorce today. Wan Baozhu was stunned for a moment, then realized, so that's what the noise behind last night was about. Does that mean everyone in the village now knows Zhou Yi was betrayed? Her already troubled heart became even more chaotic. Zhou Yi didn't know what she was thinking. He paused, speaking more gently. "I'll be gone for about half a day. You stay in the cave. Don't go anywhere, okay? There's food and water here. It's still safe, but don't run around. I'll be back around noon. Will you wait for me? The promise you made last night, you should keep it, right?" He asked carefully, watching Wan Baozhu closely, as if afraid she'd say no. She hesitated, holding the fruit in her hand, looked up at him. Her moist eyes, seeing his serious gaze, made her heart tighten suddenly, but she nodded softly. I'll wait for you." When she said this, her tone unconsciously carried a little dependence, which made Zhou Ye's heart tremble suddenly. His lips curved into a slight smile. "Okay, wait for me. After I finish my work, I'll go to the town supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things, and also get you some food and supplies." He looked at Wan Baozhu's pale face, still showing a hint of sadness, and felt very sorry. He was worried she might overthink alone, so he added, "Don't be afraid to be alone. I'll come back as soon as I can. From now on, nothing is impossible to get through. With me here, you can go anywhere and do anything you want." Wan Baozhu lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes hiding her emotions. She softly responded, "Okay, I understand," her voice very quiet. Seeing her obediently agree, Zhou Yi clenched his teeth and strode out. He walked quickly, almost running down the mountain, with only one thought in his mind: finish dealing with all these messy matters quickly, then he could start a new life with her. The person in charge of civil affairs was Sun Mingsai's uncle, Wang Quanda. When he saw the large team certificate in Zhou Ye's hand, he initially wanted to make things difficult, maybe ask for a cigarette or something. But when Wang Quanda saw Zhou Ye's stern face, he hesitated, almost about to complain, but swallowed his words and simply followed the procedure. When he received the thin paper with the words "divorce certificate" printed on it, Zhou Yi felt as if a huge weight in his heart finally lifted. He didn't delay at all and immediately headed to the town's only supply and marketing cooperative. Compared to the last time he bought fabric, his mood was completely different. Standing in front of the fabrics and ready-made clothes, he felt nervous for the first time. He didn't understand these things. What if he chose something Wan Baozhu didn't like? His hesitation was noticed by an older woman working nearby. Seeing his uncertainty, she thought he was reluctant to spend money and smiled as she asked, "Comrade, what kind of fabric do you want? If you're buying for your wife, how tall is she? Is she fat or slim? Tell me. I'll help you pick the right amount of fabric so you won't waste money." Zhou Yi was stunned for a moment. Hearing the word wife, his heart suddenly felt happy. Wife. He slightly curled his lips. Isn't that what she is? He thought about finding a way to get Wan Baozhu's proof of identity. Then, he took her to register their marriage. From then on, she would truly be his wife. Thinking of this, he stopped worrying about whether she liked it or not. If she didn't like something, he would buy more. Surely, there would be something she liked. He tried to remember what Wan Baozhu looked like. Not tall. "Come here," he pointed to his chest. "People there usually thin. She's probably about half a bag of rice, around 70 or 80 pounds. The older woman nodded. She was about to suggest cutting some cloth when she heard the man in front speak. "This red one and the one next to it, this one, that one, and this one, and this one, and this one." Please help me see if she can wear these. I want all of them. Zhou Yu pointed to 7 or 8 pieces of clothing, shirts, pants, skirts, and light jackets. The older woman was stunned. What? All of them. It wasn't that she hadn't seen the world, but these were all ready-made clothes. And this young man wanted so many at once. They wouldn't be cheap. At least 70 or 80 yuan. Yes, I want all of them. Please check if she can wear them. If they fit, I'll take them all. Zhou Yu was very decisive. Thinking about the woman always wearing loose, dull, patched clothes made him feel sad. He wished he could buy out all the clothes from the supply store. The older woman paused, thought carefully, and couldn't remember which village he was from or why he was so generous. But she still followed Zhou Yu's wishes. She gathered the clothes and picked 5 suitable ones. She said, "These because you said she's too thin and the others are too loose and don't look good. These are for young people and they look nice. If they fit, next time you come, bring her over and I'll help you pick some more." Zhou Yu nodded and asked her to calculate the total price. He didn't stay idle. He moved to look at other items nearby. The older woman just finished calculating. The total was 56 yuan. He nodded without saying it was expensive. Then he asked her to start gathering things like towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, face cream, and even a small round mirror and a peachwood comb. That was not all. He also asked her to weigh a jean of peach cookies, a pack of brown sugar, a pack of dried meat, and 2 bottles of canned peaches and oranges. These calculations cost him another 16 yuan. In just a short time, he spent 72 yuan at the supply and marketing cooperative. There were too many things, so he barely managed to carry them all in the rough net bag provided. He hung the packages on his shoulders and carried others in his hands. He avoided crowded places and hurried along a shortcut up the mountain. On the way back, even though he was carrying more, he felt much lighter than before. Holding the divorce certificate in his chest and carrying her gifts in his hands, he thought about the person in the cave. His steps were almost running. He thought about how well she was doing. Tonight, he planned to ask her earnestly. Maybe she would be happy and smile at him, or perhaps they could share a kiss. Maybe even more than a kiss. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. His whole body started to tense up. He knew the mountain path very well, but today it felt unusually difficult to walk. It was almost noon. Wan Baozhu must be hungry by now. He wondered if she had eaten the rabbit meat he left for her this morning. He kept thinking and finally reached the cave entrance, carrying a bag of joy in his heart. He couldn't wait to go inside. But as soon as he reached the entrance, he noticed something was wrong. It was too quiet. His heart suddenly sank. He rushed into the cave. Sure enough, it was empty. On the wooden bed with a straw mat, the torn blanket was folded neatly, with 2 wild fruits on top. Everything else, water bottle, rabbit meat, had not been touched and was still in the same place where he had left it in the morning. Wan Baozhu. His voice echoed inside the cave. He hoped she was hiding somewhere on purpose, just to tease him. There was no answer, only the hollow echo from the cave. His mind suddenly went blank, as if hit by a heavy hammer. Without thinking, he threw all the things in his hands onto the bed and shouted loudly, "Wan Baozhu, come out!" But it was still empty, with no response. A wave of panic and anger flooded over him instantly. He instinctively thought she might have done something foolish again. This thought made him feel cold all over. No, it couldn't be. She promised him she wouldn't seek death and would wait for him. Without time to think, he turned around and walked out, shouting as he went, "Wan Baozhu, come out, damn it. Don't scare me." Zhou Yu was getting more and more anxious the more he searched, and the more anxious he became, the angrier he got. He was anxious because he was afraid she might go up the mountain again to seek death. He was angry because she didn't believe him. She had clearly promised herself, but if she still couldn't handle it, it meant she never truly trusted him from the start. And after giving him hope, she pushed him away harshly, which made him even angrier. "Wan Baozhu, you're really something. You dare to do this." Zhou Yi punched a nearby tree about the size of a bowl. The trunk trembled, and dry leaves fell. His hand immediately bled, but he didn't notice. What should he do? Where should he look? The mountain was so big. If she was hiding somewhere secretly, it would be hard to find her for a while. And maybe something bad already happened? Zhou Yi forced himself to stay calm. He looked around the mountain but saw no sign of her. He took a deep breath, cursing himself for being so stupid when he got anxious, especially about Wan Baozhu. What if she didn't go to the top of the mountain? Why was he thinking the worst? Thinking this, he started to walk back toward the cave entrance and carefully looked for clues nearby. Although he had messed up the area around the cave entrance, he found some small, messy footprints on softer ground beside it. After examining them carefully, he followed the faint footprints in that direction. He looked up and saw that it was downhill. She was going down the mountain? Zhou Ye's heart eased a little. If she was going down, it meant she was safe. But then, in the next moment, his heart was lifted again. She was going down. Could she be returning to the Sun family? Sun Mingkai, that scoundrel, had mentioned divorce to her yesterday. After a night, she probably hadn't learned her lesson and went back, right? The thought of Wan Baozhu, that foolish girl, possibly returning to the Sun family, made him furious.
Fine.
She really didn't care about him at all. What is so good about Sun Mingkai that she is willing to go to such lengths for him? For a moment, Zhou Yi started to think about how to make Sun Mingkai, that useless person, disappear more reasonably. At that moment, a figure appeared at the fork in the mountain path ahead, swaying as they walked over. Zhou Ye's eyes sharpened, and he immediately rushed forward. Is that Wan Baozhu? But as he got closer, he realized the person was not Wan Baozhu, but someone he never expected to see here. The person was his distant cousin, He Xiuhua. He Xiuhua looked panicked and was startled by Zhou Yi suddenly rushing out. She almost lost her composure. When she saw it was him, she hurriedly patted her chest and said, "Oh my. Zhou Yi, you almost gave me a heart attack. You scared me so badly I nearly fainted." Zhou Yi, feeling impatient, didn't bother to exchange greetings. Cousin He, I have something to do. I need to leave the mountain now." After saying this, he turned to go down the mountain but was suddenly grabbed by the arm by He Xiuhua. "Don't go. I have something to tell you." She fussed for a long time, but hadn't said what was important. If he left now, what should she do? Zhou Yi was in no mood for small talk and looked impatient. "Cousin He, I really have something urgent now. We can talk about your things another day." He said this while trying to pull free from her grip, feeling frantic. But unexpectedly, He Xiuhua held on tightly and looked at him strangely, examining him from head to toe. "What are you so anxious to go for? Lost your soul? So urgent." Zhou Ye's brows furrowed tightly. Losing someone's soul is more important than losing a person. But these things he definitely couldn't tell her. "Cousin He, are you going to find Wan Baozhu?" He Xiuhua suddenly asked, staring intently at Zhou Yi, wanting to see his reaction. Zhou Yi didn't expect her to ask this, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He didn't speak, but he also didn't deny it. Seeing this, He Xiuhua understood clearly and was momentarily at a loss for words. How did these two end up together? Although Huan's divorce was necessary, what about Wan Baozhu? Their relationship is not like that at all. My nephews seem steady, so how could he see through such a complicated situation? What if others find out? What should we do then? She hesitated and didn't speak, and Zhou Ye's heart sank deeper. He couldn't help but ask, "Older cousin, did she go back to the Sun family?" He Xiuhua. This question is strange. Wan Baozhu is from the Sun family. Why wouldn't she go back? Could she be kept here in the mountains as a local wife? She curled her lips and said, "Stop looking for her."
She went back.
You see, she's living well now, even though her mother-in-law, Wang Suelian, is a bit harsh. But who isn't angry sometimes? There are always some mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts. How could you take advantage of her moment of weakness and bully her? Luckily, I caught her here. If someone else had seen her like this, she might not be alive now. Are you trying to push her to the limit? Her husband was with her all night. If this gets out, it will be the end. Zhou Yi was confused by her words and furrowed his brows tighter. Older cousin, what do you mean? Sun Mingkai was with her all night. He couldn't help but grab He Xiuhua's arm. with some force. He Xiaohua was hurt by his grip and grimaced as she struggled to free herself. Hey, be gentle. You're getting anxious now. When you were doing that reckless thing, didn't you worry? I tell you, besides, her husband treats her well. I heard that last night, because of her mother-in-law, Wang Suilian. She nagged her a few times. During the argument, her husband might have said some harsh words. I don't know the details. Then, Wan Baozhu left the Sun family. Her husband comforted his mother, and when he went out to look for her, she was already gone. She searched all night and started looking in the village early this morning. Now, everyone in the village knows that Wan Baozhu left home because she was angry with her husband. Fortunately, I came secretly because of you and Huang Huanhuan's matter. No one else was with me. If someone had seen her here, with her clothes like that, I don't know what to say. Hearing this, Zhou Yi couldn't care about what she said afterward and couldn't help but sneer. You mean Sun Mingkai said he was with Wan Baozhu all night? He Xiaohua nodded and said, yes. Zhou Yi was truly so angry, he was speechless. He couldn't believe that Sun Mingkai only spent one night with Wan Baozhu. Not a single word of it. No wonder people say some folks read so much they become foolish. He's a teacher who teaches others, yet he dares to say such shameless things. With a little thought, Zhou Yi understood. Sun Mingkai was trying to smear Wan Baozhu's name. He wasn't afraid of Wan Baozhu having trouble. He probably hoped she would really die in the mountains and be done with it. If he had noticed last night, and Wan Baozhu had truly died in the mountains, even if someone later found her, he could still save face in the village. Others would know he abandoned Wan Baozhu just to climb higher socially, forcing her to take her own life. They would only think she was disobedient, petty, stubborn, and that she got so angry over a small argument with her mother-in-law that she wanted to die. Such a cruel mind. Damn, what a shameless, dog-like thing. He Xiaohua didn't know what he was thinking. She lowered her voice and, full of disappointment, said to Zhou Yi, look, you're the same. You still haven't settled down after that thing with Huang Huanhuan. Now you're involved with Wan Baozhu again. Even though she knew no one was around, she still looked around to make sure, then felt a little relieved and continued, I'll tell you, I can talk to Wan Baozhu. She's not like those loose women in the village. She may look striking, but she's honest. If this gets out, Huang Huanhuan's fate will be her fate. Even if you like her a lot, you can't do this. That's just wrong. And besides, your issues with Huang Huanhuan aren't settled yet. She kept nagging, worried Zhou Yi's impulsiveness might lead him to do something shameful. But she was talking earnestly, while over on the side, Zhou Yi casually said, I've already divorced Huang Huanhuan. I have the divorce papers. He Xiaohua was in the middle of speaking when she suddenly froze. Divorced? Already done? Zhou Yi nodded. Now, he has nothing to do with Huang Huanhuan. The matter of him being with Wan Baozhu cannot be stopped by anyone, and talking about it is useless. He Xiaohua frowned, thought for a moment about what to say, and continued. You are divorced from Wan Baozhu. She was living a good life. You shouldn't. She was about to say that this matter is different from others. If something goes wrong, and it gets exposed, it could cause trouble, especially since Wan Baozhu is alone, and without family support. Sun Mingkai has also divorced Wan Baozhu. Zhou Yi added another shocking piece of news. What did you say? He Xiaohua froze instantly. Her mouth was still moving as if she was trying to persuade, but her voice was cut off, stuck in her throat. Her previously earnest expression turned very strange. Divorced? Sun Mingkai and Wan Baozhu also divorced? Honestly, this news shocked her 100 times more than Zhou Yi saying he was divorced. After all, Huang Huanhuan and Zheng Jianche's messy affair was already known in the village. Plus, last night, there was that embarrassing scene. Divorce was a done deal and considered good news. But Sun Mingkai and Wan Baozhu. How could that be? Sun Mingkai, though now a teacher in the city with a steady job and earning a good income, was successful. But Wan Baozhu was pretty, grew up in the Sun family, and took care of Wang Suilian, who was blind. She was very attentive, and no one could find fault with her. So how come they also divorced? He Xiaohua opened her mouth, tentatively asked, why did they divorce? Did Sun Mingkai initiate it? Does he no longer like Wan Baozhu? I haven't heard any news about this. And this morning, seeing Sun Mingkai searching the village for Wan Baozhu, he seemed concerned, not like someone who just divorced. She looked at Zhou Yi with some suspicion, secretly wondering if her nephew had fallen for Wan Baozhu and was just pretending to talk about it to fool her. Sun Mingkai told Baozhu himself that they divorced, and the divorce papers are ready. He came back last night just to give Wan Baozhu the divorce papers. As for the reason, of course, he's after someone higher up, the principal's daughter at their school, named Chen Lijing. The two are involved. He thought Baozhu was just a village woman who couldn't help him or match his status as a city teacher. Coincidentally, the principal's daughter was eager to get married and was waiting for a proper family background. So, he directly went behind Wan Baozhu's back and asked his cousin, who works as a civil affairs officer in town, to get a divorce for him. His words were brief, but clearly explained the messy situation with Sun Mingkai. He Xiao Hua gasped in shock, her eyes widening with a complicated expression.
No wonder.
This morning, she saw Baozhu crying with swollen eyes and thought she was bullied by her nephew. But now she realized it was because Sun Mingkai had abandoned her without mercy. Thinking back to Baozhu's sad face when she advised her to stay positive and live well, everything makes sense now. He Xiao Hua felt a wave of regret. Oh my goodness. She muttered, full of sympathy and guilt for Baozhu. I didn't know. I was just trying to tell her to go back and live a good life. How could Sun Mingkai do this? Baozhu is such a good person, hardworking and patient. Over the years, Wang Sualian has been blind, relying on her for everything. If it weren't for Baozhu, she might not even have become a teacher, or even survived. How could Sun Mingkai be so heartless? Do they have no conscience at all? How could they do such a wicked thing? Zhou Yi remained silent, but his dark eyes darkened further when he Xiao Hua mentioned Sun Mingkai and his mother. His gaze was so cold it was frightening. After the shock, he Xiao Hua looked at Zhou Yi with even more complicated feelings. Did she mean well, but end up causing trouble again? Today, she accidentally saw Baozhu here and thought she was a runaway. She didn't realize she had run into Zhou Yi, and then Zhou Yi was tempted by her. She never expected all this to happen. What does it all mean? She was worried Zhou Yi might cause trouble, ruin Baozhu's reputation, or follow Huang Huanhuan's bad example. So she advised Baozhu to go back and live well.
But now,
Baozhu had been abandoned by Sun Mingkai, and they had divorced. Her future life would probably be very hard. She had no family to rely on, couldn't go back to her in-laws, and if rumors spread, she might be drowned in gossip.
And Zhou Yi.
Just at this critical moment, he also broke up with Huang Huanhuan. It's quite a coincidence, but if something really happened, could it be understandable? He Xiaohua felt very confused and didn't know what to do. If Zhou Yi is now involved with Wan Baozhu, would that count as taking advantage of the situation? But both of them are divorced now. At most, it would just sound bad if it got out. It's not a big deal, right? She kept thinking and couldn't help asking, so, what do you think about this? What do you want to do? I want to marry Wan Baozhu, Zhou Yi said firmly, with a tone that left no room for argument. She's divorced, I'm divorced. If we're together, openly and honestly, it's right and proper. No one can stop us. He Xiaohua was stunned for a moment, caught off guard by his straightforward words. After hesitating for a bit, she seemed to make a decision and said, this matter can't be rushed. You just got divorced and Wan Baozhu just got divorced too. Today, Sun Ming caused a scene looking for someone. I'm worried that if this gets out, it will be impossible to explain clearly.
Zhou Yi frowned.
He didn't care about these things, but just as he was about to speak, he Xiaohua stopped him. Don't say you don't care. You're a man. Honestly, if this gets out, the biggest impact will be on the woman. Gossip can ruin a person. You don't want Wan Baozhu to be pointed at and judged because of you, do you? About you and Wan Baozhu, don't act impulsively. Wait a moment. I'll go to Sun's house and see what's going on. Whatever you want to do, you need to be clear about it. This is for her good. Don't cause trouble. She looked at Zhou Yi with concern. Seeing him still frowning, clearly worried and not trusting herself, she shook her head and explained, all right, stop frowning. Don't worry. I've already lost her for you. I messed up and caused trouble, but I'll make up for it. You come down the mountain tonight. Be sure not to let anyone see you coming down from the mountain. I'll send her a message and ask her to find a way to meet you tonight.
You two can discuss it then. Take your time. Don't act impulsively.
Never let Sun Mingtao smear Wan Baoju's name. Zhou Yi didn't want to wait, but considering He Xiuhua's words were also for Wan Baoju's good, he clenched his teeth and squeezed out a sound through his teeth. Auntie, tell her I've made up my mind. I want to take her away tonight. Those mother and son are no good, and they might cause trouble again. She can't stay there, he understood now. At worst, he would leave with Wan Baoju tonight when it was dark. He Xiuhua looked at the dark, turbulent look in his eyes and suddenly felt a bit scared. Zhou Yi, this kid, it's clear he's serious now. If things go badly, she's really afraid something might happen. If they cause a scandal about running away together, Wan Baoju's life might be ruined forever. Thinking of this, she didn't dare delay. She gently persuaded him. All right, I'll tell her what you said, but don't rush. Let's see how she responds tonight, okay? This matter. It's making me uneasy. I think I should go down the mountain quickly. After saying this, seeing Zhou Yi nod, she didn't bother to rest anymore and quickly headed down the mountain. This trip really exhausted her. If she had known it would be like this, she would have spoken more to persuade Wan Baoju to go back earlier. But halfway there, she suddenly realized something was wrong. She had overlooked just now. How did Zhou Yi know so much about Sun Mingcai's affairs? Even Wan Baoju probably didn't know as much as he did. She didn't believe that Sun Mingcai was so foolish as to tell Wan Baoju everything at once. Was he afraid Wan Baoju would cause trouble outside? The Sun family lived in a remote area, and she didn't meet anyone along the way. When she pushed open the familiar, creaking wooden door of the Sun house, Wan Baoju's heart was pounding hard. She didn't know why she came back. Maybe she was worried that Aunt Xiuhua wouldn't feel at ease, or that she thought she was close to Zhou Yi, or maybe she was afraid Zhou Yi wouldn't explain clearly. Maybe she felt unfair. Why could Sun Mingcai be so shameless? Did he spend the night with her? No one knew. She sat under the tree at the foot of the mountain for so long last night. Didn't he know? Perhaps she just wanted an answer, to clear up the messy situation and understand her relationship with Zhou Yi. When she stepped into the yard, she hesitated about how to face Sun Mingcai. But in the next moment, she heard Wang Suilian's impatient, harsh voice coming over. Mingcai, really just enough already. Do you have to find her? Look at the time. You're really giving her face. You see, she has nowhere to go. She'll come back sooner or later. If she really had the ability to die outside, I'd think less of her. At least she has a conscience, knows to make way for you, not to burden you. When she's gone, it'll be peaceful. Wang Suilian sat at the door of the main room, on a broken chair, talking to herself in front of the yard gate. Her tone showed no concern for Wan Baoju, only deep disdain. She could only see a blurry figure, and she thought it was her son coming back with Wan Baoju. Wan Baoju's steps froze in place. It felt like all her blood froze in that moment. Even though she knew she didn't matter much in their eyes, she never expected her mother-in-law to say such things. Did she really wish she would die outside? Right now, she looked at her mother-in-law, who was blind but dressed neatly, better than her own clothes. A bitter, salty feeling rose in her throat, hard to hold back. Is this the mother-in-law she always thought was kind? She had always believed that no matter how picky her mother-in-law was, after 12 years together, they were family. Over the years, she had served tea, carried water, washed clothes, worried about her in winter and summer, and even stayed up all night when she was unwell. Some say she was foolish, others say stubborn, but she just wanted to see how cruel they really were. But in the end, she was not disappointed. In her blind mother-in-law's eyes, Wan Baoju was never a daughter-in-law or family, just a worthless object to be ordered around and discarded at will. Sun Mingcai kept saying he would treat her well, for her own good and kindly kept her at the Sun family to take care of mother-in-law. Now, she just felt like laughing. How stupid must she be in their eyes to be given such kindness? What did she do wrong? Why should she accept this? She worked hard and patiently in the Sun family, never complaining. In the end, she received such a result. She deserved to be driven out, and to die? Wan Baoju stood at the door, her chest heaving violently. She clenched her fingers tightly around the doorframe, her nails almost digging into the wood. She watched Wang Tsuelian still cursing and scolding herself, her eyes gradually changing. She didn't walk over silently and submissively as she usually did, nor did she try to flatter with a meek voice. Instead, she took a deep breath and spoke with a cold tone she had never used before. I'm truly disappointed. I didn't die outside. Mingkai, you just don't listen to your mother. You can't spoil this woman. Wang Tsuelian's nagging suddenly stopped. She sharply stared in Wan Baoju's direction. Even though her eyes couldn't see clearly, her cloudy eyes still fixed on the gate of the yard. A flicker of surprise and panic appeared on her face, as if she hadn't expected Wan Baoju to come back at this moment, especially after hearing what she had just said. But after a moment of panic, pride quickly filled her heart. Humph. She was right. Wan Baoju had come back obediently. Since she hadn't come back angry and rebellious, what was there to fear as her mother-in-law? Is it you? Do you still have the nerve to come back? Wang Tsuelian curled her lips and raised her voice sharply. What? No place to go? Or, do you realize your mistake and come back to admit it? Let me tell you, your divorce from Mingkai is already settled. Even if you want to cause trouble, it won't work. This family, you have no place here. You'd better pack your things and get out. I tell you, if you leave, don't think about taking anything with you. Everything belongs to the Sun family and has nothing to do with you. Earlier, Wang Tsuelian had planned that after the divorce, if Wan Baoju was sensible and accepted it, she would show some kindness and coax her to stay and serve her at home. That way, she wouldn't affect her son's work or anything. After all, she couldn't do without her. But after what happened last night, she felt that they had torn each other apart. This time, she had to teach Wan Baoju a lesson. If she died outside, that would be fine. But now that she was alive and had come back voluntarily, she had to set some rules for Wan Baoju. She thought that if her son was not at home, she could secretly cause trouble and scare her. She wanted her to understand that their family was not a place for her to act spoiled, so she would feel secure staying and taking care of herself. Wang Tsuelian planned everything well, but unfortunately, today, Wan Baoju did not follow her plan. In the past, if she had heard Wang Tsuelian so harshly dismiss and insult her, she would have probably cried and couldn't bear it. But now, maybe because Zhou Yi had scolded her so much, she felt her mind clear and sharp. Right now, she only felt it was funny, even secretly angry and impulsive. How pathetic she must seem in their eyes to be treated so badly. Instead of backing away, she stepped into the yard slowly, calmly, even with a kind of reckless confidence. Apologize. Wan Baoju stopped in front of Wang Tsuelian, looking down at her. She looked at this elder who once commanded her respect, her voice calm but frightening. Where did I go wrong? Is it in working hard to serve you and your son for 12 years? Or in treating you as family? Or in trusting that you and your son have a conscience? Wang Tsuelian was choked by her series of questions, her face turning uglier. How dare you talk to me like that?
No manners.
What's wrong with serving us? You are a servant girl bought with 5 pounds of pork from our family. If this were the old days, your life would belong to us. Not to mention, serving the elders and men is natural. If I had beaten or sold you, no one would care. Only now, since it's a good time, and Mingtai is soft-hearted otherwise after divorce, you wouldn't be able to stay. Look at yourself. Do you think you deserve to be part of our family? You have no skills, can't do much farm work, and have no other talents to help Mingtai. If you can't keep a man's heart, whose fault is that? Yours? And you still have the nerve to yell at me? I think I'm just being nice to you. When Mingtai comes back, when he returns, I will make sure he kicks you out. This Wan Baoju had grown bold, daring to speak to her like this. Humph. She used to pretend so well, but now she was done pretending. She thought that since Mingtai was not home, she could do whatever she wanted to her. Just wait. When Mingtai comes back, she would definitely teach this shameless woman a lesson. So, mother, you really thought that about me? You looked down on me that much, Wan Baozhu sneered. I wish I had known you looked down on me so much earlier. You should have told me sooner. A few years ago, when you were blind and kept falling and couldn't stand up, I was the one taking care of you, cleaning you, and helping you. Why didn't you say anything then? If you had told me, I would have left sooner, and you wouldn't have had to suffer so many more years. What a pain, Wan Baozhu. You are actually wishing me dead. Wang Tsuelian trembled with anger, reaching out to try to stand up, her fingers pointing wildly at Wan Baozhu. This is going too far. You ungrateful, heartless girl. We, the Sun family, raised you for so many years. It was right to kick you out. You're just a spoiled, ungrateful wolf. Just wait until Mingkai comes back. I will make sure he teaches you a lesson. Before she finished speaking, Wan Baozhu snorted coldly.
Fine.
I'll wait. Then, footsteps sounded, and in the next second, the door to the west room was slammed shut with a loud bang. Wang Tsuelian stood there in shock, only slowly realizing that it was Wan Baozhu who had slammed the door. She just went back inside?
How dare she?
Wan Baozhu. You wicked girl. Get out of here, get out. Wang Tsuelian vaguely pointed toward the west room, her hand trembling, still shouting harsh words. You little brat. You act so innocent normally, but now your true face is showing. Just wait. At this moment, she was so angry that she almost ran out of breath, her face turning red. If she could see, she would have gone in to chase Wan Baozhu out herself. Outside, Wang Tsuelian kept cursing loudly. After Wan Baozhu closed the door and bolted it, she finally turned to look at the bed. The dull gray coat she had changed yesterday was originally draped over the chest at the foot of the bed, but now it had been thrown on the ground, just like her, disliked and discarded. She blocked Wang Tsuelian's curses outside the door and walked toward the bed on her own. Upon returning to this room, she thought about last night. She had been full of hope, planning to talk to Sun Mingkai about taking her to the city and about having a child with him. But she didn't know that he had already completed his divorce papers. She was still doing those embarrassing, foolish things without knowing. Now, thinking back, she found herself laughably silly last night. Right now, she was still wearing the blue cloth jacket that Aunt Xiaohua had taken off for her. She had come down from the mountain, and it was now stained with dirt and grass. Just thinking about how Aunt Xiaohua saw her clothes with several missing buttons and the complicated look in her eyes made her cheeks turn red. Although she explained that she and Zhou Yi had nothing, the look in Aunt Xiaohua's eyes clearly didn't believe her. She didn't want to think about that awkward scene anymore. She hurriedly took off Aunt Xiaohua's jacket, revealing her own floral blouse underneath. That blouse had already lost 2 buttons when she left Sun's house, and Zhou Yi had torn at it yesterday. Now, looking at it again, it was in a terrible state. The collar was wide open, and without a vest underneath to cover her, her fair, bright skin was exposed, making it impossible to go down the mountain without embarrassment. That was also why Aunt Xiaohua didn't want her to wear Zhou Yi's clothes back, insisting she wear her own instead. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to explain. Quickly, Wan Baozhu took off the blushing dress she was wearing. She grabbed a faded gray cloth shirt from the wardrobe, intending to button it up. But as she did, she felt a sharp pain at her chest from the friction of her movements. She instinctively stopped, tugged at her cotton vest underneath, and suddenly froze, staring in disbelief at her chest. No wonder it hurt. On her fair skin, there were several clear, bluish-purple marks, and worse, there was something else. This wasn't what happened last night. Last night, it didn't seem this bad. A wave of intense shame flooded her. She dared not look anymore, hurriedly covering her chest with her collar, trembling as she buttoned her shirt. These. Her cheeks turned even redder. She finally understood. Surely it was something that person did while she was asleep. Previously, the cave was dark, and she didn't even notice. She only felt a sharp pain. But amidst the intense shame and embarrassment, Wan Baozhu suddenly felt something she couldn't quite understand. She couldn't help but rub her hot cheeks and forced herself to change her thoughts. She wondered if the person who returned might see her and get angry, scolding her for being so stupid. She knew that Zhou Ye was a shameless rogue, wanting her body, but compared to Sun Mingsai, he seemed much more honest and straightforward. That man was a scoundrel, a lunatic. But at least, he was honest, wanted her, didn't hide it, and knew how to treat her well, not making her work. When she was at her lowest, he used the most shameless and direct way to mark her with his imprint, strangely giving her a twisted sense of confidence. She wasn't unwanted. Wasn't Sun Mingsai ashamed of her? Did he think that this village woman was not good enough for him, that she couldn't match his city teacher status? He didn't care about her, but someone else did. For a moment, she even wanted to confront Sun Mingsai directly, to let him know she wasn't a fool who would always guard her purity for him. She wasn't just a naive girl fooled by his false affection. If he didn't want her, she didn't want him anymore. Why does Sun Mingsai think she would stay in the Sun family just to be his useless sister? Does he really believe she can't live without him? He thinks that even if they divorce, she would still remain pure for him. Since she's still alive, she will keep living. She wants to live well and see what kind of ending Sun Mingsai and his mother and son will have. Hatred surged like a flood, burning away her last bit of hesitation and doubt. If she's suffering, then Sun Mingsai shouldn't expect to be happy either. Since everything is already a mess, why not make it even messier? She dressed up and looked around, her gaze falling on the drawer of the table by the window. Without hesitation, she pulled open the drawer. Sure enough, the divorce certificate from last night was quietly lying there. She picked it up casually, looked at it again, and a faint smile slowly appeared on her lips.
Divorced, right?
It's a good thing to be divorced. Now she had nothing to worry about. She carefully kept the divorce certificate and took out her small mirror, silently examining herself. The woman in the mirror still looked pale, with red and swollen eyes, but her lips were strangely rosy and slightly swollen. Her hair was a bit messy, but her gaze was no longer as cautious as before. It had become somewhat mysterious. In the yard, Wang Xuelian's loud scolding continued, but at this moment, the gate was pushed open. Wan Baozhu heard the noise, paused her actions, and her eyes flickered briefly. But in the next second, she calmly combed her hair again, showing no intention of going out. Wang Xuelian was still yelling when she heard the gate move. She quickly asked, Minkai, is that you returning? Good, her son was back. Let's see how proud that little troublemaker Wan Baozhu can be now. How can she still strut in front of her? Sun Minkai lowered his head sadly and pushed open the half-open gate. He didn't respond immediately as he usually did, just vaguely said, then turned and closed the door with a gloomy face. He had been searching all morning. Now, he felt both tired and regretful. His secret little plan had already changed its flavor. Earlier that morning, his mother's instigation made him think that if Wan Baozhu died outside, it would be better and cleaner. But now, that idea was completely gone. All he felt now was regret. Yesterday, he shouldn't have listened to his mother. He should have stopped Wan Baozhu. He only had 3 days off for this trip. He had planned well, returning to comfort Wan Baozhu, settling his mother, then returning to the city relaxed, to focus on his future with Qin Lijing.
But now?
Wan Baozhu was missing, no sign of her, no body to be found. His mother's eyes couldn't see, and she couldn't take care of herself. Without Wan Baozhu, how could he leave? He had previously thought his mother was right. If Wan Baozhu was dead, it would be easier, no more trouble or gossip. Now, he realized he was completely wrong. Wan Baozhu was alive. Even if they were divorced, as long as she was still in Bali village and he treated her well, his mother would have someone to care for her. He could focus on his work in the city without worries. He had already figured it out this morning. Wan Baozhu being alive was much more useful than if she were dead. Wang Xuelian didn't know what her son was thinking. She looked unhappy and started complaining about Wan Baozhu, hoping her son would stand up for her. Minkai, listen to me. That little troublemaker, Wan Baozhu, she only knows you're soft-hearted, so she's doing this on purpose. You must not fall for her tricks. Later, you have to teach her a lesson and not give her any respect. Women are like that. You can't spoil them. Now she's showing her true colors. You don't know, she just… Mom, stop talking. Sun Minkai interrupted her irritably, rubbing his aching temples. If something happens to Baozhu, what will we do? What about you? Besides, people will start talking about us later. He felt more and more that the situation was complicated, and his tone carried some blame. I think you shouldn't have said those things last night to provoke her. Now she's gone, and it's even more trouble. I can't take too much time off work. Wang Suelian was stunned by her son's sharp words, then her face grew even more serious. What do you mean? Are you blaming me for holding you back? Sun Minkai was caught off guard and realized he had just said the wrong thing. He felt impatient inside, but knew his mother's temper. He was worried she'd get angry and nag him endlessly, which would only make things harder for himself. He quickly moved to her side, helped her sit down, and softly spoke. Mom, I'm just worried. You know I care most about your health. If Baozhu is not here, I can't stay at home too long. When I go back to work in the county, what will you do? It's all because I'm not capable enough to bring you into the city for a better life. And you can't be alone either. Wang Suelian frowned, but in the next second, her cloudy eyes flashed with a hint of pride. She suddenly coughed a few times, covering her words so that no one in the West Room could hear. Then she deliberately lowered her voice and muttered, You're also pretty clueless. Baozhu is back, and you're still afraid of what? Sun Minkai was stunned. His fingers on her arm clenched tightly. He suddenly looked up, glanced around, and then saw the tightly closed door of the West Room.
Baozhu.
She's back? Wang Suelian was suddenly squeezed so hard by his grip that she let out a cry of pain and angrily pulled back her hand. Look at you.
No ambition.
You've been bewitched by Wan Baozhu? Always so jumpy. Mother, what did you just say? Sun Minkai kept his eyes fixed on the door, speaking in a low, urgent voice.
Did you say?
Wan Baozhu is back. Where is she? In the West Room? Wang Suelian couldn't see, but she could feel her son's nervousness. Her dislike for Wan Baozhu grew even more. That little troublemaker, she thought, has truly stolen Minksai's heart. She curled her lips, her dull eyes showing more pride. Her voice was very low, almost squeezed out from between her teeth. Just now, she sneaked back quietly. She's inside now. I tell you, don't be nice to her, or she'll get even more arrogant. She ran away yesterday, and today she dares to scold me. Who knows what she'll do tomorrow? You didn't see her just now. She's like a different person, even arguing with me and talking so nastily. She even cursed me to die. Humph. She's completely torn apart with me now. Anyway, you're not home, so she's just teasing this blind old woman. I tell you, she knows she can't live without you, so she's come back in a hurry. Don't be foolish and try to comfort her. Sun Mingsai's heart was pounding. She came back on her own? That was better than he expected. But then Wang Suelian's next words made his heart sink again. Arguing? Cursing her mother to death?
How could that be?
Wan Baozhu was usually so gentle, as soft as dough. How could she say such nasty things? He found it hard to believe. Could it be that his mother was just looking for trouble again, spreading bad words about Wan Baozhu? He remembered that his mother didn't like Wan Baozhu and often looked for reasons to criticize her. He knew Wan Baozhu was innocent, but since she was his mother, he always went along with her wishes. So, he would say a few kind words about Wan Baozhu to soothe her, then later comfort Wan Baozhu himself. Fortunately, Wan Baozhu was gentle. A few kind words from him were enough to make her happy again. All right, mother, I understand. Listen to me. Don't cause trouble. It's better for all of us. I will go and see her first. Sun Ming finished speaking and looked at the tightly closed door, making a plan in his mind. Since Wan Baozhu has returned, the best thing is to comfort her first and keep her at home quietly. As long as she doesn't cause trouble, I don't mind being a little nicer to her. What are you looking at? What's so interesting? Probably heard on the way back that you were looking for her in the village and got excited. She's got a temper. Wang Tzuelian spoke confidently, with a look of disdain. She was sure that someone in the village had told Wan Baozhu that her son was looking for her, so she dared to act so boldly. Women. That's how they are. If you give her a little smile, she becomes proud. If you ignore her and shut the door, she'll secretly wipe her tears. Listen to me, Minkai. Your mother won't lie to you. This woman, she cries, makes a fuss, and then threatens to hang herself. She's just trying to manipulate you. Knowing you're looking for her makes her even more confident. If I hadn't stopped you just now with your loud voice, she would have known you can't leave her to take care of me. She might have been even more smug and angry, probably even wanting you to beg her. Wang Tzuelian kept thinking she was right, her words growing more confident. Her thin hands tightly grabbed her son's arm, eager to share her experience. Listen to your mother. Don't look for her. Let her come out on her own. Even if she does, don't give her a good face. Scold her, tell her off. Let her know that you've completely given up on her, so she'll behave. And let her understand who is in charge of this family. If she leaves our home, Wan Baozhu is just a homeless, pitiful person. How dare she cause trouble with me? This time, I must crush her arrogant little mind, so she won't dare to act up again. Only then can she be obedient and serve you and me. If it really comes to it,
Don't hold back.
do what you need to do. She spoke fiercely, her dull eyes flashing with cunning and cruelty. To her, her son was about to become successful, and Wan Baozhu's ungrateful troublemaking was like inviting disaster. If her son hadn't yet established himself in the city, she couldn't follow directly. For now, she still needed Wan Baozhu, who was hardworking and loyal. Just because Wan Baozhu had spoken disrespectfully earlier, she wouldn't keep her around. Now that the person has returned, this is a good opportunity to fully persuade her, so she will be easier to control in the future. Son Minkai listened to his mother's plan, but his brow furrowed more and more. Can this really work? Knock, knock, knock. In the yard, the thoughts of mother and son were interrupted by a sudden knocking sound. 3 gentle knocks, clear and distinct in the quiet yard. Then, before anyone inside responded, the half-open courtyard door was pushed open with a squeak. He Xiao Hua's face, with her usual smile, peeked in. Her eyes swept the yard, saw the mother and son talking at the door of the main room, and her heart skipped a beat. She kept her smile and said warmly, "Oh, Minkai, you're at home." Her tone was friendly, like casual small talk, but her eyes subtly scanned the yard again. Seeing no one, she looked at the closed door of the west room. Has Baozhu come back? I need to find her for something. He Xiao Hua hadn't finished speaking. Almost at the same time, the door of the west wing, which had been tightly shut, suddenly opened from inside. Squeak, a soft sound, not loud but very clear, overshadowed He Xiao Hua's unfinished words and immediately drew everyone's attention in the yard. Sun Minkai turned sharply to look, and He Xiao Hua also stopped talking, curious. At the door, Wan Baozhu stood there looking charming. Wan Baozhu was still wearing her usual plain, faded gray cloth dress with dark gray pants. There were 2 small, neat patches at the knees, not very noticeable. She looked clean and fresh from washing. Her hair was carefully combed again, braided into a loose, tight braid at the back of her head. It was neat, with only a few soft strands of hair falling at her temples and forehead, outlining her slim, beautiful face. She was still the same person, still wearing the same old clothes. Standing there, at first glance, she still looked like that simple, silent, patient young wife of the Sun family. But somehow, in Sun Mingzai's eyes, it always seemed like something was different. In the slightly lowered line of her neck, there was less of the submissive shyness and more of an indescribable feeling. Moreover, Wan Baozhu's eyes looked strange. Although she still appeared calm, Sun Minkai felt that her eyes seemed to hold something more, bright to an unusual degree, yet still calm, which made his heart tremble. "Baozhu, Sun Mingkai hesitated and tried to step forward, but Wang Tsuelian quickly pulled him back, lowering her voice with frustration.
Mingkai.
Have you forgotten what your mother told you? Sun Mingkai was stunned. He looked at Wan Baozhu, then at Wang Tsuelian, feeling helpless. Wan Baozhu looked at him. Seeing that he was pretending to be troubled again, she sneered inwardly, stopped paying attention to him, and turned her gaze to He Xiuhua nearby. She showed a gentle, slightly tired but still warm smile. Annie Xiuhua, you've come. Come in and chat. Her voice was soft and a little hoarse, but her tone was calm and natural, as if nothing had happened. Sun Mingkai stared at her blankly, feeling a bit dazed.
Baozhu.
What does she mean by this? He Xiuhua had long noticed the little interactions between the mother and son over there. She thought they didn't notice her, and seeing Wan Baozhu standing calmly at the door of the west room, looking indifferent, she felt relieved. Oh, Baozhu is fine. If something had really happened, she was afraid Zhou Yi would go crazy. Thinking of what Zhou Yi had told her, she smiled and said, Baozhu, it's good that you're at home. She naturally entered the yard, ignoring Sun Mingkai and Wang Tsuelian's somewhat displeased expressions, and went straight to Wan Baozhu. I just wanted to ask about that jacket I gave you this morning. Have you fixed it yet? I want to wear it this afternoon. This was clearly an excuse. Because the blue jacket He Xiuhua gave Baozhu that morning had no real need for repairs. Her real purpose was to find a chance to talk. Wan Baozhu wasn't stupid. After thinking for a moment, she understood what He Xiuhua was after. She felt a warm glow inside, but didn't show it outwardly. She just shyly smiled and said, Andy, I'm really sorry. I haven't had a chance to fix it yet. If you're not in a hurry, come in and sit. We can chat for a bit, and I'll fix it soon. Later, you can just take it and go. Her words sounded reasonable, and He Xiuhua smiled and nodded. That's perfect. No rus, no heri. I don't have anything to do right now. I'll go inside with you to chat for a bit, and later we can have a little talk. She naturally followed Wan Baozhu into the west room. Sun Mingkai stood nearby, watching He Xiuhua go in without taking himself seriously. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. He didn't like Wan Baozhu interacting with the villagers, nor did he care much about her being friendly with anyone in the village. If she got influenced or said something she shouldn't. Thinking of this, he took a step forward, ready to follow, but Wang Tsuelian firmly held him back. Mingkai. Sun Mingkai was really speechless because of his mother. He felt a bit impatient.
Mom.
I'll go take a look. What's so interesting? If she dares to run away from home again, let her do it. Women gathering together just gossip and vent their feelings. Why are you going over there? To make her more proud, Wang Tsuelian decided not to let her son speak with Wan Baozhu first. Mom. Sun Mingkai felt helpless. His mother wouldn't let go, so he could only look at Wan Baozhu. Baozhu, our matter. He shook his head at Wan Baozhu, not wanting her to talk about their family in front of outsiders. Unfortunately, Wan Baozhu led He Xiuhua into the house and didn't look at him at all. She turned around and slammed the door shut, cutting off the mother and son outside. Sun Mingkai watched the suddenly closed door, his face turning pale and then pale again. Just now, he clearly saw that at the moment the door was shut, Wan Baozhu looked at him briefly. The glance was very quick but cold as ice, completely different from the gentle expression she had when facing He Xiuhua. Wan Baozhu. How could she change so much? Was she deliberately ignoring him? Wang Tsuelian couldn't see it, but she heard the noise and couldn't help but start scolding. Humph. I knew it. Why did she suddenly become so fierce? Turns out she has so many busybodies giving her advice. Meanwhile, inside the west room, when He Xiuhua entered, her smile faded. She quickly looked around the simple but tidy room at the Sun family, then lowered her voice and asked urgently, Baozhu, are you okay? Zhou Yi is almost going crazy looking for you all over the mountain.
I'm sorry, Baozhu.
I didn't know about your situation before, so I kept urging you to come back. Are you all right? Did that mother and son do anything to you? If anything happened to you, I can't say for sure, but Zhou Yi might even get into serious trouble. I've been regretting this whole way here. I'm so glad you're safe. I'm really glad you're okay. As she spoke, she was genuinely scared and held Baoju's hand tightly, checking her carefully, worried she might be hurt. Baoju's hand was tightly grasped by He Xiuhua. Her concern and fear in her words were real, making her appear calm in front of the Sun Mother and son, but her calm was starting to ripple, especially when she said, Zhou Yi is almost going crazy, and he might even cause serious trouble. Baoju's heart seemed to be suddenly stung by something, trembling sharply. A strange, mixed feeling of shyness and nervousness flooded her face uncontrollably, and her ears turned faintly red. Just mentioning that person's name made her heart feel so chaotic. It's Zhou Yi. Did he say something? Does Aunt Xiuhua know about her and Zhou Ye's things? How much does she know? What would she think of her?
Aunt.
About me and him, don't listen to him. Baozhu hesitated, unsure how to explain. She never thought she would have to explain these things to someone one day. Seeing her shy and awkward yet trying to stay calm, Xiuhua's mind was clear as a mirror. She had lived so many years. Couldn't she see through this? Baozhu's reaction clearly showed she had feelings for Zhou Yi too, at least not the rejection she once thought. But right now, maybe she hadn't figured out her own feelings yet, or she was worried about the Sun family's reputation. Foolish Baozhu, there's nothing to be shy about with Annie. He Xiuhua's tone softened further, her voice so gentle it was almost inaudible, comforting her. Zhou Yi might have had some trouble, but I can see he truly cares about you. You don't know, back then when I turned around, I just happened to see him looking for you. He was probably worried something would happen to you, and his eyes were red with anxiety. She paused, observing Wan Baozhu's expression. Seeing her frown slightly and look tense, she understood the situation and continued softly. Baozhu, I know you're hurting inside. That son of a gun, Sun Ming, is no good. None of the Sun family are good people. If you really think Zhou Yi is decent and reliable, I'll be honest with you. Maybe that's a way out. It's better than staying in this dangerous place, being worn down by them. Her words were very direct, even shocking. Even she felt a bit surprised saying them. Encouraging a woman just divorced to consider another man who's also been betrayed? That doesn't seem like something a proper person would do. For some reason, even though the situations are different, she felt like she was just like that meddlesome old woman who encourages women to steal others' husbands. But looking at Wan Baozhu's current situation, she thought, maybe it's not so bad to talk about it. It might seem harsh or unkind, but in the end, it could be a way out. Following Zhou Yi, at least he has some skills. She wouldn't have to worry about food and drink, and it's definitely better than being a servant in the Sun family with no status or recognition. It all depends on whether Wan Baozhu can see this clearly. Wan Baozhu bit her already slightly swollen lips and said softly, Andy, if there's a chance, I'll talk to him again. She still felt it was too soon. He Xiuhua heard this and secretly cursed. No wonder Zhou Yi was so persistent. He probably knew something. Sure enough, Wan Baozhu was planning to back away. She clenched her teeth, cleared her throat to make sure no one outside could hear, then leaned close to Wan Baozhu's ear and whispered, Forget about chances. Do you think that man can wait? Zhou Yi said he'll come tonight to find you. He wants to take you away from here. I've tried to stop him, but I really can't hold him back.
Just think about it.
What will you do tonight? Don't cause trouble. Wan Baozhu froze, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at He Xiuhua.
Zhou Yi.
What is he planning to do? Aunt Xiuhua. No, you can't. You tell him not to do this. Wan Baozhu bit her lip nervously and said softly. My relationship with him isn't that simple.
Right now.
It's not the right time. If I go with him, I'm afraid it will really be impossible to explain. She doesn't doubt the kind words Zhou Yi said to her.
But
growing up in the village, she knows better than anyone that a woman's reputation is fragile and can never be fully restored once damaged. She isn't just clinging to that broken reputation. She feels unwilling and heartbroken. Why should she work hard and be loyal all these years, feeling she hasn't wronged the Sun family mother and son? In the end, The result is either being unfairly accused by Sun Mingkai and thrown out, or being manipulated into staying in the Sun family, working like a beast. It's just not fair. She treats them well because she hopes they will also treat her kindly, not like now, where they don't see her as a person at all. He Xiuhua understood what she meant. Wan Baozhu didn't refuse, only saying, "Not the right time," which clearly indicates there's something going on between them.
Baozhu.
What are you really thinking? Tell Auntie what's in your heart. What do you think about Sun Mingkai? He Xiuhua asked cautiously. She sensed something but wasn't sure, afraid that Wan Baozhu might be confused and be fooled again by the Sun mother and son. Since ancient times, women have had a hard life, especially women in the countryside. Many women are without a home, and those thrown out by their in-laws have it even worse. They have to watch out for gossip from neighbors and be careful not to be bullied by unscrupulous people. So, many women endure silently in their in-laws' homes, pushed to the limit. Gossip is worthless, but it can ruin a person. Unless absolutely necessary, no woman would want to be labeled as promiscuous and remarry. Moreover, Wan Baozhu's situation is special. Her weak father and her wicked stepmother are not easy to deal with. If something happens to her, no one will stand up for her. Perhaps this is the reason why the Sun family's heartless mother and son are so arrogant. To put it bluntly, Wan Baozhu's identity as a child bride means, in their eyes, that her ties to her family have been completely severed. When He Xiuhua asked about Sun Mingcai, Wan Baozhu shook her head with a cold smile inside. Although she is indeed simple and weak, no matter how ashamed she feels, she would never keep a man who truly sees her as a burden and dismisses her, especially when she still cares about him. Auntie, I and Sun Mingcai. It's impossible. I'm foolish, but I know staying in the Sun family won't end well for me. He already has someone outside. Now, he just wants to use me as a free maid to serve his mother. So, he can have no worries outside. And no one will call him unfilial. He Xiuhua sighed after hearing this. Baozhu, since you know all this, why don't you leave? Following Zhou Ye at least gives you a way out. He cares about you, and he will treat you well. Although she knew that Wan Baozhu was involved with Zhou Ye and that there would be gossip behind their backs, it was still better than wasting time in the Sun family. She couldn't understand why Wan Baozhu was so determined to stay here. Follow Zhou Ye? Wan Baozhu wasn't sure if being with Zhou Ye was good or bad, but she knew it wouldn't be worse than staying in the Sun family. This thought made her feel both hot and cold all over. How absurd! How unbelievable! Things in this world are so strange. Just yesterday, she was Sun Mingcai's wife, thinking of having a child with him and looking forward to life. But today, she was already considering the possibility of being with another man. She despised this part of herself, but tried hard to convince herself otherwise. She really couldn't stay in the Sun family anymore. Sun Mingcai's coldness and hypocrisy, along with Wang Tzuilian's cruelty and disdain, filled her with hatred and disgust for what was once her home. But just leaving like this, she couldn't accept it. Auntie, Wan Baozhu looked up, her eyes misty with tears, feeling shy and conflicted. I know you're doing this for my sake, but you understand if I leave now, Sun Ming and my mother-in-law. You don't understand. They won't let me have a good life. I might even be drowned in their gossip. What if they say I was already involved with Zhou Yi before? I really can't go on living. She paused, her mind a mess. I don't want to be like that. You can say I'm stubborn or unclear in my thinking, but I can't accept it. He Xiuhua looked at her with a sigh. Not only did Wan Baozhu think this way, but she herself knew that if the news about Wan Baozhu and Zhou Yi got out, there would be many such rumors. As a woman, she understood the difficulties women face. Who wants to carry such shame? Thinking of this, she patted Wan Baozhu's hand gently and whispered comforting words. I understand, Baozhu. I am also a woman and I know how hard it is. Men can't understand these things, but I do. I won't pressure you. Take your time to think. But one thing, Baozhu, the Sun family isn't a good place. You can't stay in this wolf's den forever. Otherwise, if that mother and son have bad intentions, she paused, worried that Baozhu might not grasp the seriousness, and leaned in to whisper in her ear, "Be careful of that mother and son. Don't be like before." When she mentioned the Sun family mother and son, Wan Baozhu's confusion cleared, replaced by a cold resolve. She nodded silently, her voice so soft it was barely audible. "I understand, Auntie. Thank you for caring so much." Zhou Yi. Just mentioning his name made her heart race, but she forced herself to continue. "Zhou Yi. Please, Auntie, help me pass a message to him." Xiuhua frowned. "Tell me." Wan Baozhu took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing the complex emotions boiling inside her. Her gaze became deep and calm. "Tell him not to worry about me. And also tell him." She spoke clearly and slowly, word by word. "There are some accounts I want to settle with them myself. After I finish settling them." She paused for a moment, hesitating for a long time. Just as Xiuhua was about to ask, she continued, "After I finish, I will be with him." Her last few words were spoken softly, but carried a firm resolve, as if she had finally made up her mind. That's it then. Now, he should be able to wait peacefully, right? She knew Zhou Ye cared for her, but she also knew he was impatient and wouldn't allow her to stay at the Sun family for long. However, there were some things she still wanted to try on her own. Even a bad reputation is still a reputation. If it's going to be bad, why not make it truly bad? If it's going to be bad, she would also ruin Sun Mingxai and her so-called good mother-in-law together.
And Zhou Ye.
She was afraid he would interfere recklessly, making it impossible for her to do anything. When Xiuhua heard that Wan Baozhu had finally given an answer, the heavy stone in her heart completely fell away. She squinted slightly and smiled. "Baozhu, are you serious? Are you really clear about this now and planning to be with Zhou Ye?" Wan Baozhu nodded and looked at Xiuhua. "Yes, Auntie. Please talk to him. Ask him to stay calm, not to come tonight. Just wait for me." Xiuhua, who had been happy just a second ago, froze in place. Ask her to persuade Zhou Ye to stay calm? Wan Baozhu really thinks highly of herself. Could she really control that hot-tempered Zhou Ye? That temper. Xiuhua shook her head helplessly. She truly couldn't guarantee anything. Considering she still had to go inform Zhou Ye, who was quick-tempered, Xiuhua didn't dare delay. She also reminded Wan Baozhu a few words before hurriedly preparing to leave. Before leaving, Wan Baozhu handed her the blue jacket she had worn earlier. If she was going to act, she had to do it completely. She couldn't let that mother and son suspect anything. Xiuhua smiled as she accepted it. When she pushed open the door, she saw the mother and son at the entrance of the main hall whispering to each other, but she didn't know what they were saying. Now, looking at the mother and son, she felt disgusted, as if she had seen something dirty. Yet, she still had to put on a smiling face to greet them. Sister Wang Mingkai, I'm going back now. Honestly, you're lucky to have married a clever and kind wife like Baozhu. Look at my clothes, I've patched them so well you can't see any stitches. You're truly blessed. I envy you so much. Anyway, I'm leaving now." As she spoke, she turned to leave, with Wan Baozhu silently following behind to see her off. Seeing this, Sun Mingkai could only force a smile and casually reply, Sister He, take care on your way." Throughout, Wang Zuilian stayed silent, which was rare and made the atmosphere quiet. Wan Baozhu kept escorting her to the yard gate. All right, I'm going now." "Baozhu, you don't need to see me off. I know the way." Xiuhua, full of complicated thoughts, casually said a few words, winked at her, and nodded to remind her to be careful. Then she left the Sun family, as if nothing had happened. The yard gate was closed again. Wan Baozhu turned around, took a few steps, but before reaching the west room door, she saw Sun Mingkai step in front of her with big strides. At this moment, Sun Mingkai looked worried, but his eyes were still gentle. "Baozhu, can we talk?" Wan Baozhu paused, looked up at him, her expression calm. Here, her gaze briefly flicked over Wang Zuilian, who looked gloomy behind him, and she sneered. "Did your mother agree?" Her look and the words she asked made Sun Mingkai feel uncomfortable. But this time, it wasn't directed at Baozhu, just a dissatisfaction with his own mother. He had told his mother many good things about Baoju, so why couldn't she understand? Why did she have to keep a stern face for everyone to see? He forced himself to suppress his restless feelings and lowered his posture. Maybe we should go inside and talk. Mother. She doesn't have any bad intentions. She's just stubborn. Actually, she was worried about you last night. I looked for you all night, and she couldn't rest either. She was really anxious. Before Sun Minkai finished speaking, Wan Baoju walked straight ahead, not planning to listen. Then let's go inside and talk, she said. There's no need to keep telling those worthless lies. I struggle to make them up, and she has to endure the disgust of listening. Why bother? After all, she knows better than anyone whether he went out to find her. As for Wang Tsuelian's worry, well, she experienced it this morning when she returned. She was scolded so much that she understood everything clearly. Seeing her just walk past him without stopping, Sun Minkai was stunned for a moment before reacting. He quickly followed, closing the door behind him. Outside, Wang Tsuelian, blind to what is happening, still spat on the ground and cursed softly after hearing the door close. That shameless little brat. Her tricks are really impressive. She underestimated Wan Baoju. In her view, her son was so determined to protect Wan Baoju and wanted to keep her, surely because he was enchanted by her fox-like face. That was why he was so persistent. She had no idea that she was the main reason for all this. Because the door was shut, the room suddenly became much darker. Wan Baoju sat calmly on the edge of the bed, her gaze faint and composed, looking at Sun Minkai, completely different from her usual expression. Sun Minkai naturally noticed her change. He didn't sit next to her, but pulled out a stool from the side of the table and sat down. He nervously rubbed his hands, feeling awkward. After taking a moment to gather his emotions, he spoke slowly, full of regret and helplessness. Baoju, last night's thing was my fault. I didn't think about your feelings. I was wrong. Please don't be like this. He secretly watched Wan Baoju's reaction. Seeing her still expressionless, he felt even more uncertain, but he knew he had to keep acting. You don't know how much I regretted last night. After I comforted our mother, I went out to find you. I looked everywhere, just so worried you might do something reckless or get hurt. If anything happened to you, I could never forgive myself in this life. Really? Baoju. When he said this, his eyes turned red. Anyone watching might think he was worried about Wan Baoju all night. If the old Baoju saw him like this, she might have softened and let him do whatever he wanted. But right now, Baoju only felt her stomach churn with disgust and nausea when she looked at him. Worried? Regret? Afraid she might do something reckless? He really dares to say such things. Baoju lowered her eyes, hiding the coldness and disgust that surged in her gaze. Her voice was hoarse. So, that divorce paper doesn't count anymore, does it? Sun Minkai suddenly froze. The deep love he hadn't finished expressing got stuck awkwardly in his throat. He secretly regretted. Did I say too much? Did Baoju misunderstand? What if she causes trouble again? They had already divorced, so how could it not be valid? His reaction was exactly what Baoju expected. But she didn't expect him to act so badly, to stumble like that. Baoju sneered inwardly. She slightly raised her head and looked at Sun Minkai with her moist eyes, quietly. So, you still want to divorce me? When she said this, it seemed like tears would fall at any moment. Seeing her reaction, Sun Minkai was afraid she might cling to his excessive love and refuse to let go. So, he quickly changed his tone. Baoju, I know you hate me now, blame me. I don't blame you. It's all my fault. But now that things are like this, we're already divorced. However, after more than 10 years of friendship, even if we can't become a couple, I can't just watch you have no way out. Wan Baoju suddenly started crying, tears falling non-stop. When Sun Minkai saw this, he stepped forward to help wipe her tears, but she slightly turned away to avoid his hand. Sun Minkai's hand froze in midair, and a hint of awkwardness flashed across his face, but he quickly recovered. Listen, Baoju, don't think too much about the divorce. This is still your home. You should stay here, just like before. My mother is old and has poor eyesight. She needs someone to take care of her. Besides you, I don't trust anyone else. He paused, watching Baoju's still sad expression. Gritting his teeth, he offered what he thought was the most attractive condition, speaking almost like a favor. From now on, you will be my older sister. This home, everything will be yours. I will give you a third of my salary. No, a third of it, and the belongings at home are all yours. Even if I have to marry someone else in the future, he dared not mention that he already had someone else. You are still part of this family, my real sister. No one will bother you. No one can kick you out. Once I establish myself in the city and things get better, I will definitely treat you well. I will bring you and Mom to live a good life. If you ever have other plans in the future, I won't stop you. Again, real sister? Forever home? Wan Baoju was about to laugh out of anger. Why hadn't she realized before how shameless Sun Mingkai was? His so-called kindness was just to keep her in this broken house, taking care of his mean old mother, watching him marry someone new in style, and waiting for him to occasionally toss her some small change, all while she gratefully called him little brother? What a clever plan. People with education really are different. At that moment, Wan Baoju's heart completely hardened. She lowered her head, wiping away tears from her eyes, and when she slowly looked up again, her eyes seemed a bit softened, full of exhaustion and confusion. Her voice was hoarse and harmless. I understand what you're saying. I'm just too confused right now, Mingkai. Can you let me think about it carefully? She didn't agree, nor did she show any strong emotions. She still appeared weak as before. But when Sun Mingkai heard this, he was secretly pleased. Wan Baoju did not refuse. What does this mean? It shows she feels trapped and still depends on this home in her heart. As long as she is willing to think, he is confident he can slowly persuade her and bring her back under his control. Okay. Take your time to think. No rush, no rush. Sun Mingkai quickly nodded, speaking in a gentler, more caring tone. I know you're tired too. How about we get something to eat first? We can talk about everything later. He doesn't know how to cook. This morning, he and Wang Suelian just ate a leftover bun from yesterday. Now he's very hungry. Since Wan Baoju has come back, this meal. Seeing that she still kept her eyes down and wasn't as cold, he thought she wouldn't refuse. Sure enough, Wan Baoju spoke. She looked very tired and weak, but it wasn't the result he wanted.
Mingkai, I can't eat anymore. You don't need to worry about me.
Just take care of your mother. By the way, since we are now divorced, it's not right for us to live together anymore. In the next few days, I will tidy up the house. Maybe tonight, you shouldn't sleep here. Sleep in the main hall. She looked up quickly at Sun Mingkai, then immediately lowered her head, twisting her fingers in her clothes, her voice even softer. Can you set up a bed in the main hall? I really don't know how to get along with you. Please. Even with her head down, you could see big tears falling from Wan Baoju's eyes, and her voice was choked with emotion. Sun Mingkai was stunned. He originally didn't plan to live under the same roof with Wan Baoju again, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. And she even suggested he move out first? Her request was actually quite reasonable. A woman who just experienced the shock of being unilaterally divorced by her husband and failed to commit suicide naturally wants some time alone to calm down. This was even the best-case scenario Sun Mingkai had imagined. After all, Wan Baoju didn't cause a big fuss like he feared, which everyone knew about. But does he want to go to the main hall and stay there? He definitely does not want to. However, seeing Wan Baoju look so wronged and thinking about his own plans, he had to agree. All right. Of course, I agree, he quickly responded. You're right. It's best that you understand everything clearly. I'll sleep in the main hall. No worries just these 2 days. I'll manage. Don't worry about anything. As long as you're okay, I can handle anything. Baoju, I'm most afraid of hurting you. I'm truly sorry. He acted very generous, almost like he was sacrificing a lot to comfort her. Wan Baoju inwardly sneered. People really are different. Some people's shamelessness is beyond what she can imagine. For example, these words, She herself would never be able to say them with such a face, but Sun Mingkai can. She felt disdainful inside, but on the outside, she just softly said, and kept her head down, not speaking anymore. Seeing her like this, Sun Mingkai felt everything was settled. A big weight lifted from his heart. He kindly reminded her to not think too much and to rest early. Then he turned around lightly and left the room, even carefully closing the door behind him. The moment the door was shut, all the confusion and exhaustion on Wan Baoju's face disappeared instantly. She looked up, expressionless, staring at the door. Hurt her? How funny! Sun Mingkai, your good days are still ahead. Sun Mingkai came out of the west room, feeling confident that he had successfully calmed Wan Baoju's mood. He believed that as long as he kept pretending to be pitiful and said some nice words, she would obediently listen to him. Later, he would tell others that Wan Baoju felt she was not suitable for him, that she was uncomfortable in the city, and since her mother also found it inconvenient to go to the city, they agreed to divorce voluntarily. She would stay in the countryside and become a daughter of the Sun family, his older sister. He thought the villagers would understand. After all, Wan Baoju was no longer suitable for him. He planned to give her a little benefit, maybe 2 or 3 yuan a month. Surely, she wouldn't refuse, and the villagers wouldn't gossip. Maybe they'd even envy her for getting money without doing anything. But his relaxed mood didn't last even 2 seconds. At the entrance of the main room, Wang Suilian's walking stick struck the ground with a loud thud. Wang Suilian, leaning on her stick, looked grim. Her cloudy, grayish eyes stared forcefully in the direction of Sun Mingkai. Even if she couldn't see clearly, she was still very angry. What are you whispering about with her behind the door? Huh. Wang Suilian's voice was sharp and piercing, full of suspicion. Just say a few words, that's enough. Whispering for so long, and then she tricks you onto the bed again. Don't you understand what's urgent and what's not? You're too soft-hearted. Just a few sweet words from her, and you forget what's important right now. Mingkai, your future is the most important. How many times do I have to tell you? Men are all the same. Fooled by that sly woman's pretty face, coaxed into bed, and then you soften your heart. Do you realize she's holding you back? Sun Mingkai's briefly good mood was instantly shattered. He frowned tightly. Mom, please speak softly. What are you talking about? I'm not what you think with Wan Baoju. What are you imagining? I would never sleep with her. I'm just talking with her nicely. Talking? What's there to talk about with her? Wang Suilian not only didn't lower her voice but grew angrier because of her son's defiance and impatient tone. Her walking stick struck the ground loudly with a thud. I tell you, Mingkai, don't get confused. I've been through this before. I know you're young and impulsive, but Wan Baoju isn't a good girl. If you fancy her body, she can coax you into doing other things. Look at her today. She looks so miserable. She's probably got some scheme in her mind, deliberately trying to manipulate you into letting her stay. You've already shown her respect by making her your sister. If she keeps pushing and causing trouble, don't give her face. Let her see she can't get her way. She became more angry, convinced that her son was favoring Wan Baoju because they had just been together again. That woman, Wan Baoju, was shameless and mean. She had always been flirtatious since she was young. If it weren't for her big, tempting chest attracting Mingkai, her son, who was focused on studying, would never have wanted to marry her so early. So this time, she said she wouldn't use that trick on the bed to get close to Mingkai anymore. Thinking of this, she continued to scold Sun Mingkai. You are just soft-hearted.
No backbone.
You let her manipulate you, and you don't admit it. If you want to talk nicely to her, I agree. But if she doesn't agree, what are you bargaining about? You should teach her a good lesson. Beat her until she's convinced. Scold her until she's afraid. Then she won't dare to have any more bad ideas. Now look at you, kissing up and pretending to be nice, then again and again. What's next? Do you want to sleep in the same room with her, messing around on the bed? That's just a loose belt. You better not be fooled by her. Wang Suilian's words became more and more unpleasant, not caring if Wan Baoju in the west room could hear.
Mom.
What are you talking nonsense? Sun Mingkai, proud of being educated, turned red and white with shame and anger from Wang Suilian's rough words. Especially when she scolded Wan Baozhu later, it was as if she didn't see him as a proper person. He was so angry he lowered his voice, looking annoyed. Mom, why won't you listen? No matter what I say, you don't understand? I'll sleep in the main hall tonight. I'll sleep separately from her. No more bed. I'm just trying to keep her calm, afraid something else will happen. You promised me to speak nicely, so why are you starting again? I can't be with Wan Baozhu anymore, absolutely not. I'm doing this for our family. Please stop causing trouble, okay? I'm causing trouble? What am I causing trouble for? I'm just worried you're so smitten with her you don't know what's right anymore. Wang Suilian wouldn't listen at all. The more Sun Mingkai talked, the more she felt her son couldn't give up Wan Baozhu, especially since she couldn't see them, afraid they might sleep together on the bed. Men are easiest to coax on the bed, and Wan Baozhu is a clever girl. She was worried. Mingkai, I'll tell you one last time. Stay away from Wan Baozhu. Tomorrow, if she still doesn't agree to behave, just kick her out. Tell everyone she's caught cheating with some wild man, and let her go wherever she wants. As for me, don't worry about me. I'll go to the county town with you. So she won't know you're worried about her and she won't play tricks. Sun Mingkai was so angry at his mother's words that the veins on his forehead bulged. Going to the county town with him? What was I thinking? He had only a small, temporary place at school, just a tiny room with a bed and a table, packed full. Chen Lijing often went over, and my mother followed her to live there. What's going on? I didn't hear Sun Mingkai speak, so Wang Suilian thought he still couldn't forget Wan Baozhu. She decided to go all out, crying and shouting. I raised you with so much effort, paid for your studies, hoped you'd succeed, and it's not for you to be caught up in love. Your mother would harm you, right? For your future. I've said so many things. Why can't you listen? Why do you insist on keeping that troublemaker at home to upset me? Are you just waiting for me to get so angry I die, so you can have peace? Sun Mingkai was overwhelmed by her crying and shouting, his temples pounding. He felt more and more unable to communicate with his unreasonable, short-sighted mother. He secretly made up his mind. Wan Baozhu must stay. Otherwise, if his mother brought her into the city, he couldn't handle it, not to mention whether Chen Lijing could accept it. But he had no choice but to soothe her. Mom, please stop making a fuss. Don't yell anymore. I'm begging you, okay? Tomorrow, if Wan Baozhu still refuses, I'll do as you say, all right? Sun Mingkai was truly furious now, his face turning pale. His chest heaved heavily as he looked at his unruly, short-sighted mother, feeling a wave of annoyance. How could she be so picky about Wan Baozhu? If it weren't for Wan Baozhu taking care of her, and if she caused trouble like this and went into the city with him, he'd rather she just disappear. Then he wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore. But that thought only flashed through his mind briefly. He quickly pushed it aside. She was his mother. What was he thinking? In the end, the argument between mother and son was resolved with Sun Mingkai's compromise. He repeatedly emphasized that if Wan Baozhu still didn't appreciate the kindness tomorrow, he would kick her out. Wang Suilian finally calmed down a bit. Sun Mingkai was exhausted, both physically and mentally, so tired he just wanted to sleep. The mother and son were both very hungry, their stomachs growling loudly. There was nothing they could do, so Sun Mingkai had to cook a pot of burnt cornmeal under Wang Suilian's guidance. He also boiled 2 eggs, and the mother and son managed to eat them together. After eating, they didn't rest. Sun Mingkai helped his mother pour out and clean the urine bucket. The smell made him feel sick, and he was sick for a long time before he finally felt better. He also accidentally got some of the dirty water on himself. Since Wan Baozhu couldn't be relied on, and Wang Suilian was even less dependable, Sun Mingkai had to wash his own clothes. But there was no water left in the water jar. He staggered back and forth several times before finally filling it up. He was exhausted from doing so little physical work, breathing heavily, and his shoulders ached painfully, more tiring than working several days at a job. After washing the clothes and tidying up, it was already dark outside. Sun Mingkai was completely worn out, both physically and mentally. He was too tired to make a bed in the main room, so he just collapsed onto the bed in Wang Suelian's room, which was piled with torn blankets and clothes. He didn't care about the mess. He listened to his mother grumble and curse Wan Baozhu, feeling cold and irritated, and before he knew it, he fell asleep. He really didn't want to stay in this house even a moment longer. Night fell. The village of Bali was very quiet, with only the occasional dog barking at the western edge of the village. The small courtyard of the Sun family was even more silent. In the east wing of the main room, the mother and son each lay on opposite ends of the bed, both with furrowed brows, snoring loudly in their sleep. Outside in the west room, Wan Baozhu didn't light the kerosene lamp. It was completely dark. She couldn't sleep. Lying on the hard bed, her mind was full of thoughts. Sometimes she thought about Sun Mingsai's hypocrisy and shamelessness, and other times she remembered Zhou Ye's cold face as he scolded her for being stupid. She couldn't tell if she was dreaming or awake. She was covered with a thin, old blanket. The window was tightly shut, and the door latch was locked. Only faint moonlight seeped through the crack in the curtain, casting a little shadow. Although this was her home where she had lived for many years, lying here didn't make her feel as safe as last night's cave. Wan Baozhu rolled over suddenly and felt a little hungry. Since Zhou Yi had given her half a rabbit leg that morning, she hadn't eaten anything else all day. Now, her stomach was growling loudly and uncontrollably. After hesitating for a moment, she still didn't have the courage to go outside. Just as she was about to turn over and force herself to sleep, she suddenly remembered the package of dried meat Zhou Yi had given her earlier. She thought for a moment, then sat up straight, got out of bed, and rummaged through the box to find the package. She opened it, took out a piece of dried meat, and bit into it. Suddenly, she heard a very faint, almost unnoticeable, tap sound coming from the window. It sounded like a mouse moving. She couldn't help but look at the dried meat in her hand. No way. This mouse is too clever. She had hidden the meat for several days without any problem, but as soon as she took it out, it was discovered. There was another soft tap sound, not too loud or too soft. Her heart suddenly jumped, and she held her breath, forgetting to eat the dried meat. How big was this mouse? She had been afraid of mice since she was a child. Did it have to scare her so much in the middle of the night? She was very nervous, staring tightly at the window. Then, there was an even softer sound, like a cat's paw scratching wood. Suddenly, the weak wooden window was pried open little by little. Wan Baozhu covered her mouth tightly, watching the window open in front of her. Then, in the next second, a shadow, as agile as a leopard, silently slipped through the window and landed softly on the ground without making a sound. The moonlight shone through the open window, illuminating half of the person's silhouette. A tall figure, with tense muscles and eyes that still shone brightly in the dark, eyes full of burning anger and a frightening intensity. It was Zhou Yi. His appearance was so sudden and unbelievable, like a fierce beast, radiating a strong, still unsettled aura of rage, moving swiftly but gently. Zhou Yi quickly fixed his gaze on the blurry figure sitting on the bed. In the next second, he took a big step to the bed, knelt on one knee, and before Wan Baozhu could react, he grabbed her wrist tightly. The force was so strong that she cried out in pain. Realizing this, he immediately loosened his grip, afraid of hurting her. But then, his anger flared again. Wan Baozhu. Zhou Ye's voice was very low, hoarse, almost forced out of his chest word by word. Wan Baozhu. You damn well almost scared me to death, didn't you? In the darkness, he was backlit, so Wan Baozhu couldn't see his face clearly, but she could feel his whole body tense with anger and pain. He was too close, and his breath was hot and rapid. Even the hand holding her was trembling slightly, out of control. Was he afraid or nervous? Wan Baozhu took a deep breath, and her eyes suddenly filled with tears.
He
still came. Even though she had asked Aunt Xiuhua to tell him, he still came without regard for anything. Was he not afraid? On this restless night, like a wild yet silent wind, he came to her without hesitation. Wan Baozhu didn't speak, nor did she move away. She just looked at him quietly, but she could clearly feel his whole body becoming more agitated and uneasy. Wan Baozhu. His voice was even hoarser now, but his tone was fiery and frightening. I should kill you, so you won't keep tormenting me, scaring me like this. The words he spoke were as shameless as ever. But hearing them, Wan Baozhu didn't feel as much dislike or fear as before. Instead, her heart started pounding harder, and something inexplicable was rising in her chest, trembling. She knew he would be angry, but she didn't expect him to be so furious. His first words weren't to ask why she returned to the Sun family or to question her about lying to him. Instead, he was worried about her, worried enough to come in the middle of the night. Wan Baozhu's heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly, aching painfully. The small bit of tough resolve she had built up with difficulty cracked open a little under his sudden, arrogant concern. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found her throat tight, unable to make a sound. Only her eyes grew moist and filled with tears. Zhou Yi saw her silent, staring at him blankly. His panic deepened, and a wicked fire suddenly flared up inside him, burning even hotter. He spent the afternoon feeling nervous and anxious. When he finally got a promise from He Xiuhua that she would leave with him after settling the accounts, he was about to feel happy, but his worries took over first. He was glad she was willing to give him a chance, but he also feared her idea of settling the accounts, worried she might end up hurting herself. With Wan Baozhu's stubborn nature, he was afraid she might be easily exploited by the cunning mother and son from the Sun family. He also worried that her agreement on the surface was just to comfort him, while secretly avoiding him. He Xiuhua kept advising him to wait patiently and not cause trouble, so things wouldn't get complicated later. She said Wan Baozhu cared about her reputation and didn't want others to gossip about her. Even if they got together in the future, she didn't want people to think they were already involved in an affair. He didn't understand and thought it was nonsense, but he respected her feelings, because he knew how stubborn she was. So, after hearing He Xiuhua's advice, he promised not to let others know about his feelings for Wan Baozhu and to take things slowly. But he didn't promise not to come tonight. He couldn't wait and had been unable to hold back all night. So, after He Xiuhua left and it was completely dark, he quietly returned to Bali village. Then he sneaked into the Sun family's house. Now, the person was right in front of him, looking as if nothing had happened. Her eyes seemed less swollen, but her silent, blank expression made him feel even more anxious. Wan Baozhu, speak up. Zhou Yi's voice was low and urgent. He held her hand tighter. How do you plan to settle the score with those two? With your brains? Do you think you can fight those two sneaky mother and son? You're overestimating yourself. If you could outsmart them, would Sun Minkai have tricked you so badly? Wan Baozhu, you're just a fool. A fool. He was angry and worried at the same time. If you want to get back at them, why don't you come to me? What am I here for? Just to help you vent your anger? There's no need for you to sacrifice yourself like this. Just tell me, do you want him to break his leg or lose his job? I can handle it. I promise I won't leave any trace. And that old woman, she's even worse. I want to avenge you. Tell me what you want. Zhou Yi kept talking one sentence after another, like a string of firecrackers, his tone fierce. Is she blind? I'll give her something good to make her mute. Her mouth is always cursing you, so I should silence her. Or maybe I'll knock her out at midnight and throw her into the back mountain. Let her fend for herself. He was vicious with his ideas, but Wan Baozhu heard worry and care in his words. A strange, burning feeling spread from his tight grip on her wrist through her whole body, making her nose sting and her eyes water. Why does this person always make me want to cry? No one has ever treated her like this before. Even when Sun Minkai was kind to her, he never did this. At most, he watched her work quietly, comforted her after she was scolded by Wang Suelian, and promised to be good to her in the future. No one has ever been like Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi is bad temper, rude words, he bullies her, takes advantage of her, wants her body. But his badness, is so direct and honest, like a blazing fire, rushing toward her without care. He's frightening but also strangely reassuring, solid. Wan Baoju shook her head, finally finding her voice, but she choked on her words, tears threatening to fall. Don't do this. Zhou Yi, don't do those things for me. It's wrong. If someone finds out, or if the police investigate, Zhou Ye's whole life will be ruined because of me. She can't let that happen. I didn't mean to scare you.
I'm afraid.
Afraid that if someone finds out we're together, you won't be able to explain, and I won't be able to explain either. That's why I came back first. Some things I have to settle myself. I can't let them, mother and son, throw dirt on me. I will stay clean, even if I die. Her voice was soft but very firm. Zhou stared at her fair face so close, with moonlight shining softly in. Her features looked even more delicate and charming. Hearing her resolute words, even in death, I want to be clean, he felt a deep ache in his heart. Who dares to let you die? Wan Baoju, you are truly asking for my life. He leaned forward suddenly, whispering close to her lips. You are mine. If you want to die, we will die together. I won't agree. No one can take you away. After saying that, he suddenly lowered his head and captured her long-awaited crimson lips. This time, he was no longer just biting and nibbling. He was much gentler than before, indulging her a little more freely. At first, Wan Baoju was stiff all over, but under his rare, gentle approach, especially when he somehow looped her hand around his neck, her resistance began to weaken. His hot body temperature and his low, husky calls of Baoju made her rationality and resistance crumble. She was initially forced to loop her neck around him, but at some point, her hands clung tightly to him and refused to let go. She even started clumsily responding to his kisses. Though she only slightly parted her lips and let him take the lead, it was enough to make Zhou Yi ecstatic. Some people are simply not born gentle. Even if they pretend to be for a while, their true nature quickly shows, like Zhou Yi. Soon, what was originally a tender kiss turned fierce, as if he wanted to swallow Wan Baoju whole. His large hand pressed firmly on her back, rubbing through her thin clothes, causing both of their bodies to tremble slightly. In this small room, as their breathing grew more hurried, the temperature became strangely hot. Zhou Ye's gaze darkened further as he looked at the woman with her eyes half closed. He held her slender waist with one hand and suddenly turned her forcefully. Wan Baoju felt her world spinning and cried out, "Ah!" In just a moment, their positions changed. He was lying on the bed, and she was on top of him. Wan Baoju supported herself on his strong chest, trying to create some distance. Let go of me. Let me down. They had kissed. But him making her sit on top of him. What was going on? This looks inappropriate. Let me go. Sob sob. Before Wan Baoju could finish speaking, the man suddenly grabbed the back of her head and pressed her down to kiss her. Wan Baoju was controlled by him, unable to break free, and had no intention of doing so. She could only cling to him and begin to lose herself. I don't know how long passed, but just as she felt she was about to suffocate, Zhou Yi suddenly started unbuttoning her top. He slowly loosened her a little, but still kept her forehead against his, breathing heavily into her nose. One hand was unbuttoning her top, while the other gently moved from behind her to the front, rubbing her moist, swollen lips with his thumb. One hand was rough, but the other was surprisingly gentle. In the darkness, his eyes shone brightly, staring at Wan Baoju like two burning torches, looking into her dreamy, captivating eyes. Wan Baoju, his voice was hoarse and urgent, with a tone that was hard to understand. Remember, you are mine. Your debts are my debts. Whatever you want to do, tell me, and I will do it. If you dislike my way, you can suggest, and I will follow your words. But one thing, he paused, his tone suddenly turning sharp and warning. Don't hide and run away without saying anything, and don't ignore me. Otherwise, the more you're afraid of others knowing about us, the more I like to let people find out. You shameless rogue, scoundrel, none of that matters to me. Feel free to curse. Just remember, be good, and don't try to shake me off. Then we'll both be fine, okay? His words were jumbled and inconsistent, clearly a threat, but Wan Baozhu didn't feel scared at all. Who threatens someone like that? It's not intimidating at all. His threat only made her heart soften a little. She looked at him steadily, then, for the first time, she took the initiative and gently pressed her lips to his. It was just a light touch, and before Zhou Yi could react, she quickly pulled away. Zhou Yi's body stiffened noticeably, and his movements became even more urgent, even frantic, with both hands going up. Then, without hesitation, he suddenly tore open her top, revealing a large area of smooth, white skin, which made her blush deeply. Wan Baozhu didn't expect him to be so bold and teasing. She immediately reached out her hands to block him. But Zhou Yi wouldn't let her stop him. This was a rare good chance. She took the initiative to come close, and if he didn't seize it, he would regret it forever.
Baozhu, don't hide.
Just look. Just a glance. When Zhou Yi said this, his eyes shone darkly, like a wolf cub, which was a little scary. He held her hands tightly, ignoring her white skin flashing in front of him. Wan Baozhu's face turned red and warm. This person. He was too intimidating. And he said he would just look, but how could that be? Don't think I don't know, last night, he definitely wasn't behaving properly. Otherwise, why was she wearing a tank top and why did her chest hurt so much? Just thinking about it made Wan Baozhu's face turn even redder. Oh my gosh. What was she just thinking about? Baozhu, gurgle gurgle. Zhou Yi's hoarse, uncontrollable voice and Wan Baozhu's stomach growling sounded at the same time. Gurgle gurgle, another growl. Wan Baozhu. Her face blushed even more, and she couldn't believe herself. She wanted to say something, but felt like anything she said would be wrong, especially now. Don't listen to me. Wan Baozhu wanted to cry, her voice trembling. She didn't know if she was feeling embarrassed or ashamed. Could he think she was greedy? Zhou Yi's whole body tensed up, but seeing the shy and timid look on the little woman in front of him, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. His laugh made Wan Baozhu feel even more embarrassed. She was so angry she struggled hard to break free from his hold, trying to get away from him. But as she moved, Zhou Yi noticed and pulled her back forcefully. He pulled her down hard, maybe a little too roughly. The next moment, both of them cried out in pain. Wan Baozhu was frightened. Zhou Yi was hurt. Then, the atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. Wan Baozhu hurriedly moved away, looking at the man's tightly furrowed brow. She looked up and down, feeling confused and anxious inside. Is everything really okay? Are you all right? She didn't dare to look directly, but hesitated and glanced at him. The swelling should be fine, right? Zhou Yi let out a long sigh, feeling both angry and frustrated. It's not at Wan Baozhu, but at himself for being so useless. Damn it. The meat was right there, and he let it slip away? He felt stupid for letting it happen. But seeing her look so frightened, he took a deep breath, pretending to be calm, speaking in a casual tone as if nothing was wrong. Do you think anything's wrong? Maybe you should help me check. His tone was still carefree, and his gaze lingered on her fair skin, which she hadn't had time to cover due to her panic. Realizing where his inappropriate gaze was, Wan Baozhu lowered her head, quickly adjusted her clothes, and then glared at him. Pervert. Serves you right, Zhou Yi. He shook his head, amused and helpless. All right. She's right. It's all his fault. This woman is getting quicker to react. He wondered if he had spoiled her. After a moment, Zhou Yi slowly stood up, feeling uncomfortable inside as if a cat was scratching his heart, because he almost had a good day. He sighed helplessly and asked her softly, Since you came back, haven't eaten anything? Wan Baozhu was confused about why he suddenly asked that and hesitated, unsure how to answer. Before she could think of a reply, he impatiently scolded her. You're so stupid and won't admit it. This is the good place you wanted to come back to, and there's not even a bite to eat. What are you thinking? Why haven't you eaten the things I left for you? You can't even have pickled vegetables now, and you still have the nerve to talk about settling accounts. Do you understand? Zhouya's voice was still deep and hoarse, but with a helpless affection. As soon as he finished speaking, before Wan Baozhu could say anything, he stood up and walked toward the window. He reached out and brought back a bag of things from outside. Then he returned to the bed and quickly handed everything to Wan Baozhu. Eat it. Under the faint, blurry moonlight shining through the window, Wan Baozhu looked dazed at the bag of things in her arms, handed to her by Zhou Yi. The first thing she touched was a big bundle tightly wrapped in dry lotus leaves, heavy to hold. Carefully, she opened a corner. The fresh scent of lotus leaves mixed with a strong smell of meat filled her nose. Inside was a roasted wild chicken, golden brown and shiny, not small in size. She paused for a moment, then continued to look inside. Below was some wild fruit she had mentioned earlier that morning, delicious and wild. Further down was an oil paper package. When she opened it, she saw several strips of dried, hard meat, familiar to her, the kind he had given her before. At the very bottom, her hand touched two cold, smooth glass bottles. When she picked them up and looked under the moonlight, she saw they were rare peach canned fruit, only available at the local supply store. Wan Baozhu was completely stunned. Are all these things brought by Zhou Yi? In the middle of the night, he sneaked down from the mountain just to bring her these things? How much does he think she can eat? Or does he think she will go hungry at the Sun family? Her shy and touched feelings hadn't fully settled, but now they mixed with an indescribable sourness and emotion, making her chest feel tight and her eyes a little teary. Seeing her just holding the things and staring blankly without moving, Zhou Yi couldn't hold back anymore. He reached out and took the roasted wild chicken wrapped in lotus leaves from her arms. Roughly tearing open the leaves, a stronger aroma immediately filled the air. He tore off a shiny, plump chicken leg and, without hesitation, held it close to Wan Baozhu's mouth, almost touching her lips. Eat it. His voice was low but full of urgency and care. It's cold now, and the taste isn't as good. Next time, I'll roast it hot and juicy on the mountain for you. That will be really delicious. Much better than rabbit meat. Stop running around. If you don't run around carelessly, there's no need to sit here starving and complaining about the cold wind. The burly man kept nagging, which made Wan Baozhu feel overwhelmed for a moment. Zhou Yi paused, noticing that Baozhu was still staring blankly at the chicken leg near her mouth without opening her mouth. His bad mood started to bother him again. He reached forward, almost trying to put the chicken leg into her mouth. Hurry up and eat. Aren't you hungry? Now you're pretending not to be? If you're not hungry, he suddenly hummed with no clear meaning, his gaze lingering on her swollen lips after his kiss. His voice turned husky, full of hidden joy and a hint of threat. If you're not hungry, then maybe we can continue what we started earlier? Just trying to see if I can handle it. No need for you to worry. His words were like fire, instantly waking Baozhu from her daze. Her cheeks flushed with surprise. She felt shy and angry, glaring at him with a mix of annoyance and frustration. Although the room was dim, Zhou Yi clearly understood her expression. He couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Was she refusing? Baozhu, who had been teased by Zhou Yi, no longer cared about being reserved. Besides, her usual modesty didn't work on this shameless man. She was afraid he might impulsively continue what they had started earlier, so she quickly lowered her head and, carefully following his lead, took a small bite of the shiny chicken leg. The skin was crispy and the meat tender. Though cooled, the aroma of lotus leaves and smoky flavor had soaked into the meat, making it salty and delicious. It was even more tender and tasty than rabbit meat, and easier to chew. Honestly, Zhou Ye's cooking skills were really good. Baozhu couldn't help but take another bite, this time larger, and started chewing carefully. She was truly hungry. The small amount she ate in the morning was long gone. Seeing her enjoy the food and even taking the rest of the roasted chicken from his hand to eat herself, Zhou Yi felt a little relief in his chest that had been tight all day. He squatted in front of her, looking up at her focused face as she ate small bites. In the dim light, her features looked soft, and a nearly silly, affectionate smile appeared on his lips. Serves you right. His voice was low but clear. Not listening to me. No hardship, just eat it. Fool. Wan Baoju was focused on eating the chicken wing. Because of his words, she paused her actions. Her long eyelashes drooped, hiding a flash of self-mockery in her eyes. She didn't speak to argue back, only slowed down her eating. Zhou Yi saw this and knew he had touched her feelings again. He helplessly shook his head, secretly scolding himself for bringing up the wrong topic. This woman is really stubborn, but she's also very delicate-minded, like glass, can't be touched or spoken to roughly. Any small movement makes her want to withdraw again. He stood up and looked around this simple room. His gaze settled on the old wooden table against the wall. On the table were 2 cups, a plain white porcelain cup, missing a piece, and another with a red, honoring labor logo, which looked newer. Zhou Yi walked over, picked up the 2 cups, and looked at them. His brow furrowed unconsciously. He turned to ask Wan Baoju, who was still nibbling on her chicken, "Which one is your cup?" Wan Baoju looked up when she heard this, glanced at the 2 cups in his hand, paused for a moment, then instinctively said, "Either one is fine." "Are you thirsty? There should still be some water in the kettle. You can check." She pointed to the green kettle on the table. In the past, there was only one white porcelain cup for drinking water in this room. It was given to her by Sun Mingkai after he bought a new enamel cup. The cup with "honoring labor" printed on it was brought back from the county by Sun Mingkai last time. He said it was issued by the school. He was reluctant to use it and specially brought it back for her. She treasured it and never dared to use it, just kept it on the table as a decoration. When Zhou Yi asked earlier, she didn't think much, just felt both cups were clean, so it didn't matter which one she used. But her casual words sounded completely different to Zhou Yi, who was jealous and possessive. "Either one is fine." That meant when Sun Mingkai came back, he could use that cup to drink water? Using the same cup as her? That kind of intimacy without boundaries? This thought suddenly struck Zhou Yi's mind, stirring up a wave of nausea and furious jealousy. His face darkened, and he looked at the 2 cups in his hand with disgust, thinking they were both filthy. He loudly placed the 2 cups back on the table with a loud clatter, speaking harshly. "Stupid junk." He no longer looked at the cups and turned directly toward the bed, bending down to pick up a jar of peach preserves from a pile of food. He roughly unscrewed the metal lid with a sharp sound. Then, he took the open jar and, without explanation, handed it to Wan Baoju near her lips. His movement was so forceful that he almost spilled the cold syrup on her. "Drink something sweet. Don't just eat meat, or you'll choke." His tone was sharp and firm, but his eyes were fixed on her lips with a strange kind of concern. Wan Baoju was startled by his sudden anger and rough actions.
What?
What is wrong with him now? Because Zhou Yi's cold face made Wan Baoju instinctively lean back, watching the jar pressed close to her mouth. The cold glass made her shiver. Seeing that he seemed angry, she didn't dare refuse. She opened her mouth slightly and took a small sip from his hand. It was sweet, too sweet. The syrup mixed with soft, mushy yellow peach flesh slid down her throat. The taste was good, but for her, the sweetness was a bit too thick and direct, overly sugary. But more than that, she felt a little reluctant to part with it. This stuff should be diluted with plain water to last a long time, right? That's enough. I don't want any more. Wan Baoju quickly turned her head aside and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. "It's too sweet. I'm not thirsty. You can drink it." She was just speaking casually, wanting to push the jar back to him so she could continue eating the chicken. But when Zhou Yi heard her words, his feelings changed. She wanted him to drink? Drink what she just drank? From the same jar? Zhou Yi's throat moved sharply, and his fingers tightened slightly on the jar. He had been angry just a moment ago, but now a mix of secret joy and awkwardness flooded him, making his heart beat faster. Cough. Who would want to drink that overly sweet stuff? It's something women like to drink. He said this with a dismissive tone, his voice dry, and his gaze flickered briefly as he avoided looking into Wan Baoju's eyes. Despite her body, she honestly and slowly raised the can with her scent and warm lips still on it to her mouth. She had already kissed and touched it, but for some reason, Now he felt guilty. He looked up and took a big sip. The cold syrup slid down his throat, carrying the aroma of yellow peaches and a faint, sweet taste that belonged to her. He licked his lips as if savoring it, then looked back at Wan Baoju, watching her cheeks puffed up slightly from eating and her shiny lips. His eyes darkened, and he deliberately slowed his speech, casually saying, "It's pretty sweet." But he paused, teasing her, waiting for her reaction. Wan Baoju was focused on her last chicken wing. Hearing this, she looked up with curious and innocent eyes. But what? Is it not good? She thought it was fine, maybe a little sweet, but these days being able to eat sugar and canned fruit was a luxury. How could it taste bad? Zhouya watched her completely unaware, innocent question, feeling like a tiny kitten's paw was gently scratching him, both itchy and tingly. His Adam's apple moved again, and he leaned closer, close enough to see a tiny glint of oil on her chin. Then, in a very low, ambiguous, and slow voice, he said, "It is good to drink, but no matter how sweet, you're sweeter." He almost whispered the last sweeter right into her ear. The intense warmth and teasing in his eyes made Wan Baoju suddenly widen her eyes, and her face turned bright red. It was as if Zhouya's words had burned her, and she froze. She forgot to chew the chicken she hadn't swallowed yet, staring blankly at Zhouya, who was so close. His face still wore that mischievous smile, but his eyes were deep, as if trying to draw her in, flickering with flames she couldn't understand but made her feel nervous and flustered.
Why you?
What are you talking about? She finally reacted, feeling shy and anxious. She wanted to throw away her chicken wing but thought it would be a waste, so she hurriedly lowered her head, her neck turning red. This man. How can he always, everywhere, speak such rude words? And be so confident about it? Is he shameless? Zhouyi looked at her shy and flustered face, and his little jealousy over the broken cups disappeared instantly. Right now, he was full of joy in teasing Wan Baoju. He admits he's a bit naughty. Knowing she's sensitive, he still loves to see her like this. Watching her get flustered from his teasing, showing her true reactions, made him feel secretly happy. Who said I was talking nonsense? I have proof. If you don't believe me, he chuckled softly, not stepping back but instead leaning closer, almost touching her nose, and laughed softly. Then you try it. See if the canned fruit I ate is sweeter. Or if you are. He made a move to kiss her again. Wan Baoju, holding a roasted chicken wrapped in a lotus leaf in one hand and chicken wings in the other, hurriedly tried to push him away, but she was worried about spilling food on him. In her panic, she almost fell off the bed. Luckily, Zhouyi was quick. He caught her waist and held her close, letting out a deep, happy laugh that made his chest vibrate. All right, I won't tease you anymore." Seeing her getting really anxious, he stopped, but he didn't let go of her waist. Instead, he softened his grip, resting his chin on her head, and said lazily, "Finish eating what you have. Eat as much as you want. After that, tell me what you plan to do. Then listen to what I say. See which one sounds better? Okay? Or I won't be at ease." Although he told himself to respect her wishes, he still felt a little soft-hearted about some things. Especially because he was worried she might be too kind to Sun Minkai. This future wife of his, if she got confused again because of Sun Minkai, he might regret it so much he'd want to cut himself. When it came to serious matters, Wan Baoju didn't resist. She quietly leaned into his arms, put down the half-eaten chicken wrapped in lotus leaves, and slowly chewed the last of her food. Her eyes gradually cleared, but her cheeks still had a blush that wouldn't fade quickly. Maybe, with him here, she really could live a different kind of life. "Zhouyi," Wan Baoju's voice was soft, like a sigh or a gentle murmur. "Why are you so good to me? I don't deserve it." Zhouyi lowered his head. His hot breath brushed her ear, and his voice was very quiet but firm, like iron, hitting her heart. "Why what? Why so many why questions? You are mine. If I don't treat you well, then should I treat others badly? Wan Baoju, are you crazy? Why do you keep asking such useless questions? If I don't interfere, what will you do? Are you planning to argue with that sour scholar Sun Minkai with your small strength, asking him why he let you down? Or are you going to argue with that blind old woman? Didn't I say we settle everything and then go? Well, I will help you settle this. Whatever you want to do, just say it, and I will do it. Killing, arson. I'll handle it all for you. Wan Baoju, if you say no or not worth it again, I will really get angry. I might even knock out those mother and son and throw them into the back mountain to feed the wild pigs. No, wait, they're already unconscious now. I should just throw them away right now. He was about to stand up. Wan Baoju froze, trying hard to process what she had just heard. Are they unconscious because of you? Did you do that? She paused, looking back at Zhou Yi in disbelief. You knocked them out. When did this happen? Is this person a bandit? How could he do such things? Isn't he afraid of getting caught? Wan Baoju looked at Zhou Yi with suspicion and doubt. Aren't you afraid something will happen? Zhou Yi met her surprised and shocked gaze. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, showing a cold smile that lacked warmth, but a flash of cold light flickered in his eyes. Don't worry, I won't die, he spoke casually, but he kept a close watch on Wan Baoju, afraid she might soften her heart. Her heart skipped a beat. She instinctively asked, Are you really okay? Don't mess around. What if something happens? As soon as she said this, she noticed Zhou Ye's eyes suddenly turn cold, and the slight smile on his lips disappeared. Instead, there was a nearly sinister look in his gaze. What's wrong? Feeling sorry for me. His voice suddenly grew colder, filled with deep jealousy and anger. Are you worried about that shameless Sun Minkai? Or about your blind, good mother-in-law? Wan Baoju was stunned by his sudden anger, then quickly realized he had misunderstood. How could she possibly be worried about that mother and son?
She was.
She was worried that Zhou Yi might act impulsively and cause trouble. After all, Sun Minkai is now a teacher in the city. Wang Suilian, no matter how harsh, is getting old and in poor health. If something serious happened, like a fatal accident or severe injury, it would be hard to explain. She was worried about him, but her brief silence and dazed look in Zhou Ye's eyes seemed like approval and guilt. Already feeling anxious and afraid she might still have feelings for Sun Minkai, Zhou Ye's anger flared, almost losing his reason. He suddenly froze, his tall figure casting a heavy shadow in the dim room, glaring fiercely at Wan Baoju. Wan Baoju, what do you really mean? They treat you like that, push you to the brink of despair, and you still have time to worry about them? Are you still secretly thinking about that scoundrel Sun Minkai? Do you think I'm meddling, ruining your chance to get back together? What do you really think of me? His words grew more furious, his chest heaving violently, his fingers clenched tightly, making a cracking sound as if he was about to smash something or do something even more impulsive. Wan Baoju didn't expect him to react so strongly. She was frightened by his fierce expression and instinctively took a step back, creating some distance between them. But seeing the anger and disappointment in his eyes, her heart felt sour and bitter, yet also moved. Is this man jealous? Does he feel that he still cares about Sun Minkai, which is why he's so angry? But his temper is so unpredictable. One moment he's sweet and caring, and the next he's like a firecracker ready to explode at any second. This thought made her originally pale and anxious face turn slightly red, and she hesitated. But seeing the angry look on the man's face in front of her, she could only take a deep breath, force herself to stay calm, lift her eyes, and stare directly into Zhou Ye's still-burning eyes filled with anger. Her voice was soft but very clear, with a slight trembling and a sense of grievance she didn't even realize herself. I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about you. Zhou Ye's anger, which was about to explode, was suddenly cut off by her unexpected words. He was momentarily stunned, just glaring at her. Worried about me? What? Did he really knock out that mother and son? Could they really fight him? Wan Baoju bit her lip. Her lips, slightly swollen from her bite, looked especially tempting in the dim light, yet fragile. Does this person truly not understand? Or is he pretending not to understand, forcing her to say such embarrassing things? She lowered her eyes, avoiding his intense gaze, and her voice became even softer, but still clear enough for him to hear. I'm worried about what they might do.
I'm afraid.
If you lose control and hurt someone badly, or if you accidentally get seen by Sun Minkai when you're fighting, what would you do then? I'm afraid you'll get into trouble. I don't want my problems to drag you down. I'm stupid, but I'm not heartless. They've treated me like this, and I'm worried about them? Zhou Yi, what do you think I am? Her words were broken and hesitant, full of fear and concern, genuinely thinking about him, worried that he might get into trouble or even risk his life because of her. It's not worth it for herself. Of course, she also felt wronged, upset that he didn't trust her. He even thought she would care about Sun Minkai, that scoundrel? Zhou Yi was stunned.
So,
She wasn't worried about Sun Minkai.
she was.
Worried about herself. Zhou Yi, who had just been boiling with jealousy, felt his anger suddenly die out because of her explanation. And it wasn't just that. Now, even though he hadn't touched a drop of alcohol, he felt as if the strongest wine was rushing through him, instantly clouding his mind and softening all his rage. He stood there blankly, watching his woman, who lowered her head and twisted her fingers, afraid to look at him. His heart ached even more. Calling you stupid, you really are stupid. After a long moment, he finally said this. Wan Baozhu was stunned for a moment. She instinctively looked up at him, who was being unreasonable. She bit her lip, looking unconvinced, and said, Zhou Yi, you don't know what's good for you. She was doing this for someone she cared about. Why was he scolding her now? Does he really think she's easy to bully? But her attempt to act tough and pretend to be fierce only made Zhou Yi find her amusing. He curled his lips slightly, his Adam's apple moving sharply. He muttered a low, rough curse from deep in his throat, but his voice was soft and gentle, filled with a kind of helpless affection and concern. Are you upset that I called you stupid? Wan Baozhu. No, she was definitely not happy about it. Zhou Yi stepped forward and pulled her into his arms again. This time, his movements were gentler. He hugged her tightly and firmly, as if he wanted to melt her into his bones and blood. Why worry about me? If I can't handle this small problem, how could they find out about us? How could I take you away? How could I give you a good life? He buried his face in her neck, speaking in a muffled voice, his breath hot. Don't worry. I know my limits. I'll wake up by morning, no problem. At most. Just a headache for a couple of days. I won't die. He gently patted her back, sounding a bit disappointed. If I had known earlier, I should have sneaked over quietly and knocked you out too. Then whatever I do, you wouldn't refuse or stop me. I'd get it done sooner. And I'd feel at ease sooner. Wan Baozhu's worries just now eased a little. She was about to say something touching, but before she could, she heard him start talking nonsense again. She felt both shy and annoyed. Zhou Yi. She really couldn't understand. What kind of person would always be thinking about those mischievous things? After spending so much time with him, she still couldn't figure out how he managed to say such embarrassing, flirtatious words without blushing or feeling guilty. And every time, he changed the subject unexpectedly.
Can't you
just think about something serious? Wan Baozhu truly didn't know how to talk to him anymore. I spend all day thinking about serious matters. I just don't know where to start. Of course, the main reason is that someone
doesn't agree?
You. This time, Wan Baozhu learned to be smart and didn't ask anymore. She had a feeling that if she kept asking, the serious matters this person mentioned wouldn't be anything good. She simply leaned into his arms, her nose filled with his strong scent, her cheek pressed against his warm neck skin, feeling his strong heartbeat. A sense of peace she had never felt before, along with deep tiredness, washed over her. Zhou Yi quietly listened to her breathing. After a long moment, he gently laid her on the bed covered with a thin, old quilt. But just as he moved, Wan Baozhu, still half asleep, grabbed his clothes, her eyes barely open, her voice soft with sleep, asking vaguely, Are you going to leave? Zhou Yi paused, looking down at the woman curled up in his arms, dependently clutching him like a kitten. A little mischievous fire inside him flared up again.
Leave? How could he?
He had finally managed to get close to her, to make her willing to rely on him a little. How could he bear to go? He just wanted to enjoy a little advantage. No, I won't leave, he spoke in a hoarse, firm voice, pulling her into his embrace, his arms tightly around her slim waist. I'm sleeping here tonight. Not going anywhere. Though he was reluctant to leave her, Wan Baozhu was so surprised by his words that most of her sleepiness vanished. She struggled to sit up. No. What if? What if they wake up? Or in the morning, you sleep past time and someone sees you, won't wake up. Zhou Yi interrupted her directly, his tone confident. I said she won't wake before dawn. Even if she does, you don't need to worry. His eyes darkened with a fierce look. Just right. I want him to see clearly who you belong to. Make him kneel and beg for mercy. His words were blunt and commanding. Just thinking about that scene made Wan Baozhu's face turn red again, shy and anxious. You. Stop talking nonsense. What if someone finds out? What should I do? You promise me. Just knowing is enough. Zhou Yi didn't mind at all. Instead, he held her tighter, gently nuzzling her hair, and lowered his voice with a mischievous tone, almost acting spoiled. I'm going to stick with you no matter what. I want everyone to know early, cut off contact with the Sun family sooner, and I can rest easy. Anyway, tonight, I'm not leaving. Nothing you say will change that. Don't worry, I won't scare you. The things you're worried about won't happen. Before dawn tomorrow, I'll leave early. Is that okay? If you still refuse, I'll just stay here until morning. Wan Baozhu was speechless after hearing his almost bandit-like declaration. Her mind was a mess. She was afraid that if things got out, people would gossip about her. But she also felt a secret thrill because of his unreasonable persistence. She couldn't break free, and she was exhausted, so she finally gave up and leaned into his embrace, not speaking, silently accepting his stubbornness to stay. Zhou Yi felt her submission and felt very happy, like he had drunk honey. He adjusted his position to make her more comfortable, stretched out his long legs onto the bed, feeling relaxed and at home, just like in his own house. The room became quiet again, only the sound of their breathing. After a long while, Zhou Yi thought Wan Baozhu had fallen asleep and was about to do something secretly, but she suddenly spoke softly, her voice clear in the silence. Zhou Yi. Yes, Zhou Yi immediately responded, alert and attentive. That I've made up my mind. Wan Baozhu's voice was soft but very calm. Sun Mingcai doesn't want me to stay at home to take care of his mother, to be his good sister, to protect his reputation so he can climb higher without worries, right? Zhou Ye's eyebrows immediately furrowed. He tightened his hold on her arm. What are you planning? To agree with him? No way. I don't agree. Listen to me first. Wan Baozhu gently patted his hand around her waist to soothe him. I will agree to him, but I won't really accept it. She looked up into the dark, blurry outline of Zhou Yi, her eyes shining brightly. I will go along with his plan, pretend to agree, stay here, accept it, and take care of my mother-in-law. No, Wang Suilian, she spoke slowly, but every word carried a cold feeling. After he feels secure and goes back to work in the county town. She paused, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth. I will go to the county town. I will find his boss at school and have a serious talk. I want to ask how he, this excellent teacher, forced his wife, who has been working hard at home for over 10 years, to divorce him. I also want to ask how his obedient son left his blind mother to be cared for by the family maid while he went to the city to enjoy himself. Zhou Yi frowned, feeling a bit sad inside. He didn't want Wan Baozhu to face others' gossip and cold looks. Wan Baozhu continued, not just the school. In the village, I also need to make a good name for him. Let everyone in the 10-mile radius know that Sun Mingcai is ungrateful and greedy for wealth, just like a traitor. He looks down on me, a useless village woman. If he wants to divorce me, fine, I'll accept it. But he must carry the shame of being a heartless man and a white-eyed wolf with him. She took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly, a bit excited. I want everyone to know that it was Sun Mingcai who wronged me. Wan Baozhu. He ruined me for his future. Even if he later marries a city girl, he can't wash away the shame on him. He and his family owe me an explanation. The more he tries to hide, the more I want everyone to know the truth. I am not wrong. You're not wrong. We should stand together openly and honestly. After saying this, Wan Baoju's chest rose and fell rapidly. She felt both wronged and relieved inside. She wasn't very capable, and she had no family backing her. These were the only things she could do. She had thought it through. If she wanted to be with Zhou Yi, she had to clear up all these issues. Otherwise, in the future, that mother and son would easily throw dirt on her and Zhou Yi. She had endured 12 years of hardship, only to be kicked aside at the end, branded with a scandalous reputation. She was unwilling, and it wasn't fair to Zhou Yi either. Zhou Yi listened quietly, feeling both pity and pride. He felt sorry that she had been bullied by Sun's family and had to endure gossip to keep her reputation clean. He also felt proud that she finally dared to say she wanted to stand openly and honestly with him. All right. Zhou Yi gently uttered a word, tightened his arms, and held her completely in his embrace, whispering softly into her ear, I will be with you whatever you want to do. If you go to the county town, I'll go with you. Don't worry, I understand your feelings. I'll secretly follow you so no one will notice or gossip. On this side of the village, you can also rest assured. I'll ask Aunt Xiuhua for help. It won't take more than 2 days for everyone to find out. My wife is working so hard to give me a proper status, so I can't be cowardly, right? He lowered his head and pressed a hot kiss on her hair, his tone both fierce and gentle. Wan Baozhu. Once you get that anger out of your heart, don't worry about Sun Ming. I'll make him regret it for the rest of his life. Then he said, when that time comes, I'll take you away from this stifling place, and we'll live our own life. Wan Baozhu leaned into his arms, listening to his strong heartbeat and firm promises. The tense nerves she had been holding finally relaxed completely. The tiredness that had just disappeared came back again. She softly hummed, snuggled into him, and couldn't help but get even closer, then slowly closed her eyes. With him here, it seemed, there was really nothing to fear anymore. Zhou Yi felt her breathing gradually steady, knowing she was truly exhausted.
He didn't speak.
Rarely being so obedient, he held her tightly and closed his eyes too, comforting himself over and over again in his mind. There's a long way ahead. My wife is in my arms now. No rush, no rush. He kept saying he wasn't in a hurry, but that night, his hands longed to be on her body. How could he not be anxious? Isn't that just nonsense? Zhou Yi's night was truly filled with unbearable torment. Before dawn, he was already getting ready. Wan Baozhu was still sleeping deeply, her face pressed against his chest, breathing evenly and slowly. Her long eyelashes cast a small shadow under her eyes, her lips slightly parted, sleeping defenselessly. She had slept through the night, and her complexion looked much better than yesterday. Her face was no longer pale, but instead radiated a gentle peace, even a lazy charm. Zhou Yi's throat moved, and his eyes darkened further. He almost used all his self-control to prevent himself from leaning down and kissing those close, slightly swollen red lips again. No, dawn was coming soon, and he had to leave. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Wait for me. Zhou Yi's voice was hoarse and barely audible, his eyes like two burning flames, tightly locked onto Wan Baozhu's enchanting, moist eyes. Tonight. I will come again. After saying this, he dared not look at her, afraid he might lose control. He suddenly stood up quickly, moved swiftly through the window, and even thoughtfully closed the window behind him, pulling the curtain neatly. In the dimly lit room, only the lingering atmosphere of intimacy and Wan Baozhu's dazed, moist eyes remained. Wan Baozhu lay on the bed, slowly regaining her senses. She touched her hot cheeks and lips that still tingled from the kiss. Her heart was pounding, feeling shy and nervous, her body tense. She pulled the blanket over herself, burying her hot face in it, biting her lip tightly. Her mind kept replaying what the man had just said before leaving.
Zhou Yi.
He asked her to wait for him tonight? He said he would come again tonight? In the main hall, Sun Mingkai slept deeply but restlessly, his neck feeling very uncomfortable. His dreams were a jumble. Sometimes Chen Lijing was arrogantly pointing at him, demanding he divorce quickly. Other times, Wan Baozhu was crying and scolding him for being unkind. Then it turned into Wang Suelian angrily criticizing him for being unfilial. In short, it was a restless, headache-inducing night. The sun had already risen high, shining brightly through the window of the east room, making Sun Mingkai squint painfully. He propped himself up with his aching, swollen head and sat up. Only then did he notice his mother was still lying on the other side, asleep and not yet awake. The key was his mother was covered very tightly, while he had no blanket at all. He had curled up in his clothes all night, which explained why his body was sore. He rubbed his pounding temples and couldn't help sneezing. Achoo! No wonder he had a headache, probably caught a cold. He looked at Wang Suelian, who was snoring and breathing heavily in her sleep, feeling a bit annoyed. Although his mother was blind, this was too inconsiderate. She didn't leave him even a blanket. Was she not afraid he'd catch a cold?
Sigh.
After a moment of silence, hearing some movement outside, he rubbed his sore neck, sniffed, and quickly got up to go outside. As soon as he stepped out of the main hall, he saw the door of the west room in the yard creak open. Sun Mingkai immediately looked over. Wan Baozhu carried a wooden basin filled with clothes and came out of the house. She was still wearing that faded gray cloth shirt, patched dark gray pants, her hair loosely braided and hanging behind her. Her outfit looked the same as usual. But somehow, as soon as Sun Mingkai looked at her, he felt that today Wan Baozhu looked especially different. Her face was still bright and beautiful, but her eyes, which were slightly red and swollen yesterday, were now even brighter and watery, with a lazy red glow at the corners that hadn't faded. Most noticeably, her lips were much redder and fuller than usual, with a slight swelling, more so than after he had teased her on the bed. If he didn't know it was impossible, he might even suspect that Wan Baozhu was secretly doing something she shouldn't. Wan Baozhu carried the basin out and casually closed the door behind her, completely ignoring the person beside her, as if she hadn't seen him. She walked quietly, but somehow exuded an irresistible charm, as if her waist was softer than before. Sun Mingkai's eyes fixed on her, his heart pounding. A strange feeling made him feel uneasy inside. It was very odd. She was still the same person, but she looked like a flower bud after a gentle rain. Instead of wilting, she had quietly grown the most beautiful color. Against her dull gray clothes, she looked even more stunning and eye-catching. Frowning, Sun Mingkai's eyes flashed with admiration, and he quickly suppressed his nervousness. What am I thinking? Wan Baozhu couldn't possibly be involved with someone else. Has she figured things out? That's why her face looks better? Yes, that must be it. Thinking this, Sun Mingkai's mood improved a lot. Baozhu, are you up? He stood up, walked to the door, trying to make his voice sound gentler. What should we eat for breakfast? Maybe 3 eggs? You've both been working hard these days. Wan Baozhu didn't stop walking, not even glancing at him, and simply replied calmly, Cook with your mother. There are not many eggs left, so don't waste them on me. I am going to wash clothes by the river. I am leaving now. Her voice was calm, not as gentle as before, but compared to yesterday, it was clear she was feeling better. Sun Mingkai was pushed back by her firm attitude, and was momentarily stunned. He thought everything would be normal today with Wan Baozhu, so why is she acting like this? He was about to say something, but she had already taken a basin, walked straight through the yard, opened the gate, and left without looking back, not giving him a chance to speak. With a loud bang, the yard gate was closed. Sun Mingkai stood there, watching Wan Baozhu's graceful figure disappear, feeling more upset. He always felt something was wrong with her, but he couldn't quite figure out what it was. Are you still staring?
What are you looking at?
Your eyes are about to pop out. Wang Suelian's sharp voice came from the main room. She had gotten up. Though he couldn't see clearly, he heard her during their conversation just now. Holding onto the doorframe with one hand and leaning on her cane with the other, Wang Suelian's pale eyes stared in Sun Mingkai's direction, full of disapproval. What's wrong? Seeing that little troublemaker again and can't move? You think you can talk nicely? Look at her. Does she even care about you? She's got her wings now and doesn't want to serve this old wife anymore. Sun Mingkai felt embarrassed by his mother's words and frowned irritably. Mother, can you say a few less words?
I think Baozhu
Has understood a lot more today than yesterday. Besides, washing clothes is just work, isn't it? You can't keep acting like this. In the past, you weren't so harsh with Baozhu. Why are you holding on so tightly now? She's been good to you too. Can't you just stop? Good?
Ba.
Wang Suilian spat. It's because we've been too good to her that she's gotten so full of herself. When she comes back, do you think it's because she cares about me? No. She has nowhere to go, so she has to come back. And you still treat her like a treasure? I've told you many times, you can't give such women a kind face. The more you spoil her, the more she'll take advantage. You see her just now, looking so miserable. Does she still talk to you the same way as before? Does she still see you as a man? Her heart has become wild. All because of how you spoiled her. After finally having a peaceful night, early this morning she was scolded again by her mother. Sun Ming felt annoyed and upset. He knew that Wan Baozhu was no longer as gentle as before, but isn't that normal? Everyone can have a temper. Since they divorced, he thought that her current attitude was a sign of her softening. Today, she looked better than yesterday, much calmer. All right, Mom. I understand. He interrupted Wang Suilian's endless complaints, sounding impatient. Please don't worry so much. The fact that she's willing to wash clothes and do some work without causing trouble is already good. If she can't eat or doesn't want to cook, that's normal. In a few days, when I go back to the city, you'll be with her all the time. You'll need to rely on her. If you keep provoking her, what good will that do for you or me? She's already started helping me wash clothes. Why are you still complaining? You can't keep causing trouble forever. If you do, I might stop working, and the thing you're hoping for in the city will fall through. Wouldn't that make you happy? His words were partly an explanation, partly a warning, which finally made Wang Suilian shut up for a while. But even when she was silent, her face still showed her anger. She muttered quietly, calling her daughter useless and saying she had forgotten her mother after marrying. In her eyes, no matter how her son explained, it all meant the same thing. He couldn't let go of that unworthy woman, Wan Baozhu. Men are like that. Sun Ming didn't bother to listen anymore. He turned back to his room, looking at the mess from last night. He could only wash it, then start a fire, and cook himself some food. He was starving. The porridge in the morning had to be thicker, or he wouldn't be able to endure it. Thinking this, Sun Ming hoped to cook the porridge thicker, and he finally managed to drink a bowl of thick, lumpy porridge. It made his throat hurt from the effort. No, when Wan Baozhu returned, he knew he had to coax her gently. He couldn't stand living like this for another day. At the riverbank on the east side of the village, the water flowed loudly. The sound of women beating cloves and their cheerful chatter mixed together, creating a lively scene. Huan carried a broken wooden basin and tiptoed quietly to a remote corner by the river. She wore an old, faded blue cloth shirt, looked tired, with dark circles under her eyes. She no longer had the lively spirit of a city youth. The night before last, after that incident, Zhou Yi had kicked her out late at night. With nowhere to go, she could only return to the already dilapidated and abandoned youth commune. Now, that place only had 2 leaking, broken-tile houses. It was not even as good as Zhou Yi's simple but decent home, let alone the poorest family in the village. In the basin were the dirty, hard bedsheets she had slept on for 2 nights, giving off a musty smell. She kept her head down, afraid to look at the villagers' women nearby, who were chatting and laughing. She just wanted to finish washing quickly and leave this suffocating place. But some things couldn't be avoided just because she wanted to hide. Oh, I wonder who this is? Isn't this our former city youth, Huang? A sharp female voice, full of mockery, rang out not far from her.